Blue Star Era, January 1, 2000. According to expert observations, a huge blackbird suddenly appeared, vomiting out a huge stomach pouch and swallowing the entire sun. Then, the blackbird swallowed back into its stomach and disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of the sun plunged the blue star into eternal darkness and entered the Dark Age. However, the creatures on the blue star did not become completely extinct because of this, and humans still barely survived. A large number of researchers are trying to study the reasons behind this phenomenon. On the same day, the gods began to appear on the blue star on a large scale. Most of the gods are hostile to humans and even mercilessly slaughter. Under the leadership of countless unsung heroes, mankind has established a coalition government and built several large safe zones. From then on, human life was confined to safe zones. For some unknown reason, the gods cannot enter the safe zone to slaughter humans, and this phenomenon has also become an important research topic for researchers. This is the history of the Dark Age of the Blue Star, and it has also become an important test point for the college entrance examination. I didn't take the exam last year, but I will definitely take the exam this year, believe it or not. The first test point is. Shin Se-young, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom, sighed softly and whispered to himself, "Studying history cannot save mankind at all, especially this kind of history full of loopholes." In his opinion, in this world, only knowledge related to sequence abilities is truly meaningful. He turned his head and looked out the window. Through the thick protective glass, he could vaguely see several strangely shaped gods floating in the night sky. After the blue star entered the eternal night, no matter when he looked up, the scene outside the safe zone was always the same. It was a dark starry sky, and the so-called gods wandering under the starry sky. Students, let's talk about the gods next. This part is also an important test point. Everyone listen carefully. This is the first round of review, just right to check and fill in the gaps. The head teacher patiently continued to teach. After the fall of the eternal night, many strange creatures of different shapes appeared on the blue star. Despite their strange appearance, they have one thing in common: they are aggressive and have immortality at the same time. Humans consider these creatures to be the divine punishment for human sins after the advent of the Dark Ages, so they call them gods. The immortal monster is called God. Hearing this, Shin Se-young couldn't help but scratch his head, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his heart. Everything is always like this, and the end of science is often theology. Existence that people cannot explain is easily attributed to gods. Everyone should pay attention to the gods and the dark world, whether it is liberal arts or science. The college entrance examination must be. Despite the class teacher's repeated emphasis, there were not many students in the classroom who cheered up. Everyone knows that in this world, only the ability to awaken sequences can truly change destiny. As for the college entrance examination for ordinary people, only 1/1000th of a place in the safe zone can be promoted to a higher education institution and strive for a decent job in the coalition government. However, in the huge safe zone, very few people get into the top 1,000. Even the top 5 students in the school are not completely sure. Shin Se-young sighed and recalled his past life. He was originally an orphan, his college entrance examination results were mediocre, and he barely passed the postgraduate entrance examination and landed, and found a decent job after graduation. Unfortunately, in middle age, he was optimized due to the company's layoffs, and was eventually killed by security guards when the company claimed. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was reborn to be 18 years old. After being reborn, he discovers that the people around him are almost the same as in his previous life, but the world has become eerie, as if he has entered a parallel world dominated by gods and sequence powers. Unfortunately, in this new world, he still does not have the ability to awaken the sequence. Shin Se-young lamented in his heart, "God, is it just to be cannon fodder for people to be reborn?" After the advent of the Dark Ages, the creatures of the blue star mutated violently. Humans are no exception, gradually awakening to a supernatural force known as the sequence ability. Blue Star Era on January 1, 2005, 5 years after the fall of the Dark Ages, the first sequence of abilities in human history appeared. He possessed an uncanny ability to turn his hand into a revolver. His revolver fired only 6 rounds in a day. Many believe that this ability is meaningless because the enemy of humanity is the immortal gods. Even a nuclear bomb can't destroy the gods, so what can a mere revolver do? However, something unexpected happened. The gods, who were powerless to kill with nuclear bombs, were killed by 2 revolvers. They were 2 small gods crawling quickly on the ground, and although they looked like giant cockroaches, they were still immortal. The emergence of sequence abilities broke the conclusion that gods are immortal. Humanity cheered and saw the hope of fighting back against the gods. Since then, mankind has entered a new era, and more sequence abilities have awakened one after another. They began hunting the gods in exchange for a good reward. Despite this, the awakening of sequence abilities has not changed the reality that humans can only survive in the safe zone. Especially those large gods that are most dangerous, no one can eliminate them. However, the emergence of sequence abilities has completely changed the internal landscape of human beings. Outside the safe zone, the gods rule everything. Within the safe zone, the sequence ability has become the new master. This is not only the end of ordinary humans, but also the paradise of those with sequence abilities. There are many examples of poor people begging on the streets who can awaken their sequence abilities and ascend to heaven in one step. Instead of studying hard, it is better to look forward to the ability of the awakening sequence, which is the key to changing your destiny. However, after being reborn, Qin Xiang still did not awaken. He thought that as the chosen one, he would have some good luck. But 3 days have passed, and there is still no movement. As an ordinary student living on the edge of the safe zone, he doesn't even have access to more information about sequence awakening. The chance of ordinary people awakening the ability of the sequence is very small, and they really have a tendency to dislike the poor and love the rich. He couldn't help but sigh, laughing at himself in his heart. If the sequence awakening is related to living conditions, then I'm afraid I have no hope in my life. He looked up at the window, and several gods were still wandering under the night sky. He muttered softly, "If you are gods, then I am reborn, and I can be regarded as a bit of magical powers, right? In this way, wouldn't I also be considered a half-god?" He smiled self-deprecatingly. At this moment, he saw a huge eye that seemed to slowly open somewhere in the dark starry sky, facing him. The dark pupils were neither like humans nor ordinary creatures, but more like some kind of strange bird. This huge eye was quietly suspended in the night sky, and if it really belonged to a bird, then this bird would probably be able to easily swallow the entire blue star. Qin Xiang frowned, looked around, and found that some of the students who were punished to stand in other classes were also looking out the window boredly, but no one seemed to notice this eye. "Only you can see it?" He looked into that eye for a moment, and suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had been disturbed by some kind of disturbance. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Sequence God Eater Awakening. The digestive god will become stronger. Current sequence level, level 1, glutton. Skill, blood drink. Skill description, eating gods can improve strength. When Qin Xiang came back to his senses, the mysterious eye of the starry sky had long since disappeared. He was stunned, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Sequence, awakened? He knows very little about sequence abilities. The only thing that is clear is that people who awaken the sequence ability can see their own sequence information in their brains. I also awakened my sequence ability? Qin Xiang's voice trembled with a hint of trembling. An incredible feeling came to his heart, and he clearly felt an unfamiliar power in his body, which flowed like living water, flowing through his limbs and bones, refreshing him. The originally thin arms also quietly appeared with some muscle lines. It seems that everyone is right. After the awakening sequence, the body will really become stronger. Qin Xiang looked down at his arm, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. However, the image of the bird's eye appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown. Is everyone's way of awakening as weird as me? Something was wrong. The way I awakened, and even the name of my sequence, seemed odd. It's better to figure it out first and don't tell others for the time being. God Eater, this name is direct and weird. Qin Xiang secretly took note and decided to wait for the opportunity to go to the God Killer Camp to find out. God Killer Camp is a forum for people with sequence abilities to exchange and discuss, but to consult information, you need a mobile phone or computer. And Qin Xiang's family doesn't even have a household appliance that can be powered on, let alone a computer. After the end of the evening self-study, the shortage of power resources in the last days made the internet cafe unable to operate all day, and it was already closed. In desperation, Qin Xiang could only decide to go home, forget it, take a nap, and go to the internet cafe tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, he carried the only 10 copper coins left, carried his school bag, and went straight to the internet cafe. The internet cafe was filled with a faint smell of smoke, which was much refresher than the internet cafe he remembered in his previous life. The decoration here couldn't be simpler, with some random pattern stickers on the walls, but even so, it was much better than his dilapidated residence. In Qin Xiang's eyes, those who live nearby and can still afford electricity are already big households, and those who can open an internet cafe here are simply giants. After all, in the slums on the edge of the safe zone, there are very few people who can afford to pay for internet access. This internet cafe is opened here, and naturally it has its reasons. When Qin Xiang passed by school after school, he could always find some suspicious people coming in and out. Half an hour is enough to start the machine. Qin Xiang handed 10 copper coins to the network manager of the bar. The shortage of electricity has made the cost of internet cafes ridiculously high, and these 10 copper coins are almost his salary for a week of work study in the school library. Behind the bar, a bloated and expressionless network administrator stared at Qin Xiang and pointed to a computer in the corner. Go ahead. After Qin Xiang sat down, he noticed that a man in a suit was concentrating on typing on the keyboard not far away. After glancing around, he finally understood why the environment of this internet cafe was much more refreshing than in his previous life, because the internet was expensive. In this era, most of the people who can come here are checking information or doing transactions, like those big brothers who relied on internet cafes for food, clothing, housing and transportation in the previous life. He was no longer distracted and stared intently at the screen. However, the computer was surprisingly slow, and I waited for 2 minutes before entering the user interface. No way, if you want to use a fast computer, you have to add money. He logged into the God Killer Camp forum and immediately clicked into the top sequence ability statistics post. The content of the post surprised him. From New Year's Day 2005 to the present, thousands of sequences have been awakened in 5 years, but none of them are similar to his God Eater sequence. What's more, no one mentions what bird's eyes you will see when you awaken. Qin Xiang stared at the screen, his throat rolling, and muttered, "Could it be? I am the only one chosen by heaven?" He couldn't hide the shock and excitement in his heart, but when his eyes fell on a certain post, the joy in his heart was gradually shrouded in a haze. Humans have not been able to digest the remains of the gods so far. If someone awakens to the sequence that can swallow the gods, they may be captured and studied. Arrested for research? Qin Xiang suddenly woke up. His God Eater sequence is undoubtedly unique, and this uniqueness is destined to be accompanied by endless dangers. The sequence ability people yearn for the God Eater sequence. After all, swallowing the gods can become stronger. It is simply a terrifying perpetual motion machine. But Qin Xiang knew that his current strength was not enough to protect this ability. A man is innocent, but he is guilty. He secretly warned himself. At such times, the choice is not difficult, either make a fortune in silence or surrender your life to the kindness of strangers. Qin Xiang made a decisive decision: confidentiality. Never leak the slightest rumor. Just as he was thinking about his future plans, a prompt popped up on the computer screen. It's time to get off the plane. If you want to continue using it, please go to the counter to renew your bill. Internet time is over. Half an hour after buying 10 copper coins passed so quickly. There is no way, so what if there is a sequence? At this moment, he can't even afford to pay for the internet. Fortunately, in a short period of time, he had found the information he wanted. The secret of the God Eater sequence must not be exposed. After leaving the internet cafe, Qin Xiang looked up at the air defense glass. The galaxy was bright, and the huge god remnants were slowly floating in the sky. A touch of confusion gradually surged in his heart. Next, should you go to the exit of the safe zone to try your luck, or go back to school obediently? The sequence ability of God Killer Camp said that at the exit of the safe zone, there are squads that hunt gods every day. The coalition government provides resource support to those with sequence abilities, and in return, they hunt the gods and use part of the gods' remains as proof of victory. Qin Xiang calculated that maybe he could rub a bite of the god's meat at the exit to verify whether the God Eater could really make himself stronger. Once the verification is successful, he may be able to soar up with this, or even hide outside the safe zone to hunt the gods, continue to strengthen, until he becomes a peerless master, and then return to the safe zone to overlook all living beings. But when he thought of the skill description, he had doubts in his heart. Eating raw gods can improve strength, but I didn't say that it can fill your stomach. He frowned. If he couldn't satisfy his hunger, it meant that he still couldn't save money on food. For him, the issue of eating is the overriding priority. Shaking his head, he made a decision to go to school. Today is Friday, and the school offers lunch and dinner. And on weekends, the canteen is closed, and if he misses today's meal, he will be hungry for 2 days. Let's try our luck at the exit on the weekend, and fill our stomachs today. Qin Xiang silently made a plan in his heart. On the dark main road, the dim street lights only light up every few tens of meters, barely illuminating a few steps away. Qin Xiang walked for more than 10 minutes and finally arrived at the school. The school is the brightest place on the edge of the safe zone, brightly lit and well electrified. The coalition government has always emphasized the importance of education, believing that the hope of the future of mankind rests on every child. However, although the policy is good, it has changed in schools. Like Qin Xiang, who neither pays tuition fees nor is regarded as an orphan with no future, most teachers are not welcome. He found his seat in the corner of the classroom, rested his cheek in one hand, and stared at the gods outside the window in a daze. Qin Xiang. A crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Qin Xiang looked up and saw that it was Li Jingwen. She coming with an unbearable memory. Qin Xiang put away his complicated emotions and only asked lightly, "What's the matter?" The marginal areas of the safe zone are barren and backward, which is not only reflected in the dilapidated streets and sparse crowds, but also in the lack of educational resources. Juan School, the lowest school in this safe zone, the course content of the third year of high school students in a day is still some outdated textbooks about the glorious history of the human race, as well as scientific theories that have long been eliminated by the times. Those that were once seen as stepping stones to higher education before the end of the world have lost any practical meaning. In this era, there is almost only one way to change your destiny: awakening sequence abilities. Only by becoming a sequence ability can it be possible to get out of the predicament completely. However, there is absence of content related to sequence competency in the curriculum of this school. In the barren environment here, there is almost no shadow of the sequence ability. Teachers are just ordinary people who have never been exposed to relevant education, so how can they teach students? Although Qin Xiang did not delve into this, he knew that the safe zone had been established for 10 years, and the awakening of sequence abilities had a history of 5 years. The coalition government should obviously set up relevant courses, but the light of these courses has not yet shone on one school. Here, the future is a blurry gloom. The sequence ability course is not only to help the awakened, but in fact, ordinary people can also benefit from it, because the emergence of sequence ability has spawned countless related industries and emerging jobs. Unfortunately, the resources of Juan School are barren and the platform is inferior, which is destined to make the life path of the students here narrower. They have only two choices: either pass the college entrance examination to win the few places, or hope for miracles and awaken into sequence abilities. However, for 5 years, the students here have not even had the opportunity to smoke from their ancestral graves. Sitting in the classroom, their only hope is to be admitted to the college set up by the coalition government for ordinary people and get a civilian position after graduation. But for Qin Xiang, who is ranked in the top 100 grades, this is undoubtedly an unattainable luxury. In his previous life, Qin Xiang had long understood a truth: don't make unnecessary efforts, learn to recognize reality, and don't get along with yourself. Therefore, he often stayed in class in a daze, just waiting for lunch and dinner time to go to the cafeteria to make a few more meals to save on weekend meals. He did not move a word in his homework, so he naturally became a thorn in the side of teachers in various subjects. Also trained were Li Jingwen and her best friends. They are used to copying Li Jingwen's homework, and Li Jingwen's homework was written by Qin Xiang. And now, Qin Xiang is determined not to be a licking dog anymore, and this industrial chain collapsed in an instant. For a whole day, Li Jingwen looked at him with sad eyes, but Qin Xiang didn't care about it. Li Jingwen's best friends saw this and gave her advice to try to save the situation. They know that Qin Xiang's obsession with Li Jingwen can often benefit them indirectly, such as buying things, cooking, etc. Now, licking dogs stop licking, and their interests are also damaged. Jingwen, don't worry, Qin Xiang may have encountered something and is in a bad mood. The girlfriends comforted. Yes, looking at the way he was in a daze today, he was 80% stimulated. Another girlfriend echoed. Li Jingwen asked worriedly, what should I do? When Zhou Yang and I answered the homework today, they laughed at me for not doing my homework, saying that I didn't look sick at all. You also know my grades, it's too difficult to do your homework. But if he can be with Zhou Yang, doesn't his uncle just awaken his sequence ability? This is good for us. Hearing this, the girlfriend's expression suddenly changed, and they said solemnly, for your happiness, we have to find a way. Li Jingwen felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. After all, the news of Uncle Zhou Yang's awakening sequence was the first thing she knew, which made her more confident in her relationship with Zhou Yang. However, Qin Xiang's abnormal behavior became a trouble in her heart. After school, the strategies of her girlfriends made Li Jingwen stop Qin Xiang, who was about to go home. At this time, Qin Xiang's school bag was stuffed with food brought back from the canteen, and he didn't even bother to bring back books. He plans to stay directly at the exit of the safe zone on weekends to try his luck, sneak around and find opportunities to leave this ghostly place. Li Jingwen stopped him with a gentle smile. Qin Xiang, I reflected on myself today and asked my heart. Actually, I have you in my heart. It's just that I'm still young. Get out. Qin Xiang interrupted her coldly, and then bypassed her with a disgusted face. His attitude was as indifferent as avoiding a puddle of sewage. Li Jingwen was stunned. She didn't expect that her bowing would result in such a result. Qin Xiang, has it really changed? After returning home, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and rested early. He originally planned to go to the exit of the safe zone tonight, but he didn't sleep well last night and was a little tired, so he finally decided to go out again tomorrow morning. The alarm clock rang in the morning. He opened the curtains, and it was still dark outside the window, but the clock was already pointing to 7 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, he carried a school bag full of food on his back and thick clothes, heading towards the exit of the 114514 security zone. This is the place of his hope for the future. Along the way, dilapidated houses and desolate streets come into view, and there are almost no living people in sight. He struggled through the collapsed buildings and rubble, panting as he drove. Finally, he stood in front of a sign that said Exit of Safety Zone 114,514. When he saw that the exit was full of people, he was puzzled. In the crowd, he saw the appearance of the sequence ability for the first time, and also felt the crazy pursuit of them by ordinary people for the first time. Those with sequence abilities wear expensive frost suits, like high gods, while ordinary people compete to flatter them, hoping to change their fate with them. This scene deeply shocked Qin Xiang and made him more determined to awaken his sequence ability and get rid of the status quo. After waiting in the crowd for a long time, he finally noticed a god's ear that had been discarded at will. Although it was swept into the trash can by the cleaner, Qin Xiang did not hesitate to chase after it. When he opened the trash can, he was greeted by a scene that stunned him. It was full of the remains of the gods. He stood there for a moment, ecstatic in his heart. This is simply a gluttonous feast. Qin Xiang's eyes were hot, and his heart was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chest. It's really nowhere to find a place to step on iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. He secretly sighed that the trash can in front of him was full of the remains of the gods, which was simply a godsend opportunity, like a feast tailored for him. No one wants these things, isn't it just cheap for me? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth rose, showing a slightly smug smile, and the gratitude to fate in his heart became a little stronger. Sure enough, I am the chosen one in this world. He looked around to make sure no one had noticed this, but his heart was a little complicated. After all, the remains of the gods are not like ordinary beef and mutton, and they look resistant. But when he thought that if he could verify the effect of the blood drink skill by swallowing these wreckages, and from then on he would continue to grow stronger with this ability, leaving this ghostly place, those instinctive discomforts would seem insignificant. It's just eating some leftovers that no one wants. What else can I complain about? He clenched his fists and cheered himself up. I recalled the popular science post on the God Killer Camp forum in my mind. Ordinary people swallowing the remains of gods will not produce any reaction, because this is an existence beyond the scope of human biology and cannot be absorbed and utilized. Even those with sequence abilities cannot benefit from it. But if he can really digest these things, it means that his ability is unique. If this really proves that I'm special, then I'll make a lot of money, Qin Xiang muttered in a low voice, then closed his eyes, picked up a piece of wreckage, and swallowed it fiercely. To his surprise, the smell of the gods' remains was not as unbearable as he imagined, and even a bit of a taste. It's not worse than the food in the cafeteria. Qin Xiang muttered secretly while chewing. I don't know if it was because the god wreckage itself tasted good, or if the chef in the safe zone was too crotch-stretching. Since the taste is okay, then I'm welcome, he said to himself, then opened his eyes and felt a warm current spreading from his stomach, instantly sweeping through his body. Sequence God Eater. The digestive god will become stronger. Current sequence level, level 1, glutton. Skill, blood drink. Skill description, eating raw gods can be digested. He was wondering why he didn't feel the change immediately, and the next second, there was a strange sound in his chest, like a spring breaking through the sand and gravel. Blockage, and the clear spring gushed out. Immediately afterwards, the spring quickly spread to his limbs and bones, impacting the blood vessels and muscles of his body. A violent throbbing pain followed, and it felt like a torrent rushing violently through the narrow veins, as if it was about to tear his body apart. Qin Xiang gritted his teeth and endured this pain. He realized that this was not a bad thing, but that some kind of metamorphosis was taking place in his body. After a minute, the pain finally dissipated. He looked down at his arm, although the appearance did not change much, but he could feel that his muscles were firmer than before, and his strength seemed to have increased a lot. Could it be? Did it really work? Qin Xiang tentatively moved his hands and feet, and found that his movements were more flexible and his body was full of strength. The school bag on his back was obviously full of food, but now he was carrying it as light. It seems that my guess is correct. His eyes flashed with excitement. Digesting the remains of the gods can really make me stronger. He was excited for a while, and then greedily looked at the remaining wreckage in the trash can. Now that the authenticity of his ability has been verified, what else is there to hesitate about? Since it works, don't waste it. He rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to grab another piece of the wreckage and swallow it again. The feeling of the torrent washing over the whole body hit again, although it was still accompanied by severe pain, but Qin Xiang was already mentally prepared. And he vaguely felt a little happy while enduring it. This change. This power. He felt the energy surging in his body and couldn't help but smile. The contents of this trash can are simply my first pot of gold. He muttered, and then continued to swallow more carefully. He knew that the secret of becoming stronger must be kept and not noticed by anyone, and keeping a low profile was the way to survive. While eating, he watched his surroundings vigilantly, making sure no one approached. His part-time job experience in his previous life made him understand that even if he had no malice, there would always be people who would secretly do bad things out of jealousy or other reasons. He cannot let anyone know about his special abilities. As time passed, Qin Xiang gradually adapted to the process of devouring the remains of the gods, and the pain no longer scared him, but was a little addictive. He realized that he seemed to have a strange dependence on this feeling of transformation. Damn, I don't really have M tendencies, do I? He smiled bitterly and shook his head, but did not stop what he was doing. However, he also discovered a strange phenomenon. Despite eating so much, he still didn't feel full in his stomach, but felt more and more hungry. It seems that these things can only make me stronger, but they can't fill my stomach. He thought to himself that this information was quite interesting. It took more than an hour for him to finally swallow all the more than 30 pieces of the god remains in the trash can. At this time, his physical condition has undergone earth-shaking changes. He felt full of strength, and his whole body was unprecedentedly brisk. It's just beginning. Qin Xiang washed the blood from his hands, carefully left the area where the trash can was located, and walked quickly in the direction of home. On the way home, he clearly felt that his body had become more agile and his strength had improved amazingly. He easily completed the 2-hour journey in just 1 hour. After returning home, he had a simple meal, and although the food in the cafeteria was still unpalatable, he was in a very good mood and didn't care at all. Subsequently, he tentatively tried some simple movements and found that his perception and strength had been significantly improved. It seems that my abilities can really make me stronger. His eyes were firm, and he looked expectantly at the endless darkness outside the window. One day, I'll get rid of this place completely. On the way, Qin Xiang took out a 1,000-legged mushroom he brought back from the cafeteria on Friday from his school bag and used it as lunch. As he walked and nibbled on mushrooms, his mind was not immersed in deliciousness, but full of thoughts on how to become stronger in the future. For canteens, this mushroom is definitely a top delicacy. The almost meaty texture combined with the unique flavor of mushrooms is delicious just by simply stir-frying it. However, Qin Xiang had no mind to taste these, and his heart was completely occupied by how to improve his strength. When he walked to the exit of the security zone 89757, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, he strengthened his body yesterday, and his physical strength was particularly abundant, and he did not feel tired after walking all the way from home for nearly 6 hours. However, he knew in his heart that this state might not last long, because his speed had slowed down significantly. Thinking that he had planned to go further to the exit of the 38324 safe zone, he couldn't help but hesitate a little. It's not a wise choice to walk back and forth for 2 more hours. As soon as he saw the sign for exit 89757, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here. This time, he did not go directly to the exit of the safe zone. Anyway, the target was not the sequence ability there. In order to avoid exposure, he chose a hidden path to detour, preparing to investigate the situation of the trash can first. His previous experience of searching for garbage cans near the exits of other safe zones gave him some rough judgment of the location of the garbage cans. Sure enough, after walking through a block, he saw 3 dumpsters filled with the remains of the gods. Looking at the dark purple tentacles slowly wriggling on the edge of the trash can, Qin Xiang's heart beat faster. He looked around and confirmed that there were no people around and no trace of the cleaner. Is this an opportunity or a trap? He pretended to be indifferent and continued walking, while carefully analyzing the situation around him. The clutter of the bin indicates that no one has deliberately sorted it out. There was only one footprint of a striped shoe in the filth on the ground, and the traces of Stepping back and forth showed that it should have been left by the cleaner. As for whether someone is secretly watching, Shin Se-yeon's judgment is unlikely. The number of serial capability at the exit of the safe zone 89757 is much smaller than that of the safe zone exit 54320, and similarly, the dumpster here cannot be as highly valued as the 54320. Even the huge garbage station on number 54320 has only 2 plainclothes to monitor, and the monitoring methods of number 89757 obviously cannot be more high-end. The absence of surveillance means that his movements are temporarily safe. Moreover, the news of the disappearance of the remains of the gods in the trash bin at the exit of the 114514 safety zone last night apparently only reached the vicinity of number 54320 and did not spread wider. All this made him even more convinced that now was the perfect time to act. Although he had planned to try his luck at the exit of the 38324 safe zone further away, he was slightly tired at the moment and had to give up this idea of taking risks. So, he made up his mind to target the trash can number 89757. In that case, let's start. Shin Se-yeon knew that his analysis was not 100% correct. However, those who achieve great things need to take risks, and if they don't take risks, where will the opportunities come from? He was reborn in his life, not to live the ordinary life of his previous life. At the very least, he wants to use his powerful sequence ability to get out of the predicament on the edge of the safe zone and achieve financial freedom. To do this, he must become stronger, and quickly. Now that the goal was clear, he no longer hesitated, quickly took off his coat, and carefully hung it on the hook on the street lamp next to him. Although the cold wind was biting, in order not to stain his clothes with blood, for the sake of safety, he could only endure the low temperature. Shin Se-yeon looked at the dazzling array of god remnants in the trash can, and his heart was both excited and nervous. He swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Let's go." This time, he ate several times faster than yesterday, probably because he was more skilled, or because his swallowing ability improved after his body was strengthened. He kept stuffing the wreckage into his mouth with both hands, and in just over 10 minutes, he almost swept away the remains of the gods in the 3 trash cans. As he ate, Shin Se-yeon could clearly feel the changes in his body. His strength was growing, and even the cold attack could not make him shiver. He looked down at his gradually defined muscle lines and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At this moment, a familiar message suddenly came to my mind. Sequence God Eater promotion. Digest the gods to become stronger. Current sequence level, level 2, Greedy Maniac. Skill, Blood Drink Raw can also be digested by the gods. Skill, Violence, within 10 minutes, your strength, agility and physical strength are tripled, and you are immune to pain. Shin Se-yeon looked at the information panel in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. The new skill, Violence, has obviously made a qualitative leap in his combat ability. Now I can be regarded as the king of the low sequence, right? He was secretly proud, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that the most important thing at present was not to show his strength to the outside world, but to cover up his sequence identity, especially the secret of God Eater. Otherwise, once exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, he decided to wait until next week to receive his part-time job salary in the library and go to the internet cafe to find a suitable sequence disguise to hide his true ability. And today, he has made enough to harvest when he sees a good thing. Just as Shin Se-yeon was about to eat the last remains of the god in the trash can, the sudden sound of footsteps made his heart tighten. Someone's coming? He quickly turned around and saw a drunken man in the distance staggering towards the garbage can, humming an unpleasant little tune in his mouth. If this drunk finds something wrong with the garbage can, it will be a big trouble. Shin Se-yeon didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly put the remaining god remains into his school bag, put on his clothes, picked up his school bag and turned to escape. After being promoted in the sequence, his running speed was amazingly fast, and the scenery around him quickly blurred into a mess in his eyes. He prayed silently in his heart, "Don't be discovered, don't have an accident." And the drunken man staggered to the trash can and scratched his head. "I seem to see someone here just now. Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Is it difficult? Also a sequence ability?" He casually threw the wine bottle into the trash can, listened to the crisp impact, and frowned. "Huh? The bin seems to be empty?" The drunk man glanced back at the trash can again and muttered, "The remains of the gods have been taken away by the cleaners? But don't the cleaners come to clean up the garbage at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night? Did I drink with Blue for most of the day? Drinking 4 or 5 bottles of wine in most of the day?" He scratched his head, looking a little confused, and said to himself, I'm old, and I can't drink anymore. 2 bottles of wine can get you drunk for most of the day, and you have to drink less in the future, so as not to affect the hunting of the gods. After saying that, he staggered away. At this time, Qin Xiang didn't dare to stay for a moment. His legs seemed to have been pressed the fast-forward button, and he ran desperately on the path. The path was dark and uninhabited, which just facilitated his escape. He traveled at full speed, as fast as if the road was blurring. He had only one thought in his mind: the farther away he could escape, the better. When the end of the path connected to the main road, he quickly adjusted his state, walked briskly with his head down, and pretended to be an ordinary pedestrian. Then, he waited for an opportunity to turn into another path and continued to run along the secret route. This alternating escape strategy ensures that his actions do not attract anyone's attention. The danger behind him seemed to be fading away, but Qin Xiang was still beating like thunder. His spirit was tense, and he was ready to deal with possible changes at any time. I've been running for almost 20 minutes, passing by a bus stop, and it seems that no one has caught up yet. He thought to himself while feeling the movement around him. The body is rejuvenated by the ascension of the sequence, and the previous feeling of exhaustion has long since disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented vitality. However, his heart was still full of vigilance, and he was always scanning his surroundings to prevent any disturbance. Damn it, if it weren't for the appearance of that drunkard, I would have eaten all the wreckage long ago. Just a little bit. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang felt a wave of resentment in his heart, but he was soon replaced by fortune. The drunkard was so drunk that he staggered, his consciousness was blurred, and it was impossible to see himself clearly. If he had been replaced by a sober person, I am afraid he would have been discovered long ago and may even be reported directly to the coalition government. God bless me. He hugged the school bag in his arms tightly, secretly happy in his heart. But the blood oozing from his school bag reminded him that this adventure had exposed too many risks. If I get caught, the remains of the gods in this school bag are ironclad evidence. At that time, no matter how much I quibble, I won't be able to clear my suspicions. He gritted his teeth and quickened his speed on his way to escape. Qin Xiang understood that stealing the remains of the gods from the trash can for 2 consecutive days would soon attract the attention of the police. Although the remains of the god are useless to ordinary people and cannot even be digested, its mysterious disappearance still raises doubts about some kind of secret hidden behind it. The actions of these 2 days are destined to make the remains of the gods in the garbage bin a key monitoring object. It is almost impossible to rely on this method to gain power in the future. He sneered in his heart, but because of this, I had to take the last chance to take as many of these wreckage as possible. As long as I can become stronger, even if the people of the coalition government want to arrest me, I have to weigh it. The school bag in his arms exuded a faint smell of blood, and he wrapped it tightly in his coat, trying to cover up the traces. However, just as he turned into a more hidden alley, an unexpected crisis suddenly came. A cold light flashed from the darkness, and a knife flew abruptly to his right eye. Qin Xiang's pupils shrank, and with the agility brought by the sequence promotion, he keenly captured the trajectory of the knife and quickly dodged sideways. The knife flew over his cheek and hit the stone slab on the ground, making a crisp sound. His eyes immediately locked on the 3 figures in the depths of the alley. The 3 of them sloppy long hair covered their faces, revealing only a pair of playful eyes. They stood in the dim light and said in a breathy voice, "I didn't expect that my brother could meet the fat sheep sent to the door when he slept. Today is really our lucky day." One of them licked his lips and stared straight at the school bag in Qin Xiang's arms. The 3 of them slowly approached, surrounding Qin Xiang in the middle. He asked coldly, "What do you want to do? What else can you do?" Of course, it was robbery. One of them smiled fiercely. Qin Xiang frowned, secretly thinking in his heart. His coat was shabby, obviously not a rich man, and these 3 people actually wanted to rob themselves, obviously eyeing the contents of their school bags. He whispered, "I have no money." "No money?" A man stepped forward and showed a mocking smile, "Then leave the school bag, we won't run in vain." Qin Xiang subconsciously hugged his school bag tightly, and his fingers were clasped tightly at the place where the blood was oozing. His eyes wandered between the 3, trying to find an opportunity to break through. However, the other party seems to have seen through his intentions. This kid must have hidden something shameful in his bag. Another person smiled fiercely and said, "Brother is not greedy, you leave a quarter, and give us the rest. Let's pretend we haven't seen you, how about it?" Qin Xiang listened to their threat and sneered in his heart. He knew that these 3 people were not ordinary homeless people, but outlaws who smelled danger. If I compromise, they won't let me go. The murderous intent in his heart suddenly rose, and his eyes became cold. When the three of them saw his gaze, they immediately raised their vigilance. One of them sneered, "It seems that this kid's bones are quite hard. Do it, kill him." The three of them instantly pulled out their knives and rushed towards Qin Xiang. Between the lightning and flint, Qin Xiang did not flinch, but greeted him. His fist slammed into the nearest person like thunder, and the sound of the bridge of his nose breaking was clearly audible, and the man was punched away and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other two's expressions changed drastically, but they did not dare to back down. They know that they have no way out. Qin Xiang didn't give them a chance to breathe, his movements were as fast as the wind, and he attacked one after another, knocking down the three of them one by one. Every punch and kick carries unstoppable power. When all threats were cleared, Qin Xiang stood silently in the darkness, looking at the three silent corpses on the ground. His fists were stained with blood, but his heartbeat gradually calmed down. "You forced me," he whispered, without a hint of pity in his tone. He quickly dealt with the scene, dragged the bodies of the three into an abandoned warehouse, and incinerated all traces with flames. After confirming that no clues were left, he left again at full speed until he was completely out of danger. Kill them just to survive. Qin Xiang, who was running, silently warned himself. His gaze became more and more determined, as if all this was just a test on his way to becoming stronger. Just over 2 hours after Qin Xiang left the exit trash bin of the number 89757 security zone, many uniformed police officers received orders to completely seal off the scene. There were many sequence abilities gathered on the periphery, and they talked a lot, their expressions full of doubts and puzzles. The remains of the gods stored in the trash can were stolen, which sounded ridiculous. But this is the case, once some things that no one usually pays attention to, once lost, they will arouse the vigilance and concern of all parties, and the remains of the gods are such in existence. A gray-haired inspector appeared next to the garbage can, dressed in a coat, with a thick scarf around his neck and a lit cigar in his mouth. He walked slowly around the garbage can, and the police officers around him all stood up straight and looked respectful at him. Obviously the inspector was not an ordinary character. He asked in a deep voice, "Luo Eilina, your sequence ability has been promoted. I heard that your tracking ability is 10 times stronger than the chief's police dog. Can you tell the smell here now?" The inspector is obviously European, but he speaks fluent Chinese. After all, in the safe zone, the majority of Chinese are Chinese, and Chinese is naturally popular as the official language. The blonde policewoman standing next to him, Royalena, shook her head. "No, this place is full of the strong aura of the gods, and the human taste has long been masked. Even with my current ability, if I activate my skills here, I might faint because the god's aura is too strong." Inspector Orloff frowned slightly when he heard this, and his tone was a little dissatisfied. "It's really a headache, and you can't use it in places that involve the breath of the gods, which will only make our work more troublesome." Luo Yilina sighed and said helplessly, "Yes, I think so too. Unfortunately, what I awakened to was the smeller sequence, which was born to only function in the relatively simple environment of the safe zone." Orloff took 2 puffs of his cigar irritably and casually flipped the ash into the trash can. He turned his head, swept his eyes over the onlookers, and asked loudly, "Who was the first to notice that there was something abnormal in this trash can?" "It's me. Inspector Orloff, it's me. I am Hans Van, the sequence ability at the exit of Safe Zone 89757, specializing in hunting gods." The speaker was a man in a taupe jacket, his hair messy, and a faint smell of alcohol. It was the drunken man who had bumped into Qin Xiang before, but at this moment, he was completely awake, and his expression was full of nervousness and uneasiness. When Hans wakes up, he realizes that someone has stolen the remains of the god in the trash can, and he can't help but feel shocked. He originally didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter. After all, those who dared to steal the remains of the gods would never be ordinary people, and he didn't want to get into trouble because of it. As a sequence ability, his goal is just to rely on this ability to live in the safe zone. But it just so happened that he owed it and had to throw a wine bottle into the trash can. And that bottle has his scent, which is an irrefutable fact. If someone activates the ability of smeller, they can lock him immediately. In order to avoid setting himself on fire, he could only call the police first and try to get leniency. Orloff stared at him, his tone calm but majestic. "Tell me, how did you find out about the problem?" Hans swallowed his saliva and spoke at a slightly flustered pace. "Inspector, I just had some drinks with my friend Blue at the bar, and then we went home. I still had a bottle of wine in my hand, thinking about drinking it as I walked. Later, after drinking, I happened to see the trash can, so I threw the wine bottle into it." Hearing this, Luo Yilina suddenly turned cold and reprimanded sharply, "Hans, you are also a person with sequence ability. Don't you know that the trash can at the exit of the Safe zone is only allowed to put the remains of the gods? These wreckage will be dealt with intensively. You are interfering with the work of the coalition government. Hans was trained to bow his head with an embarrassed face. I drank too much and didn't think much about it. Qin Xiang's luck was really good. It was Hans who was drunk and gave him time to escape, otherwise everything could have ended differently. Orloff was obviously used to seeing Hans as a person with unprofessional sequence abilities, and he was not as angry as Roylana, but waved his hand. Okay, Roylana, don't interrupt him, let him continue. Roylana snorted reluctantly and stood aside. Hans continued cautiously. I seemed to vaguely see a figure rummaging in front of the bin, but it quickly disappeared. Of course, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, because I drank too much. What happened later? Orloff asked. Then I threw the wine bottle in and heard the sound of the wine bottle hitting the empty bin. I thought it was midnight, and the cleaner had already taken away the remains of the gods, so I didn't think much about it and went straight home. When did that happen? I don't really know. I'm drunk and my sense of time is a bit blurry. But I fall asleep when I get home, because I am a sleepless person, sequence, and I usually only need to sleep for 2 hours. When I woke up, I found that it was only afternoon, and I thought of the memory of the empty trash can, and I felt something was wrong, so I called the police. So you took the initiative to report the case? Yes, Inspector. I took the initiative to call the police and admit my mistake. Can you not punish me for throwing wine bottles and delaying the time to solve the case for the sake of my cooperation? Orloff took a deep breath of his cigar and did not answer immediately, but fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Hans stood aside, feeling up and down, for fear that he would be heavily punished. Finally, Orloff spoke. Roylana, inform the managers of other safe zone exits and ask them to strengthen the monitoring of the garbage cans. Yes. Lo Ilena immediately responded. Seeing that the inspector didn't seem to intend to pay attention to him, Hans hurriedly asked, Inspector, what about me? Can you not punish me for this mistake? I really regret it. Orloff didn't even bother to look at him, and said coldly, business is on business. The reward will be rewarded, and the punishment will definitely not be less. Hans suddenly looked annoyed, and secretly scolded the person who stole the remains of the gods, feeling that he was really unlucky. Take him back to the police station. Orloff ordered casually. Yes. Lo Ilena immediately arranged for the police to take Hans away. Hans followed the policeman dejectedly, cursing the culprit in his heart. After Hans was taken away, Orloff frowned slightly and whispered to himself, one person committing a crime? What does he want to do when he steals this kind of god wreckage that has no practical use? Roylana added, Inspector, something similar happened yesterday at the exit of the 114514 security zone. I had reported to the director, but it didn't pay enough attention at the time, and I just sent extra people nearby. Unexpectedly, the prisoner changed places and continued to commit crimes. At this moment, Lo Ilena's pager rang suddenly. She picked up the phone, and her expression quickly became serious. What? Okay, I know, I'll tell the inspector. Orloff raised his head and asked, what happened again? Inspector, a fired warehouse was found in an alley 2 stops away, with 3 charred bodies inside. Orloff pondered for a moment and said, since the arson and burning of the body occurred 2 stops away from here, in the direction leading to the edge of the safe zone, let's start the investigation from the edge of the safe zone. Watch for anyone on the street with a bag full of unknown objects. He glanced at the empty trash can, his tone a little cold. The remains of the gods in the 3 boxes are all gone. This is not a small number. If it is directly packed and taken, the person must be carrying a huge package, which is difficult not to attract attention. Understood. I'll report the situation to the bureau. Well, thank you for your hard work. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, and then asked, but Inspector, what if you can't find a person carrying a large number of unknown objects on the edge of the safe zone? Orloff dusted off his cigar and smiled meaningfully. That's interesting. He kicked out the cigarette and muttered to himself, I've been in this hellish place for so long, and I've finally found a clue. At the same time, when Qin Xiang returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The reason why he arrived home so late was because he found a secret place, ate all the remaining remains of the gods in his school bag, and dealt with the follow-up mess. After taking out the lunchbox, he burned the school bag and the second coat. This series of processing work took a lot of time. Fortunately, when he finally stepped into the house, there were still no signs of being followed. Sitting on the paper-shelled sofa at home, Qin Xiang only felt exhausted. Although his physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people, a whole day of escape, killing and follow-up still made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. This day, I really tossed to the limit. He leaned back on the couch and muttered, Outside the window, a scorpion with a sticky sheen was slowly crawling over the window glass. Qin Xiang looked at the strange creature and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really want to taste it. However, trying randomly is always risky. But soon, his eyes flashed, and his tone turned to self-deprecating. But then again, risk and return are always two sides of the same coin. How much risk there is, how much reward there will be. He glanced at the greedy fanatic sequence displayed in his mind with satisfaction, and an expectant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today is Sunday, which should be a day off, but for him, it has become the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. After closing his eyes and recuperating for more than 10 minutes, Qin Xiang stood up, took a cold shower, and then hurriedly went to bed to rest. However, perhaps because of his preoccupations, he slept exceptionally lightly that night. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he woke up. I can't sleep, just get up and go to the internet cafe. He turned over and got out of bed, ready to heat up the food packed in the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. When he turned on the stove, he suddenly remembered that the property looted from the 3 gangsters yesterday had not been carefully examined. He quickly turned out the pants he wore yesterday, took out the coins from his pocket, and was stunned. In a pile of copper coins, there was actually a silver coin. Actually, there are silver coins? These 3 gangsters are too rich. His face was full of astonishment. Generally speaking, the value of a silver coin is about 10,000 copper coins, but due to the difference in the composition of copper coins, it is common for 12,000 copper coins to be exchanged for a silver coin. Qin Xiang originally thought that the 3 of them, like himself, were so poor that they only had a few hundred copper coins in their pockets at most, but they didn't expect to be able to find such a huge amount of money. He thought about it for a moment, and immediately understood that the reason why the 3 people attacked him was because they were eyeing his school bag, thinking that there was some priceless treasure hidden in it. However, they not only got themselves into trouble, but also lost their lives. These 3 guys, they stink all over themselves, and they have to pull others to be unlucky. Qin Xiang stared at the silver coin in his hand, feeling both hot and helpless. The reason is simple, he has nowhere to spend this huge amount of money. An orphan and poor student suddenly took out so much money, which will inevitably attract countless suspicions. If someone is jealous to report it, once the coalition government traces it, he will not be able to explain the source of the money at all. Damn! If I had known that they were so rich, I would have snatched them directly, turned around and left, saving me so much trouble now. Qin Xiang sighed in annoyance. After eating the leftovers brought back from the school cafeteria, he took out 40 of the hundreds of copper coins and prepared to charter a flight to the internet cafe. But on second thought, 40 copper coins seemed to be a bit too extravagant for his identity, so he put back 20 more. It's really aggrieved, even you have to be careful about spending money. Holding 20 copper coins, he cursed and went out. When I came to the internet cafe, the familiar smell of smoke came to my face, and today's network manager was still the bloated middle-aged man. An hour. Qin Xiang pushed 20 copper coins over. The network administrator pointed to the computer he used last time expressionlessly. It's still the same one, go. Qin Xiang noticed the new advertisement behind the network management. Top up 500 copper coins to get 500 copper coins. What are you waiting for if you don't recharge? Looking at this familiar promotion, he sighed in his heart. Although he was fully capable of recharging, he could not explain why he was able to come up with so much money. He shook his head, turned and walked to the smoky computer and sat down, waiting for the maddeningly slow boot process. The machine finally started, he opened the browser again, and skillfully entered the God Killer Camp forum. The post at the top is still eye-catching. In addition to the sequence statistics I saw last time, there is also a guide to reporting for newcomers and the process of joining the God Hunter squad. He clicked on the newcomer guidance sticker and began to study carefully. A person may awaken sequence abilities anytime and anywhere, and when awakened, an information panel appears in the brain showing the sequence name, level, and skill. Qin Xiang silently compared his information panel. Sequence God Eater. The digestive god will become stronger. Current sequence level, level 2, greedy maniac. Skill, blood drink. Skill description, eating raw gods can also be digested. Skill, violence. Skill description, within 10 minutes, your own strength, agility and physical strength are tripled, and you will not feel any pain during this period. He found that the line of information on his panel that digesting the gods will become stronger seemed to be something that other sequence abilities did not have. Doesn't everyone else know how to get stronger? So what do they rely on to get promoted? Qin Xiang thought about it and continued to read. When he read that the sequence potion provided by the coalition government is the only way for all sequence abilities to improve their strength, he suddenly understood that his ability was like cheating. Others need to use foreign objects, and he can become stronger by devouring the gods. Qin Xiang didn't hang up. He secretly made up his mind in his heart. After initially understanding all kinds of things after the sequence awakening, Qin Xiang once again opened the post summarizing various sequences and abilities. He must find a sequence that hides his true identity, a disguise that fits his existing abilities without revealing flaws. If he wants to register with the sequence authority, he needs a perfect mask. At first, Qin Xiang planned to make up a sequence tailored for God Eater. From name to skills, he arranged it himself. However, after much thought, he gave up on the idea. On the one hand, he could not determine whether the authority had a mechanism to verify the authenticity of the sequence, and if there were any loopholes in the fabricated sequence, it could be discovered on the spot. On the other hand, his message is open to all sequence abilities. A new sequence is bound to attract everyone's attention and become the focus of everyone's attention. Under countless double magnifying glass gazes, his flaws will be exposed sooner or later. Worse, if luck goes to the extreme and someone in the future awakens an ability exactly the same as the name of the sequence he made up, then he will be instantly debunked. Therefore, the safest thing to do is to choose a suitable camouflage from the existing sequence. Qin Xiang, who had no clear direction, could only patiently flip through each sequence, looking for an ideal choice that could become his identity barrier. The post begins with an introduction to the common abilities of those with sequence abilities. After the sequence ability is awakened, the strength, agility and perception of the body will be comprehensively improved. When you digest 5 bottles of sequence potions, all aspects of your body can be improved by about 3 times, far exceeding ordinary people. Just 3 times? Qin Xiang couldn't help but recall the scene where he blasted the gangster away with a punch, and the force was completely comparable to the impact of a car moving at full speed. Not to mention 3 times, I'm afraid it's more than 10 times. His eyes lit up. Could it be that my God Eater sequence can also increase the basic attributes exponentially? The thought made his heart beat faster, and surprises flooded his heart. The awakened God Eater not only has powerful skills, but also has far more basic growth than ordinary people, which is simply great news. What day is it today? Good luck one after another, I can't resist it. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth raised slightly, and he continued to carefully read the ability to read each sequence. When he saw the Smeller sequence, he noticed that his first level skill, Seeking Incense, was able to track enemies within a certain range through the smell left at the scene. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, there is a sequence ability that can be traced by smell. His previous concerns were not unfounded. Fortunately, I chose a place with a confusing smell to dispose of the corpse, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The post also mentioned, Smeller's skill will be ineffective in places with a strong aura of gods, and if the skill is forcibly activated, it may cause fainting, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and even brain death. Since the Smeller sequence skill is ineffective against the gods, this type of ability usually does not directly participate in the battle with the gods, but can receive the sequence potion from the administration. However, if you want to receive the potion, you must join the organization of the coalition government, and in most cases you will help solve the case at the police station. When he saw the words assist in solving the case, Qin Xiang's heart was shocked. The police station must have intervened in the trouble he caused at the exit of the 89757 security zone yesterday, and it is estimated that Smeller was involved. Thinking of this, he was glad that he had escaped by chance, and his mood was a little more relaxed. He continued to flip through the posts and learned a lot about the sequence ability. Qin Xiang really wanted to use a pen to write down all this useful information, but if he thought about it calmly, if he took out a pen and paper to record it at this time, I was afraid it would arouse suspicion. He had to try to remember some important and common sequences. However, after discovering the ability of the awakening sequence, his memory also seems to have improved. Although you can't remember it, you can also remember it. The awakening sequence ability is really wonderful. He sighed secretly in his heart. Just as he was proud, a sequence called Immortal caught his eye. The last time he browsed the Godslayer camp, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the Immortal sequence that has the ability to read the memories of the dead. Because of this, he smashed all the heads of the 3 gangsters just in case. That glimpse of the information actually saved my life. It was really a great fortune. Qin Xiang secretly sighed in his heart. He carefully read the skill description of the Immortal sequence. Decree of Death. You can read the memories of the last period of the deceased's life. However, it is required that the brain of the deceased must maintain biological characteristics and cannot be lesionized or deteriorated, such as fire, acid corrosion, etc. Otherwise, the skill will be invalidated. Seeing this, Qin Xiang was stunned. Burning the corpse can actually make the decree of death invalid? Wouldn't it be better to smash the brains of the 3 people yourself? Will this superfluous move bring trouble to yourself? The immortal sequence is very high in the post, obviously due to the large number of awakened people, or one of the abilities that was recorded earlier. Is such a well-known sequence ability already common sense in the circle of sequence ability people? In order to verify his conjecture, he searched for posts related to immortal in the forum, and found that there were as many as 100,000 related posts. Obviously, the immortal sequence has long been rotten on the street, and it is almost the basic common sense of all those with sequence abilities. But he didn't know anything about it before. Qin Xiang couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart, worried that his ignorance would expose his identity and become a fatal flaw. When dealing with corpses, snakes are drawn, but the result reflects a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. If someone pays attention, will they notice anything unusual? The more he thought about it, the more guilty he became, and he began to ponder this possibility in his heart. Am I overly worried? Or will the psychology become sensitive and suspicious after committing the crime? When his thoughts were chaotic, he suddenly heard a noisy argument coming from outside the internet cafe. What's going on? In the chaos, he vaguely heard, "Officer, this is a small business for me, and I can't stand your investigation." Police officer? Qin Xiang's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that as soon as I thought that I might be exposed, the police came to my door? The speed of the police station is too fast. Whether it is directed at himself or not, he must be prepared to deal with it. He quickly deleted the browser's records and found a way to disguise it. At the moment when he was finished, 7 or 8 police officers entered the internet cafe. Everyone, immediately leave your computer and squat aside with your head in your hands. Fast! Qin Xiang pretended to be panicked, and hurriedly did so, squatting down with his head in his hands. At this moment, the prompt from the network manager made him completely tense his nerves. The person the police officer was looking for just now is you, right? Exposed? Rao lived a new life, and he never experienced the fear of being brought to justice. Qin Xiang panicked. Compared to eating the remains of gods in the garbage can and killing people in dark alleys before, I was even more panicked. Even when I was reborn that night, when I saw countless black moths with glowing eyes on the glass, I was not as scared as I am now. Sitting in front of the computer in a daze, not knowing what to do. At this time, the information on the computer screen changed again. Network management tips. You can continue to look at yours, don't leave when you finish reading, and talk to me in the alley behind the internet cafe. Qin Xiang looked at the information on the screen, but he no longer had the idea of browsing the god-killing camp. This network manager has been monitoring itself. Qin Xiang couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Is the network manager so idle? Don't have your own things to do? Why do you stare at every customer online every day? But the money has already been spent, and sitting dry is a waste of time. He calmed down and opened the God Killer camp again. This internet cafe is likely to be his last visit. No, it is likely that this is the last time he enters an internet cafe. Not only this internet cafe, but also other internet cafes, he will not enter again. He must find a sequence that can be disguised when browsing God Killer camp this time. Qin Xiang continued to browse the post summarizing the sequence, and then looked for a sequence that suited his disguise. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a sequence. Phantom Assassin. Sequence Level 1, Assassination Apprentice. Skill, the line of life and death. You can double your agility in 5 minutes, but after 5 minutes, you will be weak and difficult to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin. Skill, the line of life and death, enhanced. You can double your agility and strength in 5 minutes, but after 5 minutes you will be weak and difficult to move for 20 minutes. Qin Xiang looked at this Phantom Assassin sequence and found that his violence skill completely wrapped the skills of Sequence Level 1 and Sequence Level 2, allowing him to fish in troubled waters for a while. So, he repeatedly checked the skill description of this sequence and kept it in mind. In order to learn more about this sequence, he looked up the sequence in the forum and immediately jumped out of thousands of posts. It seems that this is also a relatively common sequence. What is the most needed equipment in the Phantom Assassin sequence? Who is the best teammate of the Phantom Assassin? My teammate Phantom Assassin is a waste. He can only use skills to escape in war. What should I do? Phantom Assassin looking for the God Hunter squad, priority for warriors. Qin Xiang clicked on a Phantom Assassin introduction post, Essence, and viewed it. It describes how the Phantom Assassin trains himself, how to use the resources provided by the authority rationally, and how to purchase the equipment that suits him best. In this post, Qin Xiang saw a lot of content, and also found that the sequence level 3 of Swift Assassin is Afterimage Assassin. Skill, the line of life and death, enhancement 2. You can triple your agility and double your strength in 10 minutes, but after 10 minutes, you will be weak and difficult to move within 10 minutes. From this post, Qin Xiang also learned that unlike most sequences, every time you raise a level, there will be new skills. The currently known Phantom Assassin has only one skill, and it constantly strengthens the life and death line when leveling up. This kind of single-line promotion, Qin Xiang can't say it's good or bad, there are pros and cons. If they can't solve the enemy after activating the skill, it will be difficult for them to survive. There is no doubt that Phantom Assassin is very dependent on his teammates. This skill is suitable for Qin Xiang to hide himself. The Violent skill fully covers the skills of the first 3 levels of the Swift Assassin sequence. Therefore, in order to play the Swift Assassin sequence well, he needs to pretend to be weak appropriately. Carefully comparing the God Eater and Swift Assassin sequences also made Qin Xiang realize the strength of his sequence. Obviously, Violence is a level 2 awakened skill, but it is more powerful than Swift Assassin, that is continuously strengthened with a single skill. And looking at the forum, the Swift Assassin sequence seems to be a more sought-after popular sequence, and many God Hunter squads want to recruit them into their team. This is not Qin Xiang's only advantage. According to his careful examination of the forum, his basic attributes are already comparable to the Phantom Assassin, who opened the life and death line, skill, or even stronger. Even if he doesn't release any skills, he can be invincible among low-level sequence abilityists. So, how can he play the fake identity of Phantom Assassin? Well, the most important trick is to try to keep it in a little bit. After finding his stand-in sequence, Qin Xiang received a prompt that the computer time was up. After looking at the network manager at the bar, he chose to get off the machine and left the internet cafe under the gaze of the network manager. After bypassing the camera at the door of the internet cafe, Qin Xiang followed the message given to him by the network manager and came to the alley behind the internet cafe. The alley behind the internet cafe has left the management of the internet cafe owner, so there are no cameras. The hutong behind is more like an unattended area. Some are dirty, piled up with debris and disposable lunchboxes, and there is a smell of swill that fills the place, which seems to be somewhat similar to the atmosphere in the cafeteria. In this small alley, Qin Xiang couldn't even find a place to stay. Finally, wipe a slate clean, place it on the grease-covered steps, and sit down. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he was drowned in the breath of swill. After a while, the middle-aged network manager with a greasy face, wearing a white shirt, shaking his fat, and a coat on his shoulder, appeared in a small alley. The network manager didn't care about the garbage all over the ground, and kicked it away wantonly as he walked, leaving some oil stains on his shoes. Qin Xiang looked at his sweat-soaked yellowed neckline and cuffs, full of disgust. And the network manager looked at Qin Xiang greedily. "Boy, the police are looking for you because you killed someone, right?" This opening remark hit Qin Xiang's heart in one word. Qin Xiang did not answer. He believes that yesterday's murder near the safety exit 89757 should not have spread to such a remote place in just one night. Needless to say, network management must have guessed it. So he didn't have to admit it. The network manager smiled, "Even if you don't say it, I know. The last time you came was to check the forum of the sequence ability, and this time it is again." The network manager took the initiative to say what Qin Xiang was puzzled about, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Can you remember everyone?" "Of course I can't remember. I'm not a sequence person with memory skills. Just remember me?" Qin Xiang didn't know why he was so unlucky, and he was targeted by the fat network manager in front of him. "Because you are a poor sour, you look like a poor ghost on the edge of the safe zone. I actually spend money to enter an internet cafe. Of course I will be curious to look at it twice. It just so happens that you are wearing the same coat twice, so I will remember you. After you look at the forum, I stayed for a long time in front of the two sequences of Immortal and Smeller, and most of the people with these two sequence abilities are police department investigators. Then, the police suddenly came. You quickly delete your browsing history and open a text document on your desktop pretending to be reading an ebook. I immediately guessed that you should have killed someone, and here I will check if it will be discovered by the sequence ability of the police station." The fat on the network manager's face was trembling with excitement, as if he was celebrating the great discovery he had made under his keen observation. And Qin Xiang is still non-committal. Qin Xiang will not give any response to all speculations about himself, even if the network manager guesses correctly. Don't let your enemies see through your thoughts. Qin Xiang forgot which line he saw in a movie in his previous life, but it happened to be his current strategy. He absolutely no longer provided this network administrator with any information about himself. Qin Xiang silently stared at the network administrator, waiting for him to say the next thing. The network manager seemed a little surprised to see that Qin Xiang did not react. But he didn't panic either, because the initiative was still firmly in his hands. It's easy for me to call you out. I won't tell anyone about you, but you want to give me a silver coin as a hush money. Qin Xiang chuckled and glanced at the network manager with a sharp gaze. A silver coin? You are crazy? The network manager was frightened by Qin Xiang's gaze, and the murderous momentum in his smile could not be disguised. This 18 or 19-year-old young man must have really killed someone. He swallowed his saliva, stiffened his neck and said, I'm not crazy. A silver coin is your life-saving money, it's worth it. Anyway, you are also a murderer, and there is nothing you dare not do. The network manager seemed to have found some confidence, and the more he spoke, the more energetic he became. I don't care what method you use, steal, rob, kill, as long as you can give me a silver coin, it's enough. Qin Xiang just watched the network manager talk to himself indifferently, as if he was looking at the joke of a person who had nothing to do with him. The network manager felt as if he was being targeted by a tiger, and his body was hairy. But he smiled again. You can't scare me, we are all ordinary people who have lived in this broken place all our lives, who has more arms and legs than whom? It seems that this network manager does not realize that Qin Xiang is a sequence ability. This is a small piece of good news in the midst of disaster. Qin Xiang was not led by the problem of network management. He was keenly aware that the breathing sound of the network manager was getting worse, indicating that he was very nervous now. Therefore, Qin Xiang continued to put pressure on him and threw out the question in his heart, since you know that I killed someone, why are you not afraid that I will kill you? The network manager wiped the cold sweat from his face with his hand, and then said, I have written an email about what I want to report you and attached a close-up photo of you in the surveillance. This email will be sent to the police station's mailbox at 3 a.m. tomorrow. I reset the time every day and delay it by 1 day. If I die, you will be exposed. It seemed that in order to make Qin Xiang believe, the network manager added, if you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Kill me now. Regularly sent emails are like time bombs, which Qin Xiang has to be treated with caution. This way of network management firmly binds his hands and feet, preventing him from rashly attacking the network management. Before next week, you have to give me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I'll tell the police about you. The network manager smiled proudly, revealing 2 rows of somewhat incomplete yellow teeth. After hearing this, Qin Xiang did not respond and turned around and left the hut. The network manager looked at Qin Xiang's departing back, snorted coldly, and showed a disdainful smile. So what if you kill someone? It's not that you are obediently sending me money. Boy, this secret, I will eat you for the rest of my life. Do a good job, I rely on you to buy a house and a car. Suddenly the network manager remembered that he didn't seem to know Qin Xiang's name yet. By the way, my name is Lu Daji. What is your name? Qin Xiang continued to walk back silently, still without replying. A dead man who does not need to know his name. After Qin Xiang left the alley of the internet cafe, he did not go home. Leaving was just his cover-up. He hid on the other side of the internet cafe, listening carefully to the rustling footsteps in the alley. Lu Daji is leaving. He hid himself and quietly followed Lu Daji. Although Lu Daji was vigilant to see if there were any stalkers, Qin Xiang never appeared in his sight. He used his keen hearing to detect Lu Daji's direction, followed cautiously, and kept a distance from Lu Daji so that he could not see himself. After Lu Daji opened the door, Qin Xiang firmly remembered the location of his home in his heart before quietly leaving. On the way home from Qin Xiang, his mind was full of threats from Lu Daji to him. Emails sent regularly, this is indeed a bit difficult. He didn't know Lu Daji as a person, so he didn't know how he set up the emails he sent regularly. What email address do you use? How many email addresses did you use? When will the delay be adjusted? Qin Xiang didn't know these questions. It is easy to kill Lu Daji, but it is very tricky to keep his secrets from being leaked after killing him. If you are not careful, Qin Xiang's previous hard work will be wasted. I can't let such a brilliant beginning after being reborn be ruined in the hands of Lu Daji. He needs to make a plan as soon as possible to eliminate Lu Daji's hidden danger. After arriving home, Qin Xiang glanced at the calendar again. Blue Star Chronicle January 4, 2010. Western Calendar, Monday. Summer Calendar, Jicho Year, November 20th, suitable for planting, avoid marriage. Then I packed up my things and went to school. The school bag had been burned by him, and there was no spare, so he packed a few lunchboxes in a cloth bag and went out. As for the books for class, I don't know where to throw it for a long time. He didn't need that kind of thing. Anyway, if you can't get into the academy, it doesn't make much sense to dress naked. After going out, Qin Xiang took a detour to the internet cafe, passed by the door of the internet cafe, and deliberately avoided the camera at the door of the internet cafe. Through the door of the internet cafe, he saw Lu Daji still sitting at the bar at the door. I saw Lu Daji staring carefully at the computer screen, with a nervous and excited expression, his hands tapping on the keyboard agilely, not knowing what game he was playing intently. Lu Daji, who was addicted to the game, did not find Qin Xiang passing by. Qin Xiang glanced at Lu Daji, turned to leave, and rushed straight to school. Today doesn't seem to be a good day to kill Lu Daji. The perpetual calendar does not say that today is suitable for burial, which is indeed reasonable. On school days, there were a little more people on this main road on the edge of the safety zone, unlike on weekends, which were empty. Many students walked together. Qin Xiang walked alone without saying hello to anyone. When I walked to the school gate, I found several figures dressed as adults standing at the door, inspecting the school. Qin Xiang recognized that he was the principal of Juan School, and several leading teachers who followed him. I don't know what kind of wind the principal smoked, but today I suddenly thought about checking at the school gate. Maybe it's because of my personality. I want to brush up on my presence from time to time. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The students all took the initiative to greet the principal, and the principal responded with a smile. Qin Xiang didn't want to attract attention. Even if he didn't have a good impression of the principal, he still kept smiling and said hello to the principal. The principal smiled at Qin Xiang and responded. But the king of hell is easy, and the little ghost is difficult. A teacher frowned and immediately shouted at Qin Xiang, "You! Hold it!" The students all turned around and found that the teacher was pointing at Qin Xiang, so it was none of their business, and they continued to go to the classroom. It is a common thing to be stopped by the teacher who checks at the door, and everyone doesn't think there is anything lively and good-looking. After all, the worse the school, the more rules there are. The teacher stepped forward and said, "You met the principal, why didn't you say hello loudly? Don't you know the truth of respecting teachers? Well, just because the voice of the greeting is not loud enough, you have to be questioned?" Qin Xiang's fingers hooked twice uncontrollably, as if he wanted to clench his fists. Having a sharp weapon in his hand, the murderous intention arises. After killing someone, his mentality also changed, and he really wanted to simply punch the teacher and tell him how he understood respecting teachers. He owes the coalition government free food to go to school, but he does not owe anything to the teachers. But Lu Daji's disgusting smile immediately appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. Forget it, endure it a little longer. Now that he has beaten the teacher, he has to announce that he is a person with sequence ability. Lu Daji may go directly to the police, and then shake off all the previous things. Troublesome. Everything, you have to wait until Lu Daji is killed. Fortunately, Qin Xiang had done a lot of things in his previous life, so he pretended to be cowardly. He immediately put together an apologetic smile. "Sorry teacher, I didn't sleep well last night, and I don't have the strength to speak in the morning." I cried again. "Hello principal." "Hello teacher." The principal smiled generously, didn't care at all about the volume of Qin Xiang's greeting, and then said, "You have to have a good rest in the future, it's okay, go to class." "Wait." The teacher stopped Qin Xiang again. "Why don't you have a school bag? What's in the bag you're carrying? Let me see?" The teacher seemed eager to show his keen insight in front of the principal, snatched the bag from Qin Xiang's hand, opened it and looked at the contents. "Why is there only a lunchbox? What about books? Do you not do homework on weekends? What are books for? Learning and learning, but it is also a waste of time. How many people can be admitted to the college opened by the coalition government every year? Do you not count in your heart? Don't you all know the good seedlings in the top few grades? Just cultivate your top students, and there is nothing to embarrass me, an ordinary student." However, in the face of this teacher's stern questioning, Qin Xiang once again suppressed the urge in his heart to punch and to be a new person. Every time he endured it, his hatred for Lu Daji deepened in his heart. Qin Xiang was about to speak when suddenly a girl's voice sounded behind him. "Teacher, Qin Xiang went to my classmates with me for tutoring on weekends, and the books fell into my classmates' homes. I told my classmates that I would help him bring the book today." Qin Xiang looked back and found that it was Li Jingwen who helped him speak. Huh? Is that so? Qin Xian didn't know why Li Jingwen wanted to relieve herself, but she also nodded, that's right. The teacher looked at the two suspiciously, and did not see any ambiguous feelings in Qin Xian's eyes, knowing that the two had no signs of puppy love, so he let them go. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The teacher's gaze at the two was also captured by Qin Xian, which made him laugh even more. This broken school, do you still want to catch puppy love? Who to catch it for? Anyway, most people went to work after graduating from high school, and now they are in love, graduating and getting married, and they are not just devoting themselves to work. He didn't know why there were so many boring rules in a place like Juan School, where the admission rate was very low. Li Jingwen took 2 steps quickly, came to Qin Xian's side, and walked side by side with him. Qin Xian, shouldn't you say something to me? Well. Qin Xian looked at Li Jingwen with a bright smile and said emotionlessly, do you think I should say thank you? I helped you, you say thank you, isn't it right? When I brought you breakfast and helped you with your homework before, you never said thank you, just said that it was a test of our relationship. Just now, let's take it as a test for you. Of course, I'm not testing whether you are suitable for falling in love with me, but whether you still have a little humanity. The smile on Li Jingwen's face stiffened for a moment, and then she turned to tell in a somewhat coquettish voice, I didn't do well before. You helped me, I helped you, the two of us are even, okay? You speak so coldly, it will really hurt my heart. Get even? Qin Xian felt funny. In my memory, in order to help Li Jingwen with her homework, she often stayed up late. In order to bring her breakfast, she will always be hungry. A trivial relief and a draw? His own efforts, in Li Jingwen's eyes, are really despicable. Fortunately, he was reborn and stopped the loss in time. It's good to be flat. After the 2 clearings, he can also completely cut off contact with Li Jingwen, so that he doesn't have to look at her every day and feel sick. Okay. Flattened. Since it's even, let's start over. Qin Xian, I will be more proactive with you in the future, Can you continue to bring you breakfast and do your homework? When Li Jingwen heard Qin Xian's quick answer, she didn't understand the tone of his questioning at all, thinking that he had agreed, and nodded with a smile. Is that okay? I really like to see how much you care about me, and my motivation for the day comes from you. I find myself inseparable from you. Then, she showed a smile that she thought she could charm Qin Xian. This fleshy confession was discussed by Li Jingwen and her best friend over the weekend. According to their understanding of Qin Xian, they will definitely be able to take him down. But Qin Xian just said lightly, Li Jingwen, I have a question I have always wanted to ask you. You said, if I knew, I would definitely tell you. Why do you have to stare at me alone? Isn't there any other male classmate willing to be a dog for you? Li Jingwen didn't expect Qin Xian to say this, and was speechless for a while. What do you mean? If you want to chase Zhou Yan, just work hard, don't always think about borrowing from me, okay? You brought him breakfast, but asked me to make it for you. You have to answer with him and ask me to help write it. I want to do everything, just marry him? Qin Xiang broke Li Jingwen's mind with extremely ruthless words, which made her a little flustered for a while, and her face showed a look of shock. Li Jingwen, stop pesting me, find another dog to help you with your homework. If you bother me again. Qin Xiang smiled contemptuously. You don't want Zhou Yan to know about this either, do you? Qin Xian, who didn't want to be entangled with Li Jingwen anymore, had long lost his patience. Saying one more word to Li Jingwen made him feel that he was falling. Since ordinary words can't make Li Jingwen, a dull zombie, realize his attitude, let's go straight and bombard it with howitzers. Now, she should know clearly that Qin Xiang is no longer a pug who leaves her alone. Looking at Li Jingwen's constantly changing face, which became more and more ugly, Qin Xian felt extremely relaxed. This time, his words finally worked. He strode to the classroom. Li Jingwen really stopped pestering him and walked slowly behind him. Qin Xian looked back at her. She didn't even dare to look at herself. She just looked at the tiled path in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Xian happily entered the classroom, found the corner that belonged to him, sat down, and started another day in a daze. The entanglement between him and Li Jingwen has come to an end. I was thinking in my mind, if I lied about my sequence ability, would it be known? Does the Sequence Ability Administration, which is responsible for registering sequences, have any technology to explore sequence capabilities? You always have to plan well. Li Jingwen arrived at the classroom. Her face was like an eggplant brushed with sauce, which was extremely ugly. Glanced at Qin Xiang, who looked at ease, and was even more annoyed. When her girlfriend saw this, they immediately surrounded her and asked her about it. Jingwen, what's wrong with you? Yes, it seems that you are in a very bad mood. Did you not rest last night? Li Jingwen is beautiful and has a bit of means, and has always been the core figure in their small circle. Now that she is close to Zhou Yang's uncle has awakened to the sequence ability, and she has become the only queen in the small circle. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and said with some resentment, "How could Qin Xiyang know about me and Zhou Yang?" The girlfriends were also dumbfounded. Why did Qin Xiyang, this pimple, suddenly open his eyes? Li Jingwen's eyes showed hatred. He can't know about this. His attitude towards me suddenly changed 180 degrees, and someone must have told him. Could it be that among you, who can't see my good and secretly told Qin Xiyang about this? Li Jingwen glanced around her best friends, her eyes were very vicious. But girlfriends, look at me, I look at you, they all look innocent. Jingwen, I have never said a word to Qin Xiyang. Jingwen, I am so ugly, and I can't compare to you, so I will rely on your help in the future. How can I demolish your platform? Yes, Jingwen, are you wrong? Everyone supports you. Tell Qin Xiyang about your matter. What good is it for us? We can't even finish our homework now. Isn't it enough to suffer? Listening to the defense of her girlfriends, Li Jingwen nodded. She really didn't feel that her girlfriend group had the motive to inform Qin Xiyang about it. They are also the beneficiaries of their own taming of Qin Xiyang, and there is no need to do such things that harm others and are not good for themselves. Homework is a bridge between me and Zhou Yang, and breakfast is a way to show my attitude towards him, and now it has all been ruined by Qin Xiyang. Li Jingwen's best friend was a little worried. Jingwen, you also know the level of our homework. We all rely on you, and we can't contribute at all. Yes, and the breakfast you sent to Zhou Yang is gone. You all know the conditions at home, and we can't help you provide breakfast for Zhou Yang. Yes, we can't eat breakfast ourselves sometimes, and we really can't squeeze out an extra breakfast for you, or you can think of a way yourself? Before Li Jingwen opened her mouth to find them, her girlfriends hurriedly cleared up the relationship and told her that it was impossible to provide substantial help. For girlfriends, they just want to rub their own benefits and don't plan to pay anything. She didn't take these girlfriends seriously in her heart, and when she and Zhou Yang got married, she would definitely sever ties with them. Now it is only necessary for them to give advice so that they do not tear their faces. Okay, I'll think of other excuses for getting close to Zhou Yang. That's great. Jingwen, a promising young master like Zhou Yang, don't let it go. Yes, Jingwen, you are in such good condition, you will definitely be able to be with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen is the best in appearance among them, and she is also the most good at trouble. If they can be promoted by Zhou, they will also have some benefits. With Zhou Yang, maybe you can leave this broken place on the edge of the safe zone and ascend to the sky in one step. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she was dragged by another girl next to her, her eyes full of disgust, as if she was reprimanding her for not being able to speak. They will live on the edge of the safe zone all their lives. If Li Jingwen's thigh leaves here and moves to another place, how can they seek Li Jingwen's help? Li Jingwen turned a blind eye to the careful thoughts of her girlfriends. Everyone has their own abacus in their hearts, and no one is a fool. Li Jingwen will never let go of the opportunity to leave the edge of the safe zone, which is the education she has received since she was a child. It will not change because of a sentence or two from a superficial girlfriend. However, the questions raised by girlfriends are worth considering. Breakfast and homework are gone. What excuse should she find to approach Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang is not an orphan like Qin Xiyang who has never seen the world. His family background is one of the best in the school, and even the principal will greet him warmly when he sees him. Li Jingwen, who studied the psychology of boys, knew that she couldn't directly paste a person like Zhou Yang. Doing so would make Zhou Yang disgusted with himself. But she really couldn't think of any reliable way to solve the current problem for a while. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. It's all damn Qin Xiyang. If I catch the slut who snitches, I will tear her mouth apart. Qin Xiyang sat in the back row of the classroom, so naturally he would no longer care about Li Jingwen's affairs. Now he just feels relaxed. This relaxation did not last long, because he thought of Lu Daji again. Qin Xiyang suddenly remembered that it was time for him to go to the library to sort out the books. He didn't have much to learn anyway, so he went to the library. Came to the library. Teacher Zhu, I want to continue to work in the library to manage books. I don't know if it's okay? The library manager is a kind-hearted retired female teacher who was rehired by the school to become a library management teacher. It is said to be a library, but in fact, there are only 3 rows of bookshelves and a few small tables inside, and it is only set up to cope with the inspection of the education department. Because Teacher Zhu sympathized with Qin Xiyang's experience, he offered him this low-paying job, hoping to improve his life to a certain extent. In Qin Xiyang's memories of his past life and present life, Teacher Zhu is one of the few bright lights in his lonely campus life. Okay, as long as you are willing to do it, the teacher will always leave the work of sorting out books in the library to you. Well, thank you, teacher. You go to work first, wait until noon to finish eating and come over, just sort it out a little. Qin Xian looked at the library, there were only 1 or 2 classmates, and there was nothing to sort out, so he nodded and decided to leave. Okay, I see. See you at noon. Study hard, don't relax, maybe you can be admitted to the academy. Well, I'll work hard. After Qin Xiang said goodbye to teacher Zhu, he returned to the classroom, intending to continue to desert in class for a day. However, after hearing what the teacher said, he realized that this class was different from before. Today's course has some new ideas. No more telling about knowledge that is outdated. It is a volunteer application related to the college entrance examination. Qin Xiang is already in his 3rd year of high school, and he is still half a year away from taking the college entrance examination. So the teachers set aside a day to talk about volunteering. However, no one in Qin Xiang's class had any hope of entering a higher education institution. So in his opinion, such a course still has no meaning and is a pure waste of time. Students, you will take the college entrance examination in half a year, and then fill in the volunteer form and choose the college established by the coalition government to apply for. The coalition government has set up a small number of colleges in our safe zone, only 8 in total. The competition in the college entrance examination is very fierce, and it is basically thousands of troops crossing the single plank bridge. Although most of you are likely to not be admitted to these 8 academies, and you will go to various places in the safe zone to start your lives after graduating from high school, I think it is still necessary to take this opportunity to tell you about the academy. First of all, these 8 colleges are for ordinary people like us. Those with serial ability cannot apply for these 8 colleges. Hearing this, Qin Xian was a little confused. He didn't know much about the entrance exam. I just learned that the academy is only open to ordinary people. Could it be that those with sequence ability can't go to school after graduating from high school? So what will he do in the future? This question has to be asked. So he immediately raised his hand. Qin Xiang, what's wrong with you? Teacher, if you are a person with sequence ability, do you have to hunt the gods after graduating from high school? The teacher glared at Qin Xiang with some disgust. I'm talking about the college entrance examination volunteer application related to you. What do you say that the sequence ability that has nothing to do with you do? Sit down. Qin Xiang was asking about things closely related to him, and of course he wouldn't stop there. He continued to ask, then what if any of us awakened the sequence ability before the college entrance examination? Maybe any of the students have this kind of good luck. What if? No such case. In this school, so far, there has not been a student who has awakened the ability of sequences. The teacher felt that explaining the things of the sequence ability was a waste of time than explaining the volunteer application. The first place in the class may also try to take the road of college entrance examination. But there is no one in the class who can hope to go through the path of the sequence ability. Because some things are predestined. 5 years have passed, and none of the thousands of ordinary students in the school, as well as the ordinary parents of ordinary students, have awakened to the sequence ability. How can there be variables in his class? But the teacher's experience does not represent the students' ideas. For students, they still have some longing for the future, and students are less likely to accept the beatings of society and are often arrogant. So Qin Xiang's words also gave the students an idea. Just because they haven't had it before doesn't mean they don't have the chance to be that lucky one. So, they all echoed Qin Xiang and said, Teacher, tell me. Yes, teacher, maybe we can really awaken the sequence ability. That's right, didn't Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awaken his sequence ability? Can you compare with Director Zhou? The teacher looked at the whimsical students and was very angry. Zhou Yang's uncle is the director of the education department in the nearby area, and he is not an ordinary person, so it is reasonable to be able to awaken the sequence ability. After all, it is known that the officials of the joint government department have a high proportion of awakening sequence abilities. But the students still refuse to give up, and they must let him talk about where the sequence ability will go after the college entrance examination. He had no choice but to say, in addition to setting up 8 colleges for our ordinary people, the coalition government has also set up hundreds of universities for those with sequence abilities. In these universities, only students who have awakened their sequence ability before the college entrance examination can apply, and they only have one chance. As soon as he finished saying a few words, the classroom exploded again. Hundreds of places? I heard it right? There are hundreds of schools for people with sequence abilities, but we ordinary people only have 8? This is too unfair. Quiet. Be quiet. If you don't calm down, I won't talk about it. The teacher severely rectified the classroom discipline, and glanced at Qin Xiang, the initiator, in disgust. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, completely ignored the teacher's warning, but was very excited to hear it. This was the first time he knew about the higher education institutions of those with sequence abilities. He thought that the only destination for those with sequence abilities after awakening was to hunt gods outside the safe zone, but he didn't expect to be able to continue his studies. Sure enough, this world already has an education system for those with sequence abilities. It's just that he hasn't seen any posts about sequence ability people going to school in God Killer Camp. Why is that? Qin Xiang temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to listen to the teacher's explanation. Those with serial ability will also conduct an assessment similar to the college entrance examination, which will be organized by the Sequence Ability Administration. It is to test their sequences and skills, and then come up with a grade. After getting this result, they can apply to the university of their choice. If a university is willing to admit them, they can go to university to continue their studies. Thank you, Principal. Okay, it's useless for me to talk too much to you. If any one of you are curious, you can go to the Sequence Education forum to check it out. There are many related posts. Qin Xiang suddenly realized after hearing this. It turned out that I found the wrong forum. No wonder there is only an explanation of the god hunting above. If you have the opportunity in the future, you must look at this forum. Sequence Education forum? Try it next time you go to an internet cafe. Oh no, you can't go to internet cafes anymore. Lu Daji's hateful appearance once again appeared in his mind. Qin Xiang is extremely concerned about Lu Daji. He was so concerned that he thought of countless ways to die for Lu Daji. I can't wait to implement it. It is no longer realistic to go to an internet cafe, and he has to find a safe channel to browse information with confidence. This is also a very important thing. After the teacher explained the branches caused by Qin Xiang, he once again brought the topic back to the introduction of the 8 colleges and the application method. But Qin Xiang didn't listen at all. He is no longer an ordinary student. Now my mind is full of things about the higher education institutions of those with sequence abilities. Is the exam for those with serial ability parallel to the college entrance examination? That is, half a year later? For universities with sequence ability, only students who have awakened their sequence ability before the college entrance examination can apply for the exam, and there is only one opportunity to take the assessment. In other words, you must disclose your sequence ability within half a year and register with the Sequence Ability Administration? Pressed for time. He also thought, what would happen if he didn't go to the College of the Sequence Ability, enter the society after graduating from high school, and wait for an opportunity to disclose the sequence ability? He definitely can't team up with people. Otherwise, he would have to try to cover up his eating of the gods. It's too much trouble. But he went to hunt the gods outside the safe zone. Can you fight? Most importantly, the coalition government was able to set up universities for those with sequential capabilities. It shows that there should be a set of formed education system and content. It is better to go to the University of the Sequence Ability to learn about the sequence ability. At the same time, explore the outside of the safe area and fight the gods to improve yourself. As the saying goes, sharpen the knife and do not mistakenly chop wood. Both sides are prepared, and there will be no mistakes. After Qin Xiang looked forward to the future, his mind returned to the present again. 3 words appeared in his heart again. Lu Daji. The name of this man has appeared repeatedly in his mind since he opened his eyes from the bed this morning. He couldn't wait to solve Lu Daji and then start his plan to announce the identity of the sequence ability. Lu Daji. Damn it. After school, Qin Xiang went to the library again with the meals made in the cafeteria. Hello Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was cleaning up the bookshelves when he saw Qin Xiang coming, and he was a little surprised. Xiao Qin, why are you here again after school? Didn't you say before that you just need to come here at noon? Don't delay your study time. In the past, Qin Xiang had to go home quickly after school because he had to write homework for Li Jingwen. It is precisely because he has been writing his homework seriously that he must understand the knowledge of class, so that he can be a blessing in disguise, and his grades are about 100. But the results of 100 or so have no practical meaning except for self-comfort. He knew that Teacher Zhu would sort out the books alone after school. Qin Xiang was unwilling to let the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu work on his own anymore, so he came to the library again after school. It's okay, it's not bad to study for a while. I studied in the classroom all day, and I was tired, so I came to sort out the books with you and relax. Besides, I was originally a student in a work-study position in the library, so it should be like this. Teacher Zhu smiled. What a good boy. Okay, then you can sort it out together. Qin Xiang put down the bag containing the lunchbox in his hand and got busy in the library. Li Jingwen and others watched Qin Xiang's busy figure in the library from a distance. Li Jingwen, do you really want to follow him? See if he has any problems and handles. I can't keep him threatening. In the past, he would leave school directly after school, but today he came to the library. There must be something strange. Maybe it's to meet with the informant. If you find the informant, you have to teach that person how to speak. Okay, let's help you together. The girlfriends accompanied Li Jingwen and squatted in the distance of the library together. When Qin Xiang was sorting out the books, he found that there was another girl next to the bookshelf, sitting on the ground, carefully flipping through an exercise. This is also a feature of the school library. In addition to normal books, it also includes some exercise books related to the college entrance examination for students to borrow. However, it is precisely because of these exercise books that cannot be seen in the classroom that some students from poor families but with excellent grades come to the library every day. Otherwise, the library in the school will definitely be closed. Qin Xiang reminded the girl who was studying seriously, classmate, the library is going to close, please leave. Ah. Oh. The girl raised her head and looked at Qin Xiang, and obediently put the exercise set back in its original position. When he looked at her, Qin Xiang's eyes froze for a moment. She has a clear and beautiful face, and she definitely stands out from the crowd at school. What's more, her gaze at herself was actually a ripple. Sorry to disturb you from work. The female classmate bowed to Qin Xiang and teacher Zhu, and then hurriedly left with her school bag on her back. Qin Xiang was not impressed by this girl, and he couldn't remember who it was for a while. However, teacher Zhu sighed, when Shu is really worry-free, learns well, and is well-behaved, if only my granddaughter would be so obedient in the future. Teacher Zhu's words just now also let him know the identity of the girl. Qin Xiang nodded. It turned out to be Wen Shu. The name is Thunderous. Every time they take the exam, they are the first in their grade, which is much higher than the second place. It is the undisputed #1 seat of the academy in this year's Juan school. Good students naturally have some privileges. The principal, director, and teachers all took great care of her. For example, in classwork, other students will be scolded if they don't write, and there will be no punishment for her not writing. Not only can she not do her homework, but she goes to the library to study on her own during class time, and no teacher will stop her. Students like her have surpassed teachers in various subjects in terms of college entrance examination strength. Good looks, good study, and recognized as the school flower. There were many boys who pursued her, but she politely rejected them one by one. When Shu in this life, like Qin Xiang, has a very poor family environment and lives with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Xiang remembered that when Shu's family environment seemed to be okay. I heard that I was finally admitted to Qingbei University, but there was no news. After all, after the college entrance examination, the two of them are not people from the same world, not to mention that he has no heart to inquire. However, when I was at the class reunion later, I heard some female classmates say that she died of illness at a young age. But the eyes just now. Why does it feel like she is moved by her? Odd. When he came to his senses, he saw Teacher Zhu walking past him holding a stack of heavy books. Immediately said, Teacher Zhu, put it down, the stack of books is very heavy at first glance, wait for me to clean it up. It's okay, no, I can do it myself. Seeing this, Qin Xiang had to put down the book in his hand and ran over to snatch the book in Teacher Zhu's hand. I'm coming, I'm coming. I am young and have strength. You are old, so rest if you can. Teacher Zhu smiled, okay, good boy, thank you. You have always kept this position for me, I thank you. After Qin Xiang was reborn, it was the first time he was so enthusiastic about a person. But in his heart, he thought that Teacher Zhu was worth it. After cleaning up, Teacher Zhu locked the door. Teacher, see you tomorrow. After Qin Xiang left the library and said goodbye to Teacher Zhu, he felt an urge to urinate. Instead of leaving the school, he took a detour to the toilet behind the library. The toilet next to the library is rarely visited, so it is not cleaned very often. It may have been a few days since he had been cleaned, but Qin Xiang had entered the toilet and smelled a pungent smell. He just wanted to hurry up and go to the toilet and leave. Just as he was releasing the water happily, he suddenly heard a slap from next door. Say, did you tell Qin Xiang about me and Zhou Yan? Who are you? I know you? Stop pretending. Qin Xiang was at school today, and he only talked to you and Julie. It's not what you said, could it be that the old woman Julie said it? Jin Gwen, Don't believe her. Wenshu, a girl who studies well and is good-looking, is a snake and scorpion. That's right. Relying on his own favor, he hooked up, and he didn't know how many people's beds he had been. Wenshu just said lightly, "You group of people are so strange. You bitch, don't think that you study better and have a little beauty, you want to seduce Jo Yang. I tell you, it's impossible." Listening to this bridge, Qin Xian urinated. It is also amazing to be able to meet this kind of bridge in rebirth. Of course he heard that the crazy shrew was Li Jingwen, who is usually delicate and lovely. I was really stuck to Li Jingwen's dogskin plaster on my buttocks. Wenshu was also innocently implicated by him, and he had to stand up for reason. Qin Xian washed his hands and walked to the women's toilet. Li Jingwen, the movement is so big, I won't let you live in peace even if you pee, you have to tell Zhou Yang about it, you are satisfied? Seeing Qin Xian, Li Jingwen and her girlfriends, who were still arrogant and unreasonable just now, were stunned. And Wenshu's originally delicate face already had 2 red palm prints. Qin Xian wondered for a moment. Wenshu was slapped, and he just said lightly that they were so strange? A sentence suddenly appeared in my mind, this must have something. Li Jingwen was stunned for a while, then calmed down and said to Qin Xian, I haven't troubled you, what do you care about so much? Are you funny? Qin Xian looked at Li Jingwen as if he was mentally retarded. I used to do my homework for you every day, and I also brought you breakfast, pleasing you like a dog and following you. Where did you get your face to trouble me? Li Jingwen also became angry, putting these aside. Are you not wrong? I made a mistake about your grandma's leg. You guys, be ugly and make more mistakes, and blame others less for your own problems. One of the girls who looked even more on the scale than Qin Xian said, Qin Xian, don't be unforgiving. Qin Xian didn't bother to pay attention to her, so he stepped forward and pulled Wenshu out. Is it reasonable to forgive people? If I am unforgiving, I will tell Zhou Yang about Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang's uncle has awakened to the sequence ability, and his family is also going to rise to prominence. If you annoy me, your dream of marrying him will be completely shattered. Qin Xian's words held Li Jingwen's lifeline, and her face instantly turned gloomy. What do you want? Don't provoke Wenshu. Of course, don't disgust me. That's all the requirements. After graduation, you will be your rich wife and I will be my homeless man. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. Qin Xian, you are really heartless. Qin Xian shook his head. Heartless? I really don't know how you found these 2 words to describe me from your head. If you insult me if you can make you happy, you can say whatever you want, anyway, you're just a poor dog. I don't have anything to say to you. Let's go. Li Jingwen and others were blocked by Qin Xian at the door of the women's toilet. Qin Xian, what are you going to do? Qin Xian looked at Wenshu, who was red and swollen with a small face beside him. Did they beat you? Wenshu looked at Qin Xian without any grateful expression. Yes. As soon as Wenshu's voice fell, Qin Xian immediately slapped Li Jingwen twice. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wenshu looked at Qin Xian in surprise, as if he didn't understand the behavior of this strange male classmate. Qin Xian. Li Jingwen covered her face and glared at Qin Xian angrily. Don't bark. You and I do not owe each other. The matter between you and Wenshu is considered to have been paid off, understand? Li Jingwen's eyes showed a fierce light. Qin Xian, you will regret it. Qin Xian thought for a while. In his impression, Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a gangster. He was not afraid of any ruffians, but Wenshu was likely to be harmed. He can't keep staring at Wenshu and Li Jingwen, right? Lao Tzu is a person with the ability of Tianhu sequence. How can he have this kung fu? At this time, he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to solve the problem. Li Jingwen, I remember, you wrote Zhou Yang's name on the corner of the homework book, followed by a string of numbers, which should be Zhou Yang's ball number. Although you don't have a computer at home, you will communicate with Zhou Yang on Qiuqiu when you go to the internet cafe, right? Qiuqiu is a software. Basically students with better family conditions will apply for a number to contact their classmates. Of course, Qin Xian does not have this kind of light and extravagant number. Li Jingwen was stunned for a moment. What do you want to do? I will go to the internet cafe and write all your and my affairs into the email, and send it to Zhou Yang's email address next Monday. If something happens to me or Wenshu, you just wait to break with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen did plan to let her uncle teach Qin Xian and Wenshu a good lesson. She was furious. Qin Xian. I've never seen someone so vicious as you. You saw it today. Qin Xian snorted coldly, pulled Wenshu to turn around and leave, feeling very happy. He didn't know that this was the 100th time he thought of Lu Daji today. However, this was the first time he felt that Lu Daji had brought him some positive value. Qin Xian and Wenshu left the campus side by side. At an intersection, the two were going in different directions. Qin Xian kept observing behind him, and confirmed that Li Jingwen and others did not follow the two of them, so he said, "Don't worry, they didn't follow. I'm really sorry that today's incident implicated you." When Shu glanced at Qin Xian, his expression a little complicated. In the end, she said softly, "Thank you. It's just that her cheeks have been beaten red and swollen, and her speech is a little unclear, which makes Qin Xian feel a little guilty." Qin Xian waved his hand, "Don't say thank you. You were beaten because of my business, and speaking of it, it was also my problem. Seeing you so miserable, I don't feel good in my heart. No, I was beaten, it's Li Jingwen's problem, it doesn't have much to do with you. You rescued me and solved the troubles for me, I should be grateful." Qin Xian looked at Wen Shu's undocile eyes and shrugged, "But what your eyes express is different from what you say. I see the disgust for me in your eyes. You feel right. Although rationally I know, there is nothing wrong with you. But emotionally, I still can't help but feel a little alienated from you. I hope you understand." Qin Xian pondered for a moment, "Even if I slap Li Jingwen twice for you, I will relieve her of the trouble she will bring in the future?" Wen Shu nodded lightly, "Even if you slap Li Jingwen twice for me, it will relieve her of the trouble she will bring in the future." After saying that, Wen Shu turned around and left. Qin Xian was a little upset. Li Jingwen's stupidity and viciousness exceeded his imagination. Even if he was deceived in his previous life, he only thought that Li Jingwen was just a fisherman who stepped on two boats. Now it seems that Li Jingwen has a problem at the root, and there is basically no cure. However, the matter that implicated Wen Shu made Qin Xian feel a little unbearable. This is really an unprovoked disaster. If it were me, I would have already killed someone. Qin Xian sighed and went home with a lunchbox full of rice. Today's meal is still a thousand-legged mushroom, and it is also one of Qin Xian's favorite canteen meals. Aunt Zhang, who was cooking in the cafeteria, seemed to know his preferences and specially gave him 2 more spoonfuls. He also expressed his gratitude to Aunt Zhang. He sat in front of the window with a chair, eating while admiring the various gods wandering outside the window. It looks like a cat eating cat food while admiring the delicious fish in the aquarium. After eating, he went to wash the lunchbox and took a cool shower, and then Qin Xian went to bed. Qin Xian completely looked away. What's the point of spending it at home at night? Anyway, there is nothing to do after returning home, so it is better to go to bed early and get up early to take good care of your body. After sleeping, Qin Xian was less worried. He glanced at today's calendar before going out. Blue Star Chronicle January 5, 2010. Western Calendar, Tuesday. Xia Calendar, Jichou Year, November 22nd, suitable for sacrifice. When he woke up the next day, Qin Xian was still carrying a bag and a lunchbox. But considering that he was entangled by the meddlesome teacher yesterday, he found 2 more books and stuffed them in. However, this semester's books have been lost by him, and he took last year's textbook. Anyway, it's a fool, it doesn't matter. After leaving the house, he took another detour to the door of the internet cafe. This time, he found that the person sitting at the bar was not Lu Daji, but a middle-aged man with a beard. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. The opportunity has come. He put on his sweatshirt and hat, bypassed the camera at the door of the internet cafe, and waved to the bearded middle-aged man at the bar to signal him to come out. The middle-aged man pointed to himself curiously, "Looking for me?" Qin Xian nodded, "That's right." The middle-aged man was a little confused, but still walked out. After all, Qin Xian looks young, like a student, there should be nothing wrong with him. After the man came out, Qin Xian took him to the alley behind the internet cafe. The garbage in the alley is still there, and the smell of swill is even stronger. Even Qin Xian, a person who hates canteens, has to admit that the canteen is a paradise compared to the current place. The owner of the internet cafe also came over with his nose covered, looking around with a look of disgust, as if he didn't know that the garbage was thrown behind the internet cafe. He muttered, "Lu Daji, a thief and cunning, asked him to throw the garbage in the garbage dump, and he actually threw it here. I definitely want to clean him up." Qin Xian listened in his ears and did not respond. When he arrived at the place where he was talking to Lu Daji that night, Qin Xiang asked, "Are you the owner of an internet cafe? One of the 2 people the police took away from your internet cafe that day was my friend." After hearing this, the owner of the internet cafe frowned. "Your friend has been taken away. What are you looking for me for? Do you know what the 2 people taken away by the police did?" The boss was not a good stubble. Listening to Qin Xian's words, and looking at his immature face, he immediately became vigilant. "What do you want to say? Do you want to set my words?" "Set your words?" Qin Xiang smiled lightly, "It's not necessary. My friend sent me a message before being taken away by the police, saying to leave things here. I want to tune in to the monitoring of that day. The owner of the internet cafe snorted coldly. The little kid is playing with me here? Is monitoring adjustable if you want? What he left me is worth 20 silver coins. I found it, and I'll give you one. Share a silver coin with me? Look at what you are wearing. There are not many copper coins all over your body. What are you bragging about with me here? Before the owner of the internet cafe finished speaking, Shin Se-young took out a silver coin. This silver coin, which emitted a dim white light under the starlight, immediately attracted the attention of the internet cafe owner. Shin Se-young bounced the silver coin in his hand, made a metallic crisp sound unique to silver coins, and then caught it again. My proposal, does it work? The silver coin looted from the three gangsters, Shin Se-young has always carried with him. There are too many copper coins, and if you carry them on your body, they will make a sound and attract attention. But he only had one silver coin, which he put in his pocket and no one would find it. Moreover, silver coins are worth a lot of money, and one can do many things. But because of his status, silver coins could not be spent at all. He can't register with the Sequence Ability Authority now, and he can't get in touch with deeper transactions, and he doesn't know anything about the black market. This silver coin has become an absolute tastelessness. But Shin Se-young clearly realized that as he gradually became stronger and became a registered sequence ability, the value of this silver coin would continue to decrease because he would no longer be short of money. Sitting on the talent of God Eater, he came back after spending all his money. Therefore, in order to maximize the benefits of this silver coin, Shin Se-young chose to use it as soon as possible. For example, use it to buy a coffin for Lu Da-ji. The boss swallowed. You guys. What the hell are you doing? Shin Se-young smiled. You don't know? That's the best. If you don't know, it will be a lot less trouble. Now back to the question just now. Can you eat this silver coin? The owner of the internet cafe flashed his eyes twice, gritted his teeth and said, come with me. Saying that, he took him to a small dark warehouse next to the internet cafe. Shin Se-young frowned. He didn't know that the cabin next to the internet cafe, which had never been opened, also belonged to the owner of the internet cafe. The warehouse was full of debris, and there were many scrap machines, all covered in dust. Only the middle table and the surrounding area are very clean. There are 3 monitors on the table, each with 4 monitors. The surveillance is here, you can find it. Let's talk about it first. If I let you watch the surveillance, whether you can find it or not, you have to give me a silver coin. The owner of the internet cafe seemed to be worried that Shin Se-young would regret it, and said this as soon as he entered the house. Wait a minute. Shin Se-young interrupted. What's wrong? Your surveillance footage, do you need to view it here? Can't you read the computer at the bar? I think there are lights there, so I can see it more clearly. The owner of the internet cafe said, the computer at the bar is just for arranging customers to get on and off the computer and monitor the computer, and there is no way to check the monitoring. Shin Se-young hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked over to check the surveillance. When he found the surveillance on January 3rd, he found that the surveillance video was only at night, not morning and afternoon, and immediately frowned. Why is there no monitoring on the morning of January 3rd? The owner of the internet cafe curled his lips. The electricity bill is so expensive, of course the camera can't be on all the time. I usually open it every few days. If you know that someone from the coalition government is going to come to check, you will open the recording for 24 hours in advance. Shin Se-young clenched his fists and looked at the internet cafe owner coldly. Are you playing with me? There is no video of the police coming that morning. How do you want me to investigate? The owner of the internet cafe smiled and picked up a hammer from the side. We agreed before, even if you can't find it, you have to give me a silver coin. Otherwise. Shin Se-young raised his foot and stepped on the scrapped monitor on the side, and in the sight of the internet cafe owner, he slowly flattened the iron-shelled large-head monitor, and finally turned into a discus. He kicked the discus under his feet away, and immediately smashed 3 or 4 more monitors. Otherwise, how about it? The owner of the internet cafe immediately panicked. You are Sequence Ability. Shin Se-young glanced at the internet cafe owner contemptuously. What kind of person do you think can do the business of 20 silver coins in this dilapidated internet cafe on the edge of the safe zone? Don't you have a prediction about my identity? Or do you think I can't have anything to do with the business of 20 silver coins? The owner of the internet cafe was completely dumbfounded, his body trembled with fear, and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground. Shin Se-young always spoke with half revelation, and did not explain anything clearly, giving the internet cafe owner infinite reverie. In an instant, the owner of the internet cafe immediately came up with an organization of sequence abilities specializing in the black market. And Qin Xiyang is one of the stewards who collects accounts. Spare my life. Spare my life, I don't know anything. I didn't want to delay your business. Qin Xiyang heard that the internet cafe owner thought that he was an outlaw specializing in underground business, so he pushed the boat and directly played his role in the heart of the internet cafe owner. Of course I know you don't know anything. If you knew anything, you would dare to hide from me, and now you are a corpse. Yes, yes. Just understand. The owner of the internet cafe listened to Qin Xiyang excuse himself and hurriedly climbed up the pole. However, you were lucky today. I'm a good talker. After saying that, Qin Xiyang threw the silver coin to the owner of the internet cafe. The owner of the internet cafe looked at the silver coin in his hand, felt extremely hot, and quickly refused. No, I can't accept this. You didn't find the video, I can't take it for nothing. In the future, I may still come to you to find something, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This silver coin is your hush money. Is this appropriate? I'll give it to you, and you take it. Qin Xiyang walked up to the owner of the internet cafe again and gently patted him on the shoulder twice. I'm only worried about one problem. You won't tell the police about the matter between you and me, will you? If I am sold by you, next time our people come again, it will not be silver coins for you, understand? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You should also know that I also have something to do with being able to open an internet cafe in this broken place. As long as there is no evidence, the police will never do anything to me. Then the owner of the internet cafe smiled and showed a flattering look. Besides, if I betray you, I have to hand over this silver coin. With so much money, why should I bother to find guilt? You can come whenever you want, and if I find something, I can wait for you to pick it up. Yes. But I may come to you to use the computer in the future, and I hope you can keep it a secret for me. The owner of the internet cafe said, you come directly to the warehouse. Use the computer in the warehouse. The computer I checked the monitoring is the latest arrival. Moreover, the login port of this computer network is encrypted, and even the people in the police station cannot locate it. After saying that, he untied a key from the key ring on his waist and handed it to Qin Xiyang. Qin Xiyang took the key, nodded in satisfaction, and then suddenly thought of something. This computer has no monitoring software, right? No. Only I can come into this warehouse, and I use the computer myself, so I have nothing to do to monitor myself. Okay, I know, thank you. What you said, you have something to order. My name is Wang Defa, just call me AFA. Okay, AFA, I remember. I will report your matter. You can rest assured that as long as I'm okay, you won't be in trouble. This is a reassurance and a stern warning. Let Wang Defa not dare to make small moves behind his back. Don't worry. I'm sure I'm tight-lipped about it. By the way, I remember the last time I came to your internet cafe, it didn't seem like you were sitting at the bar? Oh, you're talking about Lu Daji, right? He rested at home on Tuesday and Wednesday. Qin Xiyang nodded. Then I will come to you on Tuesday and Wednesday in the future. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Good. You're busy. After sending Qin Xiyang away, Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, then looked at the monitor that was flattened by him, and breathed a sigh of relief. He saw the hammer on the side again and kicked it away in annoyance. I am an ordinary person, and I dare to do it in front of those with sequence abilities. I am really impatient. Fortunately, this sequence ability person has a good temper, otherwise he would have already gone to see his ancestors. For the rest of his life, he was the only one left in the empty warehouse. Wang Defa thought about it carefully. Qin Xiyang's arrival and departure did not seem to have any impact on him, and he also earned a silver coin for nothing. Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, put it in his mouth and bit it with his teeth. It's indeed silver coins. But is this silver coin a blessing or a curse? After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Defa gradually figured it out, and his eyes became firm. No one is rich without a windfall. If I were afraid of this and that, I wouldn't be able to grow so big. This splashing wealth should fall on Lao Tzu's head. After Qin Xiyang left the internet cafe, he smiled slightly and embarked on the road to Lu Daji's house. He was in an excellent mood. No wonder today's calendar says, suitable for sacrifice. Only Wang Defa has the key to the warehouse. Only Wang Defa can view the monitored computer. When the police came that day, the surveillance cameras were not turned on. When Qin Xiyang did not find the surveillance on the morning of January 3rd, he was already 90% sure that Lu Daji could be solved. But he still repeatedly confirmed with Wang Defa that he wanted to ensure that nothing was wrong. In order not to have any loopholes, he misjudged the trump card in Lu Daji's hand, thus exposing himself and causing trouble. In the end, all the evidence told Qin Xiang a message. Lu Daji is a bomber. The so-called surveillance screenshots do not exist at all. Lu Daji may never have dreamed that Qin Xiang actually had a way to find his loophole from Wang Defa's mouth. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Xiang is just a desperate little minion. Qin Xiang looked at the stars and gods in the sky, walking on the dimly lit streets, feeling relaxed and happy. He can finally confidently sentence Lu Daji to death. Although he was threatened by Lu Daji until now, only 2 days have passed. But Qin Xiang lived like a year, and he couldn't wait for a long time. He ran fast to reach Lu Daji's house as quickly as possible. He walked softly to the door of Lu Daji's residence, which was a very dilapidated 2-story wooden building with 4 or 5 residents on each floor. Lu Daji's residence is the 4th door on the left side of the 2nd floor. Qin Xiang came here and saw a lot of garbage piled up at Lu Daji's door. The smelly garbage attracted many flies. It's just that these flies all have 3 or 4 eyes, and they look like they have mutated after the end of the world. The scene in front of this door made Qin Xiang think of Lu Daji's sloppy appearance at once. Qin Xiang walked to the door and knocked on Lu Daji's door with his sleeve. Who? It's only a few o'clock, and it's so early to knock on the door. Qin Xiang lowered his voice and pretended to be a man in his 30s. Neighbor. The garbage in front of your door is too smelly. Hurry up and move away. Lu Daji's impatient voice came from the room. Are you crazy? What does it have to do with you? The garbage is placed there and does not block the aisle, you just leave yours. Qin Xiang saw that Lu Daji refused to open the door, so he shouted directly, Damn, open the door quickly. If you don't throw away the garbage, I'll burn your house. Burn, I live on the same floor with you, and if you burn my house, your house will also suffer. I still don't believe it, can your family run with long legs? Lu Daji's unstingy appearance made Qin Xiang feel a little difficult. Of course, he could rely on the strength of the sequence ability to break in directly. But this will leave a mark and tell the police that he is a sequence person who committed the crime. In this way, the sequence ability in the nearby area will definitely be targeted. Such a situation is not conducive to his future announcement of his identity as a sequence ability, and it is likely to be noticed by the police station. Therefore, he wants to create a scene of robbery and murder in the house. If you don't open the door, I'll block you at the door and spend it with you. See how long you can hold back in the house. I don't believe you don't have to go to work. When you go to work, go to your boss to complain about you. In this poor place, it is not easy to find a job, even if it is a small network manager in an internet cafe. It can be regarded as a good source of income. Lu Daji may not care about anything else, but he must care about this job. It's not just about salary. More importantly, if he can't continue to work as a network administrator in an internet cafe, where will he go to Qin Xiang to ask for money? There is only one place where the two can meet, and that is the internet cafe. Sure enough, Qin Xiang pinched Lu Daji's lifeline. Lu Daji's aura in the room immediately weakened. Okay, I'm afraid of you, I'll throw away the garbage later. I've given you face, and I'll throw it away. Right now. Right away. Oh, wait a minute, I'll put on my clothes, and I'll come out and throw it. With the sound of dressing, Lu Daji came to the door and unlocked the door. Before he could finish speaking, he lost consciousness and fainted. Qin Xiang controlled the force, and directly gave Lu Daji an uppercut to the chin at the moment of opening the door, knocking him unconscious. Then he immediately dodged into the house and supported Lu Daji to prevent the sound of his bloated body falling to the ground from attracting the attention of the neighbors. After closing the door with his backhand, he dragged Lu Daji to the back room and did it in one go. After Qin Xiang tied up Lu Daji, he stuffed his mouth with his stinky socks and looted the house. Lu Daji's family did not have much property, only a few hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang put away the money and made the illusion of a burglary. After working for a while, a woo-woo sound came from behind Qin Xiang. He looked back and saw that Lu Daji had woken up and was looking at him in horror. Qin Xiang noticed that Lu Daji's jaw seemed to be a little distorted, and shook his head. It seemed that he still didn't control the force well, and broke Lu Daji's jaw all of a sudden. This is not good. He saw a baseball bat in Lu Daji's house, picked it up, then walked to Lu Daji and aimed it at his chin. Lu Daji shook his head desperately, wanting to ask for mercy, and then his eyes became fierce again, as if threatening Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang said nonchalantly, I chatted with Wang Defa today, guess what? Lu Daji was stunned, the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching, looking at Qin Xiang's smile, as if he had seen the king of hell. Woohoo! Lu Daji shook his head desperately, his face flustered. Even if he had stinky socks stuffed in his mouth, Qin Xiang could guess what he wanted to say. It's nothing more than I'm wrong, I don't dare, spare my life and other unnutritious words. Qin Xiang looked at Lu Daji's house again, which was full of various comic books and novels. He shook his head and sighed. You said that you don't even have a computer at home, and you dare to brag about this kind of bull to me. After saying that, Qin Xiang no longer paid attention to Lu Daji. Gathering his strength, he slammed it with a baseball bat and slammed it on Lu Daji's chin again. This time, Lu Daji's jaw was even more distorted, and his jawbone was shattered into several pieces. Well, I shouldn't be able to see that. Lu Daji was in pain and almost fainted, and his two triangular eyes were full of tears. Qin Xiang walked to the kitchen and took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed must have the consciousness to pay the price. I'm here to ask for the price. In order to avoid blood splashing on him, Qin Xiang used a method he had been thinking about for a long time. He picked up a few books, held the knife between his hands, and stood on the ground. Then measured the distance and pulled Lu Daji up. Woohoo! Lu Daji is still begging for mercy. Qin Xiang pressed against Lu Daji's feet, and then pushed his back. The huge force made Lu Daji fall to the ground, and his heart was pierced by a sharp knife standing on the ground. Qin Xiang helped Lu Daji up again, poured cooking oil all over his body, and set the house on fire. He was relieved to see Lu Daji's body engulfed in tongues of fire, and then burned the books with blood glued to him with knives, as well as all the other books in the room. When the house was burned, Qin Xiang left the house, then went downstairs and shouted, "It's on fire, run for your life." Hearing his shout, someone immediately went out to check and found that Lu Daji's home was wrapped in flames. It's on fire. It's really on fire. Put out the fire. Save a fart fire. How to save a wooden house. Run with something valuable. He hid in the dark and saw everyone in the room running out before leaving with confidence. He silently thought in his heart, to avoid the smeller, I must set fire, and there is no way to implicate innocent people. Not letting you die here is the most I can do. In order to avoid leaving too much smell here, he carried a bag full of food and used his violence skill to run away with all his might, rushing to the school as quickly as possible. He went to find a small alley to move forward, because he could avoid the attention of passers-by. While running, he found a stinky ditch and threw all the copper coins found in Lu Daji's home. Seeing that the copper coins were buried in sewage, he left with confidence. When he was about to arrive at school, he returned to the main road again and walked into the campus pretending to be nothing. Due to his extremely strong physical fitness, coupled with the triple agility bonus of violence, it took only 5 or 6 minutes to escape from Lu Daji's house to the vicinity of the school. Moreover, Qin Xiang's face did not change color, and his forehead did not even sweat. From leaving home to arriving at school, only 20 minutes have passed. Time is well controlled. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. 20 minutes, although a little slower than his usual school, is not unacceptable. Near perfect alibi. I hope that the people at the police station can characterize this case as a burglary as soon as possible. In a few days, when the limelight passes, it is time for him to go to the administration of sequence abilities and register. This feeling of being strangled is more painful than suffocation. In the future, we must be careful and not let people catch the handle anymore. When he came to school, he still maintained a calm face. No one could have imagined that more than 10 minutes ago, he had just killed someone. Qin Xiang did not go directly to the classroom, but came to the library. Teacher Zhu was already sitting in the library drinking hot water. Yo, Xiaoqin, why are you here again so early? Let me take a look, you can just sit down. Some students may come to borrow the exercise book in the morning, I will help register. How bad is this? The most important thing for you now is to study. I don't need your help, you hurry up and go to the morning self-study. Qin Xiang grinned, Teacher Zhu, it's not that you don't know my grades. What's the difference between learning and not learning? Instead of wasting time in the classroom, I might as well come to the library to help you clean, don't you think? You kid. The things that Qin Xiang should solve have been solved, and all that remains is to wait for fermentation. In the classroom, yesterday I asked questions about the advancement of those with sequence abilities, and there was no more useful information for him. If you go to the classroom and be in a daze, you won't have any flashes of inspiration. It is better to help Teacher Zhu share the burden of work. Qin Xiang put down the bag containing the lunchbox and stood in the position of the borrowing bookkeeper, waiting for the classmates who borrowed the exercise book. Hello, I want to borrow. Qin Xiang heard a vague female voice, and when he looked up, it was actually Wen Shu. It's just that her face seems to be a little more swollen than yesterday. Qin Xiang frowned, this Li Jingwen, do you dare to do it? Do you really not want to be with Zhou Yong? But he took a closer look and found that Wenshu's face was swollen because of some blood stasis, not new wounds. Wenshu was also a little surprised when he saw Qin Xian, lowered his head, and did not look at him. Qin Xian registered the exercise book she borrowed, and then asked nonchalantly, "Your grandma is worried, right?" After Wenshu heard this, he looked up at Qin Xian. Qin Xian didn't know what this look meant. As if looking at a strange person? Wenshu shook his head. "She doesn't know." "I don't know?" Wenshu didn't answer his question anymore, picked up the exercise book and left. After she left, Teacher Zhu said, "Her grandmother is old, and I heard that she became blind 2 years ago, and she couldn't see, so she took care of her, so she probably didn't know that her face was swollen." Hey, I don't know who started so hard. Even a good and well-behaved student like Wenshu was beaten. This school is really not as good as year by year. Teacher Zhu complained to Qin Xiang about the school's declining academic style for a while, and he was quite touched. She taught at this school before the end of the world, and devoted most of her life to Juan School, and her feelings for the school were extremely deep. Therefore, watching the students in the school give up more and more, she felt uncomfortable. Qin Xiang comforted Teacher Zhu for a while, thinking about the situation at Wenshu's home that she had just mentioned, and sighed. "I have a miserable life, but I still don't want others to be unhappy." I also thought of the person who had just been left homeless by his own burning house, and a sense of guilt suddenly filled his heart. He can't help it, people have to live for themselves. Because the wooden building had long been aged, Qin Xian left on the front foot, and the whole building on the back foot was on fire. The raging fire cannot be extinguished at all. When the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly watch the fire burn everything down. In half an hour, this wooden building with a history of 30 or 40 years, the witnesses before and after the end of the world, turned to ashes. The fire brigade checked in the ashes and finally found a charred body with a knife stuck in the body that had been blackened by the fire, so they immediately contacted the police station. After receiving the alarm, the police station immediately sent people here. But the leader of the team was still Inspector Orloff. Orloff kicked the black wood on which he was standing, and the wood shattered into many pieces. Looking at this area, he shook his head. This kind of fire seems to be common recently. Luoyalina said, "Yes, as my smeller sequence is known to more people, they all know that only by using fire can they completely eliminate the smell they leave behind. Therefore, criminals especially like to use fire when committing crimes." Criminal? Wasn't this fire an accident? Have you already led someone to survey the scene? Yes, Inspector Orloff. In the ashes, there was a charred corpse with a knife on its chest, maintaining a posture of tying his hands behind his back, which should have been killed. Both of them were sequence ability, and their physical fitness was far beyond ordinary people, kicking away some burnt wooden boards all the way to Lu Daji's unrecognizable corpse. Orloff squatted down, took out a cigar, cut a cut with small scissors, and set it aside on the still burning wood to light it. He took a puff of his cigar and examined the body carefully. On the surface, it seems that he was indeed tied up and then stabbed to death directly from the chest. "Give me a pair of gloves." The police officer on the side handed Orloff a pair of white gloves. He held a cigar in his mouth, put on white gloves, and began to fiddle with Lu Daji's body. "This person's jaw section is broken. It seems to be the result of the impact of some heavy object. Is there any clue?" The police officer on the side shook his head. "No, a fire burned a lot of evidence. Looking at the deformation of his bones, it seems to be the result of being hit by a baseball bat. It's relatively poor here, and it's rare to see such a thing as a baseball bat. Even if there is, it should be wooden. Therefore, we can't find this murder weapon at all." Orloff nodded, thinking that the police officer's analysis was reasonable. "Does anyone around know anything?" "Yes. The deceased's name was Lu Daji, who worked as a network manager in a nearby internet cafe. The crime occurred between 7:20 and 7:25. Before the fire, his neighbors heard someone knocking on his door and asked him to throw away the garbage at the door, and it seemed that there was some argument. According to the timeline, it should be the person who broke into the house to kill Lu Daji and rob his house. Do you know what that person looks like?" The police officer shook his head. "No one saw it. Because it was too early, many people had not woken up yet. The people who heard Lu Daji arguing with people were all people who got up early to go to work." Orloff did not respond after hearing this, lowered his eyebrows in thought, and then asked, "Is Lu Daji's family the best in this building?" "No. There are 2 female workers in the cosmetics factory in this building, and their income is higher than that of Lu Daji. Both men had mobile phones, and it was they who dialed the fire department to call the fire truck." "Are they married?" "One is married, and the other lives alone." After hearing this, Orloff shook his head. "This case, let's not characterize it as a burglary. Orloff didn't give an answer immediately, squinted his eyes again, and took 2 puffs of his cigar. If it's a burglary, why don't you rob that single female worker in a cosmetics factory, but rob Lu Daji, an ordinary internet cafe network manager? Maybe it was a temporary idea? Improvisation? This person doesn't look like it. First quarreled, let Lu Daji open the door, and then entered the murder, robbery and arson, skilled and targeted. If he was improvised, he should have stayed here, and whoever went out alone would tie up whoever he was, and then rob his key and rob the house. Roylina asked, Inspector Orloff, you mean, someone wants to kill Lu Daji? I just said, very likely. The specific things will have to be checked again to know. By the way, you say he is the network manager of the internet cafe? Orloff looked around. The person who can open an internet cafe on the edge of such a safe zone is probably not an ordinary resident with a simple background. Go to him and ask him, maybe you can gain something. Wang Defa was sitting idly in the internet cafe and welcomed Orloff and others. Yo, officers, why did you come to my small internet cafe? Is there anything I need to cooperate? Wang Defa's face was respectful, but he was thinking in his heart about what he did that was stabbed out and attracted these policemen. He runs an internet cafe here and has done a lot of gray area things, and any one of them is shaken off, which is enough for him to live a hard life in the police station for a few years. We're here, it has nothing to do with you, we just want to get to know you personally. Who do the officers want to know? Lu Daji, do you know? Oh, it's the network manager of our internet cafe, he's resting at home today, the police officers are looking for him something? He doesn't have a mobile phone or a computer, I can't contact him, and the officers may have to come tomorrow. Orloff shook his head, no, we are not looking for Lu Daji. We are looking for you. Because just this morning, Lu Daji was killed. Killed? Wang Defa's eyes widened, he is a dead fat man, why kill him? Orloff saw that Wang Defa's surprise didn't seem to be pretending, and asked, do you know who he has offended recently? Wang Defa was confused, he is a network manager, who can he offend if he only charges and starts? Even if he offends someone, who will kill him? He also talked to Qin Siyang about Lu Daji this morning, but subconsciously ruled out the possibility that a person with sequence ability would struggle to kill the Fat House network manager. Orloff added, investigation of the scene, he seems to have been robbed. Do you have any clues about this? Sir, robbery is to kill for money, if you ask me, how can I have any clues? Orloff felt that Wang Defa might not have any suspicions, but still asked, you have been in the internet cafe all day today? On, always there. You can ask anyone who is online here to testify. That's right, Boss Wang has always been. Yes, I can prove it too. If Lu Daji dies, it will definitely have nothing to do with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, I remember that you seemed to be looking for someone this morning and left for a while? A young man with a face full of pockmarks said with a smile. Wang Defa frowned and found that this young man seemed to be the person he had scolded because of the arrears of the internet fee before. I didn't expect to trip him in front of the police today. Wang Defa squinted his eyes at the man, thinking about how to teach him a lesson. Orloff heard the words of the numb-faced young man and asked, Wang Defa, what he said, is it true? It's true. Wang Defa doesn't care. Because in his opinion, Lu Daji's death must have nothing to do with Qin Siyang. Who is the person looking for you? When did you find you, and how long have you been gone? My impression is already a little vague. Oh, I don't know why my head hurts, I can't remember it at all. Just ask that numb-faced young man, he probably remembers it better than me. This time, Wang Defa was no longer so enthusiastic about Orloff's inquiry, but pretended to have a headache and avoided the topic. Lu Daji's death has nothing to do with him, this is a certainty. He cooperated a little. The white-haired inspector actually asked him about his private matters. Doesn't he know what it means to open an internet cafe in a slum? Private matters, just one thing, he can't even cover it, can he say it casually? Orloff looked at Wang Defa's face and showed a look of displeasure. Wang Defa also pretended to cover his head, revealing an eye from his hands, and stared at Orloff coldly, full of warning. Orloff knew that Wang Defa had a complex background and could not embarrass him too much without evidence. More importantly, no matter how you look at Wang Defa, it has nothing to do with Lu Daji's death. So, he walked up to the numb-faced young man, excuse me, do you remember when the boss left and how long he left? The numb-faced young man rolled his eyes and said, he left at about 7 o'clock and walked for about an hour. I heard you just said that Lu Daji is dead. Maybe he did it. Fart. A person next to the numb-faced young man said, Boss Wang turned on the machine for me at 7 o'clock. He was always there when I was here, how could he leave for an hour? The numb-faced young man curled his lips, that's what I remembered. Wang Defa clenched his fists at the bar, and the numb-faced young man seemed to be jumping a little hard. thinking that he was just an ordinary internet cafe owner. Hearing the relief of the person next to him, Orlov asked again, "So, what time did you turn on? Can I take a look?" The man looked at the login information and said, 7:13. The fire was burned around 7:20, and Wang Defa had no time to commit the crime. Orlov glanced at Wang Defa, who no longer planned to continue to cooperate with the investigation, and said, "Boss Wang, if you have any clues, please contact us." "Don't send it." Wang Defa was too lazy to talk to Orlov and the others again. Orlov left with the policeman. "Inspector Orlov, there is something wrong with this internet cafe owner," Roylina suggested beside Orlov. "Of course he has a problem." Orlov lit another cigar, "But you can't find out his problem." "I can't find out until I return to Sigma." "It's nothing." "Roylina, don't be curious about everything, just focus on the cases that have happened. This is my warning to you, I hope you will remember it." Roylina glanced at Orlov's deep gaze and nodded. After Orlov and the others left, Wang Defa took out his mobile phone and walked to the warehouse to make a call. "Hey, old snake, me. Are you free now? Help me be a person." "Well, the price is still the same as before. Don't worry, there are no serious people who come to my internet cafe. Even if you kill them all, the police station won't be able to find your head." After killing Lu Daji, Xin Xian lived a week of peace. "This week, I go to school, canteens, and libraries regularly, and on weekends, I obediently lie at home." A few days before his rebirth, there were too many big moves, and it was time to rest. This week's slow-paced life relaxed Xin Xian's previously tense heartstrings. "When I was in school, it was interesting to chat more with Teacher Zhu in the library. This old lady has a deep insight into life and has helped Xin Xian a lot. Of course, he could see Wen Shu in the library every day. Now less than half a year before the college entrance examination, Wen Shu hardly attends classes, so he does the previous exercise book in the library every day to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. It was another morning. Xin Xian got out of bed and glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Chronicle January 14, 2010. Western Calendar, Thursday. Xia Calendar, Jichou Year, November 28, suitable for burial. Xin Xian looked at it and felt that today's perpetual calendar should have nothing to do with him. A boring day passes quickly. After school, he came to the library again. "Teacher Zhu, I'll help you clean up." Xin Xian put down the bag and lunchbox and saw that Wen Shu was the only one left at the table in the library. Wen Shu saw Xin Xian coming to clean up the library and knew that it was closing, so he got up and planned to leave. "You continue to learn yours, Xin Xian, and I will have to clean up for more than 10 minutes. Teacher Zhu said casually to Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Teacher Zhu, nodded in thanks, and sat back in his seat to continue studying. "Well, okay." Teacher Zhu came to Qin Xian's side and quietly said to Qin Xian with a loving face, "Xiao Qin, do you like her?" Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment. "Huh? No, there is none." "No?" Teacher Zhu showed a look of disbelief. Qin Xian waved his hand in disgust. "It's not interesting to fall in love." Teacher Zhu smiled contemptuously. "It's not interesting to fall in love? It's funny, how do I remember you followed a girl before, happy like a flower?" After Teacher Zhu mentioned this, Qin Xian was also at a loss. Before he was reborn, wasn't it just a licking dog following Li Jingwen? He could only say, "It's because of licking." After talking, I felt boring. Teacher Zhu patted Qin Xian on the shoulder. "Xiao Qin, there are some things that I, as a person who has been here, have to tell you." "You speak." Qin Xiang smiled, and while cleaning up the books on the bookshelf, he listened to Teacher Zhu's words. Teacher Zhu is old and always loves to chat with young people, which Qin Xiang knows. He also liked Teacher Zhu's kind conversation, and he liked Teacher Zhu more than a gentle person to him. The old man is willing to chat, just chat with her. The girl you followed before looked a little impetuous at first glance, not like someone who could live. So you may feel that after talking to her, your feelings are a little hurt and you don't feel interested. As soon as Teacher Zhu spoke, Qin Xian was stunned. He was not only surprised by Teacher Zhu's gossipy heart, but also impressed by her keen observation. "In my previous life, I was so close to Li Jingwen that I didn't see her clearly. Teacher Zhu, a library teacher, has not said a word to Li Jingwen for 3 years, and he can actually say the secret in one sentence. I have to say that older people are indeed more accurate in looking at people." "Teacher Zhu, you've been observing me?" "Hey, the entire library, as long as you and Wen Shu will say a few more words to me, of course I will pay attention to you too. Besides, if you follow that girl all day long, my eyes can almost see the cocoon, so I naturally recognize her." Teacher Zhu said disgustedly, "In the past, when you talked, if I said something bad about her, you young man would not be able to listen to it. Now that you say you two are not in love, then I can say what I am holding back in my heart. I have seen her get close to several boys. Especially with director Zhou's nephew, that Zhou. Zhou, what's coming? You mean, Zhou Yang? Yes, it's that kid. It's called a closeness. But every time they are together, you are not there. When you two are together, he is not there. So, I think that girl is not good. Qin Xiang nodded. You're right, I also found out about this later, so I didn't have any contact with her. Yes, as the saying goes, it is better to be lacking than to abuse. The farther away from her as she is, the better. However, Xiaoqin, Wen Shu is not a good girl. If you grasp it, you will be happy for the rest of your life. What you are talking about is that. Qin Xiang frowned, a little caught off guard by Teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. Hi, what can't I say? Anyway, there is a high probability that you will go out alone after graduation, and it is not too early to find a girlfriend. I think Wen Shu is very good. You are also fine. You two kind people should be together. Teacher Zhu, I didn't expect you to be old, but you are quite open-minded. Our grade director is still catching puppy love, and you are busy matching here. Hey, what grade director, isn't it just a principal's dog's legs? When you don't have a good time, the end of the world is coming, all universities are reshuffled, colleges are scarce, and most of them can't continue to go to school after graduating from high school. Since high school is the end of the student days, can falling in love in high school still be called puppy love? I don't think it's anything anyway. But seriously, Wen Shu, that kid, is really good. I also know her grandmother, I met her a few times when she was young, and she spoke very smoothly. Maybe it is precisely because of her grandmother's good personality that Wen Shu also has a good personality. Xiaoqin, you also have a very good personality, and you are considerate of me, an old lady who is always rushing to work. I'll forget it. I have only started working for you in the past 2 days, and I ran away as soon as school was over, so I am not a good person. I know, you went to do your homework for that little girl before, I don't blame you. No, as soon as you separated from her, did you come to help me work? It shows that you are still kind-hearted. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. You know this? Teacher Zhu smiled proudly. You, Teacher Zhu, I, are in the operation library and outside the classroom. I admire you. Don't take me seriously. Xiaoqin, such a good object as Wen Shu is not common. I am happy that you two kind children are together. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly, non-committal. Wen Shu is a good boy, there is nothing to say. As for yourself? How can a good child have so many lives on his hands? I just killed someone and set fire to it last week, and this week I was praised by the teacher as a good boy in the library. Qin Xiang always felt that this matter was a little weird, but he couldn't say what was weird. Why, do you think Teacher Zhu is long-winded? Nope. I just think that Wen Shu can be admitted to the academy, and I will be a mixed society in the future, and we will delay others together. You kid looks quite handsome, how can you talk as soft as a girl? She goes to the academy, won't you go to work near the academy yourself? What is the future of holding back for a lifetime on the edge of this safe zone? Looking at Teacher Zhu's eyes that hated iron and steel, Qin Xiang knew that this old lady was really thinking about herself. But he didn't want to lick it anymore. Okay, I know Teacher Zhu, thank you. Forget it, it seems that you still didn't listen. The choice is yours, I'll tell you. Hurry up and pack up, I'm going to lock the door. Teacher Zhu saw Qin Xiang's perfunctory reaction, and he had no intention of continuing the conversation, and began to drive people away. Qin Xiang was also helpless, this old lady really changed her face like flipping through a book. When he packed up the bookshelves, Wen Shu also packed his school bag and prepared to leave. Teacher Zhu locked the door and said, I'm going to the toilet, you go first. After saying that, he left Qin Xiang and Wen Shu at the door of the library. Qin Xiang glanced at Teacher Zhu's back, and his heart was very emotional. The old lady has a heart, but this is clearly a flattering look to the blind, and they don't have any feelings at all now. The two left the school side by side. We have reached a fork in the road again, and it is time to separate again. Wen Shu said, goodbye. She was about to turn around and leave, but Qin Xiang grabbed her school bag strap. Qin Xiang smiled at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of indifferent gaze. Today, I will send you back. Wen Shu didn't understand why Qin Xiang suddenly changed like a person, and took the initiative. No need to. Qin Xiang couldn't help but say nothing, so he took her hand and walked in the direction of her house together. Wen Shu frowned and wanted to break free from him, but he heard Qin Xiang say in a very low voice, I warned Li Jingwen last week, but I didn't expect to dare to follow today. Now Wen Shu looked back, but found nothing, and she looked at Qin Xiang suspiciously. Qin Xiang took her hand and strode forward. My home is not there. Qin Xiang turned left and right in the alley, then looked back at her and said with a smile, "Can't you kill someone in front of your house?" Kill. Wen Shu widened his eyes in shock. She felt that Qin Xiang was joking. But Qin Xiang's cold gaze just now made her realize that he seemed to be serious. No. Classmate Qin, should we communicate well with Li Jingwen and the others? Slow down. Qin Xiang said, if it is Li Jingwen who follows us, I will slap her twice and blast her away. No. Not Li Jingwen? That's... Qin Xiang looked back behind him and continued to pull Wen Shu forward. Wen Shu also looked back. At this time, she suddenly found that 7 or 8 black shadows suddenly appeared in the alley they had just walked through. Sombra held a weapon in his hand, looking at the shape of an iron rod and a short blade. Qin Xiang quickened his pace and pulled Wen Shu to run. Wen Shu immediately looked up at Qin Xiang beside him in a panic. They are. It should be Li Jingwen's uncle. Her uncle was a famous gangster in the neighborhood who had a life on his hands. Then what is her uncle following us for? Snap. Syllable. Qin Xiang fought for a moment, in order to kill both of us. They should have killed me after beating me. As for how to. He didn't finish speaking, but symbolically swept his eyes up and down Wen Shu, and Wen Shu immediately covered his neckline. But, why? Why kill us? Didn't you hear what I said to her last time? Because she and Zhou Yang. Because of her and Zhou Yang's affairs? Zhou Yang, who is it? Just an ordinary person. However, his uncle has awakened to the sequence ability, so there has been a trend of making a fortune recently. Li Jingwen wants to hug Zhou Yang's thighs and live the life of a rich wife. But, didn't you say that you set up a scheduled email so that she wouldn't mess around? Qin Xiang smiled slightly at Wen Shu. I lied to her. Lie? The cost of going to an internet cafe is so expensive, where can I go to do it? She should have realized this too, so she asked her uncle to solve us. But, how does her uncle know if you went to the internet cafe? Always following you? No, how tired it is to follow me. I think her uncle should have let people squat in the internet cafe for a week. I said that I would go to the internet cafe to send an email with a regular delay of a week, and I had to go to the internet cafe every week to postpone the time. If I don't go to the internet cafe for a week, it means I don't set up a scheduled email at all. Wen Shu was extremely surprised again. They care so much about Zhou Yang? It was also my negligence. Now it seems that Li Jingwen and her whole family see the matter of Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang as an opportunity to turn around. That's why her uncle went to such great lengths. After Qin Xiang's confirmation, Wen Shu was completely stunned. She looked at the few people behind her who were getting closer and closer, and said desperately, Then aren't we going to die here? It's my fault that you were implicated in this matter. So, I'll settle this matter. Qin Xiang smiled slightly threateningly. You should be a person who can keep secrets, right? Wen Shu didn't understand what Qin Xiang meant, but nodded. Qin Xiang nodded, stopped, turned aside, and pushed Wen Shu aside. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 strong men with knives and sticks followed. The leading man combed his long braids, looked at Qin Xiang, and said with a smile, Run, why don't you run away? Aren't you quite good at running? Qin Xiang said disdainfully, I've already arrived at the place, what else am I running? Place? Where to go? Several strong men looked around and found that this was an old and uninhabited house, and the wooden house and pigsty had collapsed, leaving only the ruins of the broken walls. In the courtyard, in addition to the abandoned stone mill, there is also a stone well that does not know if there is water. At first glance, no one has lived in it for at least 5 or 6 years. If you look closely, the dust on the ground and the cobwebs at the entrance of the courtyard show that this place is not only uninhabited, but also unvisited. Perhaps it was a rural house that was abandoned before the end of the world, or perhaps the owner fled to other places after the end of the world. The whole yard was dark, and I could only rely on the starlight cast by the anti-aircraft glass to get a general view of the surrounding environment. Qin Xiang also ran while staring carefully at the surrounding environment, and deliberately chose such a location. The man with pigtails asked, What's wrong with this place? Before answering your question, let me ask first, you are Li Jingwen's uncle, right? The man with pigtails sneered, That's right, it's me. The matter of Jingwen and Zhou Yang is the hope of our family, and it cannot be destroyed in the hands of your boy. You also lied to Jingwen by saying that you sent an email that was delayed by a week. As a result, Lao Tzu and his brothers squatted in shifts at the door of a nearby internet cafe for a week, and they didn't even see the shadow of your boy. Oh, I think the internet cafe is too expensive, so I changed my mind when I went to the internet cafe, and the sending time was set after a month. You stop me, and in a month, Zhou Yang will know about me and Li Jingwen, and your family still has no hope of turning over. What? 1 month? Are you playing with me? Qin Xiang smiled slightly, believe it or not. The few people who followed were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Qin Xiang would change his mind after going to the internet cafe and delay the previously agreed time to send emails. When Shu looked at Qin Xiang with a puzzled face, not knowing what kind of feign he was doing, the man with pigtails said, if you cancel the email, we will pretend that this has never happened. When I'm stupid, I cancel it, won't you still hunt us too? Then what do you want? At this time, the person next to the man with pigtails said, Brother Long, tie him up and force him to give out the account password of the mailbox, and we can cancel his scheduled emails ourselves. The man with pigtails rolled his eyes and asked with some concern, are you sure you will ask? I've done debt collection before, and I've done this kind of thing a lot. Don't brag to me. This matter is related to our family. If things don't work, I won't spare you. Brother Long, what you said, brother can't go back. How can there be 10% of the things in the world? If you don't believe me, forget it, think of a way for yourself. Looking at the entangled appearance of several people, Qin Xiang didn't want to wait any longer. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. In fact, you are right, I did not send regular emails. As long as you kill me, Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang's affairs will be safe. Several people showed incredible faces, not knowing why Qin Xiang took the initiative to push himself into the fire pit. Brother Long, this kid wants to die himself. Then let's fulfill him. That's right. Kill him first. As for the girl next to him, let the brother be cool for a few days before killing him. The man with pigtails was still a little worried. This kid shouldn't want to break the net. Maybe he really set up a scheduled email, but he felt that he couldn't escape and wanted to die happily. Is this possible? Brother Long, what you said is not unreasonable. But this is your family's business. What to do, it's up to you to make an idea. Several people hesitated again. Qin Xiang was helpless. It's funny that some people believe when they lie, and no one believes them when they tell the truth. I didn't lie to you, I didn't set up an email, I just didn't set up an email. I believe you, ghost. The brothers tied him up and forced him to ask for the account password from his mouth. If anyone can do it, I will give him 1,000 copper coins. The man with pigtails was cruel and decided to bleed heavily, and he had to get Qin Xiang's email address set up to send emails. Okay. Brother Long is refreshing. Brother Long, we can make a decision. I really don't set up a scheduled email, in fact, the reason is very simple, if I set a scheduled email, I won't bring you here. The man with pigtails frowned, you were just talking about how this place is, and you haven't explained it until now. I think you are playing tricks to scare me. Qin Xiang said, I chose this place very well. These people scanned vigilantly again, but found no clues. The man with pigtails asked, what's good? Especially suitable for killing. Several people were startled at first, and then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. You shouldn't be a fool. The first time I saw a person who was killed, I chose a suitable cemetery by myself. What a brain problem. No wonder you dare to provoke our Jingwen. However, just when several people were about to do it, Qin Xiang turned into an afterimage. Qin Xiang flew up and kicked one of them in the chest. Before everyone could see what was happening, they saw Qin Xiang appear beside them, and the brother next to them suddenly flew out. Several people looked back in a panic. I saw that the man who was kicked by Qin Xiang had his chest like a deflated ball, completely deflated. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened, and he moved slightly twice, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head tilted to the side. Before he died, his face was full of surprise and fear. The dark environment blurred his facial features, and everyone felt an inexplicable fear. Seeing the appearance of their companions, they immediately realized that Qin Xiang was a person with sequence ability. How can it be? How can there be students who have awakened the ability to sequence in such a garbage place? Before they could react, Qin Xiang picked up another punch and hit a person's throat like a cannonball. The man fell backwards, but his head was like a puppet with a broken thread, swinging back and forth. Right. A person just wanted to beg for mercy, but was punched in the back of the heart by Qin Xiang, flew out a few meters, and finally lay down in front of Wenshu, causing her to scream in fright, and quickly jumped back a few steps. But Qin Xiang always felt that when Wenshu screamed, he didn't seem to be so afraid. Moreover, most people are frightened and shocked. How can there be a few steps back in a row like her? Qin Xiang didn't think about it anymore, and looked at the corpse. The person who had just been hit in the back of the heart by his punch lay motionless on the ground. The man's back left a groove the size of a bowl. Qin Xiang shook his head, I still haven't controlled the strength. I have already gathered my strength, but I still hit so far. The pigtailed man's pupils trembled, cold sweat flowed from his head, and the whole person froze in place, as if he had lost his soul. The remaining two surviving people, except for the braided man, saw Qin Shi Yang's skills and knew that they could not beat him, nor could he escape, so they immediately knelt down. Big brother, spare my life. Spare my life. It's us who don't know whether to live or die, give me a chance. It's all Kuanqing Dragon called us. It's not about us. Qin Shi Yang ignored it, and kicked the two people on the chin with two more kicks. The two flew backwards, and finally their heads landed first. Two muffled sounds, and they also went to the Elysium together. As for whether it is the underworld or Satan's hell, Qin Shi Yang does not know. In the end, only the man with pigtails who was trembling and speechless remained. Qin Shi Yang patted him on the shoulder and said with interest, "You should know about me and Li Jingwen. Originally, I had the opportunity to call your uncle." Pity. Koan Chenglong immediately reacted and piled up an awkward and flattering smile. "No. There is still a chance. Not a pity. We can be a family. Jingwen's child is ignorant, I'll go back and teach her. Be sure to let her follow you." Qin Shi Yang pretended to sigh helplessly. "It's hard to collect the water. I, a person with sequence ability, why should I lick my face to suffer this cowardice? Didn't you say that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family?" Koan Chenglong nodded in a daze, not understanding what Qin Shi Yang meant. "With me, there is no hope for your family. I can show you the way." You say. "We will definitely do it. Go to another world and rebuild your family." Yes. Qin Shi Yang slapped Koan Chenglong's face, his head turned directly 360 degrees, and then fell to the side. "Don't worry, you won't be alone on the road. After a while, when I free my hand, I will send your whole family down to accompany you." After solving everyone, Qin Shi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Killed again. How many of them is this? I can't remember. It doesn't matter anymore. He looked at Wen Shu standing on the edge of the yard and stepped forward. Wen Shu trembled all over and asked in a panic, "You are actually a sequence ability?" Qin Shi Yang smiled, "Yes. That. Then have you figured out what to do with the corpses here?" Qin Shi Yang didn't expect Wen Shu to ask this question. "Aren't you afraid? I'll kill you too?" Wen Shu didn't seem to expect Qin Shi Yang to ask this question, and looked up at him with some doubts. "Why did you kill me?" "Because you saw me killing someone." Wen Shu looked at Qin Shi Yang for no reason. "If you want to kill me, let me go home by myself." "They will do it, why bother?" Qin Shi Yang nodded. "You are really smart. You can be so calm when you see someone killing for the first time." Wen Shu lowered his head and did not answer. Qin Shi Yang threw several corpses into the well and heard the muffled sound of the corpses hitting the ground. In order to avoid revealing the filling, Qin Shi Yang didn't even take out the money from the pockets of a few people. "This is a dry well." He brought another stone and covered the dry well. "It's almost over, no one is here either, let's go." Wen Shu said, "If you do this, you will leave the smell of us here. If the police find out, they will most likely find us. What do you want to do? Burn here?" There was no one here, so it wouldn't attract attention. "Once it burns, won't it attract people?" "Except for the smell, you don't necessarily have to burn here." Qin Shi Yang was stunned. "What else can I do? The food in the canteen smells very strong. You can scatter the rice brought by the canteen here, and then sprinkle some in the well." It didn't take long for our taste to be overshadowed. Qin Shi Yang nodded, and then looked at her suspiciously. "Where did you know these things?" "I usually like to read books, and I see them from books." "Is there even this in the book?" "What book did you read?" 100 Ways to Avoid Being Discovered by the Sequencer. "What are you doing with this book?" "I just like to read. I read everything." "Isn't it used today?" Qin Shi Yang re-examined the weak girl in front of him who only reached his chin with the top of his head, and sighed that he was really unsightly. After he finished handling the scene according to Wen Shu's words, he left here with Wen Shu. The two walked side by side in a dark alley. "You're really amazing." Qin Shi Yang sighed sincerely. "Thank you, I think you're better." "Okay. What does it feel like to walk side by side with a murderer?" "Actually, it's okay." Wen Shu smiled at Qin Shi Yang, starlight reflected in his bright eyes. "It's me. After all, we have a common secret. By the way," Wen Shu asked again, "when do you plan to announce that you are a sequence ability? If you can't announce it before the college entrance examination, you won't be able to participate in the assessment of those with sequential ability. I thought you would ask me first when the sequence ability awakened. Why do I ask so much?" Qin Shi Yang couldn't help but glance at Wen Shu again. She was a little special. "Just recently. I need to check what to prepare before going to the Sequence Ability Authority." My background is somewhat complicated, and you see it today. So, I have to make sure that there will be no problems when registering. Well, it makes sense. Also, it is necessary to understand the assessment of those with the ability of the next sequence. Since I'm going to participate, then, everything is ready first. Lest some messy things come to my door to deal with after I disclose my identity, which makes me anxious. Well, it makes sense. Do you have any suggestions? When Shu shrugged, what you said is right, I have no suggestion to say. Then Li Jingwen, what are you going to do? Her uncle is missing, and she should be able to guess your reason soon. Qin Xiang said lightly, give her hope, just hang her. You mean, don't ruin her and Zhou Yang's affairs, so that she still has hope? Yes. Let her keep this hope and wait for me to get everything done, and then tear her hope myself. And kill her? Then kill her and her whole family. Well, it's very reasonable. A pair of boys and girls with green faces were full of murderous words. If you let others listen, they will definitely think that it is a child talking nonsense. After a while, Qin Xiang asked again, which college do you plan to go to? You? I haven't thought about it yet, but I definitely have to take an independent dormitory. I'm going to take my grandma with me. Are there very few colleges with independent dormitories? When Shu smiled, at first glance, you didn't listen carefully to the school-wide volunteer application class last week. I'm a sequence ability. What are you doing with that thing? Isn't it a waste of time? Well, you're great. It's my problem. Among the 8 colleges, only 2 have independent dormitories. Only 2? What about the others? The others are public dormitories, 4-person or 6-person rooms. It sounds like colleges with independent dormitories should have better conditions, probably the best 2 colleges, right? You are so strong, you should be able to pass the exam. When Shu originally wanted to say something, but he glanced at Qin Xiang again and found that he was smiling and sincerely blessing himself. When the words came to her lips, she swallowed back again, well, thank you. Qin Xiang nodded and didn't speak again. The 2 walked away for a while. When Shu asked, do you know the road? I don't know. You don't know the way? You dragged me away, how can I remember to stop? So where are we going after walking for so long? Forget it, let's go forward, when we see the main road, we will know each other. The 2 walked for another half an hour and finally saw the dim street lights. It's the main road, let's go and see the road signs. The 2 walked on the main road, checked it, and found that they had gone in the opposite direction to go home. If you want to go home, you will have to walk for more than 40 minutes. Now there are fewer people on the road, I'll take you home. The 2 walked side by side, talking less and less. They both knew how to ask each other too many questions. Especially when it comes to ulterior privacy, there is no mention of it at all. For example, when Shu did not ask Qin Xiang what the sequence was. Qin Xiang didn't ask when Shu why he could suddenly think of how to deal with the smell of corpses. The 2 of them did a great bad thing together, and now they are very close, but they are intimate. This relationship makes both people very comfortable. After a while, when Shu said, Qin Xiang, you are so powerful and so smart, why do you like Li Jingwen? Although this issue does not involve privacy, it makes Qin Xiang feel extremely ashamed. He looked down at Wen Shu and found that Wen Shu was looking at the road ahead, as if he was not making fun of his thoughts. But Qin Xiang just felt that she seemed to be laughing at herself. Maybe it's because no matter how smart people are, there are times when they are stupid. Besides, I'm not a smart person. At least when I'm with you, I often feel a little dull. Wen Shu shook his head slightly, I will be stupid for a while, but I won't be stupid for so long. Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment. This sentence involved some of his absolute privacy. Wen Shu seemed to be saying that he was the same as before. But how can this be explained? After all, he was completely changed after being reborn. For the first time, Qin Xiang encountered an unanswerable question. He felt that no matter what lie he told, he seemed to be seen through by this female classmate with big eyes and long hair. After thinking for a long time, Qin Xiang didn't think of a suitable explanation. In the end, he could only say, many things are uncontrollable. When Shu nodded, yes, many things are uncontrollable. As if knowing that this question could not be asked further, when Shu stopped speaking. Qin Xiang also had no intention of continuing to chat. The next way, the 2 didn't say a word, and let the cold wind drill around in their thin coats. After passing by one street lamp after another, they finally returned to the intersection where they were going to part after school. Then Qin Xiang followed Wen Shu and sent her home. Okay, I'm home, thank you. I should have invited you into the house to sit down, but it's really late, and it's inconvenient for me to stay at home. It's okay, I understand. We don't have to be so polite between us. Okay, then you should also pay attention to safety on the way home. Qin Xiang smiled at Wenshu's clear face. You know, it is others who should pay attention to safety. Goodbye. After watching Qin Xiang leave, Wenshu sighed softly. Today's direction is indeed far beyond her expectations. Unexpectedly, studying hard in school can also involve life and death. All this was brought by Qin Xiang. A few days ago, the two had never known each other, and today they killed and hid the body together. She also had to sigh that the world is impermanent. Wenshu didn't think about Qin Xiang anymore, and took a few breaths of relief to calm his mood as much as possible. Then he turned around and opened the door. "Grandma, I'm back." A brisk voice sounded at the door. As soon as her words fell, the candlelight in the room lit up. Although her grandmother is blind, every day before she comes home from school, she always sits by the candlelight and lights the candle for her when she comes back. Grandma sat by the candlelight for 3 or 4 hours tonight, and when she thought of this, Wenshu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Xiao Shu is back? Why is it so late today? Well, I'm back and I've encountered something, so I'm late. Wenshu took off his shoes at the door and walked into the house barefoot. Although the floor of the house was very cold, she didn't wear slippers. Her family is not much different from Qin Xiang's conditions. Even because there is an elderly person who can't work, the burden is heavier than Qin Xiang's background of one person eating in the whole family without worrying. The reason why she is barefoot is because the low-quality composite floor at home is not smooth, and it is very clean. Because some people often clean every floor carefully. Wenshu couldn't bear to step on the dirt in his shoes. Once she came in with her shoes on, Grandma would wipe it again the next day. A blind man, wiping the ground, you can imagine how hard it is. Xiao Shu, why don't you wear shoes? How cold. Put on your shoes. It's okay, Grandma, I like to be barefoot. When I was a child, I used to run around the house barefoot, do you remember? Of course I remember. At that time, you were the same as the little crazy girl, and you couldn't stop it. Hey, at that time, there was still a sun in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it has been 10 years since the end of the world. Wenshu stepped on the carpet, sat next to his grandmother, and held her hand, hoping to reduce the old man's sadness. After Grandma lost her sight, in order to avoid Grandma bumping into each other at home, Wenshu removed all the chairs in the house and laid out some carpets found from the garbage dump. Even the original wooden bed was moved out of the house by her. Now she and her grandmother sleep on 3 blankets spread directly on the ground. Therefore, Wenshu's home is empty, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the family is empty. The whole room has only a small dining table. On the dining table, there is a small candle lamp alone. The flames of the small candle lamp beat, reflecting the figure of the old and the young relying on each other. Both of them had smiles on their faces and seemed to be very satisfied with the status quo. After a while, Wenshu said, "Grandma, did you eat it? I'll cook for you." "I've eaten. Didn't you bring some leftovers back from the cafeteria yesterday? I've already eaten them." "Well, that's good. I'm still afraid that you will be hungry while waiting for me to eat." "I haven't eaten yet, just get some food for myself later." Wenshu was about to get up, but was grabbed by his grandmother's old hand. "Xiao Shu, Grandma has a question for you." "Grandma, tell me. As soon as you come home, I smell you." Wenshu was stunned for a moment, and then his heart immediately became nervous, and then he asked with a smile, "What does it taste like?" "Someone else's taste." "Xiao Shu, are you in love?" Wenshu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She thought her grandmother smelled blood. She checked it again and again before going home, and there was obviously no blood on her clothes, and there was only dust on the soles of her shoes, but she was afraid that her grandmother would smell this smell, and she couldn't explain it. "Since my grandmother's eyes are not good, her sense of smell has become extremely sensitive, and she can usually smell what Wenshu ate at school. When she went home today, she was also worried, for fear of discovering her and Qin Xiang's secret. Oh, I studied with other classmates today, so I might have a little smell of him on my body." "Xiao Shu, you study by yourself on weekdays, and no one can help you with your grades in the whole grade. How can you study with others?" In the face of Grandma's caring question, Wenshu could only respond with silence. "This matter is getting darker and darker, so it's better not to speak. It's not Grandma who said you. You are now an important time for the college entrance examination, so don't be distracted. When you go to the academy, Grandma won't stop you, but don't talk about it now. No one in your school can get into the college steadily except you. Don't waste time on them and delay yourself." "Okay, Grandma, don't worry, I won't delay myself. As for falling in love, I know it in my heart." She couldn't tell the smell of others on her body, so she had to vaguely admit that she was in love. If you don't admit to being in love, could it be that she went to kill someone with a boy? That would be the best. Grandma has always been at ease with you. Grandma, I'm going to cook. I'm going to review some knowledge points after I'm done. You can rest early. Is this candle too dark? You learn like this, it's not good for your eyes. Don't be young, just like your grandma and me, I have become blind. When Shu smiled, don't worry, Grandma, I have it all. Over the years, I haven't let you worry about it. Hey, I also blame Grandma, I can't give you a good learning environment. If our family can afford electric lights, then your academic performance will definitely be better. When Shu hugged Grandma tightly, Grandma, being with you is the happiest thing for me. With or without lights, I won't let you down. I'm going to have a hot meal. When Shu walked to the kitchen and poured the rice he had made from the cafeteria into the pot, and there were bursts of noise. Like Qin Siyang, she also has the privilege of eating more in the cafeteria. However, Qin Siyang's privilege comes from the sympathy of Aunt Zhang in the canteen, and her privilege is a real privilege. The principal personally instructed Aunt Zhang to give her as much as when Shu wanted. As the school's top seed in this year's college entrance examination, the principal will never allow the school to lose to her in terms of hardware. When Shu looked at the three-winged flying fish turning in the pot, and his mind jumped unconsciously to a series of things that happened today. Listening to Wen Shu's busy voice in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually disappeared, and her face was extremely bitter. In the candlelight, her face is full of wrinkles, hiding the love and concern of her elders for her juniors. Hey, there is someone else's smell on my body, and there is a faint smell of blood. Is this going to kill someone with someone else again? The next morning, Qin Siyang leisurely embarked on the road to school. In the past, Qin Siyang arrived at the class earlier. Because he came home from school, after dinner, he almost took a shower and went to bed, without any nightlife, and was used to going to bed early and getting up early. In contrast, Li Jingwen usually arrives at the classroom at a stuck point. But when he came to the classroom today, Li Jingwen had already arrived. And as soon as she saw Qin Siyang's figure, Li Jingwen was obviously a little panicked. Qin Siyang smiled slightly, knowing that Li Jingwen was clearly a thief with a guilty conscience. Li Jingwen stood up and wanted to ask Qin Siyang something, but she didn't seem to know how to ask, and after hesitating for a moment, she sat back down. Qin Siyang walked back and forth beside her as if nothing had happened, maintaining the indifference of the past few days and not communicating with her. Her uncle Kuan Changlong did not come home last night, which made her family a little worried. Thinking that Qin Siyang and Wen Shu were just two ordinary students and there was no threat, they felt that Kuan Changlong might just be dealing with follow-up matters, so they didn't go home. But today, Li Jingwen met Qin Siyang at school. This means that her uncle missed. In other words, her uncle did not kill Qin Siyang at all, and he was entangled in other troubles. Looking at Qin Siyang's still calm face, it seems that there is no resentment towards Li Jingwen, and Li Jingwen is more inclined to the latter. Her uncle didn't know what he was busy with from last night until now, and he didn't kill Qin Siyang and Wen Shu as agreed. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. Kun Qinglong, you fool. I usually say how powerful I am and how reliable I am, but I don't know what to do. Qin Siyang sat in his seat and glanced at Li Jingwen inadvertently, and found that she seemed to be angry, so he stopped looking at her. Before he revealed his identity as a sequence ability, he would not tell anyone that he had seen Kun Qinglong. Let Li Jingwen's family spend it without a head. Now they may be irritable, anxious, and want to know the outcome. When they really know the outcome, they will miss the days of irritability, anxiety, but no fear. Qin Siyang pressed down on the corners of his mouth, feeling that he was still too kind to Li Jingwen and should give her a little more mental torture. It's just that he was now full of thoughts about what information to check before disclosing his awakening sequence, and he didn't bother to waste even a second on Li Jingwen's body. At noon and afternoon, he continued to go to the library to sort through books. Wen Shu was also in the library early, solving the problems in the exercise book. Qin Siyang passed by Wen Shu with a book in his arms. Keep your eyes away from the book. You bow your head like this, if you are short-sighted, you don't have money for glasses. Wen Shu raised his head slightly, keeping his eyes at a relatively healthy distance from the book. In her ordinary study in life, Wen Shu has always been a gentle and good classmate, and Qin Siyang can also feel the politeness from her demeanor. Qin Siyang continued to sort out the books, and everything was very quiet. Teacher Zhu looked at the interaction between the two and showed a motherly smile. It seems that Xiao Qin still listened to the persuasion. Two good children, it's a pity not to be together. Teacher Zhu sat proudly at work, drinking hot water from the cup, feeling as if he had done something worth showing off. After school, Wen Shu sat down again when the library closed, and the two of them left the library together, and then separated again at that intersection. Blue Star Chronicle, January 20th, 2010. Western Calendar, Wednesday. Summer Calendar, the year of Jichou, the 6th day of the 12th month, it is advisable to meet relatives and friends. Will you be relatives and friends? How can I have any relatives and friends? Shin Se-young, who got up, looked at the calendar and shook his head, and went out with a bag containing a lunchbox. In the classroom, he wanted to sit in a daze as before, and then go to work in the library after a while. At this time, a boy walked up to him. Are you Shin Se-young? Shin Se-young looked back and found that it was a polite male classmate. Although the clothes are not luxurious, they are very decent, and the family's origin far exceeds that of Shin Se-young. But he had no impression of this person. Although Shin Se-young didn't know him, the female classmates in the class looked at this person and were a little moved. Even Li Jingwen, who was in a bad mood because of her uncle's disappearance in recent days, also cast a clear gaze on him. Needless to say, he should be a man of the hour in a certain school again. But no matter how much the situation was, Shin Se-young didn't know him. He didn't even have any impression of Wenshu, a girls' school flower, before, and he could still care about which male figure of the moment was? Shin Se-young frowned and asked, Are you? I'm Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen? Shin Se-young frowned. This name seems to have a bit of an impression, but not much. Sorry, I don't seem to know you. Immediately, a girl whispered, I don't even know Zhao Liwen, who is in the 2nd grade, and I don't know what Shin Se-young is doing on weekdays. Normally, he is just in a daze in the classroom. How can he know these good students? Zhao Liwen, his brain is not good. What are you looking for him for? We can help get it across. Shin Se-young glanced at the girls who were laughing at him, and was scratching his head at Zhao Liwen, feeling very funny. He said to those people, I live in a daze every day. It seems that my grades are better than those of you, right? My brain is not good. What are you? Shin Se-young. Why are you talking like that? I love to tell the truth. It turned out to be the 2nd millennium behind Wenshu. No wonder he was a little impressed. Do you have something to do with me? Looking at Zhao Liwen's delicate scholarly appearance, Shin Se-young felt that he were not people at all, and he didn't understand where he had provoked him. Zhao Liwen said seriously, Shin Se-young, now is an important moment to prepare for the college entrance examination. I hope you can pay attention to your studies. This sentence made Shin Se-young even more brainless. Huh? What do you mean? Literally, I hope you study hard and don't regret it later. Shin Se-young laughed. You're really funny. What does it have to do with you whether I learn or not? Then he turned his head away, no longer looking at Zhao Liwen, but at the starry sky and gods outside the window. Seeing that Shin Se-young ignored Zhao Liwen, several girls began to fight again. Shin Se-young, even if you study better than me, but classmate Zhao is also for your own good, why do you have such an attitude? That's it. There is simply no cure. Zhao, I am willing to study hard, but no one helps me. Can you study with me? I'm willing to learn too. Shin Se-young looked back at the few people again. You guys are here to please him. Have you seen you since he came in until now? If you want me to see, Zhao Liwen doesn't look down on you people at all, so don't worry. What did you say? I plan to be with Zhao, and after he is admitted to the academy, everyone who will ascend to the sky should take a break. Classmate Zhao has a good vision and looks down on you group of vulgar fans, unlike some male classmates, who are not taboo. After saying that, Shin Se-young glanced at Li Jingwen meaningfully. Li Jingwen knew that Shin Se-young was scolding Zhou Yang for being meat and vegetarian, which was equivalent to pointing her nose and scolding her for not being of the highest grade, so she gritted her teeth in anger and turned around with a cold snort. Zhao Liwen also felt a little noisy, and seemed unwilling to stay for a while, so he explained his intentions. Shin Se-young, if you don't want to study, please don't disturb others to learn to prepare for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You ruin others and will regret it for the rest of your life. Shin Se-young squinted. I said, Zhao Liwen, are you sick? I sit in this corner of the classroom every day, either sleeping or in a daze in class. Who have I bothered? Why, when you think that I am in a daze, you don't think about tea and food, and you can't even do the questions? If I really bother you, I apologize. But the problem is that I don't know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth, and then said, I'm not saying to delay my studies. Not you? Shin Se-young raised his eyebrows. It's not you, then why are you coming to me? I'm here to tell you on behalf of Wenshu. You have been disturbing her studies in the library lately, and I hope you can stay away from her. Hearing Wenshu's name, those girls who were showing off to Zhao Liwen were dumbfounded in an instant. They were all scolding Wenshu in their hearts. A student who studied well, was beautiful, and had a good personality. Perhaps one. Shu was too perfect and had no place to scold them, so they could only say that Wenshu was scheming, and everything was pretending. Shin Se-young looked at Zhao Liwen. I said, why don't you look down on these goods? It turns out that you like Wenshu. The vision is really good. Then he smiled again. So you are her boyfriend. I really don't blame her. She didn't tell me about having a boyfriend. That, Brother Zhao, I apologize to you, I didn't mean to pry your corner, don't get me wrong. Wen Shu and I are really ordinary friends, and our relationship is innocent. Jolly-Wen was stunned for a moment. I'm not her boyfriend, and we're not in love. But after the college entrance examination, we will go to the same college. When the time comes, we will be together. Ha? Qin Xiang was also stunned. What do you mean? Are you licking dogs too? Why do you say it? It doesn't matter. Go to the same college as her? Qin Xiang curled his lips. Friend, it's not that I don't believe you, but you are tens of points lower than Wen Shu in every exam. Why go to the same college as her? Dong dong dong. I know my grades are not as good as hers, but if I apply for the 2 low-ranking colleges, I am still sure to get it. It just so happens that Tiantong College and Renqing College, which Wen Shu likes, are the lowest among the 8 colleges. Qin Xiang's heart hesitated for a moment. What Wen Shu said that day was not the best college, but the worst? Isn't Wen Shu's good results a loss? As the only friend in Juan school, Qin Xiang immediately felt sorry for Wen Shu. He also immediately understood that the reason why Wen Shu compromised was because of money. Without money, even if she studies well, it will be difficult to move in the safe zone. Not to mention a blind grandmother. So, I hope you don't disturb Wen Shu's preparation for the exam. Qin Xiang, there are some things that are not destined to be in your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. Qin Xiang looked at Jolly-Wen again as if he were mentally retarded. Then why not? Let's ask Wen Shu later. Are you willing to be with you after graduation? Jolly-Wen didn't seem to expect Qin Xiang to say this, hesitated for a moment, and said, even if she doesn't want to do it now, I will impress her in the future, and she will definitely accept me. Impress her and accept you? Qin Xiang pointed to Li Jingwen sitting in front. Ask that woman, how did I treat her before, did you impress her? Jolly-Wen didn't look back. That's your problem. I have this confidence. You have a saying that is very right. Some things are not destined to happen in your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. You are really unreasonable. Jolly-Wen found that Qin Xiang, who was not stingy, was helpless, and turned his head and left the classroom angrily. Qin Xiang glanced at Jolly-Wen's back disdainfully, then looked out the window again, falling into deep thought. Although Qin Xiang didn't know what kind of man Wen Shu would like, it was not difficult to find from the conversation that Wen Shu's personal software and hardware conditions were all full, and it should not be difficult to find an excellent man. Moreover, the two of them also killed and buried the body together, and Wen Shu's performance far exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. It is true that both good and evil have gone clearly. This ignorant Zhao Gongzi is the kind who can't get a dog tag even if he licks a dog. Qin Xiang knew with his feet that Jolly-Wen would definitely end up in the same situation as he was chasing Li Jingwen. However, Wen Shu is not as poisonous as Li Jingwen, so his ending should be better. At most, it will be a stray dog and will not be sent to a dog meat restaurant. Qin Xiang thought seriously about Jolly-Wen's words again. What he said really makes sense. His licking method may indeed affect Wen Shu's learning. Jolly-Wen is right. Wen Shu cannot be easily distracted at the most critical moment of preparing for the exam. Anyway, I want to take the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, and I have to prepare for the awakening sequence as soon as possible. It's better to be a favor and help Wen Shu with you. After announcing the sequence awakening, I can get rid of the current poor life of orphans. When he thought of the scene after announcing his awakening sequence, he couldn't wait. It's about to take off. I originally thought of taking a good rest during the 5 days of school, and then checking the information about the sequence on the weekend. Forget it, sleep less today, go to Wang Defa's place after school at night, check the forum. Qin Xiang sighed, I am really a kind person. After school, Qin Xiang cleaned up the library and walked with Wen Shu again. But when Qin Xiang left the school gate, he saw Jolly-Wen's angry gaze. Don't worry about him. Qin Xiang hadn't spoken yet, but he heard Wen Shu's words. I said, you don't have to worry about Jolly-Wen. Qin Xiang and Wen Shu gradually walked away, but Jolly-Wen kept standing in place, staring at Qin Xiang under the street lamp at the school gate. Qin Xiang, who had excellent perception, naturally experienced this unkind gaze. Wen Shu. Jolly-Wen has been staring at us, he should often annoy you, right? Wen Shu shook his head, no. Wen Shu refused simply. You don't have to bother, I'm fine, I haven't said anything to him. Added another sentence, as if he was afraid that Qin Xiang would do more things and aggravate the trouble of the situation. He warned me that I would go to a school with you in the future and keep me away from you. Wen Shu was stunned for a moment and looked at Qin Xiang. You went to find Jolly-Wen? He came to me. Qin Xiang glanced at Wen Shu. I don't know him, what are you looking for him for? After hearing this, Wen Shu pouted and did not respond again. You don't have to worry about what he says, just pass by as a gust of wind. I wasn't influenced by him to study anyway. Explains so much. Are you afraid that I will kill him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. I'm not a murderous demon, and I don't want to do this kind of thing unless it's a last resort. Don't worry, I have a way. Wen Shu wondered, you? What way? It's not worth mentioning. At the intersection of the two sides, Qin Xiang waved at Wen Shu and then left directly. Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang's back, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After Qin Xiang went home and put down the bag containing the lunchbox, he went to an internet cafe near his home. He looked around the camera at the door and found that Wang Defa was sitting at the bar. Wang Defa was looking depressed, staring at the monitor in front of him in a daze. Lu Daji was supposed to be sitting here now, while he stayed at home to enjoy the company of his wife and children. But I don't know which god killed him, for Lu Daji's poor ghost who died in the house of hundreds of copper coins, he actually killed him. The network manager was killed, and he, the owner of the internet cafe, would not be able to find a network administrator who could operate the internet cafe management system for a while, so he had to go into battle by himself. His grandma's, don't let me know which grandson killed Lu Daji. Otherwise, I will come back with interest. It's not the hardest thing to do if you don't have time. I don't know what has gone crazy with the police station recently, and people come to his internet cafe to check every day, which is a heavy blow to his internet cafe's business. Wang Defa's internet cafe was opened in this slum for the main purpose of providing internet services at all, but to provide a gray area for illegal transactions. His internet cafe machine can modify the background data, hide the login address, and then make some anonymous transactions on the network. Because the address to log into the network is randomly generated, the network managers of the coalition government have no way to find it. When someone asks Wang Defa to provide a hidden login address service, the network fee will increase 20 times. The cost of internet access is already very high, and the internet fee is even more sky-high. But even so, Wang Defa's internet cafe still has an endless stream of customers. Because the income from illegal transactions is much higher than the network fee of 20 times. The main source of income for internet cafes is the gray part, which cannot be said to be bold. If he can drive here, Wang Defa will naturally not be a mudleg without a background. There are people in the coalition government who specially guarantee that his internet cafe can open safely, and of course, most of Wang Defa's gray income has also been handed over to his backers. The internet cafe has a large operating space and the boss's background is hard enough, so Wang Defa's internet cafe quickly became famous in the nearby area, and it has been open for 5 or 6 years without any major events. Until a few days ago, the people from the police station suddenly went crazy and came to him every day to patrol and check. After checking around, there was no other punishment except for taking away a few of his special customers. Wang Defa is even more unclear about what the police station is trying to find out. He called his backer and asked what the reason was. However, to his shock, his backers seemed helpless about the matter. If the police station wants to investigate, let them investigate, just don't worry about it. What about the business? The person on the other end of the phone sighed, let's slow down business for now. I can't help it either. Sir, can you give me a hint? I'm really worried that one day I'll be taken away by the strip, or suddenly disappear like the previous boss 3 years ago. That person's disappearance was an accident, you don't have to worry. As for the police, this matter is very troublesome, someone poked it up. Wang Defa was stunned, and his heart suddenly raised his throat, our business. Just make a little money, how can you still stab it? It's not for our business of 3 melons and 2 dates at all. So don't worry, the people in the police station won't do anything to you. By the way, you haven't met any strange people recently, have you? Strange person? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. But for the hush money of that silver coin, he still chose to hide it. Nope. They are all businessmen. Well, that's fine. Let's do this for now, I still have a meeting to have. Goodbye, sir. Knowing that the people in the police station had other purposes, Wang Defa relaxed. It's just that due to frequent patronage, Wang Defa's additional income plummeted, making him miserable. In the past few days, I can only try to save money. He was worried, but he saw Qin Xiang at the door. In his eyes, Qin Xiang is the dual embodiment of the god of wealth and the god of death. So when he saw Qin Xiang, he was both worried and happy. Wang Defa glanced at the customers sitting in the internet cafe, all staring intently at the computer. He took a roll of paper and shouted, I'll go to the toilet, if someone comes, you ask him to wait, thank you. Okay, Boss Wang, you go? Wang De sent out the door, bypassed the surveillance, and walked to Qin Xiang's side. Boss Wang is good. Oh, don't say that, you're my boss. Wang Defa said, wanting to hand Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand, we don't let you smoke. Hearing Qin Xiang naturally say the word we, Wang Defa was even more convinced that there was a powerful force of sequence ability behind Qin Xiang. Oh, yes, when you do things, if you smell a smoke on your body, it will be very troublesome. Understand. Qin Xiang pointed to the location of the warehouse, Wang Defa understood, and the two walked to the warehouse together. How is Boss Wan's business lately? Wang Defa sighed, don't mention it. The gang of black-skinned dogs in the police station smelled the smell of meat and came to check every day. Do you want to use a computer in the warehouse today? Qin Xiang felt that something was wrong, and asked cautiously, check every day? So shouldn't I have come recently? It's okay, the people from the police station have raided 3 times today, and it is impossible to come again. 3 times? So much? Yes. Usually once a day or two. I don't know what wind I smoked today, so I checked it 3 times. So rest assured, it's absolutely safe today. Qin Xiang nodded, he didn't expect that his stealing of the remains of the gods would make such a big fuss. However, you'd better come less lately. Many of my customers have been arrested. The people at the police station keep an eye on you, don't implicate you. Wang Defa cautiously reminded Qin Xiang that on the surface, he cared about Qin Xiang, but in fact he was worried that if Qin Xiang entered, the organization behind him would settle the accounts on his head. Okay, don't worry, I'll run out tonight, and I shouldn't be back in a short time. Woohoo! That couldn't be better. When this wind passes, you can come anytime. Qin Xiang smiled and didn't speak. This gust of wind was brought up by him. The rumors have passed, unless he is arrested. The two confirmed that there was no one in the next 4 times, and got into the warehouse one after another. Boss Wang, I happen to know something that I don't know very well, and I want to ask you. You speak. Because of the requirements above, I plan to register with the Sequence Ability Authority. Wang Defa was stunned, you. Not registered yet? I have to do so much, if the information is made public, wouldn't it be easy to expose? Wang Defa suddenly realized, yes, you are right. But the above just told me to find a way to register the sequence here. You are doing this business, the strong dragon can't overwhelm the snake, you should know more than me. You have something to say. Qin Xiang leaned in front of Wang Defa and stared into Wang Defa's eyes. I want to report a fake sequence. What reef should I pay attention to in this area 14121? When Wang Defa heard this, his eyes immediately dodged. You asked me this, how would I know? I am just an ordinary person. Eyes don't deceive. Your eyes tell me, you know. Wang Defa's face was twisted like a shoe sole. I said, boss, don't embarrass me. I'm just a bed bug. How dare I get involved in you and the bureau? Qin Xiang sat on a chair and raised his legs. Do you think that silver coin is very profitable? You show up here, frightened every day, and finally your backer gives you a little money? I gave you so much at once, didn't you expect that I would have something else to help you with? Wang Defa swallowed. He knows that money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. Come out to support your family, don't be cold. But he didn't know that the behind a silver coin was actually such a big lump. Isn't it nonsense to help a person with sequence ability and deceive the administration of sequence ability? If he succeeds, Qin Xiang is likely to silence him for the sake of secrecy. If he fails and Qin Xiang sells him, the people of the administration will definitely kill him. He is dead? No, I said boss, don't let me wade through this muddy water, okay? Qin Xiang smiled, then you can give me the money. Wang Defa thought for a while, although a silver coin was a huge amount of money, it was not as good as his own net worth in life, and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll give you that silver coin in a few days. Who said it was a silver coin? Qin Xiang said coldly, you have to return my silver coin to me. And the 20 silver coins that our people lost from you, you will also compensate me. In total, it is 21 silver coins. What? Are you playing tricks on me? 21 silver coins, he couldn't make up even if he killed Wang Defa. So after Qin Xiang opened his mouth, Wang Defa was also anxious. Qin Xiang slapped the table, playing with you? Why do you think I was arranged to register with the authority? The cases I carry are enough to be shot 800 times, how risky is it to register with the bureau? Isn't it because the transaction of 20 silver coins I was responsible for ran away from you, and the people above punished me? If you turned on the surveillance that morning, would I take this risk to go to the bureau? Listening to Qin Xiang's angry reprimand, Wang Defa's momentum immediately weakened again. I searched all over the internet cafe, but I couldn't find it. Besides, you don't even know what that thing is, how can you find it? Qin Xiang stared, I want to know what that thing is, and what the fuck do I want to see your surveillance? You can't just find it yourself. Wang Defa, let me tell you, if I can't disguise my identity and register with the Sequence Ability Administration, the first thing I will do is kill your whole family. Wang Defa was about to kneel. Boss, do it well, one person does things and one person does it. Isn't it unreasonable for you to kill my whole family? Reason with me? Qin Xiang snorted coldly. Are you worthy? Wang Defa's face immediately turned gray. Although he is the #1 person on the edge of the safe zone, in front of Qin Xiang, who has a deep background and kills people, he is not even an ant. There really is no reason to say it. What do you have to disguise the sequence? Say it quickly. My patience is also limited. Wang Defa glanced at Qin Xiang with a sorrowful 8-character eyebrow, lowered his head and thought for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I said. However, you must not tell anyone. Talk less nonsense. Who do you think I can tell? Tell the police? Or is it from the Sequence Ability Authority? Wang Defa thought about it, and Qin Xiang said the same. He is a person with the ability to see the light, how dare he poke this matter? I actually only know a general idea of this matter, and I don't know it specifically. As far as I know, if you enter the registration of the Sequence Ability Authority and do not say the real sequence, it is easy to be discovered. But I don't know how it was discovered. This is a confidential of the administration of sequence abilities. Does the Sequence Ability Authority really have a way to verify the sequence? After hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart tightened. Fortunately, I found Wang Defa first, and I didn't blindly bury myself in preparing the camouflage sequence. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the administration, he could buy himself a coffin. Qin Xiang's inner turmoil was not reflected in his face at all. He turned his back to the computer and looked directly at Wang Defa, his whole face hidden in the shadows, so that Wang Defa's heart was always hanging in the air. Wang Defa swallowed his saliva, extending to the beard at his Adam's apple, followed by a twitch twice, and then, a drop of sweat flowed down his chin. So, if you want to use a fake sequence to register with the Sequence Ability Authority, you can't go directly. You have to find someone to help. Qin Xiang was shocked again. This kind of thing, there are people in the Sequence Ability Administration who dare to help fake? Are there many people like themselves who don't want their secrets to tell others? However, Qin Xiang did not ask these questions, because Wang Defa is an internet cafe owner who cannot know the answers. He only asked Wang Defa about what he could provide information. Here, who should I look for? Boss, I don't know who I'm looking for. I'm not a sequence ability, so it's not easy to know this. Qin Xiang sneered. If you don't know who to ask for help, what you said is equivalent to saying these things in vain. Wang Defa's face hesitated for a while, glanced at Qin Xiang in the shadows, and said, I don't know who to ask for help, but I probably know who to ask for the inside of the bureau. Name. Blonde female police officer at the police station, Roylana. Roylana? Qin Xiang is not familiar with people in the police station because he has never dealt with police officers. In other words, they have dealt with each other in secret, mainly anonymous battles of wits and courage. Yes, Roylana. I knew about this because one day about 3 years ago, she came to me and asked me to adjust her to hide her address to use the computer. I think she is blonde and beautiful, and I want to know what she is here for. So, you spying on her computer? Yes. It seems that Lu Daji's personality of liking to spy on customers was learned from his boss Wang Defa. It's just that Wang Defa has a sense of proportion in his heart, and knows what to do and what not to do after voyeurism. And Lu Daji only learned Wang Defa's bad habits, but did not learn Wang Defa's good intentions. She talked to a person anonymously in the interface, which was about it. She hoped that the man would help her figure out her identity. She is a person with sequence ability. What identity does she need to deal with? I guess it can only be a fake sequence. Later, I heard that Roylana entered the police station, and it was still the favorite sequence of the police station like, smeller, so I thought she had a problem even more. If she is really a smeller sequence, how can she worry about her identity? Qin Xiang nodded slightly, thinking that there was nothing wrong with Wang Defa's inference, and 80% of Luo Eilena's sequence was problematic. That person didn't leave any clues? Wang Defa recalled and shook his head. No, that person is also anonymous. I only remember that the person's codename in the chat room was called Dream. However, the codename in that chat room seems to be given randomly and changes every day. That day he was called Dream Fulfillment, and no one knew what his name would be next time. So, I don't think it's a clue. Qin Xiang thought for a while, and then asked, so, what are the conditions for their deal? A silver coin. Roylana placed a silver coin under the floor tile next to the exit of a safe zone, and after the man got the money, he helped her forge the registration information. Didn't you try to go to that floor tile in advance and steal Roylina's silver coin? Wang Defa smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, how can I have that guts? If she steals her silver coins, she will definitely guess that I am spying on her, then the reputation of my internet cafe will stink. You also know that I am a white glove on the countertop in this internet cafe, and I still have to hand over the big head. If the people behind me knew that I had ruined his money in order to be greedy for money, he would definitely peel off my skin." "You're smart." Wang Defa was not pleased with Qin Xiang's praise, but his tone was a little resentful. "I am an ordinary person, dealing with sequence abilities every day. If I am not clever, I will have died hundreds of times. However, after that, out of curiosity, I took the time to take a look at the location of the floor tile. What did you find? If you don't have the ability to sequence, you can't get close to that floor tile. Because that floor tile is near the gate of the exit of the safe zone, it belongs to the resting area of the sequence ability, and many people come in and out every day. Since people come in and out every day, how did Roylana put the silver coins underneath? I don't know, maybe I specially chose to put it down when no one was there. That's all I know, boss." Qin Xiang was silent for a long time, thinking about what to do next. From Wang Defa's discussion, it is not difficult for him to guess that the Bureau's insider, Dream Realization, can get all the information about Luo Eilina. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a tailor-made fake identity for her. But this anonymous transaction method made Qin Xiang believe that Luo Eilina didn't seem to know who this Dream was. This means that Qin Xiang wants to trade with an unknown person and sell all his information. The other party can hide in the dark all the time. It is equivalent to selling a handle to this person. He can use it to blackmail himself at any time. Qin Xiang absolutely cannot accept such passivity. "Okay, I know, thank you. However, there is one more thing you need help with." "You speak. I'm a little tight on money now. Please lend me a silver coin to complete the registration of the forged sequence identity." Wang Defa was dumbfounded. "Isn't it because of the silver coin that you are busy and not a good person? Now, Qin Xiang actually wants to go back again? So what is he trying to do?" Qin Xiang also knew that it was not decent for him to do this, but he really had no other way to make up for the cost of a silver coin. "You can't kill people for the silver coin, right? Boss, you're going too far, right? Isn't this playing with me as a monkey? I said, this is what you lent me. When I join the administration of sequence abilities, I will pay you back twice. You should know that if I want to rob it, I don't need to explain so much to you." For the cake painted by Qin Xiang, Wang Defa was dismissive. "Boss, it's not that I've never seen such a thing as credit, but you gave me a silver coin on credit all of a sudden. I don't have time to gossip with you. I borrow a silver coin, or I take a silver coin and choose for myself. If you want to report me to the police, you can also try it." After saying that, Qin Xiang didn't wait for Wang Defa's reply. "You are a smart person, how to choose, you know it yourself. Trouble get out, I need to use the computer. Tomorrow night will come to the door of your internet cafe, and you will lend me a silver coin then." Wang Defa clenched his fists and stood there looking at Qin Xiang's back, without answering. "Don't do stupid things, think about your family," Qin Xiang reminded casually. Wang Defa immediately thought of his happy family. Loving his wife, obedient 2 children. There is nothing more important than home. A silver coin, give it to him, and treat it as a loss. Wang Defa left the warehouse silently and brought Qin Xiang the door by the way. Qin Xiang opened the God Killing Camp forum and the Sequence Education forum, consulting the knowledge he wanted to know. Because this is likely to be the last time he came here to check it recently, he checked everything in detail. For some more complicated things, he also took paper notes from the warehouse to prevent his memory from deviating and causing big mistakes. By the time Qin Xiang left the warehouse, it was already midnight. The internet cafe has long been closed, and Wang Defa has gone home. "Take me to see." After locking the warehouse door, he confirmed that no one was around, and quickly ran back home. Okay. Today is really fruitful. After taking a cold shower, he lay on the bed, looked at the notes he had recorded, and said sincerely, "In the next few days, some will be busy." At about 6 o'clock the next morning, after he got up and packed his things, he covered his face with a collar and put on a wide hat to make sure that no one would recognize him, and then went out. Instead of going directly to school, he went to the grocery store first, bought 2 envelopes, a piece of stationery and a worn-out pencil for a copper coin, and then asked the boss to put one envelope and stationery inside another. Although the boss didn't know why Qin Xiang did this, he still complied. Qin Xiang took the envelope and walked to the police station 30 minutes away from the school according to the map route he inquired about last night. Because it was still early, there were only 2 police officers standing guard outside the police station, and the gate was always half closed, and no one came in or out. He looked at it and smiled slightly after confirming that there was a public mailbox in front of the police station. After that, he went around to the alley next to the police station. There are many homeless people here, most of whom have entered society after graduating from high school and have no way to find a job in this poor place on the edge of the safe zone. In order to make a living, they sold the houses allocated by the coalition government and became homeless people on the streets. If there are homeless people, there will naturally be children who wander with them. In order to avoid being dragged down by their children, many homeless people leave their children behind and go elsewhere to seek opportunities. Therefore, Qin Xiang also saw a few wandering orphans here. This made him feel that his background after rebirth was not the worst. At least he can still go to school and have food. Unlike the children in this alley, they are born with no hope. Although he felt pity in his heart, he could only sigh emptily, and he had no power to change all this. Qin Xiang walked along the dark alley to an orphan who seemed to be the youngest. Do you recognize words? The child's face was covered in dust, eating blackened nails, and he stared at Qin Xiang curiously with big eyes. But Qin Xiang's entire face was hidden in the shadows, and he couldn't see anything. Qin Xiang asked again, do you know the words? The child shook his head. Qin Xiang handed him the envelope. Open this envelope. Although the child didn't understand, he still complied. Take out the envelope and paper and pen inside. Seeing the child take out the paper and pen, he picked up a wooden stick and found a piece of wet mud. You compare the pattern I drew with a wooden stick on the ground and write it on the letterhead. Qin Xiang wrote 2 words, and the child read it for a long time, but he didn't understand what it meant. You can just write it. The child grabbed a pencil, followed Qin Xiang's words, and drew on the letter. After the child finished painting, he raised his head again and looked at Qin Xiang with a pair of innocent big eyes. Very good. Put this stationery in the envelope you just took out. Hearing Qin Xiang's praise, the child smiled shyly. Then on the envelope, write the words I wrote. After the child obediently complied, Qin Xiang nodded. That's amazing. Can you help me put this envelope in the big box at the entrance of the police station? The child didn't understand. Qin Xiang erased the mark he had just drawn on the ground, threw the stick into the depths of the alley, and then said, come with me. Qin Xiang took him out of the alley and saw the brightly lit police station. Did you see that big blue box? Why? The child nodded. Help me put this letter in, okay? You are so powerful, you can definitely do it. When the child saw the police station, for some reason, he was actually a little scared. Don't. The child's eyes were very resistant, as if he had suffered something under the police. If you help me put it in, I'll give you delicious food. Saying that, Qin Xiang opened the lunchbox in his bag and revealed the 1,000-footed mushroom rice. When the child saw the food, his eyes lit up instantly. Agreed. Well, I won't regret it, I'm waiting for you here. The child gritted his teeth, as if he had made a lot of determination, looked at the mailbox of the police station, gritted his teeth, and ran over with all his might. Qin Xiang watched the child put the letter in the mailbox, and then ran back. The child was panting and said slurredly, eat. That's right. It's amazing. Qin Xiang smiled and handed him the lunchbox. The child immediately gobbled it up. Qin Xiang watched the child finish eating, and then put away the lunchbox. Is it delicious? The child smiled and nodded. If it's delicious, I'll bring it to you next time. By the way, if someone asks you a question, you have to say first, you don't know the words, do you remember? Qin Xiang left the alley and turned around and walked towards the school. He could have given the child better food. But only the food in the canteen smells very strong, which can confuse the breath on his body and will not let people trace it to him. I hope to see you happily tomorrow, Officer Roylina. An hour later, police officers came to the police station one after another, including Roylana. Lo Eilina, good morning. Levi, early. Roylana greeted her colleagues warmly. Roylana, here. It seems like there is a letter from you. The staff in the communication room frowned and carefully identified the handwriting on the envelope, which was not sure. It's possible that it's not yours, but I think these words. It should be Roylana receive, what do you think? Luo Yilina took the envelope and looked at the distorted font, also a little confused. When did you receive it? I don't know, maybe last night, maybe this morning, anyway, I just found it when I was sorting out my mailbox. Maybe it's a child's prank. This envelope is not sealed either, I can open it and take a look. If it's not for me, put it here and wait for someone to claim it. Well, I think it's a good idea, Roylana. Luo Yilina smiled, opened the envelope, and took a look. The smile on her face immediately froze. Then she laughed again. It's my letter, thank you. Oh, it's okay, it's my job, you know. Lo Eilina, good morning. Oh, Good morning, Peter. Roylana still greeted people warmly, looking no different from before. However, when she arrived at the office and closed the door with her backhand, she immediately opened the envelope impatiently and looked at the contents of the letter again. At 9 o'clock tonight, in the woods next to Chunlu Alley, let's talk about your sequence. I am kind and friendly, and I hope you don't do anything to disappoint me. Roylana clenched her fists, and her blonde hair like a waterfall shook with fear and anger. Damn! How could anyone know about my falsification of sequences? She glanced at the letter again, and then thought, could it be that this person doesn't know about this, but just wants to know about Smeller? Then he immediately denied himself, no, it's impossible. If you want to know about the Smeller, just go to God Killer Camp to check it out, no need to ask me. She took out a medal from her chest pocket and placed it on the stationery. A certain position on the medal suddenly glowed red. Roylana immediately showed a surprised expression. The person who wrote the letter is nearby. She immediately loaded the pistol with bullets, put on her police uniform, pretended to be out on duty, and left the police station. Luoyalina followed the guidance of the red dot of the medal all the way to the alley where Qin Xiang stayed in the morning. She looked at the sleeping orphan in front of her, then at her medal, showing a look of contempt. Is it an orphan? How is this possible? But there will be no problem with the guidance of the medal. She kicked the sleeping child with the toes of her leather shoes. Wake up! The child rubbed his eyes, looked up and saw Royalina in a police uniform, and immediately sat up in fright. You wrote this letter? The child nodded first, then seemed to realize something, and shook his head desperately. Luoyalina immediately asked, who asked you to write it? What does he look like? The child suddenly remembered Qin Xiang's words before leaving, and said with a crying voice, I don't know the words. I don't know the words. I don't know who it is. Roylana frowned, not knowing why the child answered the question. But since it was the child's letter to her, she had to die. She must not let all her efforts be ruined by this letter. Just as she pulled out a pistol from her waist and was about to shoot the weeping child, she suddenly remembered the contents of the letter. I'm kind and friendly, and I hope you don't do anything to disappoint me. What does it mean to add this sentence? Warning me not to kill him? The child was still crying and shouting, I don't know the words. I don't know the words. It turned out that the child said that he did not know the words, which meant this. It was also arranged by the person who asked me. It seems that I can't kill this child yet. At least wait until tonight to solve the mastermind behind the letter, and then come back and kill him. Luoyalina slowly put down the gun in her hand, glanced coldly at the child with tears on her face, and strode away. Qin Xiang was sitting in the classroom, looking at the starry sky and gods outside the window, thinking in his heart how to talk to Luoyalina tonight. But he always felt a beam of eyes peeking at him. Qin Xiang glanced at it, it was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle has been missing for 2 days, but Qin Xiang and Wenshu are still alive and well. As the biggest beneficiary of killing Qin Xiang and Wenshu, and also likely to be the initiator of this matter, Li Jingwen was naturally restless. She even forgot to chat with Zhou Yang today, sitting in the classroom uncontrollably, looking back at Qin Xiang from time to time, hoping to read something from his performance. Just like an ant can't understand the mountains and seas, how can Li Jingwen, who has only experienced the world on campus, compete with Qin Xiang, who has several lives in his hands and lives a lifetime? She secretly looked at Qin Xiang many times, but still didn't read a clue from Qin Xiang's calm and usual face. I don't know if it's an illusion or a guilty conscience, Li Jingwen feels that she can't understand Qin Xiang more and more. Since the day Qin Xiang was no longer centered on her, Qin Xiang seemed to be moving towards an area she was completely unaware of. She looked at Qin Xiang again, and felt that Qin Xiang's pupils that were free to look at the scenery outside the window seemed to be full of stories she couldn't understand. Inexplicably, she suddenly became afraid. Even an incredible idea came to her mind. Qin Xiang was actually a hidden sequence ability who killed her uncle. I'm really crazy, how can there be a sequence ability here? Li Jingwen shook her head, feeling that she hadn't rested well in the past 2 days to have such a ridiculous idea. During recess, Zhou Yang took the initiative to come to Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen suddenly didn't pay much attention to herself, and he felt that he was not used to it, so he wanted to see if there was anything wrong with Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the door of the classroom, and suddenly felt a little panicked, and she hurriedly glanced at Qin Xiang with her peripheral vision. Qin Xiang was still holding his cheeks in a daze, without any reaction. Since Qin Xiang did not take the initiative to break up himself and Zhou Yang, he should not know about Kuan Chenglong. It seems that it was Kuan Chenglong himself who didn't know who he had messed with and was thrown into a stinky ditch. Li Jingwen thought like this, and her mood instantly improved. Then she showed her trademark sweet smile again and ran to the door of the classroom. Zhou Yang, why are you here? You don't seem to be in the right mood these past 2 days. I want to ask you if there's anything wrong? I'm fine, but something has happened at home recently, so I'm a little absent-minded. Li Jingwen's eyes suddenly flashed with sadness. Okay, thank you. What's wrong? Can I help you? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but I really hope to have someone to rely on now. Zhou Yang, I know we are just ordinary friends, but after school, can I lend you a shoulder? Zhou Yang hesitated, nodded and said, okay. Thank you, you're so nice. See you after school. Li Jingwen said goodbye to Zhou Yang and walked back to the door of the classroom. She saw from a distance that Qin Xiang, who was sitting in front of the window, was already lying on the table and falling asleep. Qin Xiang's relaxation made Li Jingwen firmly believe that he didn't know what Kuan Chenglong was going to kill him at all. The previous haze was swept away, and Li Jingwen's heart returned to its previous state. She wished Qin Xiang would die quickly. I don't know if Kuan Chenglong is dead or not. If he is not dead, kill this waste quickly. I am upset when I see him. After school, Qin Xiang came to the library again to sort out books. But this time, he found that in addition to teacher Zhu and Wenshu, there was another person in the library. Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen also studied at the desk in the library. But, although he did not share a small table with Wenshu, he sat opposite her. Wenshu's face had no expression. A pair of big eyes were only staring at the test paper in front of him, as if he was studying seriously. But Qin Xiang knew that she was not in a good mood. Because in the past, when she came to the library to pack up her books after school, she would greet her with a smile, and her expression was relaxed. Unlike now, it is like a learning machine. At this time, Zhao Liwen walked up to Wenshu and asked her a question, and Wenshu answered expressionlessly, concise and unwilling to say a word. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders and was about to chat with Zhao Laoer again, but Teacher Zhu on the side coughed. Teacher Zhu tapped a note on the table with his hand. For you. Qin Xiang picked up the note and found that it was Wenshu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen went to school at Juan School, because his father was an intern employee of the engineering bureau here, and it was convenient for him to go to school. His father is about to become a regular, and he has more background and power, so don't mess with him now. Qin Xiang showed a helpless expression. Wenshu had already predicted his behavior, what else was there to say? Teacher Zhu said, hurry up and clean up, lock the door and go. Qin Xiang knew that Wenshu was also suffering in the library now, so he cleaned up quickly. After a while, he said to Zhao Liwen and Wenshu, the library is closing, students, please leave. Wenshu didn't speak, put the exercise book back on the shelf, and left with his school bag on his back. Zhao Liwen hesitated and waited until Teacher Zhu was about to lock the door before coming out. Qin Xiang. Zhao Liwen stopped Qin Xiang who was about to turn around. What's the matter with you? I hope you will consider what I said yesterday. I didn't mean any harm, I said it seriously. Qin Xiang was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to walk towards the school gate. Zhao Liwen chased after him and said, I hope you know that you and Wenshu will only disturb her. Sick? I didn't say a word to her, it should be you who disturbed her studies, right? Zhao Liwen pursed his lips, even if she is disturbed, she can easily be admitted to the 2 lower-ranked colleges, so I don't affect her. But you, a person who can't get into the academy, involve her energy, it's a waste of her time. Zhao Liwen's words made Qin Xiang's heart suddenly angry. What does it mean that he is okay to delay Wenshu? Such shameless words, I don't know how Zhao Liwen said it. I thought he was a nerd, but now I found out that he turned out to be a refined egoist. If it weren't for seeing Luo Yailina tonight, Qin Xiang would have given Zhao Liwen a stuffy stick on his way home. You talk better than a fart. After Qin Xiang dropped a sentence, he strode away. Zhao Liwen looked at Qin Xiang coldly from behind, then snorted disdainfully, and walked home. Qin Xiang went home and put down his school bag, ready to see Luo Yailina. He recalled the information he consulted in the God Killer camp. Roy Yailina is not a smeller sequence ability, but she also has experience in detecting and chasing murderers, and she should have low-level scent pursuit props. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and pedestrians passed through the Chunlu lane one after another. This laneway is a shortcut from the edge of the safety zone to the center, and people who can't afford to take the bus will pass through it to save time. Chunlu lane was also learned by Qin Xiang when he consulted the forum. The sequence ability people who go to the exit of the number 114514 safety zone are often not strong enough, they don't hunt many gods, and their income is not rich enough. Sometimes in order to save money, you have to walk home. Chunlu Lane is a road they often take. Qin Xiang found a place when there was no one on the road, got into the agreed forest, and squatted aside. Then open the lunchbox and smear the 3-winged flying fish from the canteen on the clothes. The low-level smell pursuit props are far inferior to the skill, fragrance search, of those with the ability to, smeller, sequence. If you use a heavier scent to mask it, the item will be untraceable. The smell of food in the canteen should be enough. This is also the information provided by the communication post in the forum of God Killer Camp. After he finished applying it to his clothes, he covered the lunchbox again and waited quietly for Lo Eilena's appearance. At about 8:30 in the evening, a figure in a trench coat appeared in the woods. Shin Xian could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes stepping on the stones, and knew that it should be Luo Eilena. Luo Eilena came half an hour early. What was going on? Shin Xian didn't know. He was still hiding in the woods, quietly observing Roylana. I saw Roylana take out a bottle of perfume, spray it on her body, and then stood there without moving. After a while, this aroma also floated into Shin Xian's snort. This fragrance made him feel refreshed and anxious. Is this an ordinary perfume? Or is it a prerequisite for the activation of some kind of sequence skill? Shin Xian frowned and thought. He didn't know what Roylana's real sequence ability was, so he was very vigilant. Roylana seemed to be a little impatient and kept looking at her phone. After confirming that Luo Eilena had not set any traps, Shin Xian covered his face and walked out of the bushes on the side. However, the clothes used to cover his face were stained with the smell of the food in the canteen, which made him not feel very comfortable. Luo Eilena saw Shin Xian walking out from the side, was stunned for a moment, and then asked indifferently, "It's been a long time ago, why didn't you show up?" "I don't want to come out soon." Shin Xian truthfully expressed his inner thoughts. Luo Eilena threw off her golden bangs. "You are looking for me, what's the matter?" "I want to ask you for a favor. Introduce me to the person who forged the sequence for you." Roylena's pupils suddenly dilated, but she heard the words of the masked man opposite. "I advise you to take your right hand off the pistol under your trench coat. Once the gunshots go off, you can't kill me, and there is no room for recovery." Roy Eilena was stunned. She didn't expect this person to see through her actions. What a strong perception and prediction ability. Roylena's hand was still on the gun. She had already loaded the pistol before she came, ready to take out the gun and shoot at any time. "You are very confident. But I don't think you're going to move faster than a bullet." Shin Xiang smiled and said, "Of course I can't be faster than a bullet. But bullets require you to pull out a gun and pull the trigger to shoot, right? I just need to be faster than you, and that's fine." Luo Eilena looked at Shin Xiang with a vigilant face, as if she didn't believe what he said. Shin Xiang spread his hands. "If I don't have complete certainty, I won't come to see you. So, I hope you will still be a little patient and continue to talk to me. What do you want? Didn't I say it? I want you to introduce me to the person who gave you the fake sequence." Luo Eilena asked again, "What then?" "And then. Hey, it seems that you really didn't listen to what I said. You put down the hand that pressed the holster first." Shin Xiang saw the murderous intent in Luo Eilena's eyes, and knew that she would try to shoot herself no matter what, and said helplessly, "Don't waste your efforts. Before I came, I set up a regular email to send to the police officers in the police station. Tomorrow morning, the entire police station will know that your sequence is faked. If I can't go back tonight and adjust the delay of the email, you'll be exposed tomorrow. So, even if you kill me, it will be of no use." "What?" Roy Eilena was stunned. He didn't expect that the masked man in front of him actually had a backhand. At this moment, she was really panicked. Things are moving in the direction that is most unfavorable for her. Besides, you can't kill me at all. Just when Luo Eilena was stunned, Shin Xiang activated the violence skill, kicked the ground, and catapulted out. Luo Eilena is a sequence ability, and it is not the lowest level, and her perception and agility are much higher than ordinary people. Even so, she could only see Shin Xiang attacking her at a rapid speed, but she didn't have time to react at all. Shin Xiang snatched the gun from Luo Eilena's hand, and then jumped 2 steps back, keeping a certain distance between the two. "What are you doing?" Shin Xiang turned the gun in his hand and teased, "I said it for a long time, and you didn't believe it, so I had to prove it with facts." As he spoke, he turned the tip of his gun and pointed it at Luo Eilena, and Luo Eilena's eyes immediately became frightened. "You? What exactly are you going to do?" "I said, I just want to talk to you. Now, I think you can calm down." After saying that, Shin Xiang put down his gun. "Tell me how I can contact that person." Luo Eilena glanced at Shin Xiang and found that he really had no intention of killing himself, so she had to answer his question. "I didn't know who that person was, and it was another friend who told me that he could help me complete the registration sequence. I only know that the person is a regular visitor to the Esiko virtual chat room. If you want to find him, just go to the chat room and squat often. Then how do you know which person is him? You look closely in the chat room and you will find him. Qin Xiang heard that Luo Yilina didn't explain his words clearly, and smiled. Observe carefully? I don't have that much time. If I asked, can someone help me like I did with Roylana, would it work? Roylina gritted her teeth in anger after hearing this. If you enter the chat room 8 times, that person will take the initiative to find you. Okay. And then what? Then you give him your name and personal information, and then tell him the sequence you want to disguise, and he will help you pass the registration assessment of the Sequence Ability Authority. I don't need to go to the Sequence Ability Administration myself? Yes, you can go according to the time he said and get proof that you are a person with the ability to register the sequence. So, can you skip the assessment directly? Yes, you can skip the assessment. Qin Xiang passed through Luo Yilina's words in his mind, and felt that there was no big problem. I've already said everything you want to know. Can you return the gun to me? Qin Xiang looked up at Luo Yilina and shook his head. No? Then what else do you want me to give me back the gun? Police officers will have their own guns. Guns have unique numbers and are often collected to check whether the guns are aging. Whoever doesn't turn in his gun will be found out at once. If the gun is lost, it will be a very serious accident, and the investigation should be stopped at the worst. If the gun causes a bad incident, the police officer who lost the gun will be fired. Luo Yilina's falsified sequence identity also has to enter the police station, which shows that this job is very needed. She couldn't allow all her efforts to be ruined in Qin Xiang's hands. You just answered my question because I know your secret. In order for me not to reveal your secret to the public, you must answer me about the forged sequence. And this gun, when you wanted to kill me, was taken away by me, and it cannot be counted as answering the question just now. Qin Xiang smiled and said, if you want to take the gun back, it's a different price. You say, what do you want me to do? Luo Yilina was already a little devastated by Qin Xiang. She didn't expect Qin Xiang to be so tricky. From beginning to end in this conversation, she was inferior and had no way to control the situation. Tell me your real sequence. You dream. Roylana trembled with anger, and under the dim starlight, she was like a golden lion, with murderous intent. I'm a very trustworthy person. You just answered my question, and I can promise not to tell anyone about your falsification of sequences. But you don't have to think about taking this gun back. With this gun, it will be much easier for me to kill people in the future. It's just, you may need to carry the black pot for me. You scoundrel. I obviously didn't provoke you. Why can't you let me go? Your real sequence. Tell me, and the gun will be returned to you. I finally became a police officer in the police station. Do you know how many difficulties I have experienced? I even gave my innocence because of this. Your real sequence. You ruthless demon. Can you get it and have to destroy me to be willing? Sequence. No matter how crazy Luo Yilina complained, Qin Xiang just repeated his question indifferently. He said fewer and fewer words, which also meant that his patience was about to run out. Roylina. If your next sentence is not your sequence, I will leave immediately. I can guarantee that your low-level sense-seeking props will never find my shadow. Roylina's blue eyes were already bloodshot from madness, which looked particularly terrifying in the dark woods. Qin Xiang, who covered his face, stood opposite her like a bystander, without any emotional ups and downs. If it weren't for his chest expanding and contracting with breathing, others might think he was a strange portrait sculpture. Luo Yilina looked at Qin Xiang, and a teardrop ran down her cheek. The joy won. I said, my sequence is, the joy won. After Luo Yilina finished speaking, she showed a desperate smile. Qin Xiang looked at her spirit as if it had been drained, and also understood why Luo Yilina chose to hide her sequence identity. Joy 1 is the most famous skill, extreme happiness, of the sequence level 1. When used, it can make the target achieve the ultimate pleasure within a certain period of time, and make the target have a strong desire to have pleasure with the skill releaser. Ultimate happiness is not only effective for people, but also for gods. When Joy 1 uses extreme happiness, the gods will gather around the Joy 1. Joy 1, the final belonging of those with sequence abilities, is only 2. The plaything of the upper elites in the safe zone, and the bait for hunting the gods outside the safe zone. Either option will experience endless pain. Therefore, people who have awakened to the Joy 1 can usually only hide their identity and live an ordinary life. Once discovered, it will be the beginning of a catastrophe. This is also the reason why Roylana hides her sequence. Qin Xiang was expressionless, but he had some sympathy for her. But this sympathy was eventually controlled to an appropriate degree and did not continue to expand. Sympathy affects his judgment, and he must be absolutely cold-blooded to gain absolute grasp. Luo Yelena told her sequence, and Qin Xiang did not stop there. Looking at the desperate Royalena, he added, there is no one on the road now. So, please activate the extreme happiness skill on me. Let's go. What do you want to do? I have to make sure that you are really the joy one. Qin Xiang believes that there will be times to seek help from Luo Yelena in the future. So he must catch Royalena's absolute secret. It is impossible for Qin Xiang to believe it just because she said that she was a joyful person and shed 2 tears. Do you have to drive me to a dead end? I've said it, what else do you want from me? Luo Yelena burst into tears at Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang still had no emotion. Activate the extreme happiness skill, otherwise, I will leave with a gun. Luo Yelena saw that Qin Xiang's voice did not have the slightest wave, and knew that her crying had no effect. Well, you won. Roylana wiped away her tears and straightened her messy blonde hair. I am not the joyful one. How did you find out? Didn't I cry realistically enough? Don't ask too many questions because you don't qualify. Tell me about your sequence. Qin Xiang didn't see any traces of Luo Yelena's performance. His heart did soften just now. It's just that after he suffered a loss from Lu Daji, he became more cautious in his actions, and he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Unexpectedly, Roylana was still playing tricks. This beautiful blonde police officer is really hidden. Roylena's face was full of helplessness. Titan. My sequence is Titan. As she spoke, she showed her hand. I don't know what she did, her palm kept swelling, and it instantly became as big as the sofa in Qin Xiang's house. Then her palm returned to its original state as if it was deflated. The Titan sequence can make a certain part or the whole of your body gigantic, and increase the strength of the gigantic part. It is usually used as a meat shield in the hunting team to fight the gods head-on. However, the mortality rate of the Titan sequence is extremely high, because the strength of the human body is still not as strong as that of the gods after all. I didn't want to live a life of fear outside the safe zone, so I hid my serial identity and joined the police station. What I just released is the Titan sequence level 1 skill, local amplification. The only thing that can do this is the Titan sequence, so I'm not lying. Luo Yelena smiled at Qin Xiang. You can return my gun to me now, right? Qin Xiang recalled the characteristics of various sequence abilities in his mind. Although he couldn't remember the skills of each type of sequence ability. But the body can become bigger, as if there is indeed only the Titan sequence. No, there's another one. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang was no longer in a hurry to leave, but fell silent again. Luo Yelena frowned. What's wrong? Why didn't you give me a gun yet? I'm waiting. What are you waiting for? Wait 10 minutes. Wait for you to release the Titan sequence level 1 skill, local amplification, again. A hint of shock flashed in Luo Yelena's eyes. I want to confirm whether you are really a Titan sequence, or if you happen to imitate a local amplification skill. Fraudster. If I'm not mistaken, the fraudster sequence can imitate the skills you've seen, but only the external image, not anything else. Moreover, you cannot imitate the same skill continuously. Luo Yelena's smile, which was already a little relaxed, disappeared all of a sudden. You're really difficult. Luo Yelena leaned on the tree beside her dejectedly. You're right, I'm the fraudster sequence. In order to prove that she was not lying this time, a colorful mask suddenly appeared on her face. This is the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Xiang nodded. Roylana is indeed a fraudster sequence, and finally let him test it. However, the process was too tortuous, and he was almost fooled several times. You speak Chinese very well, and you are even full of feelings, and you almost deceived me. The tools for eating, of course, must be studied well, and there is nothing to boast about. You're amazing. More powerful than the colleagues and criminals I have dealt with. Luo Yelena sincerely praised Qin Xiang. In front of you, I feel as weak as a baby. Every lie I tell will be ruthlessly exposed by you. The last time I was like this was when I just met Inspector Orloff. Qin Xiang got the answer he wanted, and he didn't plan to stay in the woods anymore and waste time with this policewoman full of lies. I'll go first. I'll put your pistol on the path in the woods. 3 minutes after I left, you can see the gun along the path I walked. Okay, I know, you disappear quickly. I really don't want to look at you again. You insidious and cunning devil. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I didn't lie to you from beginning to end, right, kind and honest Luo Yelena? Roylana snorted and did not answer. Qin Xiang turned around and left with a happy mood. and took away the lunchbox he had hidden in the bushes by the way. You're smart, but you'd better be careful. Roylana reminded behind him, don't fall into Orlov's hands. Otherwise, I will have to be implicated by you. Orlov? I remembered, thank you. Qin Xiang did not go home immediately. First, he found a corner, took off his clothes and burned them. He was still worried that the smell on the clothes would be tracked, even if it was smeared with the heavy juice of the cafeteria meals. Staring at the coat burned to ashes little by little, Qin Xiang sighed. It's only been a long time, I've burned 3 or 4 coats. If this continues, you will have to wear short sleeves in this cold world. Most of these coats were picked up by others in the garbage dump, and none of them were bought with money. But the days of no money may last for a while. Take the time to go to the garbage dump again and pan for gold. Then pour the food in the lunchbox into the stinky ditch and clean the lunchbox before returning home. He hurriedly ate some leftovers he had brought home yesterday, and then went out again. After confirming that no one was following him, he came to the internet cafe again. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang appear at the door of the internet cafe and walked out reluctantly. Yes. Boss, your silver coins. Yesterday, Qin Xiang and Wang Defa agreed that they would come to retrieve this silver coin today as the cost of finding someone to forge the sequence information. Wang Defa took out a silver coin from his pocket and put it on Qin Xiang's hand, but he did not let go of his fingers, and his face was still a little reluctant. Thank you. I'll pay you back. Qin Xiang pulled the silver coin from Wang Defa's hand and put it in his pocket. Although it was a little shameless, Qin Xiang couldn't do anything about it. A silver coin, he is really not easy to deal with. Wang Defa drooped his eyelids. Boss, if there is nothing to do in the future, let's not come and go. Just think of me as a lesson. Wang Defa didn't get anything good from Qin Xiang, and he might be in trouble by the Sequence Ability Administration, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten. But Qin Xiang can't control so much, he still has many things to do on the internet, and Wang Defa's internet cafe is the only safe way for him to access the internet. How can you not come and go? Qin Xiang said, I have to use the computer in your warehouse tonight. Ha? Are you still coming? The people from the police station haven't come to check it yet. It's 10 o'clock, isn't your internet cafe going to close soon? Why are you still worried about the examination? Wang Defa pouted and said nothing. Don't worry, I won't do you any less. But you have to wait until I get over this hurdle. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then went to the warehouse. After Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang enter the warehouse, he was so angry that he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Damn it! Who killed this bastard? Qin Xiang sat in front of the computer and immediately opened the Axike virtual chat room. The Axike virtual chat room is a place to make friends on the internet. Unlike other chat rooms, the reason why the Axike virtual chat room has been popular for a long time is because this chat room uses network address hiding technology. Here, everyone is anonymous, the login address is completely hidden, and no one knows who is in this chat room. Even the backstage staff of Axico could not check the identity of the tourists in the chat room. Absolute confidentiality provides a natural gray trading environment. Naturally, this chat room is also targeted by the police station, and there will be lurking police officers in it. In order to avoid mistakenly treating the police as a transaction partner when trading, people doing business here use various encryption methods. For example, the person who forged the sequence used 8 consecutive chat rooms to determine who wanted to trade. As for how this trading method was circulated, how did Luo Yilina know about it? Qin Xiang is not clear. He followed Roy Yilina's instructions and repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times, and then stopped moving, quietly waiting for the mysterious person to contact. You? The interface of the chat room is very simple. On the left is the list of visitors in the current chat room, in the middle are advertising links to various games and bookmakers, and on the right is your current chat partner. Below is the public chat area, where Qin Xiang can see various advertisements for lending and falsifying identities. The interface of this chat room reminded him of the time of his previous life. Of course, in his previous life, like in this life, he was very poor and had no money to buy a computer. Therefore, he only occasionally goes to a nearby internet cafe to contact Li Jingwen and chats with her in the chat room with dinner money. Usually Li Jingwen and others open a private channel in the chat room and play games together, and he listens silently while helping Li Jingwen do her homework. Now that I think about it, it's really like a dog. However, in this life, it shouldn't be so embarrassing. Qin Xiang's thoughts quickly crossed and returned to reality. The right side of his chat room interface is now completely blank. After a few minutes, the blank chat box finally flashed. Qin Xiang clicked, and it was a person named Banished, who took the initiative to chat with him. Are you looking for someone? No, I'm waiting for someone. Shin Seon replied. He saw that his current code name in the Esiko chat room was Future. Who are you waiting for? Wait for someone who won't waste time asking this kind of question. Exile was silent for about 2 minutes before replying. The attitude of asking for help should be better. Tell me about your rules. Shin Seon went straight in alone. Nope. I want to know where you know how to contact me. Shin Seon did not hesitate to make up his own excuse. A friend who did not want to reveal his name told me. You're talking some useless nonsense. It's hard for us to cooperate like this. Business is business, and things that have nothing to do with business should not be talked about. If you don't want to do business, then I'll find someone else. It seems that you are afraid of your friends. Is it that if you say it, your friends will trouble you or even kill you? Shin Seon did not answer his guess. Leaving room for reverie is an important way for him to take the initiative. Tell me about your rules, banishment. I still want to do this business. Give me your personal information, and then find a way to place a silver coin under the 10th floor tile from left to right in the 10th row of the exit of the security zone 38324 before the end of tomorrow, and then you can wait for the people of the authority to find you. What personal information do you need? Fingerprints on the left and right thumbs, the most recent 1-inch personal photo. Name, current job, home address. Of course, there is also what the identity you need. This is the internet. Even if it is an anonymous chat room, someone may be monitoring, so I can't say too bluntly. You should understand what I mean, right? Shin Seon immediately understood that the so-called identity was the sequence he needed to forge. There are too many things, I can't give it to you today. It doesn't matter, for the sake of safety, these were also meant to be traded offline. You can give me the money first. I often hang it in the chat room. You can take some time and contact me in the chat room. Or like today? Nope. Friends who have paid can first say I am a newcomer in the public chat area after entering the chat room, and then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in a row. After Shin Seon finished chatting with banishment, he left the warehouse and went home to wash and sleep. I hope everything goes well tomorrow. Shin Seon said to himself before falling asleep. Blue Star Chronicle January 22, 2010. Western Calendar, Friday. Summer Calendar, Jicho Year, the 8th day of December, Laba Festival, suitable for travel. Today is Friday, but Shin Seon did not go to school. Because time is too tight. Exit 38,324 is 21 bus stops from his home. Even if he is now promoted in sequence and his physical fitness is further improved, he will need to walk 5 or 6 hours to get there, and it will take more than 10 hours to go back and forth. This is not counting the time he waits for an opportunity to hide silver coins. If all is counted, he is likely to be home in the early hours of Saturday. As for taking the bus, there is no way to get off the bus until it arrives, which will limit his route of movement. Feet are the way to travel that can never go wrong. Of course, only if you have enough physical strength. In order to avoid other troubles on the road and delay time, Shin Seon chose to set off early in the morning. By the time he walked to the exit of the security zone 38324, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there are not many people who exit safely. The sequence powers all go to lunch or take a break. Ordinary people who wanted to drink soup next to the sequencer naturally dispersed, leaving only a few lonely people wandering near the exit of the safe zone. Shin Seon hid his face in the white hat of his sweatshirt, counted the floor tiles, and passed by as if nothing had happened. Taking advantage of no one's attention, he lifted a small gap in the floor tiles as quickly as possible, and then bounced the silver coin in. After putting down the floor tiles, he stepped on them, trying to make sure that the floor tiles looked the same height as the others, no different. Bang bang dash. After 2 muffled sounds, Shin Seon confirmed that the floor tiles had been stepped on, so he turned around and left. Next, Shin Seon found a corner where ordinary people gathered and rested. Many ordinary people are sitting or lying here, seizing the time to rest. Because when the sequencers start to leave the safe zone to hunt the gods, they will also be busy. It is very crowded, and a small place can accommodate thousands of people. Just because it's very close to the exit of the safe zone. If someone with sequence ability comes, they can see it as soon as they look up. Although it will be colder near the exit of the safe zone. But many people are close together and can also help each other shield themselves from the cold wind. Besides, compared with the opportunity to turn over, what is the mere cold? Shin Seon carefully avoided the crowd lying on the ground and resting in the morning, found a place where he could barely stand on his feet, and squeezed the people on both sides. Then in the disgusted eyes of the people around him, Shin Seon also sat on the ground like them. He took out the lunchbox from the bag and devoured it. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, everyone around them showed a look of contempt. Although they are all ordinary people, they can also afford to buy ingredients and cook at home. No one cooks rice that smells as bad as Chin Sion's lunchbox. What? Even if you just add some oil and salt and stir-fry, it is absolutely impossible to emit this disgusting smell. A middle-aged woman on the side finally couldn't help it and said to Chin Sion, "Young man, looking at your young age, it should be my mother's cooking, right? Your mother is too bad to cook. This ingredient is a waste in her hands." Chin Sion swallowed the nine-tailed black rat meat, and then said expressionlessly, "My mother has long since died." The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Is it your father who cooked for you?" "My father is dead too." After hearing this, the middle-aged woman kept her mouth open for a long time, wanting to say something, but finally turned into silence and stopped squeaking on the side. Another elderly lady next to Chin Sion whispered to herself, "Poor child, it seems that he has just graduated from high school, but there is no future in life." Chin Sion was still eating the food in the canteen and the boxed lunch, regardless of what others said. When he was done, he packed up his lunchbox and put it in a bag, intending to put the bag under his head and lie down to rest. This time, he didn't take the initiative to squeeze, and the people around him spontaneously moved their positions and gave him a place to lie down and rest. Chin Sion didn't look at anyone in particular, and expressed his gratuity to the people around him in general. When he lay down, he did not fall asleep with his eyes closed, but kept looking in one direction in a daze. Others may think he is melancholic or reminiscing about something. But in fact, his eyes kept staring at the floor tile with silver coins hidden. Although, banishment, said to let him put down the silver coin before tonight, he didn't think, banishment, would definitely take out the silver coin after tomorrow. "If I were banished, I would definitely find a way to take out this silver coin tonight. This is an unequal transaction. Banishment can know all the true information of the forger, but the forger does not even know whether banishment is male or female. All counterfeiters will not be willing to be manipulated like this. The agreed deadline for the transaction is tonight, so tomorrow, the other party to the transaction is likely to concentrate on squatting here, wondering who took the silver coins. That way, the risk of his exposure is much higher." Chin Sion thought there was nothing wrong with his judgment. He observed silently. At the end of the lunch break, the squad with the ability to start with sequence abilities starts from here. The crowd also began to gather again, blocking the exit of the 38324 security zone. Chin Sion also surrounded the crowd and stayed near the floor tile to ensure that the floor tile would not leave his sight. Whenever people with sequence abilities enter or leave from here, these people will rush up and advertise the deals they want to make with sequence powers. Some are selling houses. Some provide services. Some are promoting their daughters. Chin Sion was coerced by the crowd, coming and going without any movement. His numb face was hidden under the sweatshirt hat, making it unclear to those around him what the silent boy was doing here. But no one will ask him for the purpose of coming to the exit of the safe zone. In the eyes of other ordinary people, one more silent fool around means one less competitor. Maybe it's because he's very introverted and embarrassed to say it. Or maybe he wanted to be the darling of a certain female sequence ability and didn't find a target. Chin Sion's thoughts, no one paid attention to or cared about. Everyone who comes here has a strong belief and purpose, hoping to turn over today, who has time to take care of an idler. In this way, Chin Sion, who had no autonomous behavior like a puppet, came to the edge of the floor tile as the tide of the crowd rose and fell. He deliberately kept a certain distance from the floor tile, just to ensure that his eyes could see the floor tiles, just to avoid startling the snakes. As a result, with the surge of people, he actually came to the floor tiles. "Forget it, I was squeezed over by chance anyway. If you dodge immediately, you will look a little guilty." Chin Sion still maintained his inaction and let the crowd coerce him. Finally, he was squeezed onto the floor tile and stepped on it. Dong! His foot stepped on the stone slab and made a soft sound. Chin Sion's eyes immediately widened. When he hid the silver coin under this floor tile before, it wasn't the sound when he stepped on it. At that time, there was a muffled sound of bang. Now, it is a crisp voice. Chin Sion's heart suddenly tightened. Under the floor tiles, it seems to be empty. What? Does this mean that someone has already taken the silver coins he put here? Dong dash. No, it must be verified as soon as possible. Chin Sion no longer fluttered back and forth with the crowd, but stood on the floor tile, allowing the people next to him to push, and refused to take a step. "Why don't you move? Are you sick?" Just when the people around him were about to accuse him of standing here in the way, several more sequence ability people passed by here wearing frost suits. The attention of the crowd was instantly attracted, and they gathered around to promote their business. Qin Xiang didn't care much, and while no one was paying attention to him, he immediately squatted down and pretended to have sand in his shoes. He adjusted his posture and blocked the floor tiles with his body, so that the people around him could not see any changes in the floor tiles. Then when taking off his shoes, Qin Xiang used one finger to pick up the gap between the floor tiles and gently lifted the floor tiles. Then through the high-hanging lights at the exit of the safe zone, with strong vision, I saw that under the floor tiles, a shallow pit half a centimeter deep, the size of a fist, really appeared. And the silver coin has also disappeared. Qin Xiang put down the floor tiles as if nothing had happened, and the whole person was stunned. Rao kept staring, and the silver coin was still taken away. Qin Xiang had just put down the silver coins for 2 or 3 hours. Why was it gone? Could it be that the person who took the silver coin had been secretly watching, and when he saw him put the silver coin here, he immediately took it away? Qin Xiang clenched his fists and trembled with anger. From beginning to end, the floor tiles have never been lifted. Picking up things in the air? It seems that this silver coin was taken away by a person with sequence ability when no one was paying attention. He scanned the fanatical crowd around him, wanting to find the sequence ability hidden within. But this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Where can you find it? Qin Xiang immediately calmed down and thought about the solution. If he just gave up like this, then he could only let banishment take control. After Lu Daji's incident, Qin Xiang was never allowed to hand over his handle to others. He spends money to do things, not to give people a handle. Qin Xiang secretly scolded in his heart. If the person who took the silver coin was a person with sequence abilities disguised as ordinary people, then he would have no way to win back the city. If the silver coin is taken away by a certain God Hunter squad sequence ability, then there may still be a chance to turn around. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang no longer waited, but like everyone else, he began to squeeze hard towards the location of the sequence ability and lean on it. Qin Xiang is powerful and can easily squeeze into the front row. But this is too deliberate, and it is easy to be noticed by the sequence abilities of the God Hunter squad. It's not a good idea. Not long after Qin Xiang put down the silver coin, he was taken away by a person with sequence ability. So the person who took the silver coin was most likely staring at him and putting down the silver coin, and he also knew what his clothes looked like. If Qin Xiang's movements are too conspicuous, they can be recognized at once. In order to avoid being noticed by the sequence ability, he could only slowly squeeze forward. When he was about to squeeze into the front row, he took off his coat again, revealing his immature student face. He believed that the person who took the silver coin now should not know who he was. Qin Xiang kept praying in his heart, hoping that it would be a member of a certain god hunting squad who took away the silver coins, not a passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had checked in the god killer camp that day. The person who took the silver coin should be the thief sequence ability. Use the skill, steal, to take items within a certain space near you. The stealing skill can be said to be one of the best in the safe zone. Picking things up in the air is not a dream to get rich overnight. Therefore, the coalition government strictly prohibits thieves' sequence abilities from activating skills in the safe zone. If they are discovered, they will be put to death. However, the ability of this sequence does not have much effect in the God Hunter squad. Because their steal range is too small, and the youth thief sequence has no life-saving skills. If you want to activate a skill on the god, you will be killed as soon as you get close. So in the god hunting squad, you can only play the role of soy sauce. Qin Xiang's mind flipped through the information about the youth thief sequence little by little, and then his gaze gradually became firm. In a god hunting team, the person who walks on the edge and behaves the most humble, the 8th achievement is the youth thief sequence. After determining the sequence of the person who took the silver coin, a profile that matches the characteristics of the character is about to come out. Every time a team of sequence abilities walked past him, he would carefully observe the demeanor of the team members. If the team members were chatting casually, he would pay less attention. If someone in a team stands aside and talks a little, or keeps laughing and flattering, then Qin Xiang will put more energy into listening carefully to their conversation. Several God Hunter squads have passed, all discussing the battle that has just been outside the safe zone. Qin Xiang listened to their conversation, and he couldn't help but be a little disappointed that he didn't find the person in the thief sequence. At this time, another god hunting team passed through the crowd. The members of this squad were not like the few teams they had passed by before, and they didn't seem to care about fighting the gods. They are eagerly planning which bar to drink and relax. One of the thin young men in his early 20s said, "Everyone, I won't drink later." "Huh? Why?" The thin young man hesitated for a moment. "Hi, what else do you need? He didn't do much, how embarrassed to drink with us." That is, a thief can only help us outside. If the head of the administration hadn't stuffed him in, who would have wanted him? The team members were sneering, and the thin young man gritted his teeth, but did not respond. The others looked at him disdainfully, and then left shoulder to shoulder. The thin young man fell behind everyone and walked alone. However, this kind of dispute is only an exclusion within the God hunting squad, and does not affect the madness of the ordinary people around them. Even if it is a person with the ability to sequence that is ridiculed, it is also a person with sequence ability, which is very different from ordinary people. Seeing that the thin young man was alone, the surrounding crowd surrounded him even more enthusiastically. People are scrambling to recommend businesses to thin young people that they don't know how many times they have said. Young man, don't be in a bad mood, go to our store to have a good meal, you can have a lot more fun. I don't want a penny, as long as you take a photo with me. How can eating solve troubles? People still have to find the right other half in this life. My daughter has just graduated from high school. Young, beautiful, obedient, and she has taken a fancy to you at a glance, saying that she will not marry unless you do. Young man, go meet me? Young man, don't listen to him, guarding a woman all your life, that's a boring thing. Come to auntie, you can choose women in your teens, 20s and 30s, and I guarantee you will be happy tonight. If you like matureness, your aunt can accompany you too. These people were entangled and surrounded, their faces excited and hideous, and their hands were desperately trying to push the people around them back in order to monopolize the treasure land. These ordinary people shouted loudly around thin young people in frostproof suits, hoping to be noticed. Everyone has a sweet dream of turning over a salted fish, and they all think that it may be realized in this sequence of abilities. The crowd spat and sprayed, and the saliva of the people around him also sprayed on Qin Xiang's face, leaving a fishy smell. This fishy smell, mixed with the smell of sweat that could not be dissipated, made him a little unbearable. However, everyone's attempt was doomed to fail. The thin young man glanced at everyone indifferently, said nothing, and then left directly. Although the people around him were still silent and selling frantically, they still consciously gave him away. It wasn't until the thin young man drifted away that they closed their mouths in disappointment, and then looked at the door of the safe zone together, waiting for the next opportunity to come. Shortly after the thin young man walked out of the exit of the safe zone, an 18 or 19-year-old boy in the crowd was like a bison, easily squeezing out the crowd on the 3 floors outside the 3 floors around him, and quietly followed in the suspicious eyes of everyone. After Qin Xiang confirmed that the thin young man was walking on the main road, he first found a corner and changed his clothes to avoid showing the filling. The G-Thief sequence is still a related household of the head of the administration. If the person who took the silver coins is not you, then I can only accept my fate. After a while, he once again kept up with the pace of the thin young man. Qin Xiang's current appearance is a bit funny. In order to avoid being recognized by the outfit when he followed the thin young man, he wore his coat and pants in reverse, attracting the attention of many people on the road. Mom, that big brother doesn't seem to be in good spirits. Shoo! Speak up. This kind of mentally abnormal person should hide from him far away. Do you remember? Qin Xiang didn't care about the pointing of passersby, because he had only one goal, that is, a thin young man not far away. It seemed that he heard the voice of a passerby, and the thin young man also stopped and looked back at Qin Xiang. But he didn't seem to recognize Qin Xiang, he just looked at him mockingly, and then moved on. The two were walking on the main road. The dim street lamps lit up 2 silent walking figures in turn, as if telling a story that no one cared about. As the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased, when they reached a remote alley, only the 2 of them were left. Qin Xiang still followed behind the thin young man. No matter how dull the thin young man is, he feels that something is wrong. The thin young man slowed down, wanting to wait for Qin Xiang behind him to pass by him. Qin Xiang didn't seem to be following him, and still maintained the speed of progress. The thin young man took a look and found that Qin Xiang was only 18 or 19 years old, either a high school student, or just graduated from high school for less than 2 years. He thought he was overwhelmed. It seems that I was too nervous when hunting the gods, and I was a little nervous. You still have to relax. So the thin young man stood under the street lamp, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, and took out a cigarette from it and held it in his mouth. Then he skillfully took out a match from another pocket, blocked the wind with a cigarette box, scratched the match, and was about to light a cigarette. At this time, the light of the street lamp in front of him suddenly disappeared. The thin young man looked up and saw the student's appearance and the young man who had followed him all the way, looking at him with a bright smile. I hope it's you. The thin young man immediately realized that something was wrong, but before he could react, a black shadow suddenly flashed. Then, he felt like he had been hit in the chest by a truck, and his whole body flew uncontrollably into the dark alley behind him. Bang 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 dash. The thin young man knocked over the trash can in the alley and overturned the garbage all over the floor. Qin Xiang stood up, looked at the road on both sides and saw that there was no one on it, and then quickly walked to the thin young man. The thin young man was covered with dirty and smelly garbage, and his orange and white antifreeze clothing was also stained with sewage, but he couldn't take care of so much. Covering his chest with both hands, grinning in pain, he looked at Qin Xiang in horror. Are you? Who is it? Qin Xiang didn't answer, and punched his mandible again. The thin young man intuitively felt that his brain seemed to hit his skull violently, and after making a trembling sound, he lost consciousness. Qin Xiang dragged the fainting thin young man out of the garbage heap, and then groped his body, but found nothing, so his eyes fell on the black backpack unique to the members of the god hunting squad. He opened the backpack, which contained more than a dozen small lattices, each of which was sealed with a zipper. Qin Xiang touched it and found that there seemed to be some items in several of the grids. In a lattice there is a glass bottle containing a pale blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the bottle and examined it, and found that it was written, Special Supply of the Administration of Sequence Abilities, Sequence Potion. It turns out that the sequence potion looks like this. He opened it again and smelled it, and a sweet smell came to his nose. It's just that the stench of garbage is around, mixed with this sweetness, which makes people even more disgusting. He closed the lid and put the sequence potion in his pocket. He had already learned how precious the sequence potion was to those with sequence abilities from the God Killer camp. Taking away this bottle of sequence potion is estimated to threaten the thin young man to do a lot of things. No, it's not a threat, it should be an invitation to a thin young man to do a little favor to himself. He opened the other compartments in his backpack and found a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Xiang turned off the phone and put it in his pocket. This kind of luxury of thousands of copper coins is very much needed by Qin Xiang, and he will definitely be able to use it in the future. He picked up the silver coin again and looked closely, and found that the silver coin was not the one he put under the floor tiles. The silver coin I put down is from Lee's Mint, and this silver coin is from Henry's Mint. Did I find the wrong person? He searched the backpack and the thin young man, but did not see the silver coin. While he was wondering, he found that the bottom of the backpack seemed to be uneven and a little uneven. He looked at it for a long time and finally found a hidden compartment of the backpack. This hidden grid is hidden under the other grids and is very inconspicuous. If Qin Xiang hadn't had plenty of time, he might not have been able to find out. He opened the hidden compartment, which contained some clods of earth and a silver coin. Qin Xiang took out the silver coin, looked at the big characters, Lee's Mint, on the side of the silver coin, and then looked at the thin young man who was unconscious, and showed a strange smile. Sure enough, the luck of a boy who loves to laugh will not be too bad. Qin Xiang is not good at interrogation. He is better at killing than interrogating. Unfortunately, killing people doesn't solve all problems. He sat on a tree stump and looked at the thin young man hanging from the hemp rope in front of him, feeling a little tired. I always thought it was troublesome to kill people before, but now I find that it seems even more troublesome not to kill people. In order to find an absolutely secluded place, Qin Xiang ran back and forth in various alleys with a thin young man like a dead corpse on his back, and then found an abandoned and uninhabited yard. Thief, sequence ability. Activate the skill needs to rely on your own hands to take things. So before the thin young man woke up, Qin Xiang carefully tied the fingers of his left and right hands together, then tied a pair of palms firmly, and finally bound his arms, and then hung on this ancient tree that had died but had not yet broken. 10 years after the end of the world, it is not easy for this tree to die. Qin Xiang looked at the thin young man hanging from the tree, and his heart was very satisfied. He also prepared some tools such as hammers and nails in the abandoned warehouse next to it to assist in the interrogation. Now it seems that the interrogation should be foolproof, just wait for the thin young man to wake up. However, half an hour passed, an hour passed, 2 hours passed, and the thin young man still tilted his head like a dead man, with no trace of sobriety. Qin Xiang also became more and more unconfident. Shouldn't I have killed him with one punch? He put his hand on the thin young man's nose. There is still a snort, it should be fine. Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, and then curled his lips again. It's really unbeatable. I didn't use all my strength, he actually fell asleep for 2 hours. Perhaps hearing Qin Xiang's contempt, the thin young man's head shook twice. Finally woke up. Qin Xiang patted the thin young man's face, watched him open his eyes, and sat back on the stump. The thin young man woke up, still a little dizzy, blinked hard, and finally returned to reality. He struggled twice and found himself tied up and hung, and the 18-year-old or 19-year-old boy who attacked him was sitting in front of him. His eyes immediately widened. Who are you? How dare you attack those with sequence abilities? As soon as this thin young man spoke, Qin Xiang's heart settled down by 3 points. Fortunately, it sounds like his brain is not very good, and it shouldn't be difficult to pry useful information from his mouth. Who else can attack the sequence ability? Of course, other sequence abilities. Qin Xiang did not answer, but took out his silver coin. This silver coin was released by me. You? Do you dare to follow me? Do you know who my uncle is? Who is your uncle? Chief of the Information Section of the Administration of Sequence Ability, Chen asked. After hearing this, Qin Xiang was stunned. Is it so smooth? Shouldn't it be this thin young man who endured in every possible way and refused to tell the person behind the scenes, he coerced and tempted, and finally got a fake answer, and then continued to use torture to get the real result? As soon as the thin young man spoke, Qin Xiang knew that his brain was not very good. But I didn't expect it to be so bad. Qin Xiang sighed. Your uncle has you as a nephew, which is really a blessing that he has cultivated in 8 lifetimes. The thin young man didn't seem to be praising himself when he heard Qin Xiang frown and asked, what do you mean? Literally. Qin Xiang thought about it again, and it felt that something was wrong. This thin young man is so brainless. When he took the silver coin before, didn't anyone find out? Even a cunning woman like Roy Ilena, who is full of lies, can't find any trace of him? It's a bit weird. At this time, the thin young man spoke again. Before, my uncle came to withdraw the money by himself, but today because he had something to do, I came to help him get it. If you know me, let me go. If my uncle knew, you wouldn't be able to eat and walk around. Oh. Qin Xiang nodded. In this way, it makes sense. In the past, it was Qian Wendao who came to collect silver coins in person. This section chief who created a loophole in the bureau is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp, and he must be extremely cautious in doing things, so he has never shown his feet. Okay. Today, I changed my stunned head, and I happened to be caught up by Qin Xiang before revealing the filling. Qin Xiang muttered, it seems that I really have the protection of the gods. No, the gods of today are all strange beings. It should be said that luck is added. You let me go. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my uncle. You can talk like this, why don't you dare to be arrogant when you are bullied by your teammates? I don't disdain to quarrel with them. Qin Xiang shook his head. You are afraid of offending them and kicking you out of the team. They just have the ability to kick you out of the team, and you don't even dare to say a word. I'm the one who will kill you, how dare you threaten me? Qin Xiang sneered and glanced at him. I really don't know how you have survived until now. Perhaps, it's really because I have a good uncle. Are you going to kill me? The thin young man's eyes shook, and his expression was obviously panicked. From the eyes of this 18-year-old boy, he actually saw the murderous intent. That cold gaze made goosebumps appear all over his body wrapped in antifreeze clothing. He realized that the boy in front of him was probably really killed. My uncle is Qian asked. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me. Hearing the words of the thin young man, Qin Xiang couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Didn't your uncle tell you? What kind of money is this silver coin? The thin young man swallowed. No. But I know that you must have something to ask my uncle to do, so I gave him a silver coin as a fee. Qin Xiang nodded. It's a fool, but it's not completely stupid yet. You scold me? Qin Xiang looked at this young man in his early 20s, his eyes full of incomprehension. Obviously the family is from a very good background, obviously a sequence ability, obviously a few years older than himself. Why can he be so stupid? Even a foolish and vicious person like Li Jingwen is several times smarter than him. Qin Xiang stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, even if I kill you, your uncle won't dare to say a word, understand? Forget it, you can rest for a while, I'm going to verify whether what you said is true or false. Rest? I don't rest. You let me go. Before the thin young man finished speaking, he was hit in the chin by Qin Xiang with another punch and fainted. Although what this fool said, it is 90% true. But to be on the safe side, I'll go to Ixike virtual chat room, first to verify whether he is asking for money, and then let this fool go. Qin Xiang put the man down from the tree, and then carried him to an abandoned warehouse where he was held in advance. After that, he returned to the tree and packed aside the interrogation instruments, saws, hammers, nails, scissors, etc. that had been prepared before. I prepared for a long time, but it turned out to be useless. Qin Xiang sighed faintly. He's really a fool. Qin Xiang detained the thin young man, then lit a wet piece of wood at the door of the warehouse, smoked it for a long time to make sure there was no residual smell here, and rushed back at a rapid speed. It was getting late, and he had to go back as soon as possible. I came to the internet cafe again. When Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang, he cried out in his heart. I told the customers in the internet cafe that I had something to deal with, and then came out again. Boss, what's wrong with you? I want to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed. The key is in your hands, you can use it if you want. No, the network is yours, and the warehouse is yours. When I want to use it, I must inform you, so as not to cause you inconvenience. Wang Defa smiled perfunctorily. You are quite polite. Qin Xiang took out 2 more silver coins from his pocket and put them in Wang Defa's hand. Pay you back your money, as well as interest. One was Qin Xiang's own, and the other was looted from the skinny young man's backpack. He handed over both silver coins to Wang Defa, which can be regarded as fulfilling his previous promise. Wang Defa looked at the 2 silver coins in disbelief, not knowing how to answer for a while. Qin Xiang patted him on the shoulder, and then walked towards the warehouse. Wang Defa watched Qin Xiang's figure disappear at the door of the warehouse before he calmed down. He bit down 2 silver coins with his teeth and found that they were genuine, and Qin Xiang did not lie to himself. His worldview was completely subverted. There has never been a person with sequence ability, never before, who would keep his promise to him, an ordinary person. He has been an official in an internet cafe for so many years, and he has earned a few silver coins in total. Some of them are used to check out the internet cafe. If you get it, it may not be as much as Qin Xiang. I really blamed Qin Xiang before. But who would have thought that Qin Xiang didn't joke with him? Wang Defa clenched the silver coin in his hand, like waking up from a big dream, with a confused face. It's really... I met a living immortal. Qin Xiang opened the virtual chat room again, said I am a newcomer, and then went in and out 5 times in a row, waiting for the other party to contact him. Today's advertisement in the chat room is virtual gambling. The advertising slogan is give it a try, maybe you will have good luck today. This advertising slogan is quite appropriate. Qin Xiang smiled, although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he did think that he was lucky today. Today's code name randomly assigned to him in the chat room, called Counterattack, made him feel that everything was destined. After a while, a dialogue box flashes on the right side of the chat room. Qin Xiang clicked. It was a person codenamed Corner. Have you already put the money over? Okay, thank you. Qin Xiang replied, Okay. You can send me your personal information. However, I don't think you can get that silver coin. Corner replied with a smiling face, do you think there are too many people coming and going there, and I can't lift the floor tiles to retrieve them? You don't have to worry about this, I'll find a way. Nope. I mean, the person who took the money for you may not be able to go back. The dialogue box stopped for a while. After a long time, Corner sent a message again. What do you mean? Qin Xiang thought for a while, smiled and typed a line. He said that his uncle was here, and I couldn't dare to kill him. So, let's meet somewhere and talk about his life and death. I'm curious, such a smart nephew, will you protect him? This time, Corner seemed to be dead, and did not reply for half an hour. Qin Xiang looked at the Corner name that was still blue and did not turn gray, proving that he was still online, but it might take some time to digest what Counterattack told him. Qin Xiang rested his arms on the back of his head and looked at the screen idly. I don't know what section Chief Qian is doing. Are you staring at the screen indifferently, or are you smashing things in the house? After more than 10 minutes, Corner finally sent a message again. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will meet in the unfinished building next to the exit of the security zone number 38324. You seem to have gotten the situation wrong. The time and place of the meeting should be determined by me. Corner immediately responded, what do you want? You beg me to do things, and you have to pick and choose? If you hadn't taken the initiative to find me, I wouldn't have been able to say a word to you. I said that wherever I meet, I have to see you. Remember to bring my nephew with you when the time comes. And the silver coin you asked me to help with is also indispensable. Qin Xiang smiled, his good uncle, it's not that whoever types a lot of words is justified. At the very least, do you know who I am? It seemed that because of the bluff, Qin Xiang ruthlessly poked through, and soon, Corner sent another reply. Time and place, you decide. But take my nephew and silver coins. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock at noon, we will meet on the second floor of the collapsed department store next to the exit of the security zone number 54320. Okay, remember to bring my nephew and silver coins. Looking at the Corner, emphasizing this sentence twice, Qin Xiang had to reply to him kindly, I'm sorry, I won't bring these 2 things. What do you want? If I can't see my nephew and the silver coins, I won't help you. His uncle, you should know whose hands are the initiative now. You're really unreasonable at all. I'm unreasonable? In order not to leak your information, to prevent the back-end staff of SSS from monitoring our chats, I didn't even say your name. Do you still think I'm unreasonable? Qin Xiang deliberately avoided using the title section Chief Qian in the chat room, just because he was worried that the information in the chat room would be monitored. According to Qian Wendao in the last conversation, virtual networks can also be monitored. Even if the SSS virtual chat room claims that everything is confidential, it still can't be fully believed. Offline trading, only two people, and each other has handles, is a foolproof guarantee. Therefore, Qian asked only Qin Xiang to put the silver coin in a certain position, but did not mention what the specific transaction was, and said that it was best to offline transaction. This time, Qian Wendao still only said the time and place of the transaction, but did not say the content of the transaction. In this way, even if someone is monitoring, it is not clear what they are talking about. The Axike chat room has tens of thousands of visitors every day, and compared with transactions with a large number of participants and large amounts of money, it is more likely to be noticed by monitors. Qin Xiang and Qian asked about this kind of vague transactions, and no one would pay attention to them. The cautious Qin Xiang, since he suffered a loss on Lu Daji, has tried his best to be flawless. Corner replied again, okay, I'll take back what I just said. So how can I see my nephew? After completing the deal, I will naturally send him back. If you want the smeller sequencer from the police station to try to help find him, I don't mind, but I hope you can afford the consequences of doing so. Are you threatening me? This is just advice, not a threat. By the way, I have sent a regular email about you. If my business is not done this weekend, or if I die on the way to deal with you, many of your colleagues will know about you. Your colleagues' email information is easy to find, you know that. All the personnel information of the Sequenceability Administration is made public on the internet, which is convenient for people to supervise on the one hand and convenient for people to inquire on the other. You are so despicable. What's this? It's just self-protection. Unless, you originally planned to kill me tomorrow. Oof. What you think in your head is disgusting. Is there anything else to say? The last request, you have to make sure that my nephew is not hurt. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yes, I have a problem too. Speak. Such a stupid nephew, why do you keep him? If it weren't for him, you would never have been exposed. Corner did not answer this question, and the name turned gray. Qin Xiang shrugged, what an indifferent section chief. But he was also relieved, and the matter of his forgery of the sequence finally had an eyebrow. Tomorrow we will meet and talk to Qian Wendao clearly, everything will be almost solved, and a new chapter in life will be ushered in. Suddenly I felt much more relaxed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa shout, Officer, it's so late, my internet cafe is closing, what are you doing again? The police came to inspect? Wang Defa reminded himself loudly, and Qin Xiang immediately understood what he meant. Quickly clear the browser record, and then want to open the interface of the surveillance video. At this time, he was stunned. The surveillance video interface is pitch black. The monitoring switch was turned off by Wang Defa. Damn! This miser, you have to save a little on your electricity bill. Goodbye. I don't know where the monitoring switch is. If the police suddenly found that the door of the warehouse was unlocked, walked in to check, and saw Qin Xiang in a daze at the dark screen, they would definitely feel that it was tricky. Just when Qin Xiang was anxious, what he was most worried about happened. The warehouse door was pushed open, and it was not Wang Defa who walked in. A silver-haired elder in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf, and holding a cigar pushed the door in. After the silver-haired elder saw Qin Xiang, he showed a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Xiang looked at him in a panic. He didn't panic much in his heart, but he thought that he looked just an 18 or 19-year-old boy, and when he saw someone suddenly breaking in, he should be panicked, so he put on such an expression. The warehouse fell into silence for a moment, and only footsteps outside the warehouse could be heard, as well as the crackling sound of the elder's cigars. After a while, several more people came in, all wearing police uniforms. Inspector Orloff, why are you here? This warehouse was closed before, but it was open today, so I came in and took a look to see if there were any unexpected gains. Orloff? Isn't it the police detective that Roy Renaissance reminded herself to pay attention to? It can make that woman sigh that the method is powerful, which means that this Orloff will definitely not be worse than himself. As soon as the connoisseur makes a move, he knows what level it is. Just a moment after looking at Orloff, Qin Xiang had already realized that the old guy in front of him must be difficult to entangle, but he didn't expect it to be Orloff. The inspector led the team to check the internet cafe late at night. Is it a problem of checking the 3 corpses in the alley? Or is it the problem of investigating the theft of the remains of the gods? Or both? Qin Xiang's heart immediately sank, and then he cheered up and prepared to deal with what happened next. At this time, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind and looked at Orloff with a smile. "Inspector, what are you here to investigate again? You are not allowed to move." Orloff did not answer him, but gave an order to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang obediently left the mouse and keyboard with both hands, leaving a computer desktop without any processes. Walked up to Qin Xiang, looked at the desktop, then opened the browser, and found that the record had been cleared, and his eyes looking at Qin Xiang instantly became sharp. "What are you sitting here for?" Qin Xiang hesitated, but did not speak. Orloff looked at Qin Xiang and found that his belt was actually loosened. "Are you watching adult movies?" Qin Xiang pretended not to dare to look at Orloff, and immediately lowered his head. Only the action of unbuttoning the belt can be completed in a short period of time, and he wants to create such an illusion that Orloff thinks he is browsing an adult website, so he deletes the record. "This warehouse and computer are yours?" Orloff did not continue to ask about adult films, but instead asked other questions. Qin Xiang felt bad. This old man is really difficult to deal with, and he is not biased by his performance at all, and he still maintains absolute objectivity and calmness. Qin Xiang said cowardly, "No. Here, this is Wang Defa's warehouse." Wang Defa was a little stunned when he heard Qin Xiang point at him. He thought that Qin Xiang would say that this warehouse was Qin Xiang's own, so that the police could leave. But if you think about it carefully, there are too many loopholes, which will leave a handle and make people suspicious. Where there is no need to lie, it is better to tell the truth directly. Then Wang Defa stepped forward and said, "This warehouse is mine." "Your warehouse? What is it for?" Wang Defa smiled. "It's for. Look at the surveillance." "Surveillance?" Orloff saw the surveillance icon on the computer desktop, then clicked on it and found that it was black. "Why is it black?" "You also know that we are a small business, and if there is nothing to do, in order to save electricity and costs, we will turn off the monitoring. I know that I am not doing this, and I will definitely review it. Never do this in the future." Orloff still didn't follow Wang Defa's words. He didn't seem to care about Wang Defa's violation of the rules. "It is. Wang Defa opened an internet cafe here and did a lot of things that violated the regulations, so what is it if you don't turn on surveillance?" He cared about only one thing, whether the young man sitting in front of him had any connection with the theft of the god's wreckage. Orloff took the water glass on the table, knocked the cigar ash, and took 2 more puffs. The whole process, his eyes were staring at Qin Xiang. This gaze reminded Qin Xiang of the feeling of being watched by the gods outside the window when he was at home. As if to eat yourself. Orloff did not speak, but made Qin Xiang in the dark warehouse feel deeply suffocated. Qin Xiang's forehead had oozed subtle beads of sweat, and he seemed to be a little afraid and guilty. This time, he wasn't pretending. "What is your relationship with Wang Defa?" "I and he is friends." "Friend? How did you meet?" "Online. Online dating." Qin Xiang hesitated when he answered, as if he was very guilty. Orloff took another puff of his cigar, put his other hand in front of Qin Xiang, and condescendingly spat at Qin Xiang sitting in the chair. "What kind of friend?" Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Defa guiltily, and then hurriedly looked away. Seeing Qin Xiang's gesture, Orloff seemed to be a little afraid of Wang Defa, and just wanted to let Wang Defa withdraw from the warehouse, but he heard Qin Xiang make a mosquito-like warning. After each meeting, will give me money. After meeting, give money?" After hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was stunned, and even Orloff's eyes froze slightly. They all immediately looked at Wang Defa with an extremely disgusting and disgusted gaze. Wang Defa was also stunned. It was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning and became a soulless shell. "Make friends and give money after meeting? Great deal? What kind of person do you think I am?" Wang Defa turned his head in a daze, looked around, and found that Orloff and other police officers were staring at him coldly, and his heart was instantly filled with innocence and anger. Wang Defa's eyes widened and he looked at Qin Xiang intently. "I don't know how this teenage boy came up with such a disgusting story on the spot. Could it be that in the organization behind Qin Xiang, this kind of transaction is not uncommon, so that he can talk nonsense without changing his face and heart? But I am a person with a wife and children. If this gets out, the family must not be broken. In the future, we must keep our distance from Qin Xiang." Although he was very resentful, reason told Wang Defa that he must continue to act with Qin Xiang's script at this time. If Qin Xiang's matter is leaked, he will definitely be implicated. Orloff will not let himself go. The people behind Qin Xiang will not let him go, and his backers will not let him go. If you don't help Qin Xiang, you will be exhausted and there will be a dead end. Damn! Wang Defa cursed secretly in his heart. These 2 silver coins are really hot to hold. Not only hot hands, but also fucking hot crotch. He didn't expect to kill him, but he actually had to take advantage of his reputation for half his life. Wang Defa blushed. Don't believe him. He's a poor boy. What can I do with him? This is slander. It's alarmist. Qin Xiang's heart relaxed slightly. Wang Defa was indeed an old fritter, and he understood his intentions at once. The more Wang Defa explained hoarsely, the more the people around him believed Qin Xiang's statement. Even after he said, every time we meet, I will give me money, he never said a word, he just lowered his head and looked at his toes. With the inference of the relationship between the two, then the reason why Qin Xiang was here late at night is understandable. He was waiting for Wang Defa. Wait for Wang De to send him money. Orloff looked at Qin Xiang again and found that his clothes were indeed very shabby, and there was no doubt that he was dressed as a poor man. On the edge of the safe zone, people who are willing to give everything for money are not uncommon. Without the opportunity to work, graduating from high school is unemployed, and the source of life is a big problem. He has nothing to blame, after all, he has no worries about food and clothing, and he can't experience the hardships of these people at the bottom. Orloff asked, do your parents and family know about this? My parents are dead. Living alone. Hearing this, Orloff believed the information revealed between Qin Xiang's words even more. Without parents, without other sources, it was a huge challenge for him to live. All police officers expressed sympathy for Qin Xiang's experience and condemned Wang Defa's actions. However, no one took out his pocket to help Qin Xiang solve the problem of food and clothing. They have a moral heart, but they are not generous. Orloff pressed the cigarette butt into the water glass and left the table. Let's go home and rest. At this time, a police officer immediately asked, Inspector, just leave this child here? Orloff glanced at the police officer and asked, why, are you willing to give him money for dinner? I'm willing to give. Isn't it just a few copper coins, and it's not that you can't afford it. At this time, a police officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes couldn't help but speak. His conscience finally overcame the obsession with money. Orloff said again, this time you gave him money, what about next time? Can you keep him all the time? Or, find a way to find him a job? On the edge of the safe zone, there are not 10,000 people like him, but 5,000. Can you find a job for everyone? Listening to Orloff's words, the thick-eyed police officer lowered his head. Well, you go. If you help him find a job, then you will have a steady stream of trouble in the future. Remember, you are a police officer, and your job is to investigate cases and maintain law and order. Don't pay too much attention to other things. Otherwise, you will find that you can't do anything well. After saying that, Orloff left the warehouse. The other police officers followed and walked out. The police officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes, after glancing at Qin Xiang, gritted his teeth and quickly followed the others. Only Qin Xiang and Wang Defa were left in the warehouse. Qin Xiang's expression relaxed, and Wang Defa looked resentful. The four eyes met, each with their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned around and walked to the door of the warehouse, and when he saw that the police had gone away, he closed the warehouse door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor glowed with a pale blue light, lighting up Qin Xiang's face. Boss, you've gone a little too far this time. Qin Xiang sighed, it's a bit too much. Wang Defa thought that Qin Xiang was sorry for himself because of his conscience, but he didn't know that Qin Xiang continued to say, this time I escaped Orloff's pursuit. If he finds out that I have registered the information of the sequence ability person in the bureau, I am afraid he will become suspicious again. It is foreseeable that I will be in trouble in the future. Qin Xiang shook his head. Tonight, I was completely forced by Orloff to have no choice, so I temporarily chose to use this lame story to send the people from the police station away. His own poor orphan persona has been established in Orloff's heart. But he will go to see Qian Dao tomorrow, and he will register as a sequence ability person this weekend. If Orloff saw Qin Xiang's information in the sequence ability administration, how could he not know that there was a problem in it? But Qin Xiang didn't use this excuse, and was likely to be taken back to the police station by Orloff, and then disrupted a series of his plans. It may even be because he was detained in the police station for 10 days and a half for investigation, causing the stupid nephew who asked Qian Dao to starve to death in an abandoned warehouse. Listening to Qian Wendao's tone, this nephew was very important to him. If he was killed, Qian Wendao would probably not die, let alone help forge the sequence. Qin Xiang could not accept this result, so he could only compare the lesser of the two evils. Seeing that Qin Xiang only cared about his own affairs, Wang Defa said distressfully, Boss, you are in trouble. What about me? What about my reputation? Qin Xiang didn't even look at him. How many copper coins is your reputation worth? After Qin Xiang went back, he took a cold shower and fell asleep. Early the next morning, after eating some leftovers, he hurried out. On Friday, in order to go to the exit of the 38324 safe zone to find someone, I didn't go to school, so I didn't go home from the cafeteria. What to eat this weekend? I'm going to have a headache again. However, he wasn't too worried about eating. After all, there are some copper coins in your pocket. He still had a lot of copper coins left on the 3 robbers in the alley. It's not a problem to make a living for a meal or two. Of course, he can't squander at will. An orphan and poor student, if he can eat 2 meals at a roadside stall outside on a weekend, it is a bit unfit. Early Saturday morning, there were no people on the streets. Most of the work on the edge of the safe zone is Monday through Friday, followed by weekend breaks. Because the people here are relatively poor, on weekends, everyone sleeps soundly, saves energy, and eats one less meal if they can. Then save a copper coin and a half to get the joy of increasing your savings in a modest way. In this environment, everyone thinks that only stupid people will spend their energy and wander the streets on weekends. Obviously, Shin Siang is such a stupid person. Every day when I go out, I look at the starry sky, along the potholed streets, and walk past the not-so-bright streetlights. This kind of life has tired him. If it weren't for the appearance of such an interesting person as Wenshu, everything on the edge of the safe zone would be like mud to him, disgusting to the touch. Even with Wenshu, he still couldn't accept living in this broken place for a long time. Long-term forbearance, ready to go? He did this in his previous life, but he was still laid off by the company and beaten to death by a member of society hired by his boss. In this life, the 4 words long-term forbearance have been removed from his dictionary and thrown into the garbage heap. He can accept it for a while, and let it be patient for a long time. He didn't have that much patience. Today, I have to ask Shin Dao to get things done. Next week, he will return to school as a sequence ability. As for Orloff? Let's talk about it. It's really not good. Killing him seems to be a good way to solve the problem. Shin Siang braved the cold wind in the morning and walked for more than an hour to the exit of the safety zone 54320. He would have had to walk for more than 2 hours on the 7-stop bus. But after the sequence was promoted, he walked like flying and walked much faster. He walked to the exit of the safe zone, next to the department store that had collapsed more than half. The building broke off from the 4th or 5th floor, and the upper part fell to one side, like a man with a broken neck. It seems that when he killed Kuanqing Dragon that day, he was in this posture. The head was still attached to the shoulder, but the cervical spine was broken. Shin Siang smiled and stepped into the department store. The wall skin inside the building has fallen off, and the steel bars are twisted out of the wall, like tree roots. The handle of the stairs had also peeled off the paint and rusted, so Shin Siang didn't even want to touch it. The gravel on the ground was covered with dust and no one cleaned it. Every time Shin Siang took a step, some debris would slide off his head. However, there are no cobwebs in this building. Maybe it's because it's next to the exit of the safe zone, it's too cold, and even spiders don't want to live here. He carefully stepped over the walls and stones on the stairs, jumped up more than a dozen steps in 2 or 3 steps, and reached the 2nd floor of the department store. Here, he found that there was already someone waiting for him. The man was sitting on a chair with a broken leg and was looking coldly at Shin Siang, who appeared here. Seeing Shin Siang coming, he also stood up from his chair. When he stood up, the chair automatically fell to the side because he lost his balance. Shin Siang looked at him. He was of medium build, wearing a gray woolen coat and a pair of black pants, and ordinary cloth shoes on his feet. His facial features were hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, and even though Shin Siang had strong vision, he still couldn't see clearly. This doesn't matter, because Shin Siang's own face is also hidden in the sweatshirt hat, and he believes that the person on the other side can't see it clearly. Oh, thank you. However, the behavior of the man opposite revealed the bearing and arrogance of the person who had been in the upper position for a long time, which could not be pretended. You came so early. Shin Siang's tone was relaxed. The appointment was 12 o'clock, and it was only after 8 o'clock. Aren't you too? Both men were silent for a moment and did not continue the topic. At this time, the man in front of him introduced himself. Sequence Ability Administration, Chief of the Information Section, Shen asked. As a polite response, you should introduce yourself. You don't have to worry, I need your help, so I will definitely give you my personal information. Shin Siang was not in a hurry to say his information. He wanted to ensure that the initiative in this conversation was always in his hands. Okay. I will help you forge your identity. You let my nephew go, and I don't want the silver coins. This deal, no problem, right? After the transaction, we went our separate ways and had nothing to do with each other. It was like this before. What do you mean before? Have you changed your mind? I think I may have a deeper cooperation with you, Section Chief Qian. No, after this transaction, our relationship can be terminated. Qian Wendao was not interested in Qin Xian's proposal at all. He just wanted to send this plague god away quickly and bring his nephew back. But the more he resisted, the more Qin Xian thought that Qian Wendao could be a good partner. Goodbye. Be cautious and be in a high position, and you can definitely provide him with a lot of help when necessary. Goodbye. Letting go of your nephew is a bargaining chip to help me forge the sequence. But, Section Chief Qian, what about yourself? I also have emails that I send regularly to your colleagues in the Sequence Ability Administration. Qian asked and snorted coldly, if you make this deal, can you still report me? If I show my filling, you have to bury me too. Oh, in that case, let me introduce myself. The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth rose slightly. Qin Xiang, a senior high school student at Juan School. When Qin Xiang said the word student, Qian Wendao nodded slowly, seemingly a little angry. Is it interesting for you to tease me like this? Qian Wendao immediately concluded that Qin Xiang did not tell the truth. Juan School has not produced a sequence ability so far, which is clear to everyone. Furthermore, how could an 18 or 19-year-old senior high school student have such meticulous scheming and terrifying methods? Qian Wendao scoffed in his heart, and 100 didn't believe it. Qin Xiang directly took off the hat of his sweatshirt, revealing his still youthful face. If you don't believe me, you can go to the door of Juan School and wait on Monday morning to see if I am a student. Looking at Qin Xiang's appearance, Qian Wendao said sadly, this face of yours is not necessarily your true face. So, your sequence can change the face? Trickster? Or, change? Qin Xiang smiled disdainfully, suddenly launched violence, then kicked the ground, instantly came behind Qian Wendao, and took off the hat on his head. And Qian asked, but he was still stunned in place, not reacting at all. Qin Xiang lay in Qian Wendao's ear and whispered, I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. My sequence is offensive, not one of those messy things. And this face is my true face. After saying that, Qin Xiang laughed twice and put the wide-brimmed hat on his head. Qian Wendao's pair of drooping eyes reflected the light and shadow of the street lamp not far away, full of shock. Are you really a senior high school student at Juan School? Of course, the sequence I need you to help me forge is this identity. How is that possible? If you are a senior in high school, how can you? Don't? Qian asked and looked at Qin Xiang in surprise. Which force is behind you? Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and finally, this Qian Wendao also began to make up for his brain under his guidance. It's none of your business. I just want to have further cooperation with Section Chief Qian. Qian Wendao realized that Qin Xiang's background was much more complex than he thought. He imagined that Qin Xiang was just a lone thief who wandered here, and now he found out that he might actually be a powerful person in front of the stage. Things seem to be a little wrong. You shouldn't let your stupid nephew get the silver coins. No, you shouldn't have taken on this business from an unknown source in the first place. When the two talked for the first time in the Axite chat room, Qin Xiang was vague, and in the end he didn't know who introduced him to forge the sequence. Although he had a strange heart in his heart, he did not pursue it with the attitude of not caring too much about idle things. Looking back now, looking at my previous behavior, there are strange things everywhere. What a fool! Very foolish. Qian Wendao repeatedly cursed his greedy behavior in his heart. Now, it seems to be involved in something amazing. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything about Qin Xiang, so he asked, continue to cooperate, do you cooperate with you, or with the people behind you? I'm just myself. Qin Xiang showed a somewhat deep gaze, I want to get my things back. After hearing this, Qian Wendao instantly realized that Qin Xiang might not only be a huge power in front of the stage, but a very key role. How are you going to cooperate? Let's talk about the future later, help me with the things in front of me first. Qin Xiang didn't talk much. Qianwen is not a stupid person, not so easy to fool. The more you say, the more likely it is that problems will arise. By next Monday, I want to sequence the identity of the person with the ability. I'll use your nephew's cell phone to send you the message. When it's done, I'll put him back. In the future, I will use your nephew's mobile phone to contact you. Qin Xiang thought for a while and asked, does the number of the mobile phone have real name authentication? Qian asked and frowned, and his eyes suddenly gave birth to a little inquiring, you haven't used a mobile phone? How can a key figure in a big force not know about the mobile phone number? I really haven't used a mobile phone like a thing used by the poor. Qin Xiang replied indifferently, seemingly not taking it to heart. Qian Wendao immediately understood that the young man in front of him was once a young master. The people who helped him call were all servants around him, so he never used his mobile phone at all. How high is Qin Xiang's identity? Even Shen asked, who was calling for wind and rain on the edge of the safe zone, and his heart was bottomless for a while. The number is not a real name, anyone can use it. Qin Xiang directly turned on his mobile phone, took a selfie, and then sent his message and photo to the number called Uncle, and then deleted the message. Notify me when it's done, and I'll go to your bureau to get the voucher. After saying that, Qin Xiang left the department store without waiting for Qian Wendao's response. Qian Wendao looked at Qin Xiang's message, his brows furrowed more and more. This address. It seems to be the most marginal part of the safe zone, right? Or an orphan. This kind of background awakens the sequence ability, and even fools can see that there is a problem. If it were a previous customer, Qian Wendao might not care so much. But Qin Xiang is obviously a powerful person, and he can't afford to mess with him. So he immediately dialed the number. Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far yet, have you? Come back and chat. Qin Xiang hung up the phone, knowing that Qian Wendao did not dare to talk about things on the phone, and was afraid of being monitored, so he walked back again. Qin Xiang, your address is absolutely not good. This kind of place can awaken the sequence ability, which will definitely attract the attention of many people. It's so eye-catching. I'm afraid that many people will be interested in your true identity. After hearing this, Qin Xiang was also a little worried. Qian asked what he said, he really didn't find out. Section Chief Qian was really careful. What do you think we should do? My current identity is a poor orphan, and if the address is a place with good conditions, it will also arouse suspicion. You're right, it's really a problem. Qian Wendao frowned and paced, a pair of eyeballs in his drooping eyes turned back and forth, and said, it's really not good, just write about wandering. Wandering? Yes, wandering. You are a wandering orphan, but not necessarily wandering anywhere. In developed places in safe zones, it is possible to stay in the homes of well-wishers and have no worries about food and clothing. Staying in a well-wisher's house, is that still called a homeless person? Almost, at least more reliable than your address. In some areas with good conditions, there are also precedents for the awakening sequence of homeless people, of course, most of them are wealthy businessmen who have gone bankrupt, or the illegitimate children of wealthy families who have been kicked out of their homes. Qin Xiang thought for a while, but the people around me all know that I live on the edge of the safe zone. If they see that my message is wandering, will they think there is a problem? People around you? June School, what group of ants? They can't awaken the sequence, how can they know your registration information? What if? Or be foolproof? Qian Wendao thought for a while and said, since you are worried, then sell or burn your house and be a veritable homeless man. Qin Xiang folded his arms and thought for a while, feeling that Qian Wendao made sense. The word wandering can cover up many problems and save him a lot of trouble. Okay. So be it. It takes too long to buy and sell a house, and it will leave a record of the transaction, which is not a good option for Qin Xiang. So what Qian Wendao provided him was actually a multiple-choice question. Qin Xiang returned home, wrapped the hundreds of copper coins that were shameful, put them in a cloth bag, and then took a lunchbox and his resident card. Then, a fire burned the house down. Qin Xiang's residence is at the edge of the safe zone, and not many people live here, let alone developers who will come to this remote place to build a big project after the end of the world. Therefore, it is only a single-story bungalow, and there is a distance between the houses. Qin Xiang's house burned down, but it did not affect the safety of others. It didn't even wake up the sleeping neighbor next door. That's pretty much it. Qin Xiang's house burned down due to an accident, and he became a veritable homeless. But even if you are wandering, you have to find a place to sleep. He wandered for a long time, and finally had nowhere to go, so he came to Wang Defa's internet cafe. When he saw Qin Xiang again, Wang Defa had no initial fear, no later joy, only a face full of helplessness and full of complaints. He muttered, what kind of boss is this? He is clearly a life-threatening ghost. Hey, what did I do with him in the first place? When he came out of the internet cafe to talk to Qin Xiang, he still regained his small face and became polite. Boss, what's the matter? Oh, I'm going to live in your internet cafe warehouse for a while. It is estimated that it will only be a few days, and after I get the registration sequence done, it should not be difficult to get a house. What? Wang Defa trembled all over his body, and asked with wide eyes. I said, I'm going to stay with you for a while. No. Boss, if you are like this, if the police station comes to inspect again, what do I say? What you said last time, what else to say this time? Wang Defa waved his hand again and again. No. Boss, you really can't do this. Last time was for emergencies, and there was a reason for it, I can understand. But you can't. It can't be like this all the time. I have a wife and children, let them know about us. How can I be a husband and a father? Shin Se-yeon glanced at him. Do you think I want to? Don't you think that if you spread that kind of relationship with me, I took advantage of you and you suffered, right? Wang Defa's face twisted like a rag that had been wiped for 10 years. I'm not saying you're taking advantage. You suffer, and I suffer too, right? We are a lose-lose. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't let me sleep here, I'll go to your house to sleep. Ha! You are unreasonable. Reason with me. Shin Se-yeon didn't bother to toss with Wang Defa anymore, so he opened the warehouse door straight, then shook the carpet and lay on it ready to rest. Wang Defa couldn't say anything, so he could only sigh silently and closed the door for Shin Se-yeon. What is this special girl called? Wang Defa scolded and left. Shin Se-yeon lay on the floor of the warehouse, also a little helpless. Now he misses his bed very much. I hope Chen Wendao can get things done sooner. This hellish place really feels uncomfortable for a day. Minato slept all night, and at around 6 o'clock the next day, Shin Se-yeon woke up because the ground was cold and hard, and his back was uncomfortable. Although he was strong, he was not used to sleeping on the ground. It's really, killing people is not so uncomfortable. Shin Se-yeon, who was angry about getting up, wiped his face and opened his phone, only to see an unread message. Done. Sunday morning at 8 a.m., with resident ID, 14121 Serial Ability Authority to see you. Let's look at the source of information, Uncle. Nyo wow, my Qian section chief. Shin Se-yeon was so happy that he almost jumped. Chen Wendao is really reliable, and he solved it for him on the same day. He immediately couldn't wait to turn on the computer on the side to check the surveillance, searching for the way to the Sequence Ability Administration. It seems that it is about 6 bus stops, so we have to set off now. Shin Se-yeon remembered the route in his mind, and after emptying the browser's browsing records, he put his package into the drawer next to the computer desk, took the resident card alone, and left the warehouse. Walk along the main road for 4 stops, then turn into a small road, walk along the road for 10 minutes, turn into another main road, and continue walking for half an hour. Number 14121 Sequence Ability Authority, it should be here. The authority is a square, 3-story building. The outside is gray wall paint. Street lights were sprinkled outside the building, faintly scattering a dark light that was almost black. Shin Se-yeon didn't know how this dark color glowed, but it undoubtedly added a prohibitive atmosphere to the already solemn building. In this regard, Shin Se-yeon just found it interesting. I didn't expect that this place that I didn't dare to look at before would actually be teased by me and Usher in our first meeting. He looked at the empty streets and the square administration building with gray facades and felt emotional. At the entrance of the Sequence Ability Value Administration, there were no guards. Because all the staff in the administration have awakened their sequence abilities, thieves and gangsters will not come here to find trouble. Not to mention entering, even getting close to the bureau requires great courage for ordinary people. Otherwise, if you are mistakenly killed by a person with sequence ability, you will have no place to reason. According to the coalition government's decree, if a person with sequence ability kills an ordinary person, ordinary police stations, prosecutors' offices and courts are not qualified to hear it. The case must be referred to the competent authority for adjudication. The result of the ruling is often the request of those who increase the ability of the sequence to hunt the gods, which is called continuing to contribute to the safe zone and making up for the merits. But in fact, everyone knows that even if they are not punished, those with sequence abilities will go to hunt the gods outside the safe zone. By doing so, it is a disguised protection sequence ability. But even if those with sequence abilities have privileges, no one dares to complain. First, the awakening of sequence ability is random, and no one is born with sequence ability, so it can be said that the ascent channel of this privileged class is very transparent. Second, it is the hope of mankind that those with sequence abilities can kill gods, and if you dare to deprive people of the privileges of sequence abilities, you are depriving humans of the opportunity to leave the safe zone. This pot is buckled, and no one can stand it. Therefore, in a place like the edge of the safe zone, the sequence ability is a godlike existence, so that everyone should stay away. Of course, the coalition government did not give unlimited preferential treatment to those with serial ability. If you kill ordinary people, you will pick them up and put them down gently. However, those with sequence abilities cannot kill students and public officials. Students are the future of the coalition government, and public officials are the cornerstone of the coalition government's governance. If you kill these two types of people, even if you are a person with sequence ability, you must be strictly punished. Under such restrictions, everyone's hostility towards the privileges of those with sequence abilities is even less. It is also in this apocalypse that a relatively stable and deformed social structure has been formed. What? Qin Xiang walked up the steps and pushed open the black wooden door of the administration. As soon as Qin Xiang pushed open the door, he was immediately shocked by the scene inside. He thought that the interior of the sequence administration would be as boring and mysterious as it appeared. Unexpectedly, his assumptions were completely wrong. The interior of the administration building is resplendent. As soon as you enter, there is a gilded entrance with some antique decorations neatly placed on it, and there will be corresponding introductions under each antique. Qin Xiang couldn't help but stop and check, and found that there were ancient coins from China, square bricks from pyramids, and manuscripts of painters from thousands of years ago. These items full of humanity and history, under the light of incandescent lamps, exude an attractive charm. He bypassed the entrance and came to the inside of the administration. Yes, the administration building doesn't even have a corridor or front desk, and he can see the inside directly when he walks through the entrance. On the first floor of thousands of square meters, there are only a dozen desks. There are 3 computers on each table, an ordinary desktop, and 2 laptops. This was the first time he had seen a laptop after his rebirth, but he saw dozens of them at once. There is also a coffee bar next to it with a variety of free drinks, and a staff member makes hand-ground coffee at the bar. Some people at the table were drinking coffee and chatting, some were holding their cheeks with one hand, browsing something boredly, and some were wandering around the huge office building. Although the building has 3 floors, Qin Xiang is on the first floor, but the first floor does not seem to have a ceiling. Because the entire ceiling is a lamp that emits a soft white light. Maybe it's an incandescent lamp, maybe it's an energy-saving lamp, Qin Xiang doesn't know. But those light bulbs were covered by a matte lampshade, making the entire first floor of the administration feel like daytime. It's not the brightly lit daytime in school, but the real day, the sunny day. Qin Xiang was stunned in place, not knowing how to react. The entire decoration of the Sequence Ability Authority was telling Qin Xiang one thing: there were privileged people here. Just as he was looking aimlessly inside the building, a familiar figure walked down the stairs on the second floor. Qin Xiang, you're here. Qian Wendao greeted Qin Xiang warmly. Today he didn't wear the Loki woolen coat, but changed into a neat sea blue suit. People rely on clothes, and Qian Chen in this dress asks, and his whole body glows with the vitality of successful people. Even the pair of godless eyes allows people to read the indifference of the superiors. Qian Wendao came to greet him in person, so that the eyes of the management staff on the first floor suddenly converged on Qin Xiang, who was the one who wanted to read from him. However, no one could read it. Qin Xiang's shabby clothes, sloppy trousers, and shoes with exposed toes are all written shabby. According to common sense, Qian Wendao would not pay attention to this kind of shit luck awakening sequence at all. Section Chief Qian. Qin Xiang bowed to Qian Wendao and expressed his respect in front of his subordinates. Let's go, come up and talk. Qin Xiang took a few steps forward, stepped on the stairs made of dark gray stone slabs, and went up to the second floor under Qian Wendao's warm greeting. The second floor is similar to the first floor, but it is also very spacious, with soft white lights on the ceiling. However, there are no desks here, only sporadically placed leather sofas, coffee tables and snacks, and 4 offices built in the corners. Qian Wendao took Qin Xiang into the office in the northwest corner, carefully closed the door, and closed the blinds. My office is the only safe place in the entire building. You can speak freely. Qian Wendao got straight to the point, and Qin Xiang also nodded. He didn't ask the money why it was safe here. Qin Xiang completely believed in the prudence of Qian Wendao, and Qian Wendao would never be aimless. Perhaps in his own home field, he was more confident in his heart, and when Qian Wendao talked today, he was obviously much more relaxed than yesterday. To be honest, I've always been careful and I've never made a mistake in doing this. Only last time, I really didn't have time, so I asked my nephew to withdraw the money, and it turned out to be so unfortunate that you caught it. A wise man must make a mistake, Section Chief Qian. There is no one in the world who will not make mistakes, and there is no airtight thing. You're right about that. Qian Wendao took out a blue booklet from the drawer and handed it to Qin Xiang. It's okay to confirm the information. The cover of the blue booklet reads, Registration Certificate for Persons with Sequence Ability, and the following line of small characters, issued by the Administration of Persons with Sequence Ability. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and looked at it. It was his own information, the sequence ability number, 00009527, the sequence was, Phantom Assassin, and the residence was, Wandering. Ha! Why is my number so high? As far as he knows, the God-killing camp has more than 1 million members, and it is impossible for him to have more than 9,000 numbers when it is his turn. It turns out that the person with this number died, and the number was recovered and assigned to you. Well, that's no problem. Your house? Oh. Qian asked without asking Qin Xiang how to solve it. Two people with a silky heart trust each other very much. This booklet is your identity proof. I didn't have your fingerprints before, but now you're here, just entering your fingerprints into the system. Don't doubt me, it's all in accordance with the rules and regulations. Well, I understand. Qin Xiang pressed the thumb fingerprints of both hands on the fingerprint collector, and Qian asked and tapped the keyboard a few times. Done. You are now an official sequence ability. You can log into the Sequence Ability Information section of God Killer Camp to view the information of all legally registered sequence ability personnel. Then my account password? The mobile phone will send you. You can change your password yourself. If you forget the password, you have to take this serial ability registration certificate, come to the bureau, verify your fingerprints and modify it. It's a hassle, so don't forget it. What's wrong? Plus, you can rest assured of your sequence. The coalition government stipulates that sequence-competent people will not be tested a second time before being convicted. So, now your identity is in storage. There will be no doubts until you are not causing trouble. Okay. Thank you. Your nephew, I will let him go when I go out. Well, thank you. Section Chief Qian, let me say first, although I will let him go, but what he carries with him. I know, this is his lesson, you can just take it. Do you have anything else? Listening to Qian Wendao's eviction order, Qin Xiang thought for a while, nodded and said, I have another question. Speak. Section Chief Qian works in this kind of place, why would he do it for a silver coin? Qian asked for a moment, and then smiled, it seems that you really have no concept of money. It seems that Qian Wendao regards Qin Xiang as a down-and-out aristocrat, and Qin Xiang is non-committal. A silver coin, the exchange rate is 10,000 copper coins, but no one exchanges it like this. And the market price is usually 12,000 copper coins. I, the section chief of the bureau, earn only 1,550 copper coins per month. An extra break, more than half a year's salary. As for the office environment you mentioned, this is the coalition government's thing, not mine. After Qin Xiang left the bureau, he took a detour to the warehouse where Qian Wendao's nephew was imprisoned. He opened the door and looked at the thin young man who was honestly tied up all over his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was still a little worried that this person died in the warehouse and couldn't explain to Qian Wadeo. Ugh. The thin young man was blindfolded, not knowing that the person who came was Qin Xiang. There was a rag stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't shout. Qin Xiang walked up to him, took off his blindfold, and took out the rag in his mouth. Your uncle's phone. Saying that, he put his mobile phone to the thin young man's ear. Uncle! Uncle! It's me! The thin young man was starved for 2 days. But when he heard Qian Wendao's voice, he still let out a full cry for help. Qin Xiang secretly sighed in his heart that the body of those with sequence abilities was indeed much stronger than ordinary people. Uncle, what did you say? Give him a mobile phone? Give him the contents of my backpack too? There's my sequence potion there. Uncle. Yes, I know. The thin young man, who was still emotional, suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant, wilted, and lost his fighting spirit. On the other end of the phone, there was a fierce reprimand from Qian Wendao. After listening to Qian Wendao scolding in silence for a few minutes, he said to Qin Xiang, Uncle asked you to answer the phone. Hey, Section Chief Qian. Okay, he's fine, just let him go. No problem, see you back, Chief Qian. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and cut the rope on the thin young man. Thank you. Seeing the thin young man's fingers move, Qin Xiang warned kindly, you'd better not activate the skill to touch the things in my pocket. Your uncle should have told you, don't be extraordinary. If you cause other troubles, you will have to pay another price to get it done, understand? Listening to Qin Xiang's words, the thin young man gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. After Qin Xiang confirmed that the thin young man could move freely, he turned around and left. Qin Xiang did not say goodbye to him. This kind of stupid person, he feels bad luck even if he takes a second look, so it's better not to be out of sight and not to be upset. Qin Xiang walked in the direction of going home, and when he reached the door, he remembered that his house had burned down, and now he was wandering. I had no choice but to go to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet cafe again. This time, Wang Defa sat at the bar and didn't even come out, but nodded helplessly at Qin Xiang, and watched him get into his warehouse. Wang Defa pouted and muttered, "That's my warehouse." After Qin Xiang entered the warehouse, he immediately opened the God Killer camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Then, he entered the Sequence Ability Information section, and browsed the information in it. Director of the Education Department of Area 14121, Zhou Xing, this should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened the sequence, soft? Qin Xian was a little confused. What kind of sequence is this? Why haven't you heard of it? He checked again. Skill, softening, you can turn your body into a soft state for 5 minutes. What kind of garbage sequence is this? No wonder he obviously awakened the sequence, but his nephew Zhou Yang did not receive much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau, and it turned out to be a useless sequence ability. People who awaken sequence abilities on the edge of the safe zone are often useless sequences like Zhou Xing. However, with the strengthening of physical fitness by the sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, so he can still receive some preferential treatment. Qin Xian checked the other people he knew again. Police Department's second-class officer, Roy Ilena, sequence, smeller. It was indeed a sequence she faked. Chief of the Regional Administration number 14121, Chen Wendao, the sequence, mimicry, the skill, liquefaction, can dissolve the body in water for 10 minutes. This, water source, sequence seems to be a bit interesting. Unfortunately, the information panel here can only see the skills of the sequence level 1. I checked in the forum, and I didn't see any other sequence level skills of mimicry, which are quite mysterious. Qian Wendao's sequence is relatively rare. Qin Xian couldn't find many related posts. I'm afraid this sequence is also a big help for him to serve as section chief. Even if the officials of the Bureau do not need to hunt the gods outside the safe zone, the section chief of the mimic sequence sounds better than the section chief of the soft sequence. Qin Xian looked up Orlov's sequence again. Regional Police Station number 14121 first level detective, transferred half a year ago, Orlov, sequence. Libra, skills are confidential. This sequence of 8 Libra is also the first time Qin Xian has seen it. He searched in the god-killing camp for a long time, but found no information at all. You can only see the exclusive ball exchange group left by a few Libra sequence ability people. Qin Xian immediately registered a ball number, intending to sneak into this Libra group to find out about the reality and the truth, at least to understand what Orlov's skills are. However, when he looked up the group number, he was immediately dissuaded by the group name. Changdong Security Zone Administration Police Department Court Personnel Discussion Group. Qin Xian thought about it. The network login address of the computer he was using was completely hidden, so there was nothing to panic. Add in, look at the relevant information in the group, and then exit. No one can know who he is. He clicked the Add Group button, and then a dialog box popped up. Question verification. What is your bureau number, police station number or court number? Qin Xian shook his head and had to choose to give up. It seems that this scale sequence is unique to public officials. Orlov's affairs were like a dark cloud, hanging over Qin Xian's head, making him feel depressed. However, if he wants to go to the university to receive an exclusive education for the sequencer, he must register his identity with the administration within half a year, and I am afraid that sooner or later he will have to face Orlov. Let's do this for now. Today hasn't passed yet, so don't worry too much about tomorrow. He deleted the browser records, clicked on a few more adult websites, fast-forwarded for a while, and left dozens of browser records before lying on the ground again, ready to sleep. I haven't taken a shower for 2 days, go to school tomorrow, and take a shower in the bathroom while no one is around. But if I am caught by the teacher who inspected the school, I am afraid that I will have to scold again, saying that I don't study hard, and I actually ran to take a shower during class time. Qin Xian lay on the ground, looking at the dusty ceiling of the warehouse, and thinking about tomorrow's arrangements. Look at the god-killing camp. If a student awakens his sequence ability, in order not to delay his ability assessment after taking the college entrance examination, the administration will notify their school. Then my good principal, you should know the news of my awakening sequence by now. If that's the case, it seems that tomorrow is fine. Do whatever you want. When I woke up in the morning, it was still dark outside the warehouse, and there was no sun. However, Qin Xian's heart was full of sunshine. Today is the best day since rebirth. It's better than the day of the awakening sequence. Qin Xian didn't even bring a bag, held a lunchbox in one hand, and left the warehouse directly. The road to school is familiar and unfamiliar. Walking between the street lamps, he was illuminated again and again. Finally arrived at the school gate. Today, the principal once again stood at the gate of the school. Not for inspection though. Looking at the handwritten banner that was made overnight, Qin Xian knew that the principal was standing at the school gate early today, just to greet him. Today, the principal at the school gate was particularly humble and took the initiative to greet every student. Qin Xian was a little puzzled as to why the principal changed his mind, and when he got closer, he immediately understood in his heart. The principal held a photo in his hand, as if he was identifying the students who walked into the campus one by one, Which one was Qin Xiang? He didn't know Qin Xiang, so in order not to offend this person with the ability of the new awakening sequence, he uncharacteristically said hello to every student, wanting to leave a good impression. He had forgotten that the last time he was checking at the school gate, a student who didn't greet him was reprimanded by the teacher next to him. Well, okay. It's a pity that the principal's show is destined to be acting for the blind, because Qin Xiang doesn't eat this set. Regardless of his sequencing ability, he is not an ordinary senior high school student. Qin Xiang stepped forward and looked at the red banner at the school gate. Warmly congratulate Qin Xiang, a senior high school student of our school, for becoming a sequence ability. The big characters are written crookedly, and they can barely be recognized. The red banner cloth Qin Xiang had seen it, and it was used at the swearing-in meeting before the school's college entrance examination a few months ago. Because there was also a black night bird print on it, which was pulled by a black night bird when the principal of the swearing-in meeting spoke. The school is really shabby. That's all. It is estimated that they did not expect that there would be other places where red banners would be used. Under the banner, students were full of students, all curious about who this Qin Xiang who made history was. Qin Xiang walked up to the principal and looked at the principal quietly. Principal Li Tianming carefully looked at the photo provided by the administration bureau in his hand, then looked at Qin Xiang, and immediately recognized that the students in front of him were the pride of their Juan school, Qin Xiang. Classmate Qin, you are here. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened your sequence ability. The surrounding students also burst into exclamations. He is Qin Xiang? It seems that the family conditions are not good. Speak up. He is a sequence ability. If he can awaken, then do I have a chance to awaken? Li Tianming stretched out his hands and wanted to shake hands with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang leaned slightly, originally planning to give the principal a face. But after thinking about it, he still maintained the posture of holding a lunchbox in one hand and putting the other in his pocket, and there was no response. Li Tianming's expression froze, his brows furrowed slightly, and he looked at Qin Xiang with a slight scrutiny. Classmate Qin, why don't you go to the principal's office with me first and chat for a while? You are the glory of our Juan school, and the school attaches great importance to you. A teacher next to him also nodded and said, yes, classmate Qin, we have prepared some gifts for you to celebrate your awakening sequence. The teachers are proud of your progress. As he spoke, he stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xiang's sleeve, saying compliments with a flattering face. Qin Xiang tilted his head to look and found that it was the grade director who was looking for trouble with him that day. Even this kind of person who can't hit the 8 poles has to rush up to flatter himself? After that, I don't know how many people I will be around. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed and he asked with a slight contempt, pride? Do you remember what you talked to me before? He was stunned for a moment, thinking for a long time and didn't know when he had intersected with Qin Xiang. After a long time, he asked, you? Is it my student? Qin Xiang shook his head, it's just a small thing, how can you remember it? But I still feel unhappy. The awakening sequence is not happy, it is not a white awakening. After saying that, Qin Xiang picked up the lunchbox and slapped it on the face of the grade director lightly, and with a muffled bang, the teacher fell directly to the ground. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he staggered to his feet with his face covered, not knowing why. After Qin Xiang had experience in killing, he could basically control his strength. A slap in the face did not use any force at all, but it could have the effect of deterring others. Seeing Qin Xiang's sudden move, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flashed slightly, and he was even more puzzled. There were also students on the side who whispered, are all those with sequence abilities so violent? Violent? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. If I were really violent, just now, the head of the grade director would have flown to the roof of the teaching building. Qin Xiang threw the deformed lunchbox into the trash can and glanced at the silent crowd around him. I'm still used to this kind of quiet campus life. After saying that, he strode away. When Qin Xiang walked into the classroom, many people stood outside the classroom and looked at him. Sitting in the corner seat, looking at the starry sky outside, sighing at the beauty of life, his eyes moved to the classroom again. Li Jingwen was looking at him as if he were indifferent, and in his eyes, there was both extreme fear and as if he was secretly sending Qiu Bo. Seeing Qin Xiang looking at her, she got up from her seat and came to Qin Xiang. In a shy tone as much as possible, she asked Qin Xiang, what happened before was that I was bad, can we start over? Perhaps afraid of being rejected by Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen continued, I know I didn't do well, but we have been together after all. I will definitely listen to you in the future. I won't have any contact with Zhou Yang again, he is just a substitute for you in my eyes, in fact, I still like to be cared for by you. Qin Xiang didn't know how Li Jingwen could say these words. In his opinion, the relationship between the two people has been understood no more, and Li Jingwen is not a pure stupid person like Qian Wendao's nephew. What is she thinking? Qin Xiang couldn't understand. Perhaps people are a very outrageous creature. Even if they know that there is no chance and possibility, they still have to try it with a fluke mentality. What if it works? Qin Xiang was thinking, and Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand and shyly admitted her mistake. But her so-called coquettishness towards Qin Xiang is feeding herself in Qin Xiang's eyes. A female classmate who wanted to kill himself, and now he came over to please and sell well, really thinking of himself as an idiot. Qin Xiang couldn't stand it anymore. When Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protection of her student status, he must go to Li Jingwen's home to personally comfort her family. Qin Xiang smiled and took Li Jingwen's hand. Li Jingwen panicked for a moment, and then showed a soft gaze, thinking that Qin Xiang had forgiven herself. Qin Xiang lay down in her ear and said softly, "I don't have any problem. It's just that your uncle in the underworld may have an opinion." Li Jingwen stood there in a daze, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kuan-Qing Long, dead? Actually died at the hands of Qin Xiang? She didn't dare to look back at Qin Xiang, but her brain was running fast because of fright. When did he kill Kuan-Qing Dragon? Kuan-Qing Long brought a group of ruffians, and Qin Xiang's solitary figure was absolutely impossible to beat. If there was no awakening sequence ability, Qin Xiang would have died at the hands of Kuan-Qing Long. So he should have killed Kuan-Qing Dragon after awakening his sequence ability. Didn't he just awaken his sequence ability this weekend? But Kuan-Qing Long has long been missing, and the time is not right at all. Could it be that Qin Xiang has awakened to his sequence ability a long time ago, and he has been pretending to be an ordinary person these days? What is he pretending to be an ordinary person for? To kill me? No, 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 I am a student, and I can't kill anyone with sequence ability. What is that for? To get revenge on me? Li Jingwen's thoughts reached an unknown place, outside the safe zone of her brain. Soon everything was eroded by fear. At this time, she suddenly felt that her body, which was about to be separated from her soul, moved uncontrollably. She looked down and it turned out that Qin Xiang was pinching her hand. She didn't dare to look at Qin Xiang's gaze, but from his gentle tone, it was not difficult to hear the smile on his face at the moment. "What's wrong? Don't you want to be with me?" Li Jingwen shivered for a moment, and quickly withdrew her hand back. Her whole face was pale and she didn't dare to move. Qin Xiang no longer entangled her too much, stood up and left his seat. Before walking out of the classroom, he turned his head and said to Li Jingwen, "I thought you would say, it's all about testing my feelings for you." In the eyes of Li Jingwen's best friend, this sentence seems to encourage her to pursue Qin Xiang further. And in Li Jingwen's eyes, it was a demonic whisper. When the girlfriends saw Qin Xiang leaving, they immediately rushed up and surrounded Li Jingwen. "Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you, why don't you chase him?" "Yes, didn't you encourage Qin Xiang like this before? If you work harder, you can become a woman with sequence abilities." Qin Xiang has awakened his sequence ability, but he is much stronger than Zhou Yang. The admonition of her girlfriends dealt a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's consciousness that was about to be shattered. Li Jingwen shouted, and ran out in the shock of her girlfriends. "Jingwen! Jingwen, where are you going?" "Don't worry, she must be chasing Qin Xiang." "Oh, it makes sense. You say, if Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, can we share the benefits? I think it's okay. After all, we still hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang together. If she dares to be bad to us, then we will tell Qin Xiang." "Makes sense. Hey, the good days in the future are coming." Qin Xiang glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and the canteen was open. So after he left the classroom, he did not go directly to the library, but went to the cafeteria to prepare to fill his stomach. The canteen has always had breakfast, but Qin Xiang has never tasted it. One school stipulates that students only have free lunch and dinner at school. As for the light luxury of breakfast in the canteen, it is only provided by the teachers and leaders of the school. But today, he can also go and taste it. Qin Xiang walked into the cafeteria, and there were already many teachers and school leaders sitting together in groups of 3 or 5, and the topic of discussion was naturally his record-breaking first person. Seeing Qin Xiang come in, the teacher's conversation immediately stopped and looked at him quietly. The fact that Qin Xiang knocked the grade director unconscious at the school gate has already spread. Therefore, the eyes of the teachers were no longer disdainful and bored with him as an orphan in the past, but were full of fear. A teacher wearing glasses stood up and walked towards Qin Xiang with a smile. "Classmate Qin, you are the glory of our class. What do you want to eat?" let me help you order. This gentle teacher is Qin Xiang's class teacher. Because Qin Xiang is a poor orphan, he has no ability to give gifts to his teacher, and there is no one to support him at home. The head teacher was out of sight and out of mind, so he moved him to the back corner by the window. Therefore, watching this head teacher rush to flatter himself, Qin Xiang felt particularly funny. He didn't have so much patience to exchange pleasantries with this class teacher who was not very familiar with him. Get out! Qin Xiang threw down a sentence coldly, and walked to the window where he was cooking. The head teacher seemed to not want to miss this opportunity to curry favor with the students with the ability of the sequence, so he took 2 more steps forward despite the contemptuous eyes of other colleagues. Classmate Qin, the teacher did not do well before. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xiang picked up the rice plate and slapped it on his face. With a crisp sound of his head hitting the metal, the head teacher fell to the side. Be patient and tell me that you don't listen, and you have to come to find it uncomfortable. The other teachers swallowed their saliva, all fearful of Qin Xiang's violent behavior. Qin Xiang said to be patient and reason with him? What did you say? Didn't you just say the word roll? This is also considered patient and reasonable? In fact, this is just Qin Xiang's way of solving trouble. 2 teachers who wanted to get close to him were violently knocked down by him, and if others wanted to get close to him, they would probably not do it. His secrets cannot stand up to exploration. He is deeply wary and hostile to these people who are close to him because of his awakening sequence. To disperse this swarm of flies, no means are more effective than physical attacks. What's more, in today's world, those with sequence abilities are heaven. He did this, and he could also use the villain's success to cover it up. In the eyes of the teachers, Qin Xiang ascended to the heavens in one step, full of hostility, which is understandable. After all, he is only 18 years old, and he is still a teenager who has not experienced social blows, and he does not act so twists and turns. It's better to be a real villain who comes up and slaps you than a hypocrite who gives you hope and then plays you to death. Qin Xiang stood in front of the window where he cooked, and the fat ant inside who cooked him more every day was so frightened that the rice spoon in his hand fell to the ground. Auntie, help me bring 3 breakfasts and take them away. In the cafeteria, only school leaders can use disposable packaging boxes. Now Qin Xiang also has this small privilege. Even if no one gives permission for this. Oh, okay, I'll serve it for you. The ant hurriedly picked up the rice spoon on the ground, put a spoonful of rice in it, and found that she forgot to wash it, quickly apologized, and then took a new rice spoon. When the ant served the meal and forced a smile to hand it to Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Auntie, don't panic, I remember your kindness to me. Then, Qin Xiang turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, there is one thing, I hope you will help convey it to the principal. Qin Xiang originally wanted to talk to the principal in person. But the principal should now be next to the grade director who was knocked unconscious by Qin Xiang at the school gate, watching the doctor treat his injuries, and he may not have time. It should be no problem to ask other teachers to help with the conversation in the cafeteria. I think that as the only school on the edge of the safety zone, our Juan school integrates 12 years of education in elementary, junior high, and high school, and the most important thing is not to cultivate talents, but to cultivate virtue. Qin Xiang's official beginning shocked the other teachers. This, or the student who directly said get out at the slightest disagreement? How could you say such mature words? He shouldn't be a schizophrenia. But no teacher dares to say it in public. His head teacher was still lying on the ground, who would touch the moldy head of his upstart in the safe zone. If there is no good virtue, our students will definitely have to be educated by the society and even smear their alma mater when they go out of the campus and into the society. This is not what our students want to see, nor is it what teachers want to see. The teachers couldn't help but slander that Qin Xiang's official accent was still a bit high, and the set was no different from the school leaders. I didn't know, I thought it was the principal who was holding a meeting for the teachers. But what is Qin Xiang saying this? Qin Xiang paused for a moment, and then said, where is the director of moral education? Everyone looked at a bald middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. The man stood up with a smile, classmate Qin, it's me. When he got up, he almost fell. The smile on his face couldn't hide his heartbeat. You are the director of moral education, do you think you are competent? This. He looked at Qin Xiang's indifferent eyes, immediately understood Qin Xiang's dissatisfaction with him, and hurriedly self-examined, I'm not competent enough. Over the years, as a moral education director, there are still many shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future. No need for the future. I have been in school for 12 years. And I don't even know what you, the director of moral education, look like. My temper is very irritable now, because the school's moral education work is not done enough, and in the final analysis, it is inseparable from you. For this position of moral education director, you should abdicate and give way to the virtuous. You should agree with me. Qin Xiang sounded like he was asking for advice, but there was no room at all. When he spoke, he deliberately kicked the head teacher who fell aside, as if hinting at something. The moral education director twisted a wrinkle on his face, and in the end, his attachment to the position still did not resist the fear of death, and he nodded. Yes, I didn't do well. I should give up the position of moral education director. Qin Xiang nodded. It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. Regarding the director of moral education, I think that this Aunt Zhang who cooks in the canteen is very suitable. She always encourages her classmates when she eats, and she also takes special care of students like me from poor families. Isn't she the best moral education role model? Therefore, I want to nominate Aunt Zhang to the school to become the new director of moral education. Qin Xiang stood alone, scanning all the teachers. Wherever they looked, the teachers dodged one after another. I hope you can tell the principal, otherwise, I am afraid that my grumpy temper will do something I shouldn't do. When the teachers heard this, they immediately nodded, wanting to send the plague god away quickly. Be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me. Not only do we convey it, but we also support Qin's views. At this point, the teachers finally understood that Qin Xiang was paving the way for Aunt Zhang, who was cooking, to take the position. Qin Xiang has become a sequence ability person and has become an outsider. His restriction is that students and public officials cannot be killed. And not all school teachers are public officials. In Juan School, there is only one principal, who is a public official, and the other teachers are all signed teacher contracts. This also means that Qin Xiang can pick one or two teachers at will to kill, and will only be punished by hunting the gods. Of course, he couldn't go too far and slaughter the teachers in the school. In this case, it will still be regarded by the Sequence Ability Authority as a member of the security zone and will be sentenced to death. With the protection of privileges, naturally no teacher dares to oppose him. And Qin Xiang asked for the position of Director of Moral Education, and the principal had no reason to refuse. Because Qin Xiang is like a madman. The principal has seen too many young teenage students commit jaw-dropping crimes because of their ignorance and fearlessness. He didn't dare to bet on whether Qin Xiang was a normal person, nor did he dare to bet on whether Qin Xiang was afraid of the laws of the safe zone. As long as Qin Xiang can be coaxed well, the principal will do whatever it takes. Qin Xiang was very satisfied with the teacher's approach, turned around, leaned into the window of the meal, and looked at Aunt Zhang who didn't know why. Aunt Zhang, I nominated you to the principal as the Director of Moral Education, and if nothing else, the principal should agree. In the future, I hope you will continue to be kind to me. Aunt Zhang said with some embarrassment. My family conditions are not good. I dropped out of school and worked before graduating from junior high school, and I have no knowledge in culture. How can I be a big leader? It's not that troublesome. Aunt Zhang, being a leader in a dilapidated school on the edge of our safe zone, has two iron rules. Either you have no conscience or you have a background. You are a man of conscience. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he took 3 boxed lunches and left. Only Aunt Zhang was left holding the rice spoon in her hand, and she didn't really understand what was going on. Qin Xiang came to the library with a boxed lunch and saw Teacher Zhu arranging the bookshelves, and Wen Shu studying on his desk. Wen Shu had a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. When Teacher Zhu saw Qin Xiang, his eyes were a little complicated. Qin Xiang put the lunchbox on the table. I went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu, let's eat together. He also specially brought a breakfast to Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu is a rehired teacher and does not have the treatment of ordinary teachers, so he cannot go to the cafeteria for breakfast, and lunch and dinner can only be at the student window. However, her income is the same as that of ordinary teachers. I've eaten it. I've eaten it too. Qin Xiang originally wanted to bring breakfast to the two of them and chat by the way, but he didn't expect that both of them had already eaten. Okay, then I'll eat it myself, and take the remaining 2 portions myself. Teacher Zhu, take a break, and I'll clean up after I finish eating. At such an age, there is no need to be so practical in doing things. Teacher Zhu listened to Qin Xiang's familiar way of speaking, and felt that after Qin Xiang awakened his sequence ability, there seemed to be no change. She was a little confused. Xiao Qin, how do I feel? You are the same as before. I'm the same as before. Then you. Why did you beat Lu Qianzhong at the school gate? Oh, I didn't like him in the first place, and there was a little friction before, so I gave him a moment when I saw him today. You are a good student. How can you beat the teacher? Before Qin Xiang could open his mouth, Wen Shu put down the exercise book and said slowly, I think that beating that Lu Changjong is more like the work of a good student. When Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, besides you, how many teachers are there in our school? Don't worry about them. This. Xiao Wen, what do you think? Teacher Zhu seemed to be the first time he had seen a Wen Shu who was not so well behaved and had a bit of a temper. For these people in school, teaching is just an ordinary profession. How can they feel that they are teaching and educating people? But the teachers are good to you. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average, I was often bullied, and no teacher stood up to speak to me. Later, my grades were good, and I had hope of being admitted to the college, and they were willing to help me. When Shu looked at Teacher Zhu with a pair of big clear eyes. You say, should I thank these teachers who seek benefits and avoid harm, or should I thank myself for becoming better? Teacher Zhu was speechless by Wen Shu's question, and when she looked down and thought about it, what she said seemed to make sense. Teachers are just a profession to support their families. Teaching is their duty, and educating people is their affection. They just do their duty well. Why waste energy when they have nothing to do, and win over these students who can't go to school? Qin Xiang gave a thumbs up, as expected of being the first in our grade, speaking his level. If you want me to see, Teacher Zhu, you should also rest obliquely, you should. Accompany your granddaughter and granddaughter, there is no need to stare at the library all day. You give me the key, with me here, the library can't be messed up. Qin Xiang opened the lunchbox, stuffed a giant crested duck wing into his mouth, and chewed it with a crunch. As soon as he took a bite, a burst of meaty and fragrant juice immediately poured in, making his eyes shine. His grandma's small stove led by the school teacher in the morning cafeteria tastes much better than lunch and dinner. No wonder the teachers ate so happily in the school cafeteria. It turned out that the food in the faculty window and the food in the student window tasted very different. The chef in the canteen is not unwilling to cook for the students. I really want to punch the canteen chef. Forget it, I'm also a free eater, don't do so much. A person who wants food, and is embarrassed to think that the food is bad? Teacher Zhu worked as a teacher in Juan school, and knew the taste of breakfast in the cafeteria. But Wen Shu probably hasn't eaten it. Qin Xiang's mouth was stuffed with vegetables, and he couldn't open his mouth to speak for a while. Well. He snorted twice at Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up suspiciously, and saw Qin Xiang excitedly pointing to the lunchbox, and then gave a thumbs up frantically, as if praising the taste was good. Then Qin Xiang swallowed the deliciousness hard. Try it. It tastes really good. It's much better than a canteen lunch dinner. The breakfast in the canteen is specially provided by the staff window, and it tastes really good. Teacher Zhu also echoed. When Shu heard that both of them were recommended, so he put down the pen in his hand, sat down and opened a lunchbox. Picked up a piece of black and white rabbit meat and put it in his mouth. When Shu's eyes immediately exuded a look of surprise. It's really delicious. I didn't lie to you. This is a special supply from the teacher's window. I will eat whatever you want, and bring one for you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, don't eat at home, waste more money. I pack more every day, you take it home for your granddaughter to eat, don't keep letting her eat the swill in the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled, okay. Qin Xiang asked again, by the way, why didn't Jollywen come to the library to study today? He doesn't have to learn? When Shu smiled, I was scared away by you. Before you came, he went to the library and solemnly apologized to me, and said that he didn't know how to lift up, which delayed my relationship with you, and asked me to convey my apologies. I hope you don't take it to heart. Qin Xiang curled his lips. This eldest son Zhao withdrew quickly. I haven't had time to look for him yet, but he came to admit his mistake first. He is a person who understands current affairs. While sorting out the bookshelves, Teacher Zhu said, you even beat the teacher at the school gate. How dare he provoke you, the living king of hell. Don't clean up, you have to be busy at such an old age. I'll finish it in a while, let me go. Teacher Zhu didn't know if he was sad or emotional, but he really put down the book in his hand and sat on the chair next to him, sighing. Okay, you have grown up, and what you say is like thinking like an adult. I also feel very relieved to see you two good children grow up. What you said was as if you were about to leave. Qin Xiang made a joke, but found that Teacher Zhu did not respond. He and Wen Shu both felt strange, and when they looked up, they found that Teacher Zhu's face was very bitter. No, Teacher Zhu, you shouldn't. Teacher Zhu waved his hand, old problems, they can't be cured. You don't have to worry, everyone has their own fate. My life is almost like this, you still have a long way to go, live well. You? What the hell is the problem, tell me. Stomach cancer, there is no cure. Advanced stomach cancer? Teacher Zhu shook his head, no, in the middle stage. But on the edge of the safe zone, There is no hospital that can do stomach cancer surgery, and I can't afford to go to a hospital that can do surgery, so I should leave after a few more years. I've lived much longer than my husband, and I've seen a lot of things in my life, so I have nothing to regret. Saying the words of relief, Teacher Zhu's voice was still a little trembling. Only then did Qin Xiyang know that Teacher Zhu, who was kind and smiling every day, had already suffered from cancer. After knowing Mr. Zhu for so long, he never saw the patient's worries from Mr. Zhu's expression. Teacher Zhu took another deep breath. Okay, let's not talk about this matter, it makes everyone feel bad. Life and death are things that should be taken lightly. Don't, I'm still going to chat with the leaders of the education department and give you an official, you can't just leave. Teacher Zhu was surprised at first, and then smiled with relief. You have this heart, I am very grateful, but I am not this material. Aunt Zhang in the canteen, I have found a way to become the director of moral education, and it is nothing for you to go to the education mouth to be a public official. Ha! Aren't you nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is very good, Xiao Qin, it's not good for you to do this. How can this be called nepotism? This is called meritocracy. Teacher Zhu, now is the end of the world, and there are not so many moral codes. What kind of tigers, leopards, and jackals are the officials here on the edge of the safe zone, all of whom climbed up by relatives for their own awakening sequence? How can there be people who do things? When Shu also echoed, I agree. With your character, it is a blessing for students to serve at the education mouth. Think about it, it has been 10 years since the end of the world, hundreds of universities have been built for those with sequential abilities, and Juan School does not have courses on cognition of the end times and sequence cognition. Isn't this a dereliction of duty by the education department? You went to work in the education department, and you only need to play normally, which is better than 99% of public officials. In the praise of Qin Xiyang and Wenshu, Teacher Zhu was also a little embarrassed. She showed a kind smile. I will be content to have the recognition of you two good boys. This disease is indeed something that cannot be helped, so don't worry. Wenshu glanced at Qin Xiyang, while Qin Xiyang buried his head in eating and did not speak. If Qin Xiyang, who is alone, feels a trace of warmth of humanity in this world, it must come from Teacher Zhu. As long as he wants this work-study position, Teacher Zhu will always keep it to himself. There are also other parents of students who give gifts to Teacher Zhu, hoping to leave this position to their children. But Teacher Zhu was very stubborn. If your child is an orphan, then he can rotate with Qin Xiyang. Others, no need to talk. Even in the last days, in a dilapidated place like the edge of the safe zone, there are still people like Teacher Zhu. So Qin Xiyang really hopes that a good person like Teacher Zhu can have a good result. However, how to treat cancer? How much does it cost? He didn't know. It seems that I have to go online again at night, so I went to God Killer Camp to check. Qin Xiyang did not boast about Haikao, because he did not know whether his current ability could help Teacher Zhu tide over this difficulty. After eating, he began to pack the books in the library. However, as soon as his bud left the chair, he never sat down again. There are a lot of students coming to the library today. If you want to be more detailed, it should be said that there are a lot of girls who come to the library today. Classmate Qin, can I borrow this book? Classmate Qin, my foundation is relatively weak. Do you have any recommended tutoring books? Classmate Qin, I have a lot of luminous books at home. Do you want to read them together tonight? Qin Xiyang's quiet part-time work life in the library was disturbed by a group of extremely active and good-looking female classmates. Because it was too noisy, Wenshu borrowed an exercise book and went to other places to study on his own. Wenshu is the target that all girls aspire to be, and it is also the target of secret attacks. Originally, Wenshu was sitting here, and the temperament of the excellent students made them feel a little inferior in their hearts, and they were a little restrained. After Wenshu left the library, they let go of their restraints and launched a general attack on Qin Xiyang with all their might. Okay. And after seeing that Qin Xiyang did not act exaggeratedly, he realized that he would not seem to attack them like the great director did, so he became even more blatant. The fragrant shoulders are half exposed, and the corners of the skirt are lifted, all of which are small fights. When some girls unbuttoned the buttons, they bumped into Qin Xiyang's arms, and a pair of cushions pressed him so much that he had nothing to say. Qin Xiyang sighed in his heart. It turns out that this is the treatment of ordinary people with sequence ability. If he showed his status by arbitrarily knocking down the grade teacher and class teacher before, then this encounter in the library was that others recognized his status. Compared with using force, it is still sought after and recognized, and it can be enjoyed more. In 2 lives, Qin Xiyang has never seen so many girls who take the initiative to pursue themselves frantically and have the taste of star idols in their previous lives. If you are an ordinary 18-year-old middle school student, from poor to rich, and have never seen the world, you may still be intoxicated by these vulgar fans. Teacher Zhu was on the side, and sighed one after another, for fear that Qin Xiang would lose himself and sink into it. But they didn't know that Qin Xiang had killed people. Killed more than one person. His heart had already become extremely calm after seeing blood several times. These girls are too ordinary, and the relationship is all cumbersome. It can neither be his life partner nor his physical harbor. They weren't even pink skeletons, in Qin Xiang's eyes, they were just nothingness. Qin Xiang believes even more that a better life is coming. Therefore, with a smile on his face, he said lightly to the girls who were rubbing around him. The girls were stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Qin Xiang's face, and found that he was expressionless, just like the two people just now. Suddenly, they realized the fear of the grade director early this morning, and immediately bounced away from Qin Xiang's side. Qin Xiang smiled, yes, after all, they are peers, and they are much better at communicating than my head teacher. But the girls felt a biting chill from Qin Xiang's smile. Qin Xiang walked out of the library in the way the girls gave way. When I arrived at the door, I said to Teacher Zhu, Teacher, I'll come back after school in the afternoon. This breakfast can be eaten when you are hungry. Okay. Teacher Zhu saw that Qin Xiang was not affected at all, and smiled and nodded. Qin Xiang was about to clean up the leftover lunchbox with Wenshu before, but found that the table was empty, and it seemed that Wenshu threw away the garbage by the way when he left. Qin Xiang muttered, Classmate 1, it's still polite. That's it. As soon as Teacher Zhu heard Qin Xiang praise Wenshu, he immediately praised, Wen is a good student, has good conduct, is kind, and has ideas, unlike others. As he spoke, he also glanced at the girls who had been making noise in the library for a long time. Qin Xiang nodded, she has a good idea. In other aspects, Qin Xiang did not understand. But Wenshu is a girl with her own ideas, and Qin Xiang agrees very much. I still remember the night when he was chased by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of ruffians, when Shu taught him a good lesson in destroying corpses and traces. Okay, I'm leaving, don't be tired. Okay. After Qin Xiang left the library, he did not go back to the classroom, but found a secluded and uninhabited place, took out his mobile phone, and called Qian Wendao. Hey, Section Chief Qian, I'm sorry. Do you have time? I want to talk to you for a few words. Oh, Xiao Qin, what's the matter? That's right, I have a good friend who has cancer, and I want to ask if there is any treatment. Section Chief Qian was stunned for a moment. Your friend? Sequence ability? No, ordinary people. Do you still have ordinary people as friends? Ordinary people, of course, can be friends. Whoever was born is not an ordinary person. It's not unreasonable. If you have money, you can send it to the hospital for treatment. If I had money, I wouldn't call you. Me? What do you mean? Want to know the special way for those with sequence abilities? Generally speaking, if we sequence ability people want to cure diseases, there are two ways. The first is to go to hunt the gods outside the safe zone, and then come to the bureau to exchange money and spend money to go to the hospital for treatment. The second is to find a healer sequence ability to help you treat it. However, the cost is usually higher. I have also understood the doctor sequence, but it seems to be very rare and hard to find. You're right, basically all doctor sequence abilities work in hospitals in the most luxurious areas of the safe zone, specializing in escorting the upper echelons. Ordinary people can't even see it. With that said, I have no choice but to hunt the gods outside the safe zone. But I have just awakened the sequence and joined the God Hunter squad, and I am afraid that the preparation is not sufficient. What kind of friend are you? You actually pay so much attention to it, willing to kill the gods to help him heal his illness? A good person who takes care of me. Good guy? Classmate Qin, are you telling me a joke? How can a good person be worth your efforts? In this world, the most useless thing is a good person. Section Chief Qian, this matter is that the benevolent see the benevolent and the wise. We just cooperate on some things, which doesn't mean that all ideas have to be unified, right? Well, my question. However, it is also a good thing for you to hunt the gods now. How do you say it? You haven't taken the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, right? Well, that's right. Then you can use the points of hunting the gods to get more favor from universities during the assessment and get more chances of admission. Even if you enter the university, there are many points students who hunt the gods, and there are many discounts. These are the hard rules of the coalition government, and you can check them on the Sequence Education forum. Can it still be like this? Okay, then I understand. I'll pay attention. Thank you Section Chief Qian for your help. Well, it's all trivial. Qian asked and threw his phone on the table, muttering Qin Xiang's words. Save a good person? Good. This word has indeed been heard for many years, and it is a little sad. Hey, who was born to be a bad person? At this time, Qian Wendao's mobile phone rang again. Hey, Xiaotang, what's the matter? Oh, how many ordinary people were making trouble in front of the director that day? Then what are you hesitating about? Just kill them. Well, let's do it first. Hanging up the phone, Qian asked and laughed at himself. Good man, I'm afraid I can't be a good person. Qin Xiyang hung up the phone, so he made up his mind to go to an internet cafe to watch the forum after school. Wait, there seems to be a computer in the principal's office? Yes, there should be. After all, the principal is a public official. If there is no computer, how to receive documents from the coalition government? As for the advantage that Wang Defa's warehouse computer can hide the address, it is also greatly reduced after he discloses his sequence ability and registers as a sequence ability. He has revealed his identity, and he no longer needs to hide and tuck in to open the forums of God Killer Camp and Sequence Education. In that case, why not go to the principal's office? It happened to be in the morning. Didn't the principal invite him to go? Qin Xian took easy steps and walked to the principal's office. The principal had just returned to the office from the infirmary, holding a towel to wipe the sweat from his shiny head. Hey, it's really busy. I don't know how Lu Changzhong provoked him, and he was beaten in vain. Qin Xiang, this kid, has just awakened his sequence ability, and his temper is a little grumpy, so he must not be messed with. In order to give Xiao Zhang the position of moral education director, he also beat the head teacher again. Hey, I really obeyed him. I'll arrange for Xiao Zhang to be the director of moral education next week. After today's incident, I don't want to ask Qin Xiang to build a friendship with me to help me clear my guilt. I just want to be able to send him to graduate safely, but don't have anything to do with it. Principal Li, I'm here. Qin Xiang said hello and pushed open the office door directly. The principal's eyes were a little desperate at first, and then he immediately put on a signature smile. Yo, Xiaoqin, why are you here? By the way, Aunt Zhang's matter. I've already started to do it. Tomorrow, no, today. Then thank you, principal. By the way, I came today and have some other things I want to ask you for help. You say, I will definitely help if I can. Didn't I want to take the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, but I didn't understand it at all. You also know that my family conditions are not good, and I have no money to go to internet cafes. So, if you want to borrow your office desktop computer for use, what do you think? Principal Li was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer for a while. But Qin Xian didn't see much and sat directly next to Principal Li. Classmate Qin. You. Principal Li, our school's moral education work has not been done well for many years, which has caused me to be more irritable. You don't want me to cause trouble before graduation, do you? Qin Xiang is a sequence ability. Even if he kills the teacher, he will not be guilty. However, Li Tianming, as the principal, was held accountable by the coalition government for campus safety issues. Li Tianming thought it was the beginning of the transfer, but he didn't expect it to be the living king of hell in the ruthless apocalypse. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but looking at Qin Xiang, who looked a bit lawless, he still swallowed it. You can use it, but you can only go online, you can't do anything else. Qin Xiang skillfully opened the sequence education forum to find the assessment of serial abilities related to the college entrance examination. Li Tianming sighed, and didn't want to look at Qin Xiang more, so he walked out of the principal's office and found a clean place to rest. Qin Xiang clicked on a post with added essence. College entrance examination assessment guide for those with serial ability. Those with sequence ability do not need to take the college entrance examination, and there is a separate assessment method. The assessment will be comprehensively evaluated according to the sequence ability, on-site performance, and future potential of the sequence ability, and then a score will be given. After the student gets the score, log into the Serial University Volunteer Application interface, submit his grades and resume to apply to the school, and the admitted school will send the student an admission notice. Generally speaking, the scores of sequences from low to high are useless sequences, such as soft, common sequences, such as sleepless, police sequences, such as smeller, immortal, combat sequences, such as warrior, phantom assassin, and special sequences, very rare and unique sequences, such as mimic. Qin Xiang carefully looked at the 5 levels of the sequence and found that Qian Wendao's mimicry was actually the highest level of special sequence, and he couldn't help but look up at Qian Wendao, the section chief. Section Chief Qian, the more you know, the more surprising it is. Qin Xiang sighed sincerely. Sure enough, there are no simple people who can be promoted to an official position in an important department in a previous life and a half. He continued to look at the post. A special case that can be exempted from the test is to have a record of hunting gods. You can use the points for hunting the gods instead of the assessment results, submit them together with your resume, and apply for university. The education department has a file of all students with the ability to awaken sequences, and whenever a student earns God Hunt points, it is updated in a database that can be seen by admissions. Teachers at all universities. Generally, when a student's God hunting points exceed a certain value, the university will take the initiative to contact and put forward the conditions for admitting you. Can there be such a statement? Shin Seong thought about the super combat ability given by his God Eater sequence, and his blood immediately boiled. Doesn't this mean that you have the opportunity to enter the best university? In his previous life, Shin Seong's academic performance was average, and he could only go to an ordinary university after the college entrance examination. In this life, he felt that he seemed to have hoped to enter the top school in the safe zone. The post also explains the advantages and disadvantages of universities. The quality of the sequence university is an important factor in widening the gap between sequencers, and it is also a watershed that affects the direction of life. A good serial university has the best learning environment and the most sufficient educational resources. High-level sequences, mentors full of combat experience and research experience, abound. The living and eating conditions are excellent. And there will be a large number of scholarships allocated, so that outstanding students do not have to worry about tuition fees. Outstanding alumni and students with a bright future will provide you with a solid backing for your future progress. Whether you choose to fight the gods, work in the coalition government, or engage in research related to sequence abilities, this is an extremely valuable resource. So, if you can, be sure to get into the higher-ranked serial university as much as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Just looking at the introduction, Shin Seong is full of yearning for excellent sequence universities. The university in this life is not the same as the previous life. After graduating from the previous life, entering the society mainly depends on personal ability and background, and the influence of alumni resources is not so great. However, this life is a world where you fight with the gods and establish a new order. The end of the world has just come 10 years ago, and the various classes in the safe zone have only existed for 10 years, and it is time to re-establish order. The main circle is probably not yet finalized. If you want to take the lead at this time, you must try your best to sit in the VIP seat, that is, enter an excellent sequence university. According to the introduction of the post, even if Shin Seong is an orphan or a poor person, it doesn't matter much, because the sequence ability is the hard currency of the end times. As long as your sequence ability is hard enough, there will be circles to actively accommodate you. He opened the God-Killing Forum, again to check the reward instructions for hunting the gods. Hunting gods can obtain monetary rewards, sequence potion rewards, and god hunting points, all of which are provided by the coalition government. The specific correspondence is that for every god hunting point obtained by hunting a god, you can get 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources of the sequence potion. When a group hunts together, it will be distributed proportionally according to the results of the group's own discussions. If you hunt the gods by yourself, you can get double the god hunting points. However, the Sequence Ability Authority does not advocate individual combat, and the God of Hunting still emphasizes cooperation. This article was formulated only to facilitate the selection of the strongest human god hunters to lead the future human counterattack. The way to get points is to hunt the gods, cut off a piece of the part containing the god symbol, and there is a post to explain in detail. In the process of hunting the gods, if they unfortunately die, they will be given pensions to the families of those with sequence abilities according to the sequence level. If there are no family members and they are killed in the process of forming a team to hunt gods, the pension can also be distributed to other team members. Assigned to other team members? Shin Seong didn't know what the meaning of this regulation was, and he always felt that something was wrong. As a sequence ability, killing ordinary people will not be affected too much, so if he is the only sequence ability in my team, can I kill his whole family, and then kill him and embezzle his death benefit? Isn't this article encouraging cannibalism? Is this one of the rules of survival in the safe zone of the last days? There are many things that Shin Seong doesn't understand at all. Shin Seong had not yet joined the God Hunter squad, but he had already smelled a trace of blood through the introduction post. At this time, he noticed a red number, 157, on his sequence ability forum account avatar. He opened it curiously and found that he had received 157 letters from the station. Hello little brother, your phantom assassin sequence is exactly what the sister team needs the most, and our team is full of women. And there is a lack of a masculine man in the town. You are more suitable. Join us in hunting the gods. We will take good care of you. Hello Xiaoqin, your sequence is exactly what we urgently need. Come to our God Hunter team. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the team members have basically not been replaced, and the safety factor is guaranteed. Hello Qin Xian, the Phantom Assassin. Sequence can just make up for our team's offensive shortcomings. Our team has repair and armor sequence abilities, and you can ensure your safety when hunting gods. Please be sure to join us. Qin Xian probably looked at it. It was an invitation from 157 god hunters to join, and he was dazzled. Just as he was browsing the invitation letters, he received 2 more invitations to join the god hunting squad. It is said that Phantom Assassin is in high demand, and it seems to be true. Oh my god, so many teams want me? But how to choose the hunting team? Qin Xian's first reaction was to ask Chen Qian. But after thinking about it again, Chen Wendao was too smart. He didn't want to get too close to Chen Wendao, and he didn't want Chen Wendao to see his ignorant side. To hide clumsiness in dealing with smart people, and showing cowardice in dealing with stupid people, this is also the experience summed up by Qin Xian for the 2 generations. If you bother to ask money about everything, it will only make him think he is stupid and gradually alienate himself. He searched the forums and found no posts on how to choose a hunting team. There may have been, but it was deleted by the management. This also shows the experience of picking the God Hunter team. It is information that cannot be made public. Why can't it be made public? Qin Xian knew that he could no longer delve deeper, so he can only spend his time and energy to understand it himself. At this time, there was a sudden drip-y sound. It was Li Tianming who forgot to turn off the ball when he left. Curiosity drove Qin Xian to click on this dialog box, which was a message from the screen name, Ting Ting. Brother Tianming, people miss you, can you accompany them tonight? Saying that, he also sent an unsightly video. Qin Xian watched the entire video with a judgmental gaze, then clicked the closed cross to download the video. But when he opened the folder where he downloaded the video, he was stunned again. There are actually so many? Although there are a lot, it is not chaotic, because Li Tianming thoughtfully made a detailed label classification for each video. There are many of them, and Li Tianming appeared in person. Qin Xian was stunned. Isn't this Li Tianming just an ordinary principal? How can there be so many videos like this? It seems that the heroine has been changing. Qin Xian thought of something, and immediately opened the Sequence Ability Person Information section and entered Li Tianming. Immediately jumped out of more than 20 people with the same name and surname. Qin Xian carefully screened and found a head that was extremely similar to Li Tianming's appearance, but was obviously much younger and had long flowing hair. Sure enough, there is only one reason why they are sought after by the opposite sex in this world, and that is the sequence ability. Li Tianming is also a sequence ability. But he has been the principal for so many years, and no students seem to know about it. When Li Tianming was young, he was quite handsome. Now I have a big belly and thank you, it's really ruthless. When he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, he was immediately attracted by the first 2 lines. Li Tianming, Sequence Shaman. Due to negligence in Area 14121, dozens of people were killed, and he was transferred from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal of the Wan School. Qin Xian looked at Li Tianming's information and was speechless for a while. Principal Li, killed dozens of people? Get out. After killing dozens of people, can you still be arranged to become a principal? How ruthless is this foundation? How hard is the background? Qin Xian suddenly felt that when he was just talking to the principal, he seemed to be a little too loud and did not show the respect he should have for the teacher. Forget it, I still won't come here in the future. Let's go to Wang Defa's side to bully the soft persimmon. The principal is not easy to mess with. He turned off the video, set Ting Ting's message to unread, deleted the downloaded video, and prepared to leave the office first while Li Tianming was away. In the future, I will also meet Li Tianming less. Just as he was about to get up, the office door was pushed open, and Li Tianming came back from outside with a thermos cup with his stomach up. Seeing that Qin Xian seemed to be about to stand up from his seat, he smiled. Why, after the investigation, are you leaving? Well, yes, thank you principal for borrowing me to use the computer. I have found the information I want to know. The principal walked to Qin Xian's side and looked at the clean desktop and the jumping head of Qiuqiu in the lower right corner. He put the mouse on it and it showed an unread message from Ting Ting. The principal frowned and looked at Qin Xian with a guilty conscience, and Qin Xian smiled and said, You want to chat with someone, right? Then I'll leave now. It's not a good act to peek at other people's privacy. Well, you go. Goodbye, principal. Qin Xian left his seat, and before he reached the door, he heard Li Tianming's voice. Since you have seen it, don't leave yet, sit down and talk. Qin Xiang was stunned. I haven't read the chat records between others and you, principal, what are you talking about? Li Tianming pulled out a chair next to him and patted the back of the chair. Ting Ting, sent me 4 or 5 new messages, but the avatar jumped but only showed one unread. It should be because you read it and set it to unread, right? Qin Xiang was secretly shocked, but he didn't expect that he would be discovered by Li Tianming. Sit down, let's talk. Completely different from the helpless principal just now, Li Tianming at this moment, his eyebrows and eyes were silent, and a sense of majesty arose spontaneously. If he hadn't known that he was the principal, Qin Xiang would even think that he was similar to Qian Wendao's official position. However, knowing that Li Tianming is a dangerous person, why would Qin Xiang still rely on him? What if it is discovered? This is Li Tianming's scandal, and it has nothing to do with him Qin Xiang. Even if Li Tianming didn't let himself go, he still opened the door of the office and prepared to leave. At this moment, I found that my body suddenly lost control. His feet seemed to be stuck to the ground, unable to move at all. He looked down and saw that the freshly washed rag pants and shoes were covered with dirt. The dirt imprisoned his legs and feet like an arm, causing him to panic. Classmate Qin, come back and sit down. Qin Xiang looked back, and a colorful mask suddenly appeared on Li Tianming's face, exactly the same as the mask that flashed on Luo Eilina's face in the woods that night. Li Tianming dares to use sequence skills on himself? You know, Shaman is a very powerful auxiliary sequence, and the skill, Earth Binding, is a means of controlling the gods that countless God Hunter teams need incomparably. Activating skills on sequence abilities in the safe zone is a very dangerous provocation signal. If the people of the administration know about it, they will definitely blame Li Tianming. Qin Xiang was just about to warn when Li Tianming said again, do you want to say that you want to go to the bureau to report me for using skills in the safe zone? You just go to sue. Anyway, my position has been degraded and has fallen to the bottom. I don't have any requirements. Since you saw my chat history, you should have watched my video, and you should have found out my sequence identity. So, I don't think I have any hypocrisy in front of you, and I can talk openly and honestly. Why should I talk to you? With 2 bangs, 2 palm-sized ravens suddenly appeared out of thin air, flew to the door and closed the office door. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes and had already made a defensive posture. 2 skills. Is your sequence level 2? No, the small beast spirit summon just now is a level 3 skill. At this moment, an ancient wooden pillar full of totem symbols suddenly drilled out of the floor of the office, and Qin Xiang felt full of strength for a moment. This, Origin Totem, is a 2nd level skill. Qin Xiang's eyes widened. Are you level 3 sequence ability? In the God Killer camp, Qin Xiang saw the division of the levels of those with sequence abilities. The sequence level of most of the sequence ability is level 1. Those who become 2nd level often have rich combat experience or public service experience. If you are from the God Hunting Squad, the 2nd level is qualified to serve as the squad leader in most of the God Hunting Squad, leading the team members to hunt the gods. If you are a public official, you can get rid of the lowest level, be promoted to 1.5 positions, and step into the power class of the coalition government with half a foot. The 3rd level sequence ability is not mentioned in the God-killing camp, because there are too few. Sequence level 1 to sequence level 2 requires only 5 sequence potions. And if the sequence level 2 is upgraded to sequence level 3, 30 bottles of sequence potions are required. A bottle of sequence potion costs 10 demon hunting points, or the corresponding United Government merit points. Qin Xiang didn't know how to get merit points, but he knew the demon hunting points. This means that even if you get double points by yourself, you have to hunt 5 gods. If you are with the team, you will get fewer points for hunting, and I am afraid that you can only exchange for a bottle by killing 50. Of course. 30 bottles of sequence potions are undoubtedly an astronomical amount. Of course, after years of hard work to hunt the gods, as long as they don't die, there is still hope to break through the 3rd level sequence. But from the awakening of the 1st sequence ability to the present, only 5 years have passed. You speak. In just 5 years, it was too difficult to make up for the merit of 30 bottles of sequence potions. And he remembers that Li Tianming was transferred to the principal of Juan School when he was in his 1st semester of high school, that is, nearly 2 years ago. This means that it only took him 3 years to complete the improvement from sequence awakening to level 3 sequence ability. The principal who is smiling at Qin Xiang now is not the chosen son with a special sequence like him. He could only collect the sequence potion from the authority step by step. It can be said that his promotion speed is comparable to riding a rocket. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. Who is this Li Tianming with a big belly and Thanksgiving? Qin Xiang finally sat down. Because Li Tianming had no reason to kill him, nor did he have the ability to kill him. If violence is used, he is confident, even if Li Tianming is a shaman of the third level of the sequence, it is a move to return to the West. Let's see what Li Tianming has to say. Li Tianming took off his glasses. Without the cover of his glasses, his small eyes, which were originally a little squinting, instantly became like a torch, full of stories. Qin Xiang, I have already revealed my details, I just hope you can believe me. Don't think that I am looking for you to plot anything for you. It's not plotting against me. Why are you talking to me? You're right. I mean, I have no intention of murdering you. Instead, I can help you. Help me? How to help? I can provide you with help hunting gods and entering college. You're the Phantom Assassin sequence, right? This sequence is perfect for combat. You can hunt gods outside the safe zone and earn god hunting points, which will not only help you apply for college, but also have a profound impact on you in the future. What's more, you can earn money by hunting gods, allowing you to earn tuition fees for college. You have to know that college tuition is not cheap. Many students have to give up their college admissions because they don't have enough tuition. Give up the admission notice? The Forum of Sequence Education clearly said that the university will provide scholarships to outstanding and needy students. Li Tianming smiled. Classmate Qin, there is a saying called, there is no free lunch in the world. Have you heard it? Why should you give him a scholarship? Just because you study better and your family is more difficult? Isn't the safe zone just lacking you, a person with sequence ability? Schools are not public welfare facilities, and schools built after the end of the world all have a lot of interests involved, and they are very complicated. If you want a scholarship, you have to pay a price. As for what the price is, it's not easy to say. Okay, I see. Qin Xiang believes that the university in this life, similar to the previous life, will provide subsidies to students from poor families. Looking at the forum, there are many scholarships from excellent universities, and they can also afford personal living expenses and tuition fees, so he didn't take this matter to heart. After Li Tianming said it, he immediately understood that things were not as simple as he thought. Principal, why do you know so much about Sequence University? At your age, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to go to a serial university. Li Tianming leaned back and leaned on the back of his chair. I used to be the vice president of a certain university. Vice dean? Yes. After being framed, he was transferred to this despicable place as the principal. So, as I said, my sequence ability can help you hunt the gods. My past experience can help you get into college. You need my help, just as I need your help. Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal, I am very grateful for saying so much, but I don't seem to need your help. Don't you need it? Li Tianming showed a meaningful smile. Not to mention the distance, you should be thinking about how to earn god hunting points now, right? The sequence of Phantom Assassin is very popular. As soon as you register, many people will come to you to form a team. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Xiang lowered his head slightly and looked at Li Tianming with a smile. He obviously didn't see his browsing history, but he actually knew the predicament he was facing now. What an experienced old fox. Compared to the previous life, the current world is more complex and chaotic. But the only constant is that there are no stupid people in the upper position. Orloff is like this, Qianwandao is like this, and Li Tianming is like this. Everyone left a deep impression on Qin Xiang's memory, making him unable to be proud of his status as a reborn. In 2 lifetimes, he was still not sure that he would be able to fight with these intrigue masters, and he would retreat. Classmate Qin, you don't have to be afraid, I just know more information than you, so I can guess. As your teacher, it is only natural for me to provide you with guidance. We can choose the right God Hunter squad for you. When necessary, I can even take action and go out of the safe zone with you to hunt the gods. Qin Xiang interrupted Li Tianming's narration. Principal Li, you just said a sentence, I think it's very good. There is no free lunch in the world. I already know how you can help me, and then I want to know, what do you need to do? Li Tianming nodded, no longer introducing his advantages, and glanced at Qin Xiang. I want you to help me clear my suspicions. Because of this trumped-up charge, I lost my status and rights, and my wife left me. I hope you can help me turn over. Help you turn over? Qin Xiang pointed at himself in disbelief, not knowing how Li Tianming thought of saying this. Li Tianming, a sequence level 3 ability, was treated obediently, and obediently became the principal of Juan School. He actually counted on himself, a senior high school student, to help him clear his name? Do you really think of yourself as a fool? Principal Li, if this is the case, then I can't help you. As a student who has just awakened to the ability of the sequence, although I am a little proud, I am not so unclear that it is thick and high. Even you are helpless, I absolutely cannot intervene. Take your leave. There is no need to continue communicating with Li Tianming. Qin Xiang got up and was about to leave. However, his legs were again imprisoned so that he could not leave. Principal Li, there's no point in using this trick to keep me. After a while, your skill will be lifted, and I will still leave. Li Tianming sighed. You are really a smart person, much smarter than I thought. There was something before that I thought was weird, and I kept wondering if I was thinking too much. How could an 18-year-old senior high school student have so many secrets? Now it seems that it shouldn't be my problem. Qin Xiang's heart tightened, not knowing what Li Tianming was going to say. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife is also a sequence ability. Coincidentally, she, like you, is a phantom assassin sequence. But one thing, she's not the same as you. Even when she was entangled in my earth-binding skill, she lost control of her whole body and couldn't say a word. Speaking of this, Li Tianming raised his head and looked at Qin Xiang. Unlike you, not only can you speak freely, but the movement of the upper body is not even affected at all. Qin Xiang's face did not change, but he was already a little panicked. Damn, it leaked. He only noticed that the skills of the Phantom Assassin sequence were similar to his own, so it was convenient to hide his identity. But he never thought about how other sequence abilities would react when he used his skills. The key is that there is no such post sharing in the forum. Skills are all used to hunt gods, who will verify it on others. However, it was precisely because of this lack of experience that Qin Xiang fell into danger again. But now, he can't show cowardice, he must insist that he is a phantom assassin. Qin Xiang said, Principal Li, I don't understand what you mean. My sequence has passed the assessment of the Bureau and has relevant certificates. Maybe it's because there is a certain difference between me and your ex-wife in terms of physical fitness. That's what I thought. Li Tianming stood up. The physical fitness of people with different sequence abilities is different, so there is also a gap in their reaction to the same skill. So I'm just guessing now, it's not true. I think, could it be that when you went to register with the Sequence Ability Administration, there was something wrong with the sequence? Of course, these are all my family's words, you don't have to take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was easygoing, but full of threats. Qin Xiang squinted his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a colorful mask, and his heart sank again. The coalition government for some reason only tests the sequences of those with serial ability at the time of registration, and there will be no further testing of any kind thereafter. To some extent, he was already safe, because Li Tianming knew about it and could not threaten him. However, if your secret is known, it is not safe after all. Principal Li, if you have to spread rumors, you should know that you will pay the price for it. If Li Tianming was really obsessed, Qin Xiang would only try to take the risk of killing him. Anyway, it's not the first time he's killed someone. At most, it is the first time to kill the sequence ability. But there is always a first time in everything, it's nothing. Li Tianming shook his head. I didn't want to spread rumors, and I didn't want to harm anyone. I have said it all the time, I need your help to clear my name. As a thank you, I will also support you very much. People you can't even afford to mess with, do you want me to help provoke them together? There are many people and great power. How many people are powerful? Principal Li, as a person with sequence ability, don't you think this sentence is ridiculous? So, you still refuse to agree? Qin Xiang no longer hid, and said coldly. Okay. Promise you, I don't know how much trouble I'll get into again. If I don't agree to you, then I will only have one trouble, you say, how will I choose? Li Tianming snorted, don't promise me, there is only one trouble? You mean, if you kill me, you will solve the trouble? Classmate Qin, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's not that easy. It's not easy to kill you, but it's more troublesome to help you. If you were me, what would you choose? After hearing this, Li Tianming pondered for a long time, and finally sighed, what you said makes sense. After saying that, his colorful mask gradually disappeared into his face, restoring the image of the middle-aged man, and at the same time, the restraints under Qin Xiang's feet disappeared. Transactions with disproportionate returns and risks are destined to be unsuccessful. Let's change the way. Qin Xiang raised his eyebrows. What way? I will help you complete a certain task of hunting the gods first, and I will also provide you with as much support as possible in the matter of further education. If you still need me to help you clear your suspicions, then you will be unable to obey. No, this goal is too big, you have to eat in one bite, and it's not realistic to expect you to do it all at once. You just need to help me with one thing. Qin Xiang had already thought that as long as he added an unknown enemy's request to him, he would refuse. Even if Li Tianming is a difficult person, it is better than an unknown enemy. People who Li Tianming can't handle will only be more difficult than him. Help me find someone with the sequence, fraudster. Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment when he heard Li Tianming's request. The reason why I was able to frame me for killing people at that time was because someone saw a sequence person wearing a shaman's mask at the scene. And the only person with the ability to register the shaman sequence around there is myself. It just so happened that I was alone that day, and I couldn't get an alibi, and I had my breath strangely left at the scene, so I was blamed. After hearing this, Qin Xiang said lightly, Principal Li, according to what you described, no matter how you listen to it, you feel that you are that criminal, right? It's not me. You continue. So I think there should be a shaman person on the scene, or someone who disguises the shaman sequence. The shaman sequence is not like you. Unlike other sequences, it can be camouflaged. Once the skill is used, a shaman mask will appear on the face. Therefore, it is impossible for a shaman sequencer to hide his identity. So I guess there should be a fraudster at the scene, imitating my appearance, and then blaming me. Fraudster, you should also know that you can mimic the appearance changes when you release skills in other sequences, so it's also very easy to hide your identity. At least within the coalition government, there are very few fraudster sequences. Qin Xiang thought for a while and asked, Then I will help you find a fraudster sequence ability. What can I help you? As far as I know, this kind of shady sequence must have its own organization. You help me find a fraudster, and I can find a way to ask for some information myself. After hearing this, Qin Xiang was non-committal. It was a breeze for him to complete it. Blonde policewoman Royalena is the fraudster sequence. Moreover, Roylana had a bad relationship with him in the first place, and it could even be said that she was an enemy who had to hide secrets together. Selling Luo Yailina to Li Tianming as a reward for helping himself was an extremely suitable deal. But he suppressed the thought of agreeing in his heart and continued to ask, Principal Li, why don't you find it yourself? Me? Li Tianming smiled bitterly, all my serial ability authority has been cancelled by the coalition government because of that false accusation. You look at me as the principal of Juan School. In fact, I am no different from being sent to exile. Because in the past 5 years, this school has not produced any sequence ability. They threw me here just to fend for myself. If I hadn't been high enough, I would have been executed. Except for you, I basically can't connect with any sequence ability. Even if they do make contact, they will immediately cut off my resume at a glance. What Li Tianming said is very right, but there is still something that doesn't make sense. Principal Li, if you are falsely accused, then I really sympathize with you, but I have a problem. Why did they frame you? Li Tianming did not answer Qin Xiang's question, but asked a new question. Classmate Qin, what is your sequence? When Li Tianming asked the question, he didn't look at Qin Xiang, but looked at the dark night outside the window, as if he didn't want to get an answer. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and understood what Li Tianming meant. The reason why Li Tianming was framed was a secret that could not be told, just like his own sequence. He died at the sight of light. Needless to say, the conversation between smart people is too straightforward. Li Tianming used a clever analogy to let Qin Xiang understand the situation. Since the reason why Li Tianming was framed cannot be said, then after Li Tianming was framed, why he cut off contact with all the sequence abilities, I am afraid it is also something that cannot be said. The high-ranking person with a dignified sequence level of 3 can only rely on Qin Xiang, a person with a small new awakening sequence ability, and I have to say that there is an unreasonable absurdity. But in this absurdity, there is a certain logic. That is, Li Tianming has offended many people who can ban him, but cannot kill him. He needs to help himself with a new face that has nothing to do with those people. Qin Xiang knew that his strength was very limited, and Li Tianming also knew that Qin Xiang's strength was very limited, but he still chose Qin Xiang to help. It sounds like a fool's dream. But Li Tianming is not a fool. After a short conversation, Qin Xiang thinks that Li Tianming city government is not weaker than Shanwen asked. So why choose yourself, a newcomer, to do moths to a flame? The only explanation is that Li Tianming still has a trump card. Once Qin Xiang helped him pry out a little crack, he was confident that he could turn the tables. This also made Qin Xiang realize that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was not a savior who turned the tide, but a spark that could ignite the entire powder keg. Li Tianming is a person who owns a powder keg but does not have Mars. At this point, Qin Xiang sorted out a general outline, looked at Li Tianming's eyes, and became respectful. And Li Tianming seemed to have noticed the subtle changes in Qin Xiang's eyes, and there was a little suspicion on his face. This kid, did he figure it out so quickly? No, right? Principal Lee, I agreed to what you said. As long as you can help me with the hunting of the gods and help me enter the university, I will go find you a person with the ability of the fraudster sequence. However, I can't guarantee whether this person can help you. Okay, that's it. You help me find the person in the fraudster sequence, and leave the rest to me. I am 90% sure that a fraudster, who does not disclose his true sequence, will have an organization behind it. Then let's start discussing the hunting of the gods first. Qin Xiang couldn't wait to fight for the god hunting points. The time of his awakening sequence is too late, less than 6 months before the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination. Other students who awakened the sequence ability early may have accumulated it for several years. Trying to stand out from it is not an easy task. Admittedly, if the goal is a mid-tier university with serial ability, it is not difficult to complete. But Qin Xiang's goal is to be the top universities with sequence ability. His God Eater sequence is undoubtedly the strongest existence. If you can't go to the best university, it's a waste. According to his understanding, the top universities have the latest research results on sequence ability and the top resources. This is a necessary condition for him to understand the end times and to become stronger in himself. After being reborn, Qin Xiang was completely separated from the life trajectory and personality of his previous life. In just 1 month, for various active and passive reasons, he killed and set fires, deceived the government, and there was nothing he did not dare to do. His ambitions are also expanding. He won't speak the second discourse of the second grade that stands at the peak of the human race in the last days. But he also has his own beliefs. Live up to my talents. Principal Lee, I want to know, how should the God Hunter squad be selected? I looked at the coalition government's decree and found that if an orphan like me died outside the safe zone, the pension would belong to the hunter team. I was worried about picking a black-hearted group and being mutilated by them. Li Tianming smiled lightly. Classmate Qin is really powerful. After only watching for an hour or two, I found the key. That's right, a sequential person like you who is an orphan is easily assassinated by his teammates. Choosing a hunting team is also a very difficult thing. Then how do I screen a team that has behaved like this? Classmate Qin, the team that has had this kind of behavior is likely to do it again. But can you guarantee that the squad that has not behaved like this will not come up with a spontaneous idea and want to harm you? Think about it, let's say you're in a dangerous situation and need your teammates to save you to escape. But if you rescue you won't be able to kill that god, which means that if you run in vain, you may endanger your own safety. There is no decree that a player dies and a teammate is punished. Leaving you alone, not only will they not be punished, but they will also receive a considerable pension. If it were you, what would you choose? Qin Xiang chuckled in his heart, because Li Tianming made sense. The essence of human nature is greed. Never bet on human nature, let alone bet on human nature. Then, Principal Lee, what should I do in this situation? The best way is to have a team by yourself. A single squad, responsible for your own safety, is the safest way. A single team? That's right. And if you are a single team, you can also get double points. Why not? Qin Xiang hesitated. It sounds good, but I have never had the experience of hunting gods, and I am alone, and I don't know what to do. With me here, don't worry. I will go with you to the outside of the safe zone and accompany you to hunt the gods. But I'm a one-man team. If someone finds out that someone is helping me, won't I be punished? Hunting the gods alone can earn double points. If you can get help from other sequence abilities, pretend to hunt alone, and then receive double points, isn't that a deception of the coalition government's hunting points? The coalition government is not a fool, let alone a loss-making business. Although Qin Xiang did not know how the coalition government would distinguish this kind of points fraud, he was convinced that there must be a feasible method. Otherwise, such a big loophole would have been drilled by countless people, who would still travel in a team. You're right, if you go out alone and get help from other sequence ability people, you will indeed be discovered by the sequence ability person administration and will be punished very severely. When the hunt for the sequence ability of the single person is over, when you enter the exit of the safe zone, the official in charge of accepting the remains of the gods there will conduct a lie test, a memory continuity test, and send the data of your hunting of the god remains to the solo team points section of the God Killer camp. The lie test only asks you one question: did you hunt these gods alone? The purpose is to confirm that in your memory, the hunt for the gods was done by yourself. The memory continuity test is to verify that your memory has not been rewritten by writer, soul taker, and other sequence abilities that can modify memories. The data upload forum welcomes witnesses to actively report, and those who have the ability to successfully report with evidence will be rewarded for reporting. With such a cautious 3 lines of defense, no one can fake it. I see, I know. So how can you help? I will leave the safe zone with you, outside, and see a god you can hunt, and I will tell you about the characteristics, habits, and attack methods of this god. Next, it's up to you to act on your own. If you can't successfully hunt the gods, or if you encounter danger, I will use Earth Binding to trap the gods, and then use Origin Totem to replenish your strength, allowing you to escape quickly and ensure your safety. In other words, I am outside the safe zone, just like in Juin School, playing the role of a division commander who escorts you. Teachers? I don't know why, Qin Xiang heard this word and felt a little funny. When the corners of his mouth were raised, he also showed a self-deprecating smile on Li Tianming's face. Principal Li, there is no problem with this, right? I didn't help you hunt the gods, what's the problem? In the developed areas of the safe zone, many powerful children complete the task of hunting gods alone in this way. And a character like me also has a special name, called Insurer. It is to ensure a single team. I see, then I will thank Principal Li first. It's okay, let's help each other too. But there is a thing to say, I can't always help you for free. As your insurer, the points belong to you, but you have to share half of the money you get. Double points, even if you only get half of the money reward, you will earn it. Take half of the money? A shaman, of the 3rd level of the sequence, accompanying himself out of the safe zone, just to ensure his own safety, took half of the money is very reasonable, and even Qin Xiang felt that it was a little less. Okay, no problem. Also, I need to see your progress. I help you hunt the gods, not for that little money, because you will help me find the fraudster, do you understand? If I have progress, I'll let you know in time. Then when will we start hunting the gods? This weekend? You are now a sequence ability, and going to class in school no longer means anything to you. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning you come to school, let's take the bus to the exit of the safe zone 38324 and start hunting the gods. Take the bus? Principal Li, I don't have that much money. Li Tian understood him at a glance, knowing that this ghost boy must have a way to make money, and he was just pretending to be stupid in front of him. However, a stray orphan, even if he has just awakened to the sequence, is still a wandering orphan. If you take out the money, you still have to make up a reason. At that time, it may not cause other troubles. Forget it, I'm out about a few copper coins. You hurry up and find a name to fight for a reasonable income, you can't always let me pay for the fare. Hey, if you go outside the safe zone tomorrow and kill the gods, you will be rich, and you will need some name. You are confident. If it starts tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability Administration and get the freeze suit, the sequence knife, and your first sequence potion. Qin Xiang didn't wait for school to end, and after chatting briefly with Li Tianming, he immediately went to the Administration of Sequence Abilities, and sent a message to Qian Wendao when he was about to arrive. Qian asked and quickly replied to him. Come directly to my office to find me. Qin Xiang walked into the administration building. Although it was not the first time he came, he was still shocked by the low-key and luxurious interior. I hope that in the near future, I can live this kind of life. Walking to Qian Wendao's office in the corner of the 2nd floor, I saw that Qian Wendao's table had placed an orange and white antifreeze suit, with a hunting dagger and a bottle of sequence potion on it. Qian Wendao was staring at the computer and tapping, seemingly very busy. Sit down, I still have something to do, wait a moment. After a while, with a happy enter button, Qian Wendao breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Qin Xiang. You decided to hunt the gods so soon? I'm a little late, I have to hurry up and accumulate god hunting points. Qian asked and smiled, so urgent, do you want to go to the top university? Yes. Otherwise, I'm sorry for myself. Qian asked and nodded. Qin Xiang's answer was also in line with his expectations for Qin Xiang's identity. A wandering down-and-out aristocrat naturally wants to recast his glory and slap those who look down on him in the face. Young people, if you can let go of anything, is it still called a young man? Qian asked with concern, have you found the god hunting team? Looking for the hunting team, but be cautious. Your orphan status is easy to be targeted. I didn't join the god hunter team, I formed a team alone. Solo team? Qian asked with some surprise, do you have experience in hunting gods? Then how dare you go alone? Forming a team alone does not mean going alone. Qian asked and immediately licked his dry lips. You found the insurer? Qin Xiang smiled and asked, is it surprising? No surprise, no surprise. Although Qian Wendao did not react on his face, his heart was greatly shocked. Insurer, this profession, he has heard of, by a higher sequence level and full of experience sequence ability, escorting newcomers to a single team. However, hiring an insurer is not enough to have money alone. A high-level sequence ability person doesn't worry about money. There must be a huge exchange of interests in order to obtain a competent insurer. This is not a configuration that ordinary people can have. Qin Xiang, is this going to start exerting force? Do you want to take advantage of Qin Xiang's not yet fully taking off and take a gamble in his car? The sudden choice problem made Qian Wendao anxious. He really couldn't figure out Qin Xiang. I don't know if betting on him is a wise move. Will he soar into the sky with him, or will he be pulled into the quagmire? It's better to try him and his insurer strength first before making a plan. If Qin Xiang really has any hope of entering the highest college, he will definitely rise after graduation. If you invest now, the bird will fly far away with the phoenix. If it's all fancy, then it's better to maintain this relationship that is neither salty nor bland. Qian asked and made up his mind, and then spoke, you and, insurer, which safe zone exit are you going to hunt the gods? The largest one nearby, the exit of the security zone 38324. Qian asked and was surprised again. Number 38324? There, but there has been a record of the appearance of large gods. You went to such a difficult place for the first time, no problem? Qin Xiang heard Qian Wendao's worry, and his heart tightened a little. He didn't know that a large god appeared at the exit of the 38324 safety zone. From the sequence awakening until now, there has been no precedent for successfully hunting large gods. He didn't feel that he, a fledgling sequence ability, could become the first person today. This is the choice made by Li Tianming. Li Tianming is now with him, and there is no need to harm him. Therefore, he did not panic, but nodded to Qian Wendao as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Qin Xiang was so calm, Qian Wendao also had a bottom in his heart. He added, I have heard from the authority that there has been a significant increase in the number of serial capability at the exit of security zone 38324 recently. Because there was a large group of small gods who were not strong and wandered nearby. If you can meet this group of small gods, you should have a good harvest. Small gods? Can you be more specific? For the information outside Qian Wendao's safe zone, Qin Xiang immediately showed interest. It was a large group of sandworm servants. The masters of these sandworm minions seem to have lost themselves deep outside the safe zone, so they have lost their support and are squeezed to the edge of the impoverished area, which is our safe zone. A new owner should be looking for now. Qin Xiang knew something about the sandworm servants. These are small, weird creatures, similar to parasites, that live on the body of large sandworms and feed on the remains of their prey. If you talk about the strength of a single body, the sandworm servant is definitely a soft persimmon among soft persimmons. However, sandworm servants often appear on a large scale, and it is quite difficult for ants to bite dead elephants. But that's for others. Qin Xiang, who can enhance himself by devouring the gods, doesn't have to worry about being consumed to death at all. The more servants he had, the happier he was. Qin Xiang quickly raised a new question. The sandworm servants are all gathered around the sandworm. If they gather here, doesn't it mean? That's right, outside the exit of the 38324 safety zone, the large god that has appeared is the sandworm. These sandworm servants came here to find new masters. Once they are allowed to cling to the sandworms, then these fat meats will no longer belong to our sequence ability people. Qin Xiang was moved when he heard this. Section Chief Qian, you said that many people came to the exit of the 38324 safety zone just to hunt sandworm servants. Even if I find traces, I can't grab much loot. Qian asked with a sly smile, classmate Qin, you are asking the right person about this matter. I have a way. Oh? Please give me more advice. Wait a moment. Qian Wendao stood up from the swivel chair, walked to the shelf behind him, and took out a black glass bottle. By relying on this, you can ensure that you can find the traces of the sandworm servant before anyone else. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle and looked at it, but he didn't see any clue. Section Chief Qian, this is? A sandworm scale. Sandworm scales? On the scales of sandworms, there is the breath of sandworms. If you take this glass bottle and open it in a no man's place, you will definitely attract some sandworm minions. Where did you get it from? This is evidence of the appearance of sandworms provided by the traveling sequencer. Not far from the safe zone, they picked up such a sandworm scale. I bought it for 2 silver coins, originally to use it for my nephew, but, hey, you know that too. That kid is not this material. In the team, he can be bullied for no reason, let alone give him something like this jealousy. Worth 2 silver coins? This. Why don't the people who pick up these scales use them themselves? A few newcomers, not enough to eat a large group of sandworm servants. Then you can also find someone to help. Looking for someone? Xian asked and sneered, classmate Qin, do you know that outside the safe zone, it is not the gods who kill humans the most? It's people. Outside the safe zone, you can't even fully trust the people in your squad, let alone find someone else. If you meet a difficult god, everyone will work together. But if you meet Fat, the first reaction of those with sequence abilities is often not how to eat it, but to kill you, the person who will share the meat with him, first. This is the inferiority of human beings. You can share hardships and hardships, but you can't enjoy happiness together. Even if he becomes a sequencer and his ability has been improved, his inferiority has never changed. Saying that, Shen Wendao glanced at Qin Xiang again. Classmate Qin, you shouldn't be such a person, right? I'm kidding, classmate Qin, don't take it to heart. Qin Xiang smiled shallowly. Section Chief Qian, have you seen a few people who are willing to hunt the gods in order to collect money for the treatment of ordinary people who are not related by blood? Am I the kind of person you said? Section Chief Qian should have the answer in his heart. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle. This thing is a great treasure. With it, my first god hunting operation was twice the result with half the effort. Section Chief Qian, I really don't know how to thank you. This help is no less than helping me register the sequence before. Classmate Qin made a big fuss. There were only 2 silver coins, not much. Nope. 2 silver coins are just the price you get from the money section chief. If I hadn't known Section Chief Qian, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get 10 silver coins. I wrote it down. Section Chief Qian, I'm going to prepare to hunt the gods, see you again if you have a chance. Goodbye. Qin Xiang put the antifreeze suit, the god-hunting dagger and the sequence potion on the table into a cloth bag, and then put the black glass bottle into his pocket. Qian Wendao watched Qin Xiang leave, and the corners of his mouth raised. Wait a minute. Qin Xiang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and found the hundreds of copper coins he had obtained after killing 3 homeless men. Now that he has announced his serial identity, there is a way to explain the origin of a small coin of a few hundred copper coins, and there is no need to hide it anymore. He took the copper coin and went to the only supermarket nearby. The margins of the safe zone can be said to be abject poverty, and almost everyone cooks their own food to save money. So only the original ingredients are sold, and the finished products are not sold. And this supermarket has a lot of finished food. Because it is not aimed at residents, but sequence abilities who go to the exit of the 114514 safe zone to hunt the gods. Qin Xiang has passed by outside countless times, but he has never had the opportunity to enter the supermarket to take a look. He entered the supermarket and saw a variety of goods on the shelves through the dim light. At the cash register next to the shelf, there were 2 tall men standing with their hands under the counter, as if they were holding some weapon, looking at Qin Xiang with a wary face. Qin Xiang was still a little confused, but when he looked at the clothes on his body, he understood instantly. He was dressed in rags, and the store probably thought he was here to grab something. He also understands this. If you open a supermarket in this area, if you don't order goods, it is estimated that it will have been robbed by wandering people. Qin Xiang looked at his outfit and shook his head helplessly. The matter of clothes has to find an opportunity to solve it. But not now. He took a large backpack with dozens of lattices. Then I bought a lot of compressed fast food to satisfy my hunger. He put these things on the cash register and asked the 2 strong men. 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins are similar to what Qin Xiang himself calculated in his heart. Although he asked for a few more, he didn't take it to heart. He took out copper coins from his pocket, counted 200, and handed them to the 2 of them. Then the food is neatly stuffed into the compartment of the backpack. Qin Xiang had just picked up his backpack and was about to turn around and leave, when he suddenly heard a crisp sound of click from behind. The sound of a pistol loading? Qin Xiang did not hesitate, immediately turned on the violence skill, turned over behind the cash register all at once, and strangled the necks of the 2 strong men with both hands. He frowned and looked at the 2 of them. What do you mean? Buy something, give money, and kill someone? The 2 strong men were flushed, grabbing Qin Xiang's hand with both hands, trying to knock his hand away. But Qin Xiang's palms strangled their necks like iron hooks, and they didn't move at all. A strong man opened his mouth and made a hoarse voice. No. Not. He pointed with his finger, and Qin Xiang followed and saw a strangely shaped drawer slightly open. What do you mean? You would say the sound of a drawer? Yes. Qin Xiang looked at the 2 strong men who had no weapons beside them, and the cash register was spotless, so he let go of his hand and turned to study the drawer. He pushed the drawer in. Click dash. Sure enough, it made a sound very similar to the loading of a pistol. Qin Xiang turned his head again, looked at the two strong men who were panting heavily, tears and snot flowing together, and snorted, "In the future, don't play this kind of cleverness." "Yes, yes." Shin Si-young took a few more packs of compressed instant food. "These packets, let's take it as compensation for you just scared me." Okay. You take whatever you want. Take it casually? Just take your backer and don't trouble me?" Shin Si-young ignored them, put on his backpack and left. After he left, the two strong men breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of this drawer was specially designed by them for killing and robbing goods. Although most of the customers in the store are sequence ability, there are also many ordinary people who are not seen in the light. Whenever they see a customer who doesn't look like a sequence ability, they move the drawer and make a sound like a pistol being loaded. If the customer is a sequence ability, his keen hearing can immediately detect something is wrong, and he will definitely show the inviolable majesty of the sequence ability. Even if they annoy those with sequence abilities, they can explain that it is the sound of a drawer. When you open a supermarket here, there are people behind them, so you can usually settle the loss if you don't send something. If the customer is not a sequence ability, then they will take out the pistol hidden in the drawer, kill the customer, loot his belongings, and make a windfall. Shin Si-young saw the trick of the two, so he took a few more pieces of food as compensation. A strong man said with an aggrieved face, his poor and sour appearance, who knew that he was a sequence ability. "I thought I was a fugitive. Almost didn't kill me directly." Another strong man rubbed his neck and said, "You are crazy." He bought a backpack for those with sequence abilities to put the remains of the gods. Carrying such a conspicuous thing out of the house, he almost wrote "I am a sequence ability" on his face. Can he be an ordinary person if he is not a sequence ability? You still have to move the drawer at this time. Are you looking for death? But how can there be a person with such a ragged sequence ability? Nonsense, you must have just awakened. Can you use your brain? It's just long meat but not a long head, right? Didn't I see that he still had some money? It just so happens that business has not been doing well recently, and I want to make a windfall and eat some meat. You can look at hundreds of copper coins? You better not run this store with me. I'll call the boss in a moment and hurry up and transfer you, who have never seen the money. Don't, brother, give me a chance. It's not easy for me to fight for this job. Please give me a chance. Then this month's account is 82 cents. I am 8 and you too. If I agree, I won't tell my boss about it. Why, are you still not satisfied? Satisfied. Everything is up to your arrangements. Shin Si-young returned to the warehouse and put the black glass bottle and the hunting dagger in his backpack. What should I do with these 2 bottles of sequence potions? He looked at the 2 glass bottles and fell into deep thought. I can already improve my strength by eating the gods. If I drink this sequence of potions again, it will be a waste. If you have a chance, find someone to deal with it and exchange it for some money. Take a nap, take a cold shower at school tomorrow morning, and then go to the safety exit 38324 with the principal to hunt the gods. Shin Si-young lay on the soft cushion on the ground, falling asleep with a longing for tomorrow. The next day, he woke up very early again. Put on frost clothing in the warehouse, carry a large backpack, and go out. His outfit undoubtedly attracted the attention of all passers-by. When everyone looked at him, they looked at him with respect, envy, and jealousy. In this gaze, Shin Si-young's steps became more and more brisk. After Shin Si-young swaggered to the school, everyone looked at his noble antifreeze suit and large backpack, and knew that he was going to hunt the gods. He went straight to the principal's office. "Principal Lee, let's go." Lee Tianming looked at Shin Si-young dressed as a sequence ability person, and was very surprised. "Why are you wearing an antifreeze suit here? In this way, not everyone will notice that you and I will leave school to hunt the gods for a while?" Shin Si-young spread his hands. "If I don't wear antifreeze clothing, won't others notice? Principal Lee, I have a matter of insurer, and I can't hide it for long. People who are staring at you will also find out about this. Instead of hiding it and making them think that we have something tricky, it is better to tell others directly and generously to show that we are ordinary teachers and students. You are optimistic about me and hope that I can help you in the future, so invest now. That's all." Lee Tianming was persuaded by Shin Si-young. "You say that, it makes sense. Well, that's it for now." Lee Tianming also changed into antifreeze clothing and left school with Shin Si-young. Until now, the teachers and students in the school did not know that the principal Lee Tianming was actually a sequence ability. Teacher Zhu and Wenshu, who had just learned about this, were shocked for a long time. "I didn't expect that Xiaoli was hiding so deeply." Teacher Zhu shook his head and sighed. Wenshu said, "It is better for someone to take Shin Si-young to hunt the gods than for him to go alone." "Go alone? Teacher Zhu was very confused. Isn't it all about the fact that the sequence ability will form a team to hunt the gods? When Shu smiled, I don't know either. Guess randomly. After saying that, he continued to immerse himself in studying the questions in the exercise book. Qin Xiyang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop and waited for a somewhat dilapidated bus. Thank you, Principal Li. Li Tian understood him, took out a copper coin, and paid the fare to the two people. When the end of the world came, most of the area was occupied by the gods, so energy was extremely scarce. The current buses still rely on gasoline or electric, which are high energy consumption, so the fare is also very expensive. Therefore, there are no ordinary people on the bus, they are all people who use this to pass and save time. Some of them had just finished their hunting activities from the exit of the 114514 safe zone. Some are going to the exit of other safe zones to start hunting gods. The car was quiet. Everyone is either swiping their phones or closing their eyes to recuperate. Qin Xian looked at other people's smartphones, and then looked at the old mobile phone he snatched, which is known for its sturdiness, and thought that he should also find an opportunity to change the device. However, that's all for later. After more than an hour, a voice came from the bus horn, exit of the safety zone number 38324, here. Get out of the car. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off the bus. The two walked to the exit of the safe zone together. There are a lot of people exiting the 38324 safety zone today. Li Tianming looked at the exit of the overcrowded safe zone and sighed. It's because a group of ownerless sandworm minions have recently appeared here. Qin Xiang explained. When Li Tianming heard this, his eyes immediately flashed with surprise. How do you know? Of course I found a way to find out. Li Tianming nodded slightly, and recognized Qin Xiang a little more in his heart. His mind doesn't look like a teenager at all. If you rely on him for your own business, maybe you can really do it. The two walked out of the safe zone exit together. As the metal door of induction slowly opened, Qin Xiang faced the world outside the safe zone for the first time. The faint starlight above his head sprinkled on the eternal night blue star, slightly lighting up a ruined world. There are broken walls and ruins, as well as scrapped large vehicles, which can vaguely identify traces of the existence of civilization. But 10 years later, most of the traces of the existence of these civilizations have been buried by wind and sand. After a while, I am afraid it will disappear completely. Perhaps in the coming year, the ruins here will be discovered by an archaeologist, who will be ecstatic. Or, it will sleep underground and never come out again. Qin Xian looked at the scene in front of him, his mind was full of thoughts, and he sighed. Human civilization is really fragile. Qin Xian walked out of the safe zone with Li Tianming. As soon as he came out, Qin Xian felt a strong wind, which made the antifreeze on his body tremble. Li Tianming looked at the bustling god-hunting team around him and thought for a moment, in my experience, we can go to that. Principal Li, come with me. After Qin Xian finished speaking, he chose the direction with the fewest figures and moved forward. Li Tianming was stunned for a moment, did not question, and followed Qin Xian. Since Qin Xian knew the news of the sandworm servants, he might also know their location? No, after the sandworm servant left his master, he had no fixed place to live and no specific location. Qin Xiang hurried without saying a word, and the deeper he went, the fewer and fewer people around him. Wait. Classmate Qin, where do you know where the sandworm servants gather? Go any deeper, and it's dangerous. If I encounter a medium-sized god, I may not be able to keep you. After Li Tianming reminded him, he looked around, and there was indeed no one left. The safe zone behind him has turned into a faintly visible point of light. They walked more than 10 kilometers. It should be about the same. He took out a black glass bottle from his backpack and opened the cap. Classmate Qin, what is this? A sandworm scale. What? Where did you get this kind of thing? I got it from where I learned the news. Qin Xian didn't want to say more. Qian Wendao and Li Tianming are his two trump cards. The two don't see each other, they just know each other's existence, which is the most beneficial situation at the moment. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Xian suddenly heard a commotion. Get ready! Qin Xian took out the god-hunting dagger and quietly observed the direction the sound came from. He held his breath and tensed his whole body. He has killed people, but not gods. When I really got to this point, I was still very nervous. He was in the antifreeze suit, and his back was already sweating. Get ready, it's still 10 seconds away. After reminding him, Li Tianming silently retreated to the back, leaving Qin Xiang for a distance. In order not to be seen by others, it is said that Qin Xiang does not meet the requirements of single-person combat. As the sound got closer and closer, Qin Xiang's nerves became tighter and tighter. Suddenly, a half-man-tall black shadow jumped up and pounced directly on him. Qin Xiyang couldn't see the appearance of this black shadow clearly, but he could vaguely identify that it seemed to have more than a dozen giant crab-like long legs, and its body looked like a mutant cockroach. This large mutant cockroach-like god moves very fast. But Qin Xiyang was still able to accurately capture its location. Qin Xiyang took a deep breath and decided not to use the violence skill and use his physical reaction to solve this god. Although violence does not specify a cooldown, it seems to be able to be used indefinitely. But this skill can increase its own strength and agility perception by 3 times, and it will definitely consume a lot of energy. There was no doubt that these energies came from Qin Xiyang's physical body. Overuse means overdrawing the body and not lasting. Therefore, he does not plan to use violence for the time being. As long as you can see clearly, it proves that the enemy's agility is not beyond your own range. As for strength, this god is only half a person tall, and I am afraid that it will not be stronger than himself. What's more, there is only one god at this time, which is a good time to practice. Even though Qin Xiyang is a fledgling novice, he still firmly believes that sharpening his combat reaction is what he needs most. Seeing this large mutant cockroach waving its claws and rushing towards him, Qin Xiyang found the right opportunity. Just when the long groove-like claws were about to touch Qin Xiyang's chest, he immediately took a step, jumped high, and looked down at the gods under his feet. The god's head was facing the ground, and he couldn't see what was happening behind him. Beetles, the field of view is very limited. Now it seems that the gods have the same qualities. Qin Xiyang grabbed the demon-hunting dagger, and as his body fell, he stabbed straight into the head of this god. He believed that the head of this god would not be very strong. The dagger of the demon hunt can definitely pierce it. Qin Xiyang had already anticipated the scene of the god's wailing and the fishy juice splashing after a while. It's going to be successful. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. A crisp sound. This cockroach-like god, his head suddenly turned 180 degrees. The 2 round and big black eyes on his head stared at Qin Xiyang, who was about to fall on his back. Qin Xiyang even saw a strange smile from the 2 disgusting round eyes of this bug. How is that possible? Li Tianming, who was not far away, frowned, ready to release the earth-binding skill at any time to avoid Qin Xiyang's injury. Classmate Qin is not very lucky. He actually recruited the extremely difficult distortion scythe among the sandworm servants. This thing is easy to think that it is an insect with limited vision. But in fact, its field of view is 360 degrees. Many sequence ability people died in its vision trap. Li Tianming stared at Qin Xiyang's reaction carefully. If there was a problem with his next move, he was likely to be directly pierced through the chest and abdominal cavity by the aberrant armor sickle, and he died. Li Tianming's hands couldn't help but sweat. He was afraid that he would not save him in time and let Qin Xiyang die here. And after Qin Xiyang saw the god's head suddenly spinning in front of him, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Give up the attack, step on the back armor of the distorted armor and jump again. Just when his feet had just left the armor, 2 long dark sickles suddenly appeared in the 2 black round eyes of the distorted armor sickle, which rubbed Qin Xiyang's mask passport and scraped it. Qin Xiyang even felt the vibration of the wind in front of him through the antifreeze suit. It's dangerous. If he had just bitten the bullet and continued to attack, he would have been cut into several pieces by these 2 long sides that suddenly appeared. Damn, I checked the information of the sandworm servant before coming. Why didn't I see this god? Qin Xiyang looked at the head of the distorted scythe and suddenly thought of something. This long sickle is transformed from the eyes. Doesn't that mean that its vision has disappeared now and it has become blind? Qin Xiyang saw that the 2 long scythes quickly retracted again, which further confirmed his thoughts. This aberrant sickle also seems to be eager to regain its vision. That's why after missing a hit, put away the long scythe. That's the time. Qin Xiyang no longer hesitated, and when he fell, he pressed forward again, holding a dagger and stabbing the head of the distorted armor sickle. Qin Xiyang felt that the dagger was first pierced with a layer of leather armor, and then pierced into the soft and moist part. The aberration sickle immediately writhes in pain. The long scythe, which was originally to be taken back, stretched out again, and wanted to sweep towards Qin Xiyang and die with him. But Qin Xiyang has taken control of the initiative and no longer misses the opportunity. He pressed down with both hands and nailed the head of the distorted armor sickle directly into the ground with a dagger. Because the head has been completely deformed, the 2 long sides protruding from the eyes of the aberrant armor sickle only stretched out a small part before they were stuck. Qin Xiyang seized the opportunity, spun his hands hard, and directly turned out a hole in the thickness of a steel pipe with his head in soil. A stream of dark green juice splashed on Qin Xiyang's protective clothing, making his body feel a little cold under the antifreeze suit. The more than a dozen legs of the distorted armor sickle flicked twice more and then there was no response. Solved. Qin Xiyang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed the lid of the sandworm scale glass bottle. He needs to rest. If there are a few more distorted sides at this moment, then he really can't stand it. Qin Xiyang sat on the back armor of the distorted armor and adjusted his breathing. Li Tianming also walked over from not far away. Classmate Qin, good job. Thank you. Principal Li has worked hard to protect me. While Qin Xiyang was resting, he did not forget to thank Li Tianming. He knew that when he was just at a critical moment, Li Tianming must have been ready to protect him. Li Tianming smiled. Classmate Qin, the first time you hunted a god, you can solve the aberration scythe, which is indeed beyond my expectations. Just be lucky. Principal Li, what do you think this god is called? Aberration sickle? Why didn't I see this god when I was looking for the information of the sandworm servant in God Killing Camp? The forums are free, and the information on them is limited. The distortion scythe is already a very high-level existence among the sandworm servants, and it cannot be killed casually. In particular, its field of view is actually 360 degrees, which has killed many sequence abilityists. The experience of killing it was piled up with the casualties of those with sequence abilities. No one will make this precious information public. No one will make it public? Then Principal Li, how do you know? Me? Have you forgotten, I am the vice president of a certain university, and my understanding of gods is naturally much deeper. The information about hunting the gods is actually not made public. No wonder humanity has not yet found a way to leave the safe zone. What a bunch of jerks. Li Tianming asked, Classmate Qin, are you going to disclose the information about the distortion of the armor and sickle? Me? Qin Xiyang smiled, I'm a little more bastard than them. Okay, let's not talk about this. Principal Li, where am I going to cut it to prove that I hunted this god? How to prove that hunting gods is also not available in the forum. Qin Xiyang only learned from a few words that he cut off the parts of the gods that could prove his identity and brought them back to the safe zone. The acceptance personnel of the Sequence Ability Administration at the entrance of the safe zone will distribute rewards according to these parts. Although he killed the aberration scythe, he didn't know how to prove that he killed it. Fortunately, Li Tianming was with him, so this shouldn't be a problem. You turn this aberration armor scythe. After Qin Xiyang complied, Li Tianming pointed to a round piece of armor at the core of his abdomen. Do you see this disc armor? Cut it off and bring it back as proof that you hunted the gods. Every god has this kind of round armor. This is the evidence that you hunted the gods. Qin Xiyang used the hunting dagger to cut along the round armor, but he also brought out a lot of flesh and blood. He was about to clean it up when he was stopped by Li Tianming. Don't clean up these flesh and blood. The inspectors at the entrance of the safe zone should judge whether you have cheated based on the freshness of these flesh and blood. The flesh and blood on this round piece armor will be cleaned up by the inspectors, and then thrown into the trash can, only taking away the round piece armor. He also wondered why there were so many god remnants in the garbage cans outside the safe zone, which turned out to be so. Qin Xiyang asked again, then how many god hunting points is this round piece armor worth? Li Tianming stretched out 6 fingers. 6 god hunting points? So much? Qin Xiyang was stunned for a moment. He also thought that the sandworm servant was a god, and he only had 1 hunting point for killing. That's right, there are indeed a lot. Then how is this point stipulated? Take a closer look at the disc armor. Li Tianming wiped the dark green juice on the round nail and pointed to a ring dent on it. Do you see it? This one ring represents 5 points? Then he pointed to a linear dent. This straight line represents a point. Total, 6 points. Qin Xiyang looked puzzled. Then where did this point standard come from? Of course, it has been verified in actual combat. The Bureau found that the god with a ring on the round plate armor was about 5 times more difficult to hunt than the god with only 1 dent, so the exchange standard was set. Qin Xiyang opened his backpack and put this precious round piece armor into his backpack. 6 points, he teamed up alone, which is double points. 12 points. Although he didn't know what it meant. What's the matter? But 12 points, that sounds like a lot. It must be put away so that it is not robbed. Seeing his careful keeping, Li Tianming said, you don't have to worry about this round piece armor being snatched away by others. Your god-hunting dagger is stained with your breath, and your breath is also on the round armor. Even if others take it away, the breath can only cover you. According to the regulations of the authority, the reward is settled to the owner of the original breath on the disc armor. Oh, okay, that's reasonable. Okay, you go ahead. Qin Xiyang opened the bottle cap of the sandworm scales and continued to wait for the rabbit. But in addition to staring ahead, Qin Xiang also came up with the idea of distorting the corpse of the armor sickle. If I eat all the corpses of such a big god, I won't be able to go to heaven? Ha! He was immediately moved. He first used the god-hunting dagger to cut off the calf of the distorted armor sickle like a crab. Classmate Qin, what are you doing? Why? Oh, it's okay, play for a while. Li Tianming naturally didn't know what Qin Xiang had in mind, and he didn't see any trace of the sandworm servant for a while, so let him be. Qin Xiang cut off the joint of the calf again, and looked at the remaining calf in his hand. Hollow out the meat inside, it feels like it can be used as a straw. Qin Xiang stared at the abdomen of the aberration armor sickle, and a lot of dark green juice was flowing in the flesh hole where he had dug out the round armor. He looked around the desolate surroundings again and confirmed that no gods were approaching. Then, he opened a gap in the mask of his frost suit. A gust of cold wind immediately poured in, making Qin Xiang shiver from the cold. Outside the safe zone, it's really cold. The physical bodies of those with sequence abilities are a bit unbearable. After Qin Xiang adapted to the whistling cold wind, he thought about making straws quickly. Otherwise, after a while, the juice in the body of the distorted armor sickle may freeze. He held the calf, put it in his mouth and sucked it hard, and directly put the meat into his mouth. It tastes a bit like crab meat. Qin Xiang had eaten raw drunken crab in his previous life, and the leg meat was smooth and glutinous, very similar to the meat in this calf. After Qin Xiang swallowed it, he felt a warm current surging through his body, and he felt a burst of comfort. He immediately inserted the hollowed crab leg into the body of the aberration scythe and sucked the juice in it frantically. Sure enough, this weather is too cold, and it has turned into ice ballast. However, Qin Xiang did not dislike it. It's all about becoming stronger. Become stronger, not chill. As the juice entered his body, it immediately turned into energy that enhanced him, so no matter how many god remains, he would not feel supported. It took about a minute for the juice to bottom. Qin Xiang glanced at it and found that most of the body of the aberrant sickle was juice. The remaining meat is a small part. Most of the energy was absorbed by him. Then he stuffed the straw into the corpse of the aberration scythe, and then poured some sand into it. No one should touch the corpse of a god except me, right? Qin Xiang burped contentedly, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then closed the antifreeze suit mask and leaned lazily on the back armor of the distorted armor. It's getting stronger again. At this time, if you can bask in the sun, you will be more satisfied. Although his sequence level has not improved, it can clearly feel that its strength has become stronger again. Not only has his strength improved, but his eyesight has also improved. He could also see the distance that he couldn't see clearly just now. Li Tianming was not far away, but he didn't know what Qin Xiang had done. I thought he suddenly had a childlike innocence, and he was having a lot of fun playing alone. I don't know, this classmate Qin, whether he is mature or naive. After resting for a while, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a rustling sound. It seems that another sandworm servant has come over. He immediately got up, returned to his fighting stance, and calmly dealt with the enemy coming ahead. Qin Xiang was confident that if there was another aberration sickle this time, then he would be able to solve it easily. Thanks to his improved eyesight, he saw the gods who were approaching him in the distance. That's long-legged worms? The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth rose. The soft persimmon he was looking forward to is finally here. Have a good time. If we talk about the aberration of the sickle, it is the superior among the servants of the sandworm. The long-legged worm is the mud on the soles of the lower ranks of the sandworm's servants. There is no god weaker than the long-legged worm. Speak. They have no strong defenses, no sharp offensive weapons, no deadly toxins, and no smart minds. It only has a mouth, but it is only the size of a finger, and biting on the body of the sequence ability is like scraping. The long-legged worm is not only weak, but also not very intelligent. In the event of danger, they will not even hide. Even the sequence ability authority has seriously considered whether to reduce or even cancel the hunting points of the long-legged worm. But in the end, it was not implemented. Because the long-legged worm is weak, it is often attached to the more powerful gods. Once the long-legged worm appears, it means the arrival of a strong enemy. Killing them is also a big risk. Moreover, the long-legged worm is still a god. Ordinary people cannot kill. Only those with sequence abilities can kill it. Since it is a god, it should be respected. Therefore, the sequence ability authority still gave the long-legged worm a reward of god hunting points, encouraging the sequence ability to hunt the gods bravely. It's just that the people of the administration have not considered it at all, and there will be such a shameless act as Qin Xiang. Use a sandworm scale to attract the sandworm minions. The long-footed worm came to defect to its new master, so it did not team up with other powerful gods. A large group rushed to a place that exuded the smell of sandworms. Qin Xiang looked at a large area of long-legged worms, and his mouth was about to burst into laughter. Li Tianming, who was not far away, was also stunned. This kid, shit luck is too good, right? There are hundreds of long-legged worms in front of him, not to mention hundreds. Isn't he going to take off directly? Why didn't I encounter such a good thing when I was hunting gods? Li Tianming was even a little jealous. If it weren't for Nian when he needed Qin Xiang's help, and when the two of them came out, many people saw that it was inconvenient to start, he would have wanted to kill Qin Xiang and then solve these long-legged worms by himself. Restraint, restraint. Li Tianming, you have more important things to do. Li Tianming adjusted his breathing and finally suppressed his jealousy. Qin Xiang didn't wait in place, and immediately swung the god-hunting dagger and rushed up. Most of these long-legged worms are only half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. Because the legs are slender, they are about 20 centimeters off the ground. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, it is no different from bed bugs. Qin Xiang waved his dagger and could kill 3 or 5 at once. At this time, Qin Xiang suddenly had a whim. He knew that only those with sequence abilities could kill the gods. But it didn't say that you had to use the god-hunting dagger. Looking at the long-legged worms crawling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder, could he trample these humble gods to death with his feet? He stepped on it, and the long-legged worm that he had trampled on immediately returned to its original state and continued to crawl. No way? He suddenly realized something. It is estimated that it is because he is wearing antifreeze clothing and his whole body is wrapped. Even if the body mutation awakening sequence, this mutation power cannot be transmitted along the antifreeze suit. In order to verify his thoughts, he unfastened his antifreeze suit and stepped on the long-legged worm again. The long-legged worm's body immediately squeezed out red juice and splashed on Qin Xiang's feet. After twitching twice more, the long-legged worm stopped moving. He's dead. Qin Xiang nodded. Sure enough, the body of the sequence ability person is no longer the same as that of ordinary people, and has produced some kind of peculiar mutation. Even if you don't use the sequence ability, you can kill the gods. After understanding all this, Qin Xiang was no longer obsessed with killing the gods with a dagger. Swing the dagger too slowly. With so many worms, it's better to step on them faster. Looking at Qin Xiang's actions from a distance, Li Tianming nodded with appreciation. Qin Xiang first tried to trample the long-legged worm in antifreeze clothing, and then took off the antifreeze suit to trample the long-legged worm to death. Li Tianming saw it. On the battlefield, when I met a simple enemy, I didn't just think about harvesting the god of hunting points, but I played a spirit of exploration. What a good seedling for scientific research. If I were still in college, I would definitely accept this kid as a student. Hey, I don't know if I will have a chance to leave the edge of the safe zone in my life. Li Tianming glanced at Qin Xiang's back again. I'm afraid that if I wait until death, Juan School will not awaken another person with sequence ability. Classmate Qin, my future depends on you. Qin Xiang took off his antifreeze suit, threw it aside, and then ran among the army of long-legged worms. It's just that it seems to be a little cold. Qin Xiang bent down and lowered his head while running, holding his body with both hands, like a fleeing person. At least in Li Tianming's opinion, this is the case. However, Qin Xiang's posture, cold is only one aspect. Another aspect is that it allows you to lower your head. When the foot steps on the body of the long-legged worm, red juice is squeezed out and sprayed. Or in other words, bursting pulp. Qin Xiang lowered his head, ready to accept the gift of the gods. He has stepped on the experience. He found that when he stepped on his heel diagonally along the head of the long-legged worm, and then crushed it with his toes, the red juice would squeeze out from the tail of the worm's body and spray into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange. I guess it's mixed with some messy things. Qin Xiang glanced at the buttocks of the long-legged worm, feeling a little uncomfortable. But his increasingly stronger body made him quickly put this discomfort behind. What could be more refreshing than becoming stronger? He gallops tirelessly through the army of long-legged worms. There was bright red juice hanging from the corner of his mouth and a happy smile. Just when he was enjoying it. Suddenly, there was a strange movement all over his body, and Qin Xiang felt that his strength, agility, and perception had made a qualitative leap. At the same time, the sequence information in the brain also changes. Sequence God Eater promotion. The digestive god will become stronger. Current sequence level, level 3, Crimson Knight. Skill, blood drink. Skill description, eating raw gods can also be digested. Skill, violence. Skill description, within 10 minutes, your own strength, agility and physical strength are tripled, and you will not feel any pain during this period. Skill, dual metal. Skill description: after killing a god, all of your current strength, except skills, will be permanently increased by 100%. Skill cooldown, 1 year. All strength has increased by 100%? Qin Xiang was stunned. The joy on his face was uncontrollable, as if he had been hit by the lottery jackpot. This, dual metal, is too fierce. The only regret is that the cooldown time is a little longer, it takes a year. If it was shorter, he would directly choose to live outside the safe zone and not leave, and go back when he was invincible. Go Dao still can't be realized. He had also thought that it would be a good way to hunt gods outside the safe zone and rely on blood drink to improve himself. But instead he vetoed his idea. His act of eating the remains of the gods could not be discovered, and he had to go to a place where there was no one around, that is, deep outside the safe zone. This means that the danger is doubled, and the possibility of encountering an unknown large god is greatly increased, and it is likely to die unexpectedly. In the obituary section of God Killer Camp, he saw too many such cases. Either chasing the wounded gods to the depths outside the safe zone, or wanting to explore unknown areas. These sequence abilities were finally killed by unknown gods without exception. There have been many incidents of the destruction of the god hunting squad. Qin Xiang believes that although he is strong, his strength is limited, and he should not be able to advance and retreat freely outside the safe zone. Rather than losing your life at any time, it is safer to intrigue with others in the safe zone. Qin Xiang glanced at the dual metal again, and couldn't help but be happy. Double your strength. Hey, how can things be as you want in the world? Just use them reluctantly. This kind of skill that improves attributes is used early and cooled down early. Qin Xiang decided to use it now. He studied the skill description again and found that it was a doubling of all his current strength, and he immediately moved his mind. Current full strength. If he uses violence, then his current strength is 3 times that of usual. If you use dual metal, again, can it be increased by 6 times at once? 6 times, how strong will you be? Qin Xiang swallowed. He glanced at the few long-legged worms left, thinking that today's harvest was almost enough. After clearing out these crawling gods, you can pack up and return to the safe zone. In this case, it is estimated that there is no opportunity to use violence, so there is no need to worry about your own consumption. Get your feet wet. He launched violence, and then opened dual metal. After seeing a long-legged worm, he stepped on it. Because of the sequence level increase and the blessing of violence, this kick directly stepped on the ground to the depth of half the palm of his hand. Before the long-footed worm could even struggle, it died and walked without any pain. Then, Qin Xiang felt a powerful force pouring into his body, which improved him in all aspects. His ears can pick up the sounds of long-legged worms moving in all directions. His eyes could see every fluff of the long-legged worm 10 steps away. His body was light as a feather, making him feel like he could run faster than the wind. His fists were full of power, as if they could smash through the steel plate at once. Qin Xiang immediately verified his strength. He stepped on the long-legged worm next to him with 1 foot. Half of his calves sank into the ground. Qin Xiang's heart was surging. Strength. This is the absolute power. And Li Tianming, who was not far from him, frowned. Did I hallucinate just now? How do you feel that when classmate Qin lifted his feet, there was an afterimage? But at my sequence level, my perception and vision are currently extremely sensitive. If even I can't capture his movements, is it sequence level 4? No, sequence level 4 is not enough, sequence level 5 is enough. Li Tianming's brows furrowed even deeper. Qin Xiang is sequence level 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he is a sequence level 5, what do you want me to do as an insurer? Just come out and solve the gods by yourself. Besides, sequence level 5 requires hundreds of bottles of sequence potions, and he can't get it at all. I guess it's because I'm a little sleepy and my eyes are dizzy. No, you have to wake up quickly. Lest he be in danger and I will react too slowly to save him. Thinking of this, Li Tianming opened his mask and felt the cold wind blowing. Li Tianming shivered, and immediately felt that his ears and eyes were clear again, and then he closed his mask again. Looking at Qin Xiang again, he found that his movements seemed to be no different from before. Sure enough, I was dazzled. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. Because he found that with the end of the violence skill, his strength and agility actually dropped a little. However, it did not reduce its strength and agility by 2/3 at once as before. He estimated that it was only 1/3 less. In other words, his current strength and agility after using dual metal are about 4 times that of before. He calculated it again and probably understood the change. If his power was 1 unit at the beginning, then after turning on violence, it became 3 units, and then after opening dual metal, it became 6 units. However, after violence ended, the previous bonus disappeared, and his power was reduced by 2 units brought by violence, leaving only 4 units. I thought it would become 6 times stronger, but in the end it only became 4 times stronger. But this also made Qin Xiang very satisfied. It's much more comfortable than just getting twice as strong. He controlled his speed and strength to avoid being seen by Li Tianming, and then killed all the remaining long-legged worms. After that, he immediately closed the black glass bottle containing the sandworm scales and prepared to count the harvest. The wreckage on the ground was enough for him to be busy for a while. Qin Xiang put on the antifreeze suit, took out the god-hunting dagger, and began to harvest the round armor. Because of the limited space in his backpack, he cut it very carefully, leaving only a small amount of flesh and blood, so that the inspectors of the bureau could judge that their death date was today. Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang's busy figure from the sidelines. His eyes were almost on fire with jealousy. He had never seen so many mentally handicapped long-legged worms appear in groups in his life. Generally speaking, you are lucky to meet a dozen or so. Qin Xiang actually met an army of long-legged worms. A rough count, at least 500. 500 long-legged worms are 500 god-hunting points. Qin Xiang fought alone, or double the reward. More than 1,000 god-hunting points. The entire god-hunting team at the exit of the number 38324 safety zone cannot have anyone taller than him. This harvest was enough to help him knock on the door of the University of Top Sequence Ability. Qin Xiang's luck is really good, he is simply a child of destiny. Li Tianming had already thought that when he went back this time, he must knock on Qin Xiang's bamboo bar. You must not let go of this dog tycoon. And Qin Xiang naturally did not pay attention to Li Tianming, who was jealous beyond recognition. Also immersed in the joy of the harvest. He cut off the last round piece of armor and stuffed it into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the round plate armor of the long-footed worm is much smaller than the distorted armor sickle, otherwise his large backpack would really not fit. To make room, he took the disc armor of the distorted armor sickle in his hand and brought it back. Qin Xiang put on a heavy backpack on his back, listening to the cold wind blowing outside his mask, and the corners of his mouth rose. Today's wind is very noisy. Qin Xiang carried his bag and walked to the safe zone with Li Tianming. Gradually, they also met other god-hunting teams. Most of these god-hunter teams were dejected. Today's harvest is not very good, we only got 7 points, and the average of the 5 of us is a little more than 1 point. Yes, recently there have been rumors that a large group of sandworm servants have appeared at the exit of our safe zone, and many people want to come to catch up with the hot scene. As a result, there was not even a shadow of the sandworm servants, and there were fewer gods hunted than before. I don't know which god killed this fake news, isn't this harmful? If this continues, which life will you be able to earn enough money to pay off the mortgage? Don't worry, those who come to opportunistic will naturally leave slowly if they don't see the sandworm servants. At that time, everything will return to normal. Listening to the frustrated words of the god hunter team beside him, Qin Xiang desperately pressed the corners of his mouth to prevent his smile from showing off. Originally, he felt that this hunt for the gods was not good. Hearing about other people's misfortunes is even happier. People's joys and sorrows are not connected. Even happiness is based on the pain of others. Okay. Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang, who was about to laugh, and said as a teacher, "Classmate Qin, it's not good for you to gloat so much." Not good? If this continues, it will inevitably go astray. Going astray? Qin Xiang raised his eyebrows. Principal Li, you mean, I still have a chance to be a good person? Li Tianming glanced at Qin Xiang and did not speak. Yes, Qin Xiang still has a chance to be a good person? Good people in the safe zone do not live long. Li Tianming put away his preaching mood and stopped talking. Let Qin Xiang be so happy that he can't close his mouth. I don't know who said that there are a large number of sandworm servants here. I came all the way here, why didn't I see any? Not only our team, but also the other god hunter teams who came here with us didn't see it. Maybe those sandworm servants have moved from here and gone to other areas. Tomorrow, let's explore the exit of the number 54320 safety zone next to it, and there may be a windfall. Okay. In another 5 or 6 days, if we still can't find the sandworm servant, let's go back. The god hunting team passing by Qin Xiang all sighed repeatedly, and it seemed that no one had hunted a satisfactory harvest. Qin Xiang strode with his head held high and returned to the protective iron gate of the safe zone with Li Tianming. There was already a long line of sequence ability people next to the exit of the safe zone, as if waiting for the acceptance of the disc armor. The two still did not communicate. Li Tianming seemed to be thinking about his own affairs. Qin Xiang used his keen perception to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Captain John, we hunted 10 more points of disc armor today, which seems to be pretty good. Yes. I thought it wouldn't go well, but looking at the income of other teams, most of them are not as good as half of ours. Captain, you can get 4 of the 10 points this time. Add these 4 points, and you have 200, right? Yes. Okay. The person on the side suddenly interjected, 200 points? Then wouldn't you be in the top 5 at the exit of safety zone 38324? The man named John looked at the envious others arrogantly, and said lightly, it should be just 5th. I heard that the top 5 exit points in the safe zone have privileges, is it true or false? There is no comment on this matter. Oh, I'm sorry. The man smiled embarrassedly and asked again. You're amazing. 200 points, you should be able to enter the top 1 million in the safe zone, and you have a ranking, right? How many points can you line up in the safe zone? About 950,000 people. Wow, 950,000? I'm still outside a million, and I don't even have a ranking. Over time, there will always be. Qin Xiang saw that when John said this, his chin rose slightly. It sounds like he is encouraging the person asking next to him, but he is actually very contemptuous in his heart, with a faint sense of rejection, as if there is an insurmountable gap between himself and the person asking the question. And the people next to him also looked at John with envy. John took off his safety suit helmet, straightened his collar inside, and looked unattainable, like a noble jazz. At this time, one person smiled and said, Little John, what happy event did you meet with such a spirited appearance, just like the red-horned rooster that has just laid eggs? After hearing this, John immediately looked at it angrily. Sun Juhong, I know it's you who speaks stinky and hard. The man smiled, and the scar on his face twisted like an earthworm. You are not even as good as a dung man, so what are you? Dung? It's coming. Aren't you more than 40 points higher than me? What's so great? More than 40 points higher is also high. Exit at safety zone 38324. I rank 4th and you rank 5th, which is a fact that cannot be changed. John's golden eyes showed a look of disgust. In less than a year, I can surpass you. I really laughed out of my teeth. Do you think that this year only your points are long, and my points will stand still? Okay. Saying that, Sun Juhong turned his head to the side and said to the team members beside him, Little John is 20 years older than his father, so he told his father that in 20 years, he will be the same age as his father. Ha, the captain is right, he's really ridiculous. Little John, is your father dead? If you don't die, you won't be able to catch up with his age in your life. John turned blue with anger, and stopped talking. Qin Xiang looked at the quarrel between the sequence ability people and asked, Principal, what are these sequence ability people doing in the noisy god points? God hunting points are a symbol of the personal strength of those with sequence abilities. The higher the god hunter score, the more respect will be received. How to be the same as school exams, people who study well will get more respect. Don't say it, the god hunting points are similar to test scores. However, any exam only represents one stage, and the god hunting points will follow you for a lifetime. The United Government counts the god hunting points and ranks them, which is to encourage those with sequence abilities to hunt more gods. The higher the god hunter points, the more privileges you have. You and a sequence ability person have a fancy to a house at the same time, and your points are higher than his, so this house must be sold to you first. You are sick at the same time as a person with sequence ability. There is only one bed in the sequence hospital, you have higher points than him, and this bed is yours. You and a sequence ability person fell in love with a nightclub girl at the same time. Ahem. That's what it means anyway. Principal, don't cough, talk about the nightclub girl in detail. Qin Xiang waited for more than 40 minutes, and finally it was his turn. The person standing in front glanced at the round armor in Qin Xiang's hand, and his eyes lit up. Young man, it's not easy for the two of you to get 6 points. Oh, yes. Recently, there are a lot of people here, everyone goes out and comes back, no one can get a point, and many people have decided to take a vacation during this time. Well, I heard about it. You guys are the round piece armor of the distorted armor sickle, right? What luck! Hey, unlike us, we only hunted 3 spiral knife spiders. Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 disc armor in his hand, each with a circle on it, which seemed to add up to 15 points. Looking at his smile again, Qin Xiang understood. I thought I was looking for him to complain, but I didn't expect to show off to him. Qin Xiang ignored him and looked elsewhere. No. The man saw that Qin Xiang had no desire to communicate further, and he was no longer boring. Hey, there are only 15 god hunting points, it's really a bit embarrassing. The man was still talking slowly. Qin Xiang didn't speak, and the people behind him were not happy. Oomph, isn't it just 15 points, what's so great? Forget it, just make him happy. Today is a rare harvest day for their team to hunt the gods, and he has been showing off the disc armor of these 3 spiral knife spiders all day. Oof. The man shook the 3 disc armor in his hand again. Do you have this ability? It's just jealousy. Yes, you are amazing. I just don't know how many of these 15 points can be on your head. The man seemed to have been hit by the sore spot, and turned around and stopped showing off. The people behind Qin Xiang are still unforgiving. The really powerful people who take the big head are not obvious. Often it is the useless people who follow the rubbing that will jump and scream. That's right. If you want me to see 15 points, he can get one, it's good. The man immediately turned around and shouted, don't look down on people. I can get 1 or 2 points. Oh, that's amazing. There are actually 1 or 2 points, which is quite in line with your character of 1 point and 2. The man's face was flushed when he was told, and there was joyful laughter behind Qin Xiang. After inspecting the round armor, the person in front of Qin Xiang left in disgrace. Finally arrived at Qin Xiang, and it was the first time he accepted the round piece armor. The acceptance staff of the Sequence Ability Administration glanced at the disc armor in Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang. Sequence Ability number 00009527. The acceptance staff checked and frowned. Without your team information, are you a solo team? As soon as they heard that Qin Xiang was a single team, everyone behind them exploded. My god, then he can get 12 points at once? Is he a solo team? How is it possible that old man has been standing next to him? Is it a scam? The acceptance staff looked at Li Tianming with a bad look. Li Tianming said lightly, I am insurer, and did not participate in the hunt for gods. The acceptance staff nodded, then pinched a small scanning lamp, looked at the round piece armor, and then looked at Qin Xiang. Drip, the hunter's breath matches, and the identity is correct. Then he took out a palm-sized square instrument and pointed the screen at Qin Xiang's facial features. Qin Xiang saw his face on the screen. This lie detector seemed to have a front camera, and he didn't know the reason. According to the rules, I will do a lie test on people who are in a solo team. Please answer, do you hunt the gods completely alone? After 5 seconds, the square instrument made a sound. Drip, it's the truth. The acceptance officer put away the polygraph, and then said to Qin Xiang, next, I will conduct a memory continuity test on you. Please give me your hand. Qin Xiang put his hand on the hand of the acceptance officer. The palm of the acceptance personnel suddenly gave birth to many small suction cups, which were connected to Qin Xiang's palm. The acceptance personnel closed their eyes for about 10 seconds, then opened their eyes, and their eyes turned pure white. Qin Xiang knew that this was the sequence ability of the validator, which could see other people's brain activity. If there is no abnormality in brain activity, verifier, eyes will turn white, and vice versa. All brain regions are functioning normally, and there are no traces of invasion by other sequencers. Memory continuity verification passed. The eyes of the acceptance personnel returned to normal, and the suction cups on their hands disappeared. You can go to the Sequence Ability Authority to claim the rewards, but I will send your data on hunting the remains of the gods to the solo team points section of the God Killer camp. If you receive a valid report, you will have your reward withdrawn and you will be punished. When the others saw that Qin Xiang had passed the test, they were all extremely shocked. 12 points at a time. You can directly redeem more than 1 bottle of sequence potions. There are also 6,000 copper coins to take. John glanced at Qin Xiang from the side and said coldly, it's just a lucky little ghost, and he can't become a fat man in one breath. Sun Juhong smiled and touched the corner of his mouth, without saying much, but his eyes were also relatively frivolous. At the exit of the safe zone, there will always be a windfall. People like Qin Xiang may have them every year. However, people who form a solo team also encounter more dangers, often either dying outside the safe zone or being seriously injured, with no good results. As for the insurer, it is impossible to keep him all the time. Sooner or later, he will still have to face the dangers outside the safe zone himself. Okay, next one. After the acceptance personnel released the information of Qin Xiang's solo team and rewards on the forum, they asked Qin Xiang to step aside. Qin Xiang didn't get out of the way. The acceptance staff looked at Qin Xiang with a green face. What else is there? You want to say that this round piece armor is not obtained by yourself? No chance. I have completed the experience and sent a report post. Even if you admit your mistake now, it's too late. Qin Xiang smiled. I'm not trying to admit my mistake, it's just that you haven't finished the acceptance yet. Saying that, Qin Xiang took off his bulging backpack and threw it in front of him. With a bang, the acceptance staff felt that the floor next to them shook. He didn't know what this boy was doing with so many things on his back to hunt the gods. Maybe he was in a solo team, so he was careful and carried a lot of utensils just in case. Others were also curious about what was in Qin Xiang's backpack. I guess I'm a newcomer, and I've carried a bunch of useless things to hunt the gods. Got it. That's right, the first time I went out of the safe zone, it was no different from him. However, when Qin Xiang opened the zipper, everyone around him widened their eyes and stopped breathing. Wow! Disc armor scrambled out of the backpack and scattered all over the floor. Please continue the acceptance. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. After a while, someone realized that the round armor in front of him was all from the hands of Qin Xiang, a young man. John immediately said, "You little liar, you look as cunning as a black-footed fox at first glance. More insidious than the gods hiding in the shadows. Where did you steal so many round pieces of armor?" Sun Juhong, who had just quarreled with John, also stood with John. "What means did you use? How is it possible to get so many disc armor?" Qin Xiang ignored them, but said to the acceptance staff of the dazed administration, "The amount is relatively large, please help me accept it. These discs. It's still my solo team. Impossible." Sun Juhong interjected, "So many round pieces of armor, let alone you alone, even you and the person next to you can't get it. That's it. You still have, insurer, on the side, indicating that you are not good at hunting gods. How can you get so many disc armor at once? It must have been obtained by you in some way that violated the rules of the coalition government." Sun Juhong and John, who were originally superiors, were red-faced and jumping at the moment, as if they were going to swallow Qin Xiang alive. The acceptance staff of the administration also widened their eyes and frowned and asked Qin Xiang, "How did you get so many round pieces of armor?" "Of course I got it by hunting the gods." "How did you hunt it?" The tone of the acceptance officer was cold and hard, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Qin Xiang also expressed his understanding of this. After all, taking out so many round pieces of armor at once will definitely arouse suspicion. Qin Xiang returned in a calm tone, "Excuse me, is there a rule that the administration of sequence abilities must tell the process of hunting gods?" The acceptance officer lowered his eyebrows, "No. But your situation is too special, so I need to ask clearly. Since there is no such regulation, what are you going to do when you ask about this? I need to make reasonable judgments." Qin Xiang interrupted, "The way to judge is the breath searchlight in your hand, the lie detector, the skill of memory continuity test, and the forum report encouragement post. Your personal judgment does not belong to any of them, right?" The face of the acceptance personnel became very unhappy. But Qin Xiang didn't take it to heart. Hunting the gods is the top priority in the safe zone, so the coalition government has formulated detailed regulations. The reason for the existence of regulations is to regulate various behaviors. And the rule of survival where there are rules is to do things according to the rules. As long as what you do is in accordance with the regulations, then there is nothing to be afraid of. He cooperated with everything within the regulations. He won't say a word about things that are outside the regulations. The acceptance staff and Qin Xiang looked at each other for a long time, but Qin Xiang still looked calm and had no intention of making any concessions. The acceptance officer had to inspect according to the regulations. He first took out the breath searchlight and illuminated the round armor one by one, confirming that the breath came from the same god-hunting dagger. 794 round plate armor. When he counted, he couldn't help but be shocked. Since he became an acceptance officer at the exit of the safe zone, he had never seen so many round pieces of armor. Even he, the acceptance officer, was tempted by this huge wealth. But in full view, he couldn't use some shameful methods to get rid of some of them. The jealousy of Qin Xiang, a young man, in his heart was even more vigorous. Why can he take so many round pieces of armor? So he checked very carefully. A piece of round armor may have to be looked back and forth 4 or 5 times, and after confirming that there was no other breath, he put it down hatefully and checked the next one. The whole process lasted more than 2 hours before it ended. Then he took a photo of Qin Xiang and confirmed that Qin Xiang was the user of this god-hunting dagger. Then a lie detection test and memory continuity test were conducted, and Qin Xiang also passed. When sending the report post, the acceptance officer asked again, "Your more than 700 round pieces of armor seem to be from long-legged worms." The acceptance personnel deal with the disc armor every day, so it is not surprising to identify it. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd exploded again. Long-legged worm? These are long-legged worms? That's right. You see, these round pieces of armor are the size of copper coins, and there is only a groove on them, which looks like long-legged worms. In other words, that large group of sandworm servants are all long-legged worms? Killed by this kid? No wonder he can kill so many. It turns out that they are all vulnerable long-legged worms? What sequence is he? How is it possible to attract so many long-legged worms? Qin Xiang originally wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again after hearing this. He looked at the acceptance staff coldly. Knowing that this person said this, he wanted them to know that most of the sandworm servants had been hunted by himself. This means that many hunter squads run in vain. Their resentment is estimated to be vented on themselves. Qin Xiang looked at everyone's angry eyes, secretly amused in his heart. Obviously there is no grievance, but it seems to have a mortal feud. Anyway, it's just a group of shrimp and crabs. It is estimated that the strongest person here is the second level of the sequence, and he can't even compare to Li Tianming next to him, and he can't get on the table. If there is a life and death struggle outside the safe zone, Qin Xiang is confident that he can kill them cleanly with Li Tianming. It may not even need Li Tianming's help. Qin Xiang thought of this, and his eyes unconsciously showed a murderous aura. Other sequence abilities immediately realized that Qin Xiang didn't seem as green as he looked. Li Tianming gently patted the back of Qin Xiang's hand. Convergence. Qin Xiang reacted and sorted out the student's smile again. I am only 18 years old, why do I always think about fighting and killing? This is not good. Very bad. The acceptance personnel announced Qin Xiang's God Hunting Award. 1 point of disc armor, 794. 6 points of disc armor, 1. Earn a total of 800 God Hunting points. Since it is a single team, the points are doubled, so 1,600 points are obtained. Other rewards remain unchanged. 1 point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins, so a total of 800,000 copper coins. 1 point corresponds to a tenth of a vial of sequence potions. This time I will give you 80 bottles of sequence potions. Because the number of rewards is too large, I can't claim it here. Please go to the nearby Sequence Ability Administration to collect it. After hearing this, Qin Xiang's mouth was almost crooked. 800,000 copper coins, that is, more than 60 silver coins. Become a rich man. Qin Xiang suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also smiling on the side. I seem to have to give half of this bald and pot-bellied man. Qin Xiang makes money easily, and Li Tianming makes money more easily. Follow Qin Xiang to the outside of the safe zone for a walk, and get more than 30 silver coins. Qin Xiang was a little distressed, but he didn't plan to spend the money. Although Li Tianming did not make any real efforts, he has been taking care of his own safety and is also in a state of nervous tension. It is reasonable to provide remuneration according to the previously agreed price. What's more, his cooperation with Li Tianming is long-term, and it is not a matter of going their separate ways. More than 30 silver coins, just give it. Qin Xiang has been poor and rich for a long time, and he doesn't want to wait for a moment. The nearby Sequence Ability Authority is the administration of Area 14121 where Qianwendao is located. Qin Xiang immediately decided to go to the bureau to receive the reward. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and was about to turn around and leave, he was suddenly stopped. Qin Xiang looked back and found that it was John. What's the matter with you? I'm going to ask you to go to the battle ring. Qin Xiang frowned. Battle ring, what is that? Where the battle begins? Yes. Go to the ring and fight me. Why should I compete with you? Don't you dare? Qin Xiang was a little stunned, looked at the blonde John with a glaring face, and then turned his head to look at Li Tianming. What stimulation did this golden retriever get and become a fool? Li Tianming said, you should have heard just now, he was originally in the top 5 in this exit accumulation points, and he was originally privileged. Now you are ranked higher than him, and his privileges have been taken away by you, so I want to find you to fight in the ring. Wait a moment, there's a bit too much information. Qin Xiang stroked Li Tianming's words and asked first, what is the privilege? The managers of each safe zone export have performance indicators. The more gods this safe exit hunts, the more rewards they will receive for their leaders. Therefore, in order to encourage the powerful God Hunter team to set off from the exit of the safe area under their jurisdiction, the management will arrange rewards for the top 5. This way of rewarding is also recognized by the authority and the coalition government. Qin Xiang looked at the acceptance personnel. What is the privilege of exiting the 38324 safety zone? The face of the acceptance staff was cold. Give 10% more copper coins. Thank you. Then don't I want to have 880,000 copper coins? Qin Xiang's eyes immediately widened, pointed at the acceptance staff and said, you dog day. You actually want to swallow my privilege reward? The acceptance officer snorted. You only have privileges after today. and the previous ones are not counted. Oh, I'm sorry. I was poor and scared before, so I spoke a little upward, forgive me. Hey. Qin Xiyang immediately put on a smile again and apologized to the acceptance personnel. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Xiyang's mad dog-like face-changing behavior. It's a bit embarrassing. Then I squeezed out his privileges. Shouldn't he work hard to hunt the gods to get it back? What are you looking for me to do in the battle ring? By the way, what is a combat ring? Between those with sequence abilities, it is inevitable that there will be stumbling blocks. The battle arena is the official venue provided by the coalition government for those with sequence abilities to resolve disputes. The two sign a bet before entering the ring, and after the end, the ownership of the bet is determined according to the winning or losing relationship. That's right. John waited for Li Tianming to finish explaining, and said to Qin Xiyang, I want to bet with you on the privilege of the exit of the 38,324 safety zone. Neurotic. Why should I bet with you? John gritted his teeth, I'll give you a silver coin. You pull it down, I don't look down on such a little money. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence potion. I have 80 bottles, which one is missing from you? I'll listen to you for 2 years. I'm busy and don't have time to raise a dog. John was furious. He must reclaim his privileges. Not just for the money, but also for your own status. At the exit of the safe zone, the most eye-catching are those who originally had privileges but were squeezed out. Moreover, he was squeezed out by a hairy boy who relied purely on luck and had no strength. Qin Xiyang had no intention of fighting with him. It's useless to let him say it. After all, his sequence ability is not Phantom Assassin. If you show your feet in the ring, wouldn't it be worth the loss? He was about to leave, but John stopped him and said word by word, I just checked, you are from the Phantom Assassin sequence. If I lose, I will give you a god-hunting prop blind knife. Blind knife? I don't need. Before Qin Xiyang could refuse, he was pulled by Li Tianming. Li Tianming said in his ear, this is a good thing, you can promise him to fight. How good is it? It's so good that you can't buy it even if you have money. What can't money buy? Qin Xiyang didn't really believe Li Tianming's words. In his cognition, rich people have everything. In addition to the annoyance. Li Tianming said, the god-hunting props are all made by those with sequence abilities who specialize in forging work. You should know that those with sequence abilities don't just recognize money. God-hunting props, so powerful? Why haven't I heard it in the God-Killer camp? Li Tianming smiled, those who are qualified to have the sequence ability of God-hunting props will most likely not publish information on public forums like God-Killer camp. Meaning, your vision is far from enough? It seems that the forum is not very useful. How much? At least for Qin Xiyang now, he can no longer meet his needs. If you want to have a broader vision, you have to go to a higher platform. Qin Xiyang is more eager for the university of those with sequence ability. Although the god-hunting props are good, he still can't accept them. You can't expose your sequence for a weapon. He was about to refuse, but Li Tianming whispered, you don't have to worry. In the battle ring, no one is watching, only the two of you are in it. What happened, no one knows. Ha? Why is this happening? Each sequence ability player has his own trump card, and he is unwilling to let others know about it publicly. According to the requirements of the sequence ability, the battle ring set up by the coalition government is completely secret. Then how do you judge the winner? When you enter, you will bring a special surrender bracelet. 3 times to indicate surrender. After one side surrenders, the battle ends and the winner can take the bet. Qin Xiyang nodded, feeling that this setting was very reasonable. If there were only 2 people, they might surrender in the ring, but they would not admit it when they got out of the ring. However, the surrender was not what Qin Xiyang cared about. He asked quietly again, then if I kill him, will there be trouble? Nope. In the battle ring, life and death are at your own risk. Qin Xiyang's eyes lit up. Is it okay to kill someone? Then I'll be energetic. Looking at Qin Xiyang's eyes shining, Li Tianming already knew what this kid was planning. He looked into John's eyes, full of sympathy. Poor John may just want to defeat Qin Xiyang and regain his privilege of exiting the safe zone. But Qin Xiyang took a fancy to his god-hunting prop and wanted to take his life by the way. Qin Xiyang's sequence is strange, and Li Tianming knows it. His extraordinary strength and agility alone are enough to make people doubt. Even though Qin Xiyang has been restraining his strength, the old and spicy Li Tianming still observed that his basic attributes far exceeded that of ordinary first-level sequence ability. There are only 2 possibilities. Qin Xiyang is not a first-level sequence ability. Or Qin Xiyang is not an ordinary sequence ability. Either way, it means that Qin Xiyang hides a huge secret behind him. This secret can only be known by Li Tianming, who is dependent on him. Others who saw his sequence skills would not keep it as secret as they did. So in Qin Xiang's heart, once he and John enter the battle ring, then he will only have one result. Die. Seeing that Qin Xiang didn't seem to be afraid of murder, and there was only a desire for god-hunting props in his eyes, Li Tianming became curious about him again. This kid is definitely not the first time he has killed someone. So who did he kill before? The margins of the safe zone are chaotic, with people missing and people being killed every week. Li Tianming didn't know either. It doesn't matter. Li Tianming laughed at himself, who hasn't killed anyone yet. Qin Xiang knew that he could shoot at will in the battle ring, and immediately looked at John like a hungry wolf staring at his prey. Do you really have god-hunting props? I don't believe it unless you show it to me. John pulled out a short knife slightly longer than the dagger of the god-hunter from his waist and handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang held this blind knife and immediately felt that the power in his body was communicating with the blade. The knife seemed to grow on him. This is a blind knife. If you cut the body of a god, within a minute, the god will go blind. Qin Xiang licked his lower lip. It was really a good thing. How long will the gods be blind? This is related to the size of the gods. The smaller the god, the longer the blindness. If it is a long-legged worm you have hunted, it is estimated that you will be blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? So long? Qin Xiang thought that the skills attached to this weapon could only be controlled for more than 10 seconds. I didn't expect it to be 5 minutes. Baby! Don't dare! Baby of babies! Qin Xiang's gaze seemed to be sucked by a blind knife, and he couldn't take it away for a long time. John will definitely die today, and the people of the coalition government will not be able to protect him even if they come. Seeing the greed on Qin Xiang's face, John sneered in his heart, knowing that Qin Xiang would definitely take on his challenge. At that time, he will use the battle ring to make Qin Xiang suffer some hardships. Teach him the truth of being young and suffering big losses. Okay, I promise you, let's go to the fighting ring. Of course, I'm busy with things, and after going to the battle ring, I have to go to the administration to receive rewards. John thought that Qin Xiang would ask for a break. After all, he had just finished hunting more than 700 gods. Although it is a long-legged worm, it is not an easy task to chase and kill so many. Qin Xiang didn't want to rest, which was exactly what John meant. Okay, then let's go to the battle ring. How to go? Let's go? It's the fastest to take the bus. Okay, let's go. Principal Li, please help me pay the fare. Li Tianming snorted, I have no money. John is taking you to the battle ring, you ask him to pay you the fare. Stingy ghost, I will give you more than 30 silver coins, and you won't even pay the fare of 10 copper coins? John didn't want to waste time on the fare, so he said directly, I'll pay for the fare for the two of you, let's go. Okay, thank you, brother John. When others heard that John and Qin Xiang were going to the fighting ring, they also became interested and followed. Aren't we going out to hunt the gods? Not going? You still hunt a fart. That kid cut down more than 700 long-legged worms by himself, and there are still a few gods left outside. Why not go and see the excitement? That's right. The gods can be killed any day, and the nearby battle ring can't be held once a month. Why can't you tell the priorities? Is it so interesting to watch the excitement? You're talking. It's not interesting to be lively, is it still called lively? A large group of sequence abilities flocked to the bus stop. When the bus driver drove to the bus stop at the exit of the 38324 safety zone, he was stunned. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he has never seen so many people waiting to get on the bus at a bus stop. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the days before the end of the world, when a bunch of office workers were crowded on the bus. But all the passengers who came up were wearing antifreeze clothing, which brought him back to reality all of a sudden. All of them are sequence ability. Where are so many sequence abilities going? The bus was full of passengers. A few people were unwilling to wait for the next bus, and even climbed directly onto the roof after paying the fare. There is also a sequence ability, because the sequence skill is Suction Cup, which is directly sucked under the bus and has the exclusive position under the car. The bus driver left with a full car. The sequence ability people who didn't get on the car looked at the people sitting on the roof of the car and curled their lips disdainfully. A bus ride takes only 20 minutes. What can happen after a while? I have to make this trip. Could it be that the battle ring can end in 20 minutes? Absurd. Master driver, we are all going to the battle ring station, you can just drive over. Because it was overcrowded and no one got off the bus halfway, the bus driver didn't even stop when passing by other bus stops. When they arrived at the battle ring station, everyone withdrew with a bang. The bus driver looked at the empty carriage, as if he were from another world. John and Qin Siyang walked at the front of the crowd. Qin Siyang didn't know the way, it was all up to John to lead the way. However, the place of the battle ring is also conspicuous. After getting off the bus stop and walking for about a minute, I arrived. John pointed to a dark square building in front of him and said, "This is the battle ring. Why don't you even have a lamp?" No one usually comes here, so I usually don't turn on the lights to save electricity. John stepped forward and knocked on a small door in a pitch-black building. "Come to the battle ring to solve the problem." "Oh, wait a minute." The voice of response passed for about a minute, and suddenly all the lights around him turned on, and the lights were bright. Only then did Qin Siyang see that the pitch-black building in front of him was flowing with colorful colors on the surface. But the colors are not pure, and there is a darkness in them. It's like soap bubbles in the evening. A man in uniform walked out with an electronic tablet in his hand. The man yawned and asked, "I'm the manager of the fighting ring, who is going to solve the problem?" "The two of us." "Fill in the information here, press the handprint, leave your own god-hunting dagger, and then fill in the bet, and you can enter the ring." The manager seemed too lazy to say more, so he simply finished all the requirements at once. After Qin Siyang and John filled it out, they handed the electronic tablet back to the manager. After confirming the information, the manager took out a remote control from his pocket, pressed it, and the building in front of him suddenly opened a door. Then he took out 2 more bracelets and put them on the right wrists of Qin Siyang and John. The ring is there. According to the laws of the coalition government, your competition in the battle ring is completely confidential. If either side admits defeat, tap the bracelet 3 times in a row with the index finger of the left hand, and the competition is over. In the ring, you are at your own risk. You all just signed the agreement on the tablet, you should know it. When the gate is closed, you can start fighting. Go in. Qin Siyang couldn't wait to walk into the ring. John sneered and followed behind. After both entered the gate, the door closed again. Looking at the position where the door had just opened, there was no gap, as if a door had never existed. At this time, Sun Juhong, who was outside, smiled and said, "That kid, I'm sure I'll lose. John is a phantom assassin, sequence like him, but John's sequence level is level 2, so killing him is easy." "No wonder you say that." The long scar on Sun Juhong's face twisted again, showing a strange smile. Moreover, John went in with a blind knife. There is no rule that weapons are not allowed in the battle ring. Blind knife? Isn't that a god-hunting prop? God-hunting props are also useful for those with sequence abilities? Of course, you don't know such a simple thing? Skills that work for people may not be effective for gods. But skills that work for gods are equally effective for people. With a blind knife, Qin Siyang will definitely not win. Sun Juhong said to Li Tianming again, "Dude, are you ready to send that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at Sun Juhong, who was gloating, and did not speak. Going to the hospital? How can it be so troublesome? Just go to the funeral. Oh, no, John is not a Chinese before and does not have a funeral. They seem to have a popular pastor plus funeral. Seeing that Li Tianming didn't pay attention to himself, Sun Juhong no longer asked for boredom, snorted coldly, and quietly waited for the news of John's victory. After Qin Siyang and John entered the gate, they found that there was only a square room inside, and the inside was empty and empty. However, the walls, ceiling and floor were covered with white plastic-like material, and I don't know what it was. At the 4 corners of the ceiling, there are very soft lighting, making the whole room very bright. Qin Siyang suddenly understood that it seemed that the whole room was a battle ring. I was already standing in the battle ring? This battle ring is actually a whole closed room, and there is not even a boundary? It seems that you can really only fight until one side surrenders. But also, there is no referee and no monitoring. How can you decide to win or lose except for one side surrendering? At this moment, the gate slowly closed. At the moment when the door closed, John immediately pulled out the blind knife at his waist and activated the skill, Life and Death Line, Enhancement, tripling his agility and twice his strength, and swung his knife to slash at Qin Siyang's back. And Qin Siyang, who seemed to have not reacted yet, stood motionless. "You bed bug, you must pay the price for your ignorance and recklessness." John had already thought about how to torture Qin Siyang later. However, just when he thought that this blow would hit, Qin Siyang in front of him suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? Just when he was panicked, Qin Siyang had already appeared on his side. Qin Siyang's original strength exceeded that of ordinary sequence ability, and his sequence level was 3. Even if he didn't open the skill, he was on par with John. In addition, he used the dual metal to increase his attributes by 4 times, and at the same time opened the violence skill triple stack, 12 times the strength and agility. John couldn't parry at all. John's body was far from able to keep up with Qin Xiang's movements. In his peripheral vision, he saw Qin Xiang's crazy smiling face. At this moment, he immediately realized that Qin Xiang was not a phantom assassin at all. Moreover, Qin Xiang's sequence level is definitely higher than his own. What is he, a monster? When this blow is over, he will surrender immediately. However, Qin Xiang would not give him this opportunity. Qin Xiang's fist was raised high, and he said softly in John's ear. A punch fell, hitting John in the side of the face. John didn't have time to feel anything, he only felt that his vision was instantly flattened, and then suddenly disappeared. At this moment, his consciousness still did not stop thinking. Why can't I see it? Was he hit by his own blind knife? The blind knife was still in his hand, and he could feel it. It was a fist that hit his face firmly. What kind of sequence is he? How can he have such great power? After a moment of confusion, John stopped thinking. When Qin Xiang made a move, John didn't feel any pain. Just for a moment, while thinking stopped, life stopped. Okay. Qin Xiang walked over slowly, picked up the blind knife, and looked at it with disdain. He originally wanted to scratch his hand to see if it was sharp or not, but suddenly realized that the blinding effect of this knife might be effective for people? In case you are blind for a while, it is not easy to deal with. Still, don't waste time. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a newcomer to the first level of the sequence, and it was impossible to defeat John. Qin Xiang first forged a fatal injury. Then he processed John's face again until there was no trace of the punch at all. Qin Xiang touched his chin and thought, because I did not receive good moral education guidance in Juan school, I have a more irritable personality. Today, after being enraged by John in the battle ring and defeating him, I saw his disgusting face and couldn't help but do it, which led to this result. There shouldn't be any big problem with this set of rhetoric. He looked at the display of the bracelet, and it had only been 2 minutes now. Phantom Assassin, Sequence Level 1 Skill, Life and Death Line, increase agility by 2 times for 5 minutes, and then lose strength for 20 minutes. If I say that, I will have to let Li Tianming carry me on the bus as soon as I walk out. I gave him more than 30 silver coins, and it wouldn't be too much for him to carry me all the way. The door of the battle ring slowly opened again. Everyone else was a little surprised. It's only a few minutes? Solved so quickly? Is John already defeating that kid? He clearly said that he would torture that kid for a while. Why did it end in 3 minutes? Maybe he thinks it's enough to teach that kid a lesson, and there's no need to be ruthless. Hey, if I had known that it would end so soon, I wouldn't have come, it's really boring. Sun Juhong yawned and was about to leave a little bored. At this time, someone grabbed Sun Juhong, who turned around and walked to the station. Brother Sun. It doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Look at. Sun Juhong looked in the direction the man was pointing, and his eyes widened suddenly. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Qin Xiang walked out of the gate covered in blood. But Qin Xiang's eyes were dull, and he was still holding the blind knife in his hand. Why is it Qin Xiang who came out? What about John? John's teammates immediately stepped forward to grab Qin Xiang and asked him what was going on. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have lost his soul, did not answer, and went straight to Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates immediately rushed into the battle ring. Just when others were curious about what was happening, the team members who ran into the battle ring ran out again, holding onto the wall and vomiting. Looking at Qin Xiang's eyes, he was full of horror. But Qin Xiang didn't seem to know. Suddenly, Qin Xiang's whole body fell on Li Tianming's body as if he had lost his strength. Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang, his face showing helplessness. This kid is an old actor. Sun Juhong was a little puzzled and walked into the battle ring. After a while, Sun Juhong returned outside. However, he was well informed and did not vomit like those few people. Let's go. Just his body trembled slightly, and after glancing at Qin Xiang, his eyes avoided it again. Seeing the tragic situation of John's death, in Sun Juhong's eyes, Qin Xiang was undoubtedly a madman. Moreover, he is also a madman with an unknown trump card. Although Sun Juhong verbally looked down on John, he also had to admit that the ranking of the hunting god points at the exit of the 3A324 safety zone was second only to his own John, which was not a fuel-efficient lamp. He has rich combat experience, sequence suppression, and also holds god hunting props. Under such a premise, he was actually killed by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang is definitely not a simple character. And looking at his completely deformed head, it seemed that he had been smashed by Qin Xiang for a long time. From the time the two entered the battle ring to the time Qin Xiang came out by himself, it took more than 3 minutes in total. In other words, Qin Xiang is likely to defeat John in a minute. How is it done? The more Sun Juhong thought about it, the more empty his heart became. This teenager, his strength is so terrifying? Others saw Sun Juhong's dumb silence, and they were also full of curiosity, and they all entered the battle ring one after another. However, most of them, like John's teammates, ran out after 10 seconds of entering, holding onto the wall and vomiting desperately. The manager also vomited while blocking people who wanted to go in again. Don't go in. I have to find someone to clean this piece. It's so disgusting to vomit. Everyone who saw John's death looked at Qin Xiang, who was unable to lean on Li Tianming, with some horror. Li Tianming knew that Qin Xiang must not have done anything in it. 8 became to prevent John's memory from being read by the immortal sequence ability, and his head was treated with some kind of blood. Li Tianming didn't bother to go in to see what was happening. No matter how terrifying it is, it's just a matter of killing someone. In Li Tianming's rich experience, murder is completely unrelated to horror. Ordinary and ordinary. Li Tianming lay in Qin Xiang's ear and whispered, "The way you lose strength after pretending to be the line of life and death is also pretending to be a little bit. How can your hands still have the strength to hold that knife?" Qin Xiang responded in a low voice, "I want to wait for an opportunity to cut people later to see if the skills of this god hunting prop are effective for people. You don't have to try, I can tell you, it works. All skills that are useful to the gods are equally useful to people. The opposite is not necessarily." "Oh, then I'm relieved. Dang dash." The blind knife slipped from Qin Xiang's hand. Falling to the ground, it collided with the marble on the ground, making a crisp sound. While supporting Qin Xiang, Li Tianming bent down to pick up the blind knife and put it in Qin Xiang's backpack. Then Li Tianming said to the manager, who was still vomiting, "This battle, Qin Xiang should have won, right? Then let's take this blind knife away?" The manager held on to the wall and did not look up, but just shook his hand at Li Tianming. "It means to let these two people leave quickly." Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang with one hand and left the battle ring. "Principal Li, please carry me." It seemed that Qin Xiang was being supported by Li Tianming, but in fact he was dragged away, and his toes kept rubbing against the ground, which made him a little uncomfortable. "Carry you? Dream and go. Do you still want your silver coins? Oh, why don't you try it for me? Principal Li, I am your student anyway. I didn't teach you to read, let alone kill. We don't have a teacher-student relationship." Li Tianming didn't eat Qin Xiang's set. But Qin Xiang had no choice. After all, Li Tianming and he knew the routes, and he had nothing to threaten Li Tianming. He could only let him pull himself to the bus stop like dragging a log. Okay. The two waited at the bus stop for a while, ready to take the bus back. But taking the bus is not going home. They will next go to the authority to collect their rewards. This is Li Tianming's request, and it is also Qin Xiang's idea. Drag him onto the bus and pay for him. The two were covered in blood and were very conspicuous on the bus. Even the other sequence abilities unconsciously moved to a position farther away from the two of them. Qin Xiang's head leaned on Li Tianming's shoulder, his face dull. "But my heart is full of joy of harvesting god hunting props. Near the battle ring, many have not yet dispersed. They all have a new understanding of Qin Xiang. The order at the exit of the safety zone 38324 may have changed as a result." At this moment, those who did not get on the first bus arrived to see the excitement. They saw that there were so many people surrounding the battle ring, and it was estimated that the battle between Qin Xiang and John was not over yet. Leisurely came to the vicinity of the battle ring, but smelled a smell of vomit. Looking again, there are disgusting puddles of dirt everywhere nearby. A person pinched his nose and asked, "What's going on? What are you doing here? Collectively eating bad things?" However, no one paid attention to him. He asked again, "Where are Qin Xiang and John? Haven't the battle started yet?" A weak voice in the crowd replied, "It's over." "It's over?" When these latecomers heard that the battle was over, they quickly asked about the results. "What? Are you saying that John lost? What? You mean John lost with a blind knife? What? John not only lost, but also died?" The more they listened, the more outrageous they felt, and they must enter the battle ring to see what was going on. The manager wanted to stop them, but they were taken away by two people who were watching the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, and these people rushed in one go. It didn't take long for the group of people to rush out again, find a cleaner place, and also start vomiting. The managers were already a little weak, and when they saw that so many places needed to be cleaned, they fainted in anger. And Qin Xiang and Li Tianming naturally didn't know what happened later. The two were sitting on the bus, each thinking about how to distribute the rewards they received from the bureau. After a while, Li Tianming lightly touched Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed, and I can almost move. Qin Xiang pretended to have just regained his strength, no longer leaned on Li Tuanming's body, and sat up. The Sequence Ability Authority Station has arrived. The bus horn was broadcasting the arrival information. Qin Xiyang and Li Tianming got off the bus and walked to the Management Bureau of Area 14121 with a smile. The bus driver glanced at the backs of the two and sighed helplessly. When these two people got into the car, their antifreeze clothes were stained with blood, and he was already a little disgusted. But both of them are sequence ability, and they can't do anything about ordinary people. Their seats were covered in blood, and they had to work hard to clean them after work. Heavenly killing sequence ability. After the bus driver muttered, he continued to drive. Qin Xiyang asked, "Principal, do you want to go with me to receive the reward?" "I won't go in. Insurer is not eligible to receive the reward. I'll wait for you outside the bureau. Come to the outside of the 3-story building of the Administration Bureau again." The gray wall paint on the outside still hasn't changed. The dark light outside the building was similar to before. But Qin Xiyang has changed again. Qin Xiyang found that every time he came to the bureau, it meant that he had made new progress or gains. So when he was in front of the bureau, he was in a good mood. No wonder the sequence abilities of God Killer Camp like the administration very much. I know. Don't say it. Every time I come here, I feel very relaxed. Li Tianming smiled and was non-committal. Qin Xiyang entered the management bureau, bypassed the entrance, and saw the empty office area again. Only this time, he was dressed in an antifreeze suit and covered in blood, which was very eye-catching. After realizing that Qin Xiyang was a sequence ability, an administration officer immediately got up and walked towards him. "Sir, do you have anything to do with the administration?" "Oh, I'm here to collect the reward for hunting the gods." "Receiving rewards? Okay, wait a minute." The man returned to his seat, picked up an electronic tablet, and walked over quickly. "Sir, what is your sequence ability number?" 00009527. "Is it Mr. Qin Xiyang?" "Okay, I'll take a look. Your points are earned at exit 38324 secure zone. What are the hunting points to be claimed?" 106. The man looked at the string of numbers behind Qin Xiyang's name in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation also attracted the attention of other management personnel in the hall. 1,600 points? What is the origin of the boy in front of him? Several safe zone exits nearby, the largest being number 38324. Here are the strongest sequence abilities in area 14121. But Fran, who ranked first in exit points in the 38324 safety zone, only had more than 300 points. Click dash. He actually has 1,006 points? Did he kill the gods outside the exit of the 38324 safety zone? In the suspicious eyes of the people, Qin Xiyang nodded. "That's right. My god of hunting points have passed the acceptance of the management bureau. I'm here to claim my rewards." The man swallowed. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get your reward." "Thank you." Qin Xiyang wanted to find a chair to sit on. But looking at the neat hall of the bureau, and then looking at the bloodstains on his body, he still forgot it. After a while, the administration officer came over with 2 cloth bags. "Hello, this is your reward. First of all, 800,000 copper coins. We exchanged it for 80 silver coins according to the exchange rate. You take stock." When Qin Xiyang heard this, he took the heavy money bag and immediately smiled. 800,000 copper coins are too much, and the administration will definitely exchange them for silver coins when they reward him. He thought that the bureau would exchange 12,000 copper coins for a silver coin according to the exchange rate on the market to reward himself. As a result, according to the exchange rate of the coalition government, he gave himself 80 silver coins from 1 to 10,000. It was 20% more than he expected, and Qin Xiyang was even more happy. Qin Xiyang took out the silver coins, counted them twice, and then bit them one by one, and found no problem, so he accepted them happily. Then there are 80 vials of the sequence potion. "It's all in this bag, it's a little heavy, you take care of it." Qin Xiyang took the cloth bag containing the sequence potion and found that there were 4 small shelves inside, each with 20 bottles of sequence potions neatly placed on each layer. No problem. Okay, you walk slowly. Even though Qin Xiyang looks young, the personnel of this administration have unconsciously called him you. 1,600 points is really terrifying. After Qin Xiyang left, the personnel of the first floor administration immediately began to discuss his identity. Who is he? Why haven't you seen it? I checked his information, and he is a newcomer to the first level of the sequence. Actually gained 1,600 points all at once? I just received news from the old man. He inspected the acceptance at the exit of the 38324 safety zone today, saying that this kid single-handedly teamed up to kill more than 700 long-legged worms. Qin Xian walked outside the bureau, picked up the money bag and shook at Li Tianming. Principal, divide the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two walked aside, and Qin Xian was elated. I didn't expect that they would give me 80 silver coins, and we will have 40 each, which is delicious. He counted 40 silver coins and put them in his backpack, and then gave the remaining silver coins to Li Tianming along with the money bag. Li Tianming pondered for a moment and said, I don't want silver coins anymore. No. Before Li Tianming finished speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Qin Xiang. The smile on Qin Xiang's face converged, and he looked at Li Tianming coldly, without the kind face just now. Wait a minute. Li Tianming's face also turned cold. 40 silver coins is indeed a lot of money for him. But it can't change his status quo. But the sequence potion is different. He didn't expect Qin Xiang to get 80 bottles of sequence potions at a time. If he gave half of it to himself, it might make him improve a lot. No matter how hard you try, it is not a problem to be promoted to the 4th level of the sequence. So he plans to don't want silver coins and ask for sequence potions instead. But his thoughts were seen through by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang interrupted before he finished speaking, and put a purse of 40 silver coins in front of him. Li Tianming forced a smile and said, Classmate Qin, you can get so many rewards this time, which is inseparable from me as your insurer. Yes, so I will give you 40 silver coins. This is also what we said before. But silver coins are useless to me now, and they are more useful to you, aren't they? Qin Xian looked at Li Tianming. Principal Li, do you know what the rules of trading are? We have already agreed on how to distribute it after it is done. Now that it's over, are you going to default? It's not that I'm in debt, I really need a sequence potion. Who doesn't need a sequence potion? Is it for this little money to hunt the gods? Principal Li, if you and I negotiate before and give you half of the sequence potion after the matter is completed, then I have nothing to say. But we clearly said that we would share half of your money, but you didn't say you wanted the sequence potion. You can't change your mind just because you see that I have a lot of sequence potions now, right? The corners of Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. I really didn't expect you to get so many sequence potions. 80 bottles of sequence potions are also hot things in your hands. That's my business. Li Tianming saw that Qin Xian's attitude was resolute and did not give in, and sighed helplessly. If it was a hammer deal with Qin Xiang, he would definitely have to find an opportunity to snatch all these sequence potions. But the problem is that he also needs Qin Xiang's help. Except for Qin Xiang, he didn't even have a way to know those with sequence abilities. All channels are stuck by the gang of damn people. Qin Xiang's appearance was his only lifesaver. What's more, Qin Xiang is still so strong. He is really a rare ally. Li Tianming couldn't fight Qin Xiang for a few bottles of sequence potions. Well, the 40 silver coins you gave me, I used to buy sequence potions, is this always okay? Buy a sequence potion? This suggestion can be considered by Qin Xiang. 80 bottles of sequence potions, plus 2 bottles at home, he didn't need them at all, just prepared to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming is willing to buy it, it will save him a lot of trouble. How do you want to buy it? Market price, a bottle of sequence potion 5 silver coins. I'll buy you 8 bottles of 40 silver coins, no problem, right? Your market price seems a bit cheap. Qin Xian once read a post on the forum about collecting sequence potions, and a bottle of sequence potions was collected for 7 silver coins. This is only the recycling price, and the selling price is definitely higher. It's just that this post was fleeting and was deleted by the admin less than a minute after it appeared. Because in the safe zone, the sequence potion is prohibited from trading. Li Tianming said, cheap? Could it be that you want to sell it to me at a black